Bao Bao Mountain today. The elderly man named son Wukong intended to carry his grandson down the mountain in a basket for an adventure. However, his mischievous grandson had been restless since dawn, causing a commotion that showed no signs of abating as they passed a cliff. The child named son Wukong unexpectedly leapt from the basket. The old man gasped in shock, helplessly watching as his grandson plummeted into the abyss. Ah, Wukong! The cliff was unfathomably deep, shrouded in mist. The child's cries faded as he vanished from sight. The old man, consumed by regret, anxiously descended along the cliff, blindly searching for his grandson. One must see the living, and the dead must be identified. Eventually, he discovered his unconscious grandson at the cliff's bottom. Indeed, this mischievous child had merely fainted from a fall from a 100-foot precipice. It was worth noting that beside the child lay a deep pit, seemingly created when he struck his head upon impact. The old man stared in astonishment, unaware that an inexplicable force had silently entered his grandson's mind. Wukong, Wukong, are you all right? Wake up, Wukong! The old man called out, tears streaming down his weathered face. Ouch at him, why head hurts? Where am I? As consciousness gradually returned, Sun Shun gazed at the old man in bewilderment. He recalled a corporate team-building trip where they had hiked to see the sunrise, only to encounter a landslide in a heroic attempt to save a somewhat ambiguous female superior. He had accidentally slipped off a cliff. Grandpa, where's this place? The old man was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed in astonishment, Wukong, you can speak. Truly, heaven has blessed us. This is wonderful. Wukong. Sun Shun froze, surprised to hear himself addressed as Wukong. He then realized with astonishment that he had transformed into the body of a child. Yet this old man calls me Wukong, and he hasn't noticed my distinctive features. Just as Sun Shun was examining his new form, a long, furry appendage swished past his eyes. Is that a monkey tail? A familiar feeling surged within him as the nostalgic theme from the Dragon Ball animated series played in his mind. Thank goodness, Wukong. You're unharmed. I was so worried. The old man's voice trembled with joy, and before Sun Shun could regain his composure, he was embraced tightly, his cheek rubbed by the old man's goat-like beard. Sun Shun cried out in surprise, suddenly realizing that he had traversed into the world of Dragon Ball. Years later, unbeknownst to him, he had spent a considerable amount of time in this world, and Sun Shun had long since accepted his identity. Though he often felt somewhat disoriented, akin to an ordinary child, he silently kept the memories of his former life struggling at the bottom of society locked deep within his heart. Fortunately, like many other transmigrators, he possessed a system. However, Sun Shen's system was currently experiencing some issues. System, outside a quaint dwelling on Bao Bao Mountain, Sun Chen whispered. Soon, a mechanical female voice echoed in his mind. Ding, identifying the master's identity.id. Sun Shun, Kakarot. Master identity ID verification failed. System error. Initializing. Please wait. Not again. Sun Shen muttered that he had only recently become aware of the system during moments of lucidity. Despite multiple attempts, the outcome remained unchanged, which left him feeling quite helpless. Could it be that my system is utterly useless? Sun Shun pondered, recalling that in the world of Dragon Ball, death was a commonplace occurrence. Even with the Dragon Balls capable of resurrection, formidable villains often required the protagonist to survive harrowing trials to be defeated. Thus, without such an external aid, he felt a twinge of anxiety, even though he now inhabited the body of the protagonist. Hey, system, could you be a bit more helpful? It's taking ages to initialize. Do you need me to assist you? He silently implored, hoping for some response from the system. Ding! System notification. Detection of dual souls within the master requires initialization. Fusion of your souls is necessary for the system to fully bind with your consciousness. What on earth? Fusion? Why does it need to fuse? I don't sense any other soul within me. As Sun Chen spoke, he suddenly felt darkness enveloping him, his consciousness gradually fading. Inside the realm of consciousness, the spirit of young Wukong suddenly broke free from its restraints, eagerly lunging towards his own spirit. Sun Shun let out a startled cry, hastily raising his hands to defend himself. But young Wukong was far beyond his ability to contend with, swiftly biting off one of his arms. Damn it! He cursed, quickly making a frantic escape. At that moment, The system's mechanical voice echoed once more in the space. Does the master wish to bind this soul? Yais! Sun Chun exclaimed, feeling as though his soul would soon be devoured by the other. In the next instant, an inexplicable force bound young Wukong's spirit, causing him to fall into slumber. Could this be the legendary possession? He's trying to possess me. Sun Chun gazed at Wukong, uncertainty clouding his mind, completely unaware that he was the one attempting to seize control of another's body. Progressing the plot can expedite system initialization, facilitating your fusion, making you inseparable. The voice of the system sounded again, but Sun Chun impatiently shook his head. Why should I fuse? Isn't it enough to eliminate him here? Ding! Warning. Eliminating the other will result in the loss of the protagonist's fortune. I couldn't care less. Sun Chun felt a strong aversion, knowing that had he not fled swiftly, he might have truly been consumed. Well, showing mercy to an enemy is cruelty to oneself. Yet he remained deeply reluctant to take action against such a small child. However, as he wrestled with his internal conflict, the system's voice continued to resonate. Ding! The system respects the master's wishes, proceeding with the elimination. Young Wukong's spirit burst like a deflated balloon, gradually dissipating. Sun Chun opened his mouth, hastily attempting to intervene. Wait. No. After all, he's still just a child. The system fell silent, yet ceased its assault on young Wukong. Watching the fragmented spirit of young Wukong, Sun Chun was plunged into deep moral self-reproach, for ultimately, he was the one seizing another's body, while the child merely wished to survive, which was not a fault, scoundrel. Sun Chun muttered derisively. In the next moment, ding! System initialization progress 100, proceeding with soul fusion. As this message concluded, Sun Chun was enveloped in the luminous essence of young Wukong. He experienced firsthand all of young Wukong's past. Witnessing Bardock hurriedly passing by outside the incubation chamber, hearing Chi-Chi call his name, and recalling his descent from the cosmos to Earth, where he was then cradled by son Wukong. Ding. Fusion successful. Ding. Master identity confirmed. System successfully bound. Ding. System inventory unlocked. Ding. Dragon Ball World Lottery System activated. Ding. Task system loading. Please wait. Ding. Character attribute panel loading. Please wait. Ding. As the master is a transmigrator, you may rename your system ID as the radiant essence faded. Sun Chun suddenly regained his senses. Staring at the name input box before him, he silently typed in a few characters, Scoundrel Kakarot. Indeed, to commemorate the departed little Wukong, Sun Chun has resolved to live in this world under his identity. From this moment forth, he embodies both son Wukong and the Saiyan Kakarot. Chapter 2. The Moon Come, Wukong. Eat more, and remember to consume plenty of vegetables to avoid becoming a dullard. Slow down. There's more here. Old son Wufan beamed with joy, grateful that his grandson was still alive. He marveled at how, despite Wukong's recent bump on the head rendering him somewhat dazed, his temperament had mellowed. He was no longer as irritable as before. In the past, mealtime required protection of the furniture, and bathing had to be approached with caution to prevent this little rascal from causing damage. Thank you, Grandpa. Wukong stuffed his mouth with food, relishing the wild delicacies prepared by his grandfather. The dishes were either braised or stewed, perfectly suited to his palate and remarkably appetizing, activating his Saiyan appetite. The old man smiled kindly before glancing at the sky. The sun was setting, ushering in the evening hours. Wukong, it's getting late. Time to rest. Wukong nodded, aware that this family retired early, and his body was quite amenable to slumber. Once he lay down and closed his eyes, sleep would soon follow. Oh, the joys of eating and sleeping. Yet, he felt a twinge of guilt for being so dependent on his grandfather. Thus, occasionally, when the old man ventured out, Wukong would seize the opportunity to hunt and bring back some game. Despite his youth, Wukong's system assessed his combat power at a solid 18 points. The ordinary wolves, tigers, and leopards of Baotou Mountain posed no threat to him. Note, an adult man wielding a double-barreled shotgun has a combat power of 5. Overall, although these days in the mountains were somewhat monotonous, Wukong found satisfaction in this lifestyle. His only regret was the inability of his system to load any tasks or rewards, rendering the lottery feature useless. Consequently, aside from storing items in his inventory, the system held little utility for him. With tasks momentarily unavailable, He resolved to dedicate his free time to physical training. Lying in bed, Wukong contemplated this and then opened his character attribute panel. ID, Scoundrel Rod Age, 9 Combat Power, 10-18 Stamina, 100 Energy, 100 Attributes, Strength, C Defense, C Energy Capacity, C Speed, C Additional Attribute, Perception, G. Note: this rating is based solely on the current world standard. To elevate the world level, you must advance the plot. Current world level: 1. Skills, Control of Energy, Low Level, Talent. 1. Near-Death Enhancement, a unique Saiyan talent. Upon recovering from a near-death state, combat power will significantly increase. Note: after recovering from a near-death state, a Saiyan's S cells will dramatically increase, leading to a remarkable rise in combat power. This effect ceases once a Saiyan transforms into a Super Saiyan. Items: Rui Bang, withdrawn, the following morning. The old man descended the mountain as usual. Wukong resolved to commence his training today. He hoisted the golden staff and began searching for a boulder the size of a small car nearby, then bent down to lift it. Wow, is this really this heavy? Wukong gritted his teeth, his hands trembling as he raised the massive stone and took a determined step forward. Bang! Wukong's foot sank into the earth. He recalled that the protagonist in the original story dramatically increased his combat power through training under 10 times the gravity of King Kai's planet. So he aspired to enhance his strength through similar methods. Moments later, Wukong's eyes glazed over as he placed the boulder behind him and continued to stride forward. After a while, he surprisingly began to adapt to the burden. His pace quickened as he traversed the mountainside, leaping over a great river while carrying the boulder. Suddenly, Wukong lost his footing, nearly crushed by the boulder behind him. Fortunately, his agility allowed him to catch himself with one hand. I can't go on. Time for a break, Wukong murmured, though he felt a pang of dissatisfaction. As a Saiyan, how could he tire so easily from moving a mere rock? With that thought, Wukong let out a fierce shout, channeling all his energy to hurl the boulder away. With a resounding crash, the round boulder fell, rolling towards a nearby cliff. Wukong lay on the ground, panting heavily as he eagerly opened his attribute panel. ID, Scoundrel Rod Age, 9 Combat Power, 11-19. To his astonishment, his full power surged to 19 points. Wukong smiled with excitement, realizing that his efforts were yielding results. He resolved to elevate his strength as much as possible before the main quest was triggered. Though lifting stones daily was somewhat exhausting, Wukong executed a quick stretch as he stood up, but in that instant, a massive shadow loomed over him. Startled, Wukong turned to see a gigantic bird claw reaching for him. It was a Fengshen pterodactyl. Wukong's expression hardened as he swiftly dodged the claw, its sharp talons slicing through the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Kuka! The Fengshen pterodactyl let out a piercing roar. Its enormous body, with wings spanning 11 meters, could easily swallow several Wukong's whole. However, it appeared injured, its crest dinted as if struck by something. What did I do to deserve this? Are you here to take out your frustrations on me? Wukong shouted angrily, drawing his golden staff and taunting the Fengshen pterodactyl. It seemed this matter had nothing to do with him. Beep. Recording the current actions of the host. Wukong was momentarily taken aback by the sudden system notification. Whoosh. A rush of air signified the Fengshen pterodactyl lunging towards him. Boom. Dust exploded around Wukong. Yet his petite frame burst forth from the cloud. Kuka. The Fengshen pterodactyl roared, opening its mouth wide to bite at Wukong. Want to eat me? Tonight? I shall roast you. Wukong, unperturbed, plunged the golden staff into the creature's mouth. Long. With a squelch, the staff extended, penetrating the esophagus and driving straight into the stomach. The Fengshen pterodactyl whimpered, collapsing to the ground, only to be startled back into the air by the agonizing turmoil in its belly. Beep. Recording the host's actions. System, are you malfunctioning? Wukong grumbled, frustrated that the system was focused on recording during his battle. Yet, the system remained silent, unresponsive. Wukong launched a kick against the golden staff, causing the Fengshen pterodactyl to twist and roll away. Seizing the opportunity, Wukong grasped one of its wings and executed a shoulder throw, slamming it down onto the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled as Wukong pounded the Fengshen pterodactyl, twisting its body and cracking the earth beneath them. Wukong wiped the sweat from his brow, gazing at the now motionless creature, then collapsed onto the ground. Gasping for breath, he felt exhausted. Time to head back, Wukong murmured, glancing at the sky. It was getting late. He needed to return soon, lest his grandfather worry. In the evening, Wukong dragged the tail of the Fengshen pterodactyl as he ambled towards his grandfather's cottage. The sun dipped low, casting a picturesque view of rugged mountains reaching up to the clouds. Wukong. In the distance, the old man leaned on his cane, waving towards him. Wukong felt a warm surge in his heart as he quickened his pace, swiftly dragging the Fengshen pterodactyl towards home. In the distance, a luminous moon gradually emerged, inexplicably evoking a sense of unease within Wukong. To be continued. Chapter 3. The Scoundrel Rote System. The resplendent moon emerged, accompanied by the rhythmic thumping of a powerful heartbeat, as Wukong's eyes gradually took on a crimson hue. Thud! The robust heartbeat resonated once more, and he suddenly released his grip on the pterosaur, collapsing backward onto the ground. Wukong. The elderly son Gohan felt a surge of anxiety, rushing over to assess his grandson's condition. Wukong's chest heaved erratically as he struggled to catch his breath. A thick mane of hair began to spread across his face, enveloping him from head to toe. Then, his physique began to swell. The old man was rendered speechless, overshadowed by a colossal silhouette. It was Wukong's shadow, or more accurately, the shadow of a gigantic ape. Awoo! The immense giant ape let out a furious roar, pounding its chest with arms as thick as a tyrannosaurus, emitting energy blasts in a fit of rage. Boom! The massive energy beam pierced through mountain peaks, obliterating even the summits. Son Gohan realized the gravity of the situation and began to call out incessantly to the giant ape, attempting to rouse him. Wukong! Wukong! Wake up! Wukong! Yet, the response was a massive gorilla's paw, mercilessly crushing Gohan into the depths of the earth. Roar! The giant ape unleashed another breath of energy, continuously striking its chest, its furious howls echoing throughout the forest. Heavenly Temple, what? What is this overwhelming energy? The celestial being, clad in a white robe and wielding a staff, gazed incredulously towards the distant mountains. This energy is approaching that of Piccolo, if this continues. Earth may not survive this winter. With a grave expression, the celestial being paced back and forth in contemplation. Must I resort to that? He murmured, casting his gaze toward the 7 Dragon Balls housed within the temple. On this day, the sky above Earth was shrouded in gloom. Where am I? Wukong struggled to pry open his eyelids, feeling an overwhelming discomfort throughout his body. Indeed, he was sticky and caked in mud, as if his clothing had vanished, and he was pinned beneath a rock. Where's this? I don't recall ever being this inebriated. Reflecting on his past experiences, he remembered sleeping on the streets, where someone would help him home. But what was this situation? Wukong stared blankly at his surroundings, realizing he had seemingly fallen from a cliff, the area bearing the scars of a violent explosion. No, wait. As he attempted to sit up, a sharp pain surged through his body. Ding ding. Congratulations, Master. You have successfully activated the hidden trait of the Saiyan. Transform into a giant ape. Ding ding. Based on your actions, the system will upgrade to better assist you in your future endeavors. Please hold on. A mechanical female voice echoed in his mind, and Wukong felt a wave of dizziness. Grandpa. Suddenly, a memory struck him, and his body erupted with a swirling aura. In the next moment, the rocks surrounding him were scattered by the force of his energy. Grandpa! Wukong shouted, leaping up the cliffside, racing upward at a 90-degree angle. In mere moments, he had distanced himself from that place. Back atop the Baozi mountain, he surveyed the chaotic scene around him, aside from a small temple-like structure standing intact in the distance. The landscape resembled a barren wasteland, as if excavated by heavy machinery. Before him lay a colossal footprint of the giant ape, crushing the earth, with a tattered blood-soaked garment at its center. Wukong stared blankly at the clothing, suddenly collapsing to his knees in despair. He understood the unfolding events, recalling the Saiyan lore that they transform into mighty apes upon gazing at the moon. He berated himself for not noticing this, for causing the demise of his grandfather. It's all my fault to have forgotten this and brought harm to the old man. I am truly a scoundrel, a wretch. Ding ding. The system is upgrading. Please hold on. Ding ding. Congratulations, Master, for completing the hidden task, the death of Son Gohan. Reward, talent, rational giant ape name, rational giant ape category, talent note, a unique talent inherent to the royal bloodline of the Saiyans. System, could you please be quiet? The system's voice echoed incessantly in his mind. Wukong roared in anguish. He felt heartbroken, for that old man had been incredibly kind to him, his only family in this world. After a long pause, Wukong remained lost in sorrow, when suddenly, the system's voice resonated once more. Ding! System upgrade successful. The scoundrel rote system has been activated. Task system has been activated. Daily commission tasks have been activated. Dragon Ball World Lottery system has been activated. Main task, retrieve the 7 Dragon Balls, current, 07. Hidden task, the death of Son Gohan evaluation, perfectly achieved. Additional hidden rewards have been issued, please check. Congratulations, you have received Dragon Ball World Lottery tickets X2. Wukong was taken aback and quickly opened his inventory. He soon discovered the option for 2 lottery tickets. Name, Dragon Ball World Lottery ticket type, item function, lottery. Can be used to draw items, skills, etc. related to the Dragon Ball world. The drawn items are categorized into 4 tiers, blue, purple, gold, and red, with red being the highest level, followed by gold, purple, etc. Drawn items are protected by the system and can be restored if damaged. Note, completing daily commission tasks grants 1 ticket. Remember not to forget to do your daily commissions. Daily commissions. After reading the message, Wukong shuddered, yet he proceeded to select the option to use the item. Would you like to use the lottery ticket? Wukong hesitated momentarily before confirming his choice. Instantly, a lottery wheel appeared before him, a purple light swirling within. In the next moment, he received a Time Chamber Experience card, 10 years. Name, Time Chamber Experience card type, item function, similar to the Time Chamber in the Dragon Ball world. Time flows significantly faster inside, allowing you to experience 10-fold training speed. Note, 1 day in the upper realm equals 1 year in the lower realm. Though the effects are not as exaggerated, he still had 2 tickets left, he might as well draw again. Wukong murmured, pondering the possibility of acquiring something miraculous to potentially resurrect the old man. He activated the lottery wheel once more, and a blue light surged within, resulting in yet another item. Ding! Congratulations, Master, you have obtained the Saiyan Nutritional Package, Beginner. What is this? Wukong began to examine the attributes of the 2 items. Name, Saiyan Nutritional Package, Beginner, Category, Food Function, contains rare meats and vegetables from across the universe. It can nourish Saiyan offspring, enhance physical strength, stimulate brain development, and significantly benefit personal growth. Note, 1 package lasts for 3 days, delicious and nourishing. Promoting robust health. After reading the note, Wukong was momentarily speechless, feeling as though the system was mocking him, but his sorrow began to lift slightly. Ultimately, I must grow stronger. I need to find the Dragon Balls and resurrect the old man as soon as possible. Wukong clenched his fist, silently resolving himself. But before that, perhaps I should focus on achieving immortality. Delaying the old man's resurrection may not be so detrimental. He then proceeded to examine the additional hidden rewards from the hidden task. Name, Ability Enhancement Card Category, Item Function. Using this card will randomly enhance one of your abilities. Note, Young One. The enhancement of your abilities should not be directed towards peculiar pursuits. To be continued. Chapter 4. Time Chamber. After a while, Goku reviewed the detailed introduction in his inventory and pondered, I should use this ability enhancement card now. My strength is still too feeble. I must elevate it swiftly. In the next moment, he felt his vision sharpen, and even his hearing seemed more acute than before. Indeed, there is a change. Goku murmured to himself as he opened his ID panel. ID, Scoundrel Road Age, 9 Combat Power, 1119 Stamina, 100 Ki, 100 Attributes, Strength, C Defense, C Key Capacity, C Agility, C Additional Attributes, Perception, GF. Note, this rating is based solely on the current world. To elevate the world level, you must advance the plot. Current world level, 1, Skills, 1, Key Control, Beginner, Talent, 1, Near-Death Enhancement 2, Rational Grade Ape, Unlocked, Items, 1. Nioibo, Withdrawn. This Rational Grade Ape is... Goku recalled the chaotic sounds of the system during his previous unconsciousness and began to check its description. Name, Rational Great Ape Category, Talent Note, a unique talent of the Saiyan royal bloodline. Those who possess this skill will not involuntarily transform into a great ape upon seeing the moon and will retain a degree of reason while transformed. Evaluation. I hope to have a durable pair of underwear. Well, it's certainly a good thing. Goku smiled faintly, realizing that at least he had means of self-preservation in this timeline. Returning to the small temple, Goku unveiled the cloth covering the 4-star Dragon Ball, cradling it carefully in his hands. He was aware that the 4-star ball had always been with him, but due to his insufficient strength, he had not requested it from Gohan. 4-star ball, I wonder what fate awaits us now. With that, Goku stored the 4-star ball in his inventory, and the system's voice chimed in. Ding. Main quest. Collect Dragon Balls. 1-7. Is that all? Goku mused for a moment. I should familiarize myself with the system. After completing the daily tasks tomorrow, I'll use the experience card to train diligently. The following day, around 4 in the morning, Goku discovered that his daily tasks had refreshed. Ding. Daily tasks updated. Run 10 kilometers. Perform 200 push-ups, 200 sit-ups. Adjusting his state at the doorstep, Goku leaped up with a roar and dashed straight down the Baozi mountain. He traversed mountains and valleys with the swiftness of a cheetah, his surroundings rapidly shifting. It was hard to imagine that the current Goku was merely a 9-year-old child. In less than half an hour, he fulfilled all the requirements of the daily tasks. Ding. Congratulations, Master, for completing the daily commission. Rewards have been issued. That wasn't so difficult, just a bit time-consuming, Goku muttered, feeling he had merely broken a light sweat. Then, he discovered an additional Dragon Ball World Lottery ticket in his inventory. Without a second thought, he activated the lottery wheel. A flash of blue light illuminated the space. And in the next moment, ding! Congratulations, Master, you have obtained the Saiyan nutritional package. Again with this, Goku wished for something new, yet he was not disheartened. After enjoying the Saiyan nutritional package the previous day, he felt a warm glow throughout his body. Although there was no noticeable increase in combat power, he sensed that his vitality was more vibrant than ever. Moreover, the package was substantial, with careful rationing. He could stretch it to last 3 days. After another hearty meal, Goku utilized the experience card for the time chamber. His body was enveloped in a sphere of white light, and he found himself in a vast expanse of whiteness. Ding ding. Congratulations, you have entered the time chamber. Remaining experience time, 9 years, 364 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 52 seconds. The flow of time is 10 times faster than the outside world. No wonder it is called the time chamber. Goku nodded inwardly, surveying the boundless white landscape, a surge of excitement blossoming within him. However, it seems there is no tenfold gravity here. That is of little use. Yet, the speed of training is indeed accelerated tenfold, assuming I can set up a gravity chamber. When I emerge again, I could easily obliterate King Piccolo with a single hand. But in the next moment, system prompt. Due to this location being the time chamber, an incomplete product of the system, certain functions have not been activated. The master must wait until the duration of the experience has elapsed to exit this place. Goku was immediately drenched in sweat, uncertainly questioning, 10 years? Surely not. System, don't you dare repeat that. System prompt. Due to this location being the time chamber, an incomplete product of the system, certain functions have not been activated. The master must wait until the duration of the experience has elapsed to exit this place. Damn. His expression darkened as he paced back and forth, hands clasped behind his back. So, does that mean I will starve to death here? Could he die? No. Absolutely not. It would be a disgrace for a transmigrator to perish due to the system's negligence. No. System sister, let me out. I am still young. I have yet to savor the taste of youth. I don't want to starve. He felt a breakdown approaching, crying out in frustration, his youthful form wailing in despair. Yet, an hour passed with no results. Goku roared in anger, recalling how Majin Buu had escaped the confines of the time chamber in the animation. In the next instant, an invisible aura emanated from him like smoke, but it came to a halt there. Clearly, he had failed. Curse it. Trapped by the system, Goku despondently pounded the ground. This vast expanse of whiteness held nothing. Was he truly destined to perish here from starvation? No, wait. There are daily tasks. If I rely on the daily lottery tickets, perhaps I can survive here. But 10 years. Gritting his teeth, Goku began contemplating the challenges ahead: food, clothing, shelter, and all aspects of life. Outside, he could disregard everything, but here, in this blank world, he would face numerous trials, such as illness and maintaining his mental state. Thus, Goku embarked on a new life journey within this ethereal time chamber, resembling a celestial realm. Day 1 ding. Congratulations, Master, for completing the daily commission. Rewards have been issued, obtained. Dragon Ball World Lottery ticket. Then, the lottery wheel appeared, a flash of blue light. Obtained. Beginner Saiyan nutritional package. Day 2 ding. Congratulations, Master, for completing the daily commission. Rewards have been issued, obtained. Dragon Ball World Lottery ticket. Then, the lottery wheel appeared, a flash of blue light. Obtained. Beginner Saiyan nutritional package. Day 3 ding. Congratulations, Master, for completing the daily commission. Rewards have been issued, obtained. Dragon Ball World Lottery ticket. Then, the lottery wheel appeared, a flash of blue light. Obtained, a complete set of black martial arts attire. Clothes, too? Goku mumbled, surprised to discover that clothing had durability. He then recalled that his inventory contained repair items. And after some experimentation, confirmed his suspicions. Indeed, it is the system. On the 4th day, a notification chimes. Congratulations, esteemed master, on completing the daily commission. Rewards have been distributed. A Dragon Ball World Lottery ticket is received. Subsequently, a spinning wheel materializes, radiating a flash of blue light. The result is a set of hot spring capsules from the Capsule Corporation's Spa series. When Goku acquired this item, he was momentarily taken aback, only to realize that from that point forward, he could indulge in bathing. On the 5th day, another notification resonates. Congratulations, esteemed master, on completing the daily commission. Rewards have been distributed. A Dragon Ball World Lottery ticket is received once more. The spinning wheel reappears, shimmering with blue light. The result is a basic nutritional package for Saiyans. To be continued, Chapter 5 years. A month has passed. Damn. Goku tossed aside the Saiyan nutritional package in frustration. These days had been incredibly tedious, and he couldn't help but vent his feelings. Hey, system, can you let me out? Beep. System notification. Due to the location being a time chamber, a product of the system that is not yet fully developed, some functions remain inaccessible. The master must simply wait until the experience duration concludes to leave this place. Time remaining in the time chamber experience. 9 years, 333 days, 6 hours, and 2 seconds. Damn it. Goku gritted his teeth, placing his palms on his waist, and began to chant softly. Haim, ha. As the white energy accumulated in his palms, a terrifying aura suddenly enveloped the area. Ka-aim, ha. Goku shouted, unleashing a sphere of light from his hands. With a whoosh, the light ball hurtled toward the pristine ground. Boom. The explosion sent waves of scorching energy rippling outward. However, it was to no avail. Goku sighed deeply, feeling utterly defeated as he sank to the ground. In truth, the technique he employed was not the Kamehameha. He was merely compressing his own energy and releasing it all at once. His combat power had indeed increased over these days, albeit slowly. Moreover, he sensed he was hitting a plateau, likely due to the monotony of his life affecting his mindset. ID, Scum Rod Age, 10 combat power, 1927 stamina, 100 energy, 37 attributes, strength, C defense, C energy capacity, C agility, C additional attributes, perception, F. Note: this rating is based solely on the current world standards. To upgrade the world level, you must advance the plot. Current world level, 1. Skills, 1. Energy manipulation, low level, talents, 1. Near-death enhancement, 2. Rational grade ape, unlocked, items, 1. Nioibo, Rui Stick, 2. 4-star Dragon Ball 3. Saiyan Beginner Nutritional Package X64. Black Martial Arts Uniform 5. Capsule Corporation Series Capsules. For the past month, aside from completing daily tasks to earn lottery tickets, he had been opening capsules from Capsule Corporation. From what Goku understood, this was a company owned by Bulma, the female lead of Dragon Ball, and her father, Dr. Briefs, was the president of Capsule Corporation. If I'm trapped here for 10 years, a year will pass outside. I might miss her. Goku had been pondering these thoughts for days. He was not worried about avoiding the main storyline or losing contact with the protagonists of this world. He was solely concerned about spending 10 years here. Many things might change. Here, the only thing he could do was enhance his combat power and complete daily tasks. At the very least, surviving would give him hope. Over the past days, he had forced himself to speak, reciting poems and notes he had written to avoid losing his language skills. Thankfully, he was still able to draw from Capsule Corporation's products, which not only made his life more comfortable, but also included some entertainment, such as slot machines and video games. These 10 years shouldn't be too boring, right? Goku muttered to himself, soaking in the hot spring created by the capsules, feeling a touch of melancholy. 2 years later, Goku had grown taller, but not by much. He was even slightly worried about his height. He didn't want to end up as short as Vegeta, standing at 1.48 meters. He had grown 3 centimeters since last year. Goku contemplated that he needed to do some stretching exercises to prevent himself from remaining short. Moreover, he had recently drawn a purple item. Name: Crane Hermit S Egg Fragment Kit. Category: Skill description: This skill was created by the Crane Hermit in his youth, due to its insidious nature. It is frowned upon by righteous individuals. The Crane Hermit was thus discouraged from using it, leading to its loss. System grants a special function. Possesses a 100 chance to hit the opponent's groin, with force depending on the user's strength. Hiss. Goku gasped upon seeing this skill in his inventory, feeling a sudden chill. However, upon noticing the system's additional effects, he realized how immensely powerful this technique was. It undoubtedly provided him with a sneaky tactic against adversaries. He needed to practice it diligently. Another 2 years passed. Goku faced a serious problem. He hadn't drawn a Saiyan nutritional package in over a month. This consumable was crucial for him, serving as his primary food source in the time chamber. Lately, the items he drew were merely capsules or clothing, utterly useless. Goku felt as though he was on the brink of starvation, as he had reduced his food to mush, barely sustaining himself for a day. He still had to complete daily commissions, and even as a Saiyan, he still expended energy. After 3 more days of enduring, he finally collapsed onto the ground. System, are you trying to kill me? The system remained silent. Goku had been trying to converse with it for days, but it wouldn't respond. He sighed in resignation and slowly closed his eyes, lacking the strength even to complete his daily tasks. In a hazy state, Goku faintly heard a mechanical female voice echoing in his mind. Beep, beep. The shopping system has been developed. The master can exchange equivalent items for goods in the shop. Upon hearing this news, Goku's eyes flew open. He hurriedly accessed the shopping page, discovering not only the Saiyan Beginner Nutritional Package, but also advanced and special versions. Name: Saiyan Beginner Nutritional Package. Category: Consumable. Price: 2 lottery tickets or 2 items of equivalent value. Seeing the price, Goku's expression darkened. But there was no choice. Survival was paramount. He promptly traded all the useless items in his inventory, and in the next moment, he received 25 beginner nutritional packages, 3 advanced packages, and 1 special package. Without even checking the item information, he eagerly consumed the special package. Desperate, he was far too hungry. In an instant, a greenish bean landed in the palm of Goku's hand, and he widened his eyes in disbelief, then smashed the bean into the ground. System, get out here. He couldn't help but feel enraged. After all, the special package was supposed to be a blue item drawn from 16 lottery tickets. Even in his weakened state, he couldn't suppress the surge of anger radiating from him. The system fell silent, playing dead. After waiting for a while, Goku glanced at the bean he had sent flying in frustration. Wait, that seems to be. He picked up the green bean and examined its attributes. Name: Senza bean type. Consumable function: can instantly heal all injuries of a dying person. Possessing miraculous effects of reviving the dead. Includes a satiation function. Rating: Senza beans are precious. Be sure to use them sparingly. So that's how it is. No wonder it was a special nutritional package. Goku mused, placing the Senza bean in his inventory. He certainly didn't want to waste such a valuable item. Finally, Goku felt a wave of relief, knowing he no longer had to worry about food. Several months passed, and Wukong realized, to his dismay, that he had gained weight. This marked the 5th year of his sojourn in the spirit house, and he had now reached the age of 15. To be continued. ID: Scoundrel Rod. Age: 15. Combat Power: 148, 177 Stamina, 100 Chi, 100 Attack Power, CB Defense Power, CB Chi Capacity, CB Speed, CB Additional Attribute, Perception, FE. Note: this rating is based solely on the current world standards. To elevate the world level, you must advance the plot. The current world level is Level 1, Skills, 1. Chi Control, Intermediate, 2. Crane Egg Kick Talents, 1. Near-Death Enhancement, 2. Rational Giant Ape, Unlocked, Items, 1. Rui Stick, 2. 4-Star Ball, 3. Scion Basic Business Package, and 4. Black Martial Arts Uniform, Equipped, 5. Capsule Corporation Series Capsules. Chapter 6. The First Encounter with Bulma. Have I truly turned 15? Goku mused, stretching his arms to feel the breadth of his somewhat oversized physique. Over the years, he had succumbed to a sense of lethargy, engaging only in the basic exercises required to complete his daily tasks. His routine revolved around eating and drinking as needed, nothing more. Then, his gaze drifted towards the mountainous pile of debris ahead, a result of his own destructive impulses. Goku often summoned small houses using transformation capsules, only to smash them to pieces. He had even transformed into a giant ape, unleashing hundreds of units of battle power upon this wasteland. Yet, all of it felt futile. Subsequently, He began to experiment with using his ki to eradicate the refuse, but this only resulted in more fragments. With nothing else to occupy his time, he resorted to this endeavor to pass the hours. Moreover, having attained intermediate control over ki, he delved into the study of flight techniques. Presently, he could only manage to hover for a brief period, as his ki capacity allowed him to remain suspended for less than half an hour, let alone achieve high-speed flight. In Dragon Ball Z, Videl mastered flight within 2 episodes. What a jest! The later episodes of these animations often felt rushed. In reality, even with innate talent, it would take years, decades, of dedication to reach such heights. Having concluded his training for the day, Goku felt he had gained a firmer grasp on ki control. He concentrated his energy in his palm, and wisps of ethereal ki began to coalesce before him. With a determined shout, the energy in his hand flared like crimson flames, materializing into a blade. At that moment, joy surged within him. He had long sought to experiment with such an offensive technique, yet had never succeeded until now. However, this brief elation soon gave way to melancholy. Had he been in the realm of those cultivation novels from his previous life, he would be lacking a foundational technique. Wasn't this 100-fold more potent than pursuing the Turtle School's teachings? Yet, the Dragon Ball universe operates under such illogical premises, and being born into this world, he could not alter his fate. With a sigh, he dissipated the flames in his palm. This was merely the simplest form of attack. He recalled the Super Saiyans in the animations, engulfed in golden flames, seemingly not much stronger than himself. Yet, according to the lore, their battle power was at least 1 billion times greater. Then, there was the newly opened system shop, brimming with rare skill books. Techniques like the Gallic Gun or Planetary Destruction required thousands of lottery tickets for a single skill book. It simply wasn't worth it. However, there were some ability enhancement cards available for exchange, though each one would cost hundreds of tickets, requiring Goku half a year to accumulate just one. Today, he intended to acquire another enhancement card to bolster his combat prowess. Ding! Exchange successful. Congratulations, Master, you have obtained a purple item, ability enhancement card. Without hesitation, Goku immediately used the card from his inventory. In the next moment, he sensed a remarkable clarity in his ki, and manipulating it felt incredibly smooth. He could even perceive the thin spiritual energy surrounding him in the small time chamber. Ki control has reached an advanced level? Goku glanced at his attribute panel, then shook his head with a chuckle. Time passed swiftly, and 3 years had elapsed. During this period, Goku acquired 2 skill books, one for scissors from rock, paper, scissors, and another for a technique called Annihilation Kick. Similar to the Crane School's Crane Egg Kick, these were exceedingly treacherous techniques. But the Annihilation Kick was a series of rapid kicks, akin to the shadowless kicks seen in martial arts films. Moreover, he upgraded the scissors skill to 2 Dragons Play with Pearls. Name: 2 Dragons Play with Pearls. Category: Skill Function: a guaranteed hit to the opponent's eyes within 5 meters. Note: an upgraded version of the original Dragon Ball skill, Scissors, from Rock, Paper, Scissors, with enhanced lethality and speed. How intriguing. It seems I might truly become a villain in the future. A smirk crept onto Goku's face, his expression taking on a hint of mischief. Time continued to flow, and another month passed. One day, Goku spun the lottery wheel again and, to his surprise, it landed on gold. Had he struck gold? His heart raced as a golden skill book appeared in his inventory. Name: Instant Transmission. Type: Skill Function: transport oneself near another by sensing their ki. Evaluation: a bug-level skill. Goku's signature technique. With this move, even Cell would exclaim, "I'm out of here." The moment Goku acquired this skill, an exhilarating thought surged within him. He felt utterly invigorated, promptly using the skill book. Instantly, the concept and usage of instant transmission flooded his mind. He placed 2 fingers on his forehead, attentively sensing the ki around him. What is that? Such a faint yet distinct energy. It seems to be a person. He felt it. Goku lifted his gaze and activated instant transmission. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the time chamber. At Baozi Mountain. How strange. The radar indicates it should be around here. Why have I circled so many times without finding it? Could it be underground? How much longer must I search? A girl with blue hair styled in a scorpion braid muttered in confusion from the cockpit. Soon, her attention shifted from the dragon radar back to the road ahead, only to be startled by the sudden appearance of a man clad in black. Move aside. The girl's eyes widened, her right foot slamming down on the brake. Boom. A plume of smoke rose from Baozi Mountain. Fast forward a bit. In the time chamber, after 8 years, Goku finally returned to the present world. Haha, what a feeling of freedom. He couldn't help but laugh heartily. 8 years had transformed him from a boy into a young man. The robust physique of a Saiyan had fully developed. He was now 18 years old. Watch out. A startled voice and the blare of a horn interrupted Goku's mirth as a blue sedan barreled toward him. Goku's expression turned icy as he raised his foot and kicked the car's front bumper, shattering it with a resounding crash. The hood crumpled, and broken parts scattered as white smoke billowed from the wreckage. Oh no, did I just hit someone? The blue-haired girl emerged from the driver's seat, slightly dazed from the deployment of the airbag. What? How are you unscathed? No way. She instinctively stepped back, drawing a firearm and pointing it at Goku. Who? What kind of monster are you? Bulma. Seeing the girl's face, Goku paused for a moment, a flicker of recognition dawning upon him, his heart racing. How could he not know this pivotal character from Dragon Ball? After all, the early perks of his childhood were all due to her contributions. To be continued. Chapter 7. The Year of Tigers and Wolves. Well, I always thought it was a pity for both of us. Now, one is in the prime of youth, while the other resembles a fierce beast. Both are at that fortuitous age. My apologies, dear friend. Who? What are you? Bulma trembled as she aimed her pistol at the man in black before her. Yet, upon seeing his face, she found herself momentarily stunned. With raven hair, fair skin, a tall and robust physique, and a hint of youthful handsomeness, he undoubtedly made a profound impact on the young girl's heart. Thus, Bulma's heart was undeniably struck. Wait, who are you? Why did you suddenly appear in the middle of the road? And how come you are unharmed when my car is like this? Bulma instinctively lowered her weapon, bewildered by the surreal circumstances. Goku opened his mouth. Although he had already begun to contemplate how to leverage the presence of this female protagonist from Dragon Ball, having spent 8 years in the hyperbolic time chamber made it somewhat difficult for him to speak at that moment. 8 years in the hyperbolic time chamber. And nearly a year has passed outside. It seems the original storyline had him meeting Bulma around the age of 11, the future Earth's richest man. Huh? How intriguing. I'm sorry, beautiful lady. My name is Son Goku. Having spent much time training in the mountains, I am quite unfamiliar with the happenings of the outside world. Just now, I thought a wild beast had attacked. Goku scratched his head, assuming a posture of remorse as he spoke gently. Is that so? Bulma readily accepted his words. His gaze was so sharp moments ago, yet now he seems rather kind. Could this be the fabled encounter of destiny? She cast a playful glance at Goku, only to find him looking back, causing her to quickly lower her head in shyness. Son, Goku, is it? I'm Bulma. Pleased to meet you. Then, as if struck by a thought, Bulma excitedly shook the dragon radar in her hand. Oh, right. The radar shows there's another Dragon Ball nearby. Could it be that you were carrying one? What an impressive radar. Goku reached into the pocket of his martial arts uniform, retrieving the 4-star ball. Dragon Ball. Is this what you mean? Uh-huh. It really is a Dragon Ball. Bulma's face lit up with joy. She quickly took out 2 similar Dragon Balls from her backpack and eagerly introduced them to Goku. Son, may I purchase that Dragon Ball from you? Look, I have 2 Dragon Balls too. But you already have 2. Why must you buy mine? That's because it's said that gathering all 7 Dragon Balls will summon the eternal dragon to grant a wish. My wish is to have a dashing Prince Charming. Not for sale. Goku feigned indifference. Why not? This is the only thing my grandfather left me. I see. Bulma felt a twinge of regret, but moments later, she gazed at the young, upright figure before her, and an idea sparked in her mind. Son, if you give me that Dragon Ball, I could let you touch me. Bulma hesitated, gripping her skirt as a blush crept across her face. Huh? What? Goku pretended not to understand. Nothing. Ahem. I mean, if you could give me that Dragon Ball, I'd consider going out with you. As Goku hesitated, about to agree, the system's voice suddenly chimed in his mind. Ding. Main character detected. Bulma. Received favorability task. Increase Bulma's favorability. Reward. Note. Favorability ranges from -100 to 100. And the system will evaluate based on the other party's feelings towards the protagonist. Bulma's current favorability, 5, evaluation, just met the handsome brother. Goku felt a stir within him upon receiving this information. Without hesitation, he handed the 4-star ball to Bulma. Wait, you agreed? Bulma received the Dragon Ball, astonished, and questioned. Isn't this your grandfather's only relic? My grandfather said to be gentle with girls. Therefore, if Miss Bulma wishes to become my girlfriend, it is perfectly reasonable for me to entrust this Dragon Ball to you. Though Goku's words seemed somewhat unrelated, they resonated well with Bulma, who, in her excitement, leaped into Goku's arms and kissed his cheek. Thank you, son. From now on, let us cherish our time together as lovers. Ding. Bulma's favorability 15, current favorability 20. Evaluation. The other party has already developed feelings for you. Meanwhile, beyond the galaxy, on a planet soon to be acquired by Frieza's army. Ugh. This tastes terrible. The young Saiyan Prince Vegeta spat out the arm of an alien resembling a frog, cursing under his breath. Hey, Vegeta, you've got green blood in your hair. Nearby, the elite Saiyan warrior Nappa pointed out, indicating Vegeta's head. On the mountain of Baozi, rain poured down heavily at night, while birds and beasts flew amidst the undulating peaks. Below, the once tranquil streams surged with the wind and rain, resembling tumultuous waves. But the storm must eventually cease, and that night, Goku, having just bathed, emerged from the travel capsule with his upper body bare. The rain has finally stopped. Afterward, Goku surveyed the surroundings, a faint smile gracing his lips. With years of experience in dealing with girls, he had his methods. Initially, he would feign the role of a gentleman, probing whether she desired physical contact, then adopt a tender gaze to win her first kiss, gradually testing her boundaries until they became well acquainted. Ding. Bulma's favorability 20, current favorability 43, evaluation. You are inseparable lovers. Favorability reward has been issued. Please check. This is. Without time to savor the warmth of Bulma's affection, Goku gazed at the newly appeared item in his inventory. Marveling once again, the system is indeed a marvelous tool. The following morning, Bulma had yet to rise. Goku began his daily training tasks. However, he opted not to draw from the lottery, intending to save some tickets for future purchases. Let us try out the reward from yesterday's favorability task. With that thought, Goku opened his inventory and retrieved an item. Name: Extra Growth Attribute Card Category. Consumable function. Grants the user an additional growth attribute. Evaluation, as the saying goes. Skills never hinder, young one. Input all the abilities you wish to enhance into your character information. ID: Scoundrel Road Age. 18 Combat Power. 180 266 Stamina. 100 Key. 100 Attributes. Strength. BA Defense. BB Key Capacity. BA Agility. B Additional Attributes. Perception. E Charm. F. New. Skills 1. Crane Egg Smash Kick 2. Severing Offspring Kick 3. Air Dance Technique. Beginner. 4. Twin Dragons Play with Pearls. Eye Poking. 5. Mastery of Chi. Advanced. 6. Instant Transmission Talents. 1. Near-Death Empowerment 2. Rational Giant Ape. Unlocked. Items. 1. Golden Staff 2. Scion Beginner Nutritional Package N3. Black Martial Arts Uniform. Equipped. 4. Transformation Capsule Company Series Capsules. An alluring and growth-oriented additional attribute has been introduced, though it appears to serve little purpose. I am already sufficiently handsome. Goku pondered for a moment before returning to his room to awaken the still, slumbering Bulma. Upon waking, Bulma radiated happiness with a beaming smile, leaping into Goku's embrace. Darling, I adore it indeed. In less than a day, Bulma's address for Goku transformed from monster to Sun-kun, and finally to darling. Thus, that afternoon. Ding. Bulma's affection level 15, current affection level 58. Evaluation. You have become the only one in their heart. Chapter 8. Taming the Flying Nimbus. Ever since the previous day when Goku and Bulma began their romantic relationship, the two have been inseparable. As in the animated storyline, they rode down from Baozi Mountain on a motorcycle developed by Capsule Corporation, with Goku now carrying Bulma. Along the way, they were attacked by a giant wind demon pterodactyl, which Goku obliterated with a powerful blast. After her initial surprise, Bulma wrapped her arms around Goku's waist, gazing at him with admiration and affection. Haha, you are amazing, Goku. It's nothing, Goku replied nonchalantly. As they spent more time together, their familiarity grew, and they learned much about each other. Having been a mature individual in his past life, Goku had his own ways of dealing with girls, especially someone as youthful as Bulma. However, the rapid escalation of their feelings was surprising. Was it simply youth? After a few days, his physical endurance proved to be quite remarkable, a testament to the fact that only a Saiyan could fall for such a woman. Perhaps it was also due to his newfound charm? Goku pondered as he glanced at his attribute panel, subsequently seeking further intimacy with his young girlfriend. Ding. Bulma's affection 2. Current affection level 60. Evaluation. You have become the only one for her. Ding. You have met the conditions for the affection task. Final rewards have been distributed. Suddenly, he noticed a new red skill book in his inventory, titled with a question mark. What is this? Goku pondered for a moment before deciding to use it. Ding. System permissions have been expanded. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have acquired the permission. Evil modification. Name. Evil modification type. Permission function. Evaluation. The function remained a mystery. He contemplated, casually using the skill on a nearby stone. But it seemed to have no effect. Was it a system bug? He murmured, sensing that it was not so simple. After fruitlessly inquiring with the system, they continued their journey on the motorcycle until the afternoon, where Goku and Bulma prepared a meal together. Darling, where did you conjure this delicious food from? It tastes wonderful. And I feel so warm after eating, though I think I might have gained a little weight recently. Does calling me darling feel inappropriate? Goku's response seemed distant. How about dear? You can just call me Goku, right? Ah, then. Goku-san. Goku, could you please bring me the towel? I forgot to prepare it. Sure, no problem. Thanks. That's enough. Could you help me dry my hair? Hum. This is your reward. Ah, no. Darling. Close your eyes. Why? But sleeping on the floor will make you cold. Why not come up here? Are you saying you want to sleep together? Idiot. Of course not. I'm just worried about you. All these interactions undoubtedly indicated that Bulma had developed feelings, albeit she talked a lot. For Goku, who had felt lonely for 8 years, this was undeniably delightful. The next morning, as Goku prepared to rise and complete his daily tasks, he noticed Bulma wrapped in a blanket beside him, her sleeping position quite awkward, with pure white fluff peeking out. Did I experience a night raid? Goku scratched his chin, seeing the empty space on the bed. Reluctantly, he got up. After enjoying a cup of coffee and storing the fluff in his inventory, he suddenly shouted, "Oh no! The Dragon Balls are missing!" Ah! Bulma exclaimed, quickly rushing to Goku's side. They're gone. How could this happen? Where did they go? After a while of searching, upon noticing Goku's mischievous grin, Bulma playfully punched him. Goku, you're incorrigible. After running around the camp for 10 kilometers and completing his daily task, Goku stored his lottery tickets. He had long noticed a large sea turtle lying nearby. And as expected, it was the one often seen with Master Roshi. Approaching the old turtle, Goku lifted it and inquired, "What are you doing here?" The old turtle peeked out, looking quite bewildered. Following the plot of the original story, Goku and Bulma drove a truck to the beach. The old turtle mentioned that as a reward for Goku rescuing him, he would grant Goku a gift, and then he ventured into the sea. Goku contemplated the original plot. He was certain he would receive the Flying Nimbus. After waiting for quite some time on the beach, Master Roshi surfed over from the other side of the sea, cheerfully announcing, "Good afternoon, everyone. I am Master Roshi." What a stylish old man. Bulma stared in awe, while Goku, standing nearby, couldn't he help but chuckle at the old man's humor. After a brief explanation from the turtle, Master Roshi approached Goku and said, "So that's how it is. I truly appreciate your help, young man. Allow me to present you with a wonderful gift." Then, with a flourish, Master Roshi summoned the Flying Nimbus. Only those with pure hearts can ride this cloud. Let me demonstrate. He then performed a tumble that made Bulma burst into laughter. Goku, however, wore a serious expression, uncertain whether he could ride the Nimbus with his dubious system. He didn't want to embarrass himself in front of his girlfriend. What's wrong? Could it be that the young man is afraid of making a fool of himself? Master Roshi teased, seemingly reading Goku's thoughts. Of course not, Goku replied, nervously smiling as he pretended to pat the Nimbus, only to feel a sense of dread. It really lacks any tangible sensation. At that moment, Bulma came closer, wrapping her arm around Goku's, her charming face radiating warmth. "It's all right, Goku. Even if you're not pure-hearted, I will always like you. Don't worry. You know what kind of person I am, don't you?" Goku replied, feeling a bit guilty. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he activated the red permission he had learned just days prior on the Nimbus. Evil modification. With the permission activated, Goku immediately sensed the Nimbus take on a tangible quality, soft and plush, reminiscent of a stuffed toy. This actually works. The system does not deceive me. Without hesitation, Goku leaped onto the Nimbus. It soared into the sky, propelling him upwards. Haha. Goku's laughter echoed throughout the heavens. As the saying goes, the great rock soars with the wind, rising 9,000 miles. Since stepping out of the confines of his childhood, he had never felt so exhilarated. To be honest, his half-baked flight technique could never match the speed of the Nimbus. On his return, Goku noticed Bulma and Master Roshi seemingly in discussion. The young girl appeared somewhat anxious. Goku's heart skipped a beat. Was a legendary scene from the Dragon Ball saga about to unfold? Plus, he had stored the sacred artifact in his inventory earlier. The edge of the female lead was no joke when he watched the animation previously. It seemed trivial and even humorous. However, now that Bulma was his girlfriend, he felt quite displeased. Ah, Goku. Upon seeing him return, Bulma waved and hurried over. Look, isn't that the Dragon Ball around that old man's neck? I just spoke to him, and that lecherous old man wanted to see my. As she spoke, Bulma's face flushed, and she clung to Goku's right arm, indignantly making a face at Master Roshi. Wukong couldn't help but chuckle at Bulma's demeanor, then turned to Master Roshi and inquired, Dear Master Roshi, might you grant me the precious orb in your possession? That is out of the question. Do not presume that I am easily deceived. This orb is indeed a valuable treasure, is it not? Master Roshi grumbled, stroking his beard with irritation. With no alternative, Wukong utilized a lottery ticket to purchase a Risku book from the system shop interface. Surely, this will suffice? He offered the book. Let me see that. Master Roshi exclaimed, his eyes widening as his flamboyant sunglasses slipped down his nose. Without waiting for Wukong's response, he snatched the book from his hands. Is this the afterimage technique? Wukong mused with a wry smile. But, Master, what about the orb? Master Roshi promptly handed over the Dragon Ball. Wukong accepted it and gave Bulma a thumbs up. After this exchange, they parted ways. Wukong embraced Bulma as they rode the Flying Nimbus back to the modest dwelling they had previously occupied. Aha, Mr. Wukong. With this, we now possess 4 Dragon Balls. Bulma exclaimed joyfully, planting a kiss on Wukong's cheek as they entered the small house. At that moment, Wukong opened his task panel. Beep. Main quest. Collect all 7 Dragon Balls. Progress, for 7. Please continue your efforts, dear Master. P.S. I noticed someone urging for updates. Thank you. Chapter 9. Wolf Fang Fist. After a night filled with affection, Goku and Bulma embarked on their quest for the Dragon Balls once again the following day. Guided by the Dragon Radar, they arrived at a quaint little town. Upon learning about the local customs, Bulma was taken aback. Did every family here have to offer their daughter in marriage to the Demon King? Indeed, they implored assistance in vanquishing the malevolent ruler. During this exchange, an elderly woman presented a Dragon Ball to Goku, beseeching him to confront the Demon King. Goku recalled that this was the mischief of Oolong, the little pig, and decided to turn the tables by having the villagers lure Oolong out with a maiden. However, Oolong, unwilling to concede defeat, constantly attempted to outmaneuver Goku. Particularly, the transformations were rather alarming, and in a moment of distraction, Goku executed the Crane's Egg Smash kick, sending Oolong flying with a yelp. With a battle power nearing 200, Goku was not to be trifled with, and the Crane's Egg Smash kick had an augmenting effect. It was likely that Oolong's humiliation was just the beginning. Initially, Goku contemplated using a Senzu Bean to heal Oolong, but the villagers rejoiced. And Bulma was particularly elated. After securing the Dragon Ball, she embraced Goku affectionately. When he regained his composure, Oolong had vanished without a trace. Ding. Main quest. Gather all 7 Dragon Balls. Current progress. 5-7. Time passed, and Goku and Bulma, following the Dragon Radar, ventured into a desolate expanse, likely en route to Fire Mountain. Due to the sweltering heat, Bulma suggested finding a shady spot to rest and prepare a meal. Goku, it seemed, was quite adept at cooking, making one ponder how fortunate his future wife would be. As Goku busied himself with stewing meat, Bulma unexpectedly wrapped her arms around his waist. Perhaps his future wife would also be a culinary expert. Suddenly, Goku's thoughts drifted to Chi-Chi from the original story. She should still be at Fire Mountain. He mused about possibly persuading her to become his wife. Goku knows other women besides me. Bulma's eyes widened, and Goku felt a twinge of embarrassment. No, the only girl I know now is Bulma. Abruptly, Goku's expression shifted. He sensed a formidable energy approaching. Soon, their cooking spot was interrupted by a young man with unruly hair, riding an electric bike. I recognize that gaze. It's someone I know. Goku assessed that Yamcha's battle power at this stage was negligible, and he could easily defeat him with a mere finger. Hey, you two. Hand over your valuables. The man barked, dismounting his motorcycle with an air of arrogance. You? With a battle power of 5? Goku interjected, positioning himself protectively in front of Bulma, his cold demeanor captivating her. Ding. Bulma's affection level 1, current, 61. Evaluation. You are the only one in their heart. Oh, you've got some nerve. daring to act so brazenly before me, the desert bandit Yamcha. You must possess some skill, Yamcha smirked, raising his hands, preparing to unleash his signature move, the Wolf Fang Fist. Well, let me gauge the average combat prowess of this world. Just as Goku intended to charge forward with another Crane's egg smash kick, he noticed Yamcha's unwavering gaze fixated on Bulma. Yamcha's mouth fell agape, momentarily rendered speechless. Heh, what's wrong? Haven't you seen a woman before? Goku's expression turned playful. Others might be oblivious, but he was well aware that Yamcha was Bulma's ex-boyfriend. Their past relationship was shrouded in mystery, save for a scene in the anime where everyone played baseball together. Vegeta's looks towards Yamcha were always peculiar. Bulma, wary of Yamcha, found herself puzzled by his intense stare. Had she encountered him before meeting Goku, she would have grasped his intentions immediately. However, love often blinds one's judgment, and in the heat of her romance with Goku, she had no such thoughts. Woman. As Yamcha uttered those two words, his legs felt weak, and his entire being became feeble. Bulma's stunning beauty was indelibly etched in his mind, causing his spirit to tremble. Are you all right, Yamcha? A small blue cat, Poir, grasped his arm, hurriedly helping him back onto the motorcycle. Woman. She was a woman. Yamcha fumbled with the controls, and with a roar, the motorcycle sped away, leaving behind a cloud of dust. What just happened? Bulma remained bewildered by the encounter, but it did not deter her from enjoying her time with Goku. After finishing their meal, Goku suggested they rest for the night before continuing their journey the next day. They needed to find a suitable place to store their capsule items. That night, in a cave somewhere in the desert, Yamcha, I saw them. Although we've changed locations, it seems they are closer to us now. Poir patted Yamcha's shoulder. Ever since he laid eyes on that girl, his demeanor had shifted drastically. Poir believed it was crucial for Yamcha to confront his feelings. Are you referring to the girl from noon? Yamcha stood up, longing to see her again. Meanwhile, Goku. Let me help you wash your back. Sure. Given the oppressive heat of the desert, even a Saiyan was not immune to perspiration. So they decided to cleanse themselves thoroughly that night. Just as they were engaged in their intimate moment, Goku suddenly sensed a powerful energy rapidly approaching their location. Wait, Bulma. Get dressed and return to the room. Bulma hesitated, her face flushing as she realized something. Goku wrapped a towel around his waist and stepped out of the capsule house. Moments later, the energy was nearly upon them, and Goku, growing impatient, called out, Hey, Yamcha, what are you doing here at this hour? He was indeed agitated. Being interrupted during such a moment was irksome for anyone, let alone a hot-headed Saiyan. So it has come to this, the man beside that beautiful girl. Yamcha emerged from the shadows, his expression darkening. Glancing at Goku's attire, he seemed to sense something ominous. What were you doing with her just now? Yamcha demanded, a troubled look crossing his face as if he had lost something significant. Hee. Haraha. Goku was so amused that he couldn't help but laugh, covering his face as he looked up to the sky, chuckling 3 times. Speaking of which, I truly am a scoundrel. Not only have I taken the original pairing from the story, but I also plan to give this guy a thorough beating. Just thinking about it is amusing. Yet, to be honest, Goku and Bulma were merely enjoying a normal relationship. In the throes of passion, they would not tolerate any interference from others. At that moment, Goku even felt a surge of anger rising within him, especially since this interloper had his sights set on Bulma. What I do with Bulma is none of your concern, Goku retorted nonchalantly. That girl. I will not interfere with anyone else, but you give off a wicked aura. You must have employed some vile and underhanded tactics to win her over. Yamcha growled as he advanced menacingly. Rather than allowing a fiend like you to intervene, I shall rescue her myself. With that, the opponent assumed a fighting stance. Dark tactics? How could you possibly judge the bond one share with her? Is an excuse necessary to pursue a woman? Such cowardice. Goku smirked. Yet his words provoked Yamcha's ire. Enough with the idle chatter. Prepare yourself. Wolf Fang Fist. With a furious shout, Yamcha charged directly at Goku. Chapter 10. The bunny girl and the machine gun. The fierce sound of the wind howled like a ravenous wolf, slicing through Wukong's ears, yet regrettably, his punch fell short. This was not an isolated incident. The subsequent flurry of punches was deftly evaded by Wukong, who sidestepped with remarkable agility. The Wolf Fang Fist exhibited an array of intricate techniques, far surpassing the few skills Wukong had mastered. Quite swift. Wukong's gaze sharpened as he relied on his vastly superior combat prowess to track his opponent's movements, continuously dodging the punches aimed at him. Damn it, Why can't I land a hit? Yamcha roared, accelerating his wolf Fang Fist, conjuring phantom images of a ravenous wolf in the air. Bam! Seizing the opportunity, Wukong landed a punch on Yamcha's cheek, sending him reeling, stars dancing in his eyes, blood gushing from his nose. Humph. You think you can steal women from me with those feeble attempts? Damn it. Yamcha bellowed again, unleashing an unprecedented surge of power, his speed astonishing. Wukong braced himself, preparing to defend. This was a rare opportunity. He had no intention of squandering the combat experience he was gaining. Bam, bam, bam. The resounding clash of fists and feet echoed as Wukong began to record the trajectory of Yamcha's techniques in his mind, gradually keeping pace with his opponent. Due to the disparity in their combat abilities, Wukong overwhelmingly dominated the fight. Moreover, as a martial arts prodigy, his comprehension was exceptional. Bam, bam, bam. From the initial exchanges of punches, Wukong started to protect himself with his elbows, allowing him to better perceive his adversary's offensive strategies. Although Wukong had practiced a few martial arts in his youth, his training in the mental sanctuary had allowed him to integrate those skills seamlessly. Thus, he focused more on free fighting at this moment. Simultaneously, in his desire to learn from Yamcha, Wukong allowed Yamcha to take the upper hand, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Ah, he has got the upper hand. Go, Yamcha! Puar cheered, her voice filled with excitement, though a hint of fear lingered. It was evident that Yamcha was suffering more. However, given the current circumstances, her worries seemed unfounded. Even so, Wukong would still occasionally land a punch on Yamcha, to the point that he had lost a tooth by now. Perhaps, I should assess my own resilience against blows. Wukong mused, feigning a misstep and allowing Yamcha's punches to exploit the vast chasm in their combat prowess. Bam! Success! Yamcha exulted within, landing a heavy punch on Wukong's side. The force trailing the howl of a wolf, seizing the opening and unleashing a tempest of strikes upon Wukong. Yamcha roared. A cerulean vortex coalesced into the shape of a wolf, claws bared, charging into Wukong's abdomen. With a thunderous boom, dust erupted, and Wukong was sent hurtling backward, crashing violently against the rocks. Did I win? Yamcha wiped the blood from his lip, finally exhaling in relief. The man before him possessed unfathomable strength. Had he not unleashed his full power moments ago, he might have been the one defeated. Wukong. Suddenly, a woman's anguished cry pierced the air, her sorrowful tone reminiscent of a grieving widow, hauntingly mournful. Unforgivable. Witnessing Wukong being struck down, Bulma, adorned in her bunny girl outfit, tears glistening in her eyes, was consumed by a resolve reminiscent of one ready to face death. She raised her Thompson submachine gun and unleashed a hail of gunfire at Yamcha. Huh? Yamcha was momentarily stunned, taken aback by Bulma's appearance. Yamcha! Poor cried out. Realizing that Yamcha's stamina had been depleted by Wukong, a gunshot could very well claim his life. The bullets from a Thompson, with a caliber of 11.42, would obliterate flesh on a mere mortal. Even if Wukong were on the receiving end, he would only sustain superficial wounds. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Splashes of crimson erupted from Yamcha's body as he cried out in agony, his eyes glazing over as he collapsed, seemingly gravely wounded, curling up as if his spirit had been shattered. The imagery of a memorable moment from Dragon Ball Z resurfaced, evoking memories of devastation. Oh no, Yamcha! Puar rushed forward to assess Yamcha's injuries, noting multiple gunshot wounds, one of which had pierced his lung. It seemed he would not survive much longer. Wukong. Oh. Bulma, why did you come out? Wukong, disheveled and bewildered, scratched his head, staring at his girlfriend who was gripping the gun, still clad in her bunny girl attire. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. You're safe. I'm so relieved. Bulma clung tightly to Wukong, tears streaming down her cheeks. In her eyes, Wukong's willingness to confront danger for her had made her heart race with fear during his defeat. Without a second thought, she had charged out with the gun. If death was imminent, they would face it together. Yet to Wukong, Bulma's current demeanor felt somewhat strange. From the portrayal in the anime, she was the female lead of Dragon Ball, merely playing a supportive role in the narrative. Facing a formidable enemy, she would be paralyzed with fear at the mere sight of them, let alone confront them with a weapon. Of course, this was the behavior of a younger Bulma. In the future arcs, she exhibited resilience that exceeded Wukong's expectations, emerging as a mature, wise, and respected woman. However, was Bulma's present state a result of the system's influence? Am I truly the only one in her heart? Wukong couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in this revelation. Naturally, despite his less-than-stellar character, he would strive to provide warmth and comfort to his girlfriend. After a moment of tender connection, Por suddenly knelt before Wukong. Please, I beg you, save Yamcha. I'll give you all my wealth. As long as you save him, I am willing to serve you both, toiling without complaint. So, please, save him. With that, Por bowed her head to the ground, remaining there, unmoving. Should I save him or not? Wukong pondered. He had no desire to intervene. However, if he refrained, it might affect Bulma's state of mind in the future. After all, he intended to have many girlfriends. He certainly didn't want to witness Bulma suddenly going mad and taking drastic actions against other women. Just thinking about the potential conflict between Chi-Chi and Bulma made Wukong's head throb. It's pointless. He is riddled with fatal injuries and will soon perish. Suddenly, Bulma turned to Por, her eyes still burning with rage, yet she realized the gravity of her actions, trembling as she clung tightly to Wukong. You murderer! Murderer! Por shouted in anguish, even charging madly at Bulma. Silence. Wukong casually struck out, and a gust of wind swept Por and Yamcha's body away. Listen to me, Bulma, calm down. Wukong gently cradled the girl's face, speaking tenderly. I've always remembered you as a gentle girl, and your transformation must be my fault. I'm sorry, my dear, for causing you distress. Wukong. Bulma stared blankly at him, fresh tears spilling from her eyes. Thank you, Bulma, for reaching this point for me. Yet, I truly do not wish for you to become a killer, to bear that burden. I find myself in a state of unease. Yet, the young girl yearns to contest, tears welling in her eyes, but gradually begins to feel a sense of shame. So, promise me, will you? I understand. Now, I must go to rescue that fellow from earlier. Bulma, do you agree? Huh. Mr. Goku actually possesses the ability to save him? Indeed, as long as you give your consent, I can effectuate the rescue. Goku smiled, for within his backpack lay dozens of these miraculous beans he had accumulated over the years. Wouldn't it be better for such a person to perish? Bulma scoffed lightly and began to act affectionately in Goku's embrace. Well, then I shall not save him. Wait, I truly do not wish for you to label me a murderer. With that, Bulma gazed up at Goku, her enchanting eyes nearly shimmering with emotion. Very well. I must hasten to his side. Goku smiled again, observing Bulma's current attire. It is worth noting that he had seldom seen her in such outfits. She had a plethora of new styles. With these thoughts in mind, Goku executed his instant transmission to appear beside the fainting Yamcha, administering a specially altered beam to him. To be continued. Chapter 11. Joining the Turtle School the next morning, Goku emerged from the Capsule Corporation house and stretched luxuriously. The pleasures of the bunny girl outfit were indeed delightful. After completing his daily tasks, Goku retreated to the bathroom to cleanse himself once more. ID, Scum Rod Age, 18 Combat Power, 180 266 Stamina, 100 Ki, 100 Skills, 1. Crane's Egg Kick 2, Annihilation Kick 3, Air Dance Technique, Beginner, 4. Twin Dragons Play with Pearls, I Poke, 5. Instant Transmission 6. Wolf Fang Fist. New. Indeed, aside from a few remarkable skills, Goku scrutinized his attribute panel. Having just practiced earnestly for a spell, he successfully integrated the skill into the system and documented it. Exiting the bathroom, he discovered Bulma still slumbering. So he took the initiative to prepare breakfast. How appetizing. Moments later, Goku noticed Bulma approaching from the bedroom, her hair tied in a high ponytail. Clad in local Arabian attire, the arid region near Fire Mountain had grown increasingly hot, and such attire was both breathable and protective from the sun. How do I look? Bulma twirled gracefully, seeking Goku's opinion. Quite lovely, Goku responded, casually pulling Bulma into an embrace and executing the Twin Dragons Play with Pearls. Bulma let out a soft squeal, becoming weak in Goku's arms. Honestly, how annoying. Goku, you're incorrigible. She was genuinely frightened. Scions were robust, and she had lost consciousness several times the previous night. Her bunny outfit in tatters. Their journey continued as they soared toward Fire Mountain on the Flying Nimbus. Notably, thanks to recent modifications, the Nimbus could now fit into a backpack and even Bulma could ride it. Regarding yesterday's incident with Yamcha and Por, Yamcha had become somewhat disoriented after consuming a magical bean modified by Goku, but Goku keenly sensed that he seemed willing to follow Goku's commands. This was intriguing. Goku even envisioned himself as the future ruler of Earth, aiming to dominate this realm before Raditz' arrival. However, it seemed that a group had trailed them last night. Fixated on the Dragon Balls Goku possessed, Presumably, it was that peculiar trio. Goku sensed the presence of a dog and a woman nearby. Goku instructed Yamcha to confront the group and prevent them from disrupting his quest for the Dragon Balls, to which Yamcha readily agreed. As the Nimbus sped along, the duo soon arrived at the vicinity of Fire Mountain. Just as they approached, Goku spotted a little girl being pursued by a dinosaur. She was a girl with clear eyes, wearing an odd helmet reminiscent of Ultraman. Goku had grown accustomed to such eccentricities, as Bulma often donned various costumes. I suppose this must be Chi-Chi? Goku pondered, knowing he could never harm a child. I'll wait until she has grown. Notification. Detected heroine Chi-Chi. Side quest activated. Increase Chi-Chi's affection. Upon hearing the system's voice, Goku mused. As expected. Goku, hurry. That girl is about to be eaten by a dinosaur. Bulma exclaimed, her voice filled with urgency as the massive Tyrannosaurus opened its jaws, ready to devour. Just as Goku prepared to intervene, he saw Chi-Chi pull a dart from her helmet and launch it forth, a whirling energy blade resembling the Kamehameha, slicing through the air. The dinosaur's tail was severed cleanly. How impressive! Bulma was momentarily dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the strength of the girl before her. Goku descended from the air, immediately catching Chi-Chi's attention. Who are you? The girl demanded, her tone wary. Goku scratched his head and greeted her. Hello, dear girl. Is there something I can assist you with? Cute? Chi-Chi looked at Goku, seemingly confirming if she was the subject of his praise. Her cheeks flushed as she realized he was indeed referring to her. Bulma pinched Goku from behind, exasperated. We were on our way to Fire Mountain and noticed the situation here. I'm Goku, and this is Bulma. How annoying. Even if you flatter me. It won't earn you any favors, Chi-Chi said bashfully, but soon her expression darkened as she recalled something. I'm Chi-Chi. Fire Mountain is my home. But there's been a fire, and my father, the Ox King, sent me to Master Roshi for a fan to extinguish it. Master Roshi? You mean the Turtle Hermit? Goku blurted out, surprising Bulma nearby. Yes, everyone calls him that. Chi-Chi explained the situation at Fire Mountain. After listening, Bulma looked at the dragon radar and said to Goku, Darling, if the fire cannot be extinguished, we might not be able to obtain the Dragon Balls. Perhaps we should retrieve the fan for Chi-Chi instead. Upon hearing his girlfriend's suggestion, Goku quickly agreed. He recalled the animated sequence he had watched as a child, where Master Roshi used the Kamehameha to extinguish the flames of Fire Mountain. Given Goku's current combat power, putting out a fire was not particularly challenging. But he was primarily eager to learn the turtle school techniques, prompting him to take Chi-Chi along to Turtle Island. After all, the Nimbus was quite swift. However, on the Nimbus, Goku felt a bit awkward. Chi-Chi was too shy to sit too close. Fearing she might fall, he decided to hold her in his arms. Bulma, sitting beside him, felt a pang of jealousy, watching Goku with a sulking expression. Mr. Goku, what do you think of me? Am I cute? Chi-Chi asked. Yes, quite adorable. He replied. Looks like it. Then I suppose that means I can only go that way in the future, Chi-Chi said, touching her cheek. Goku, puzzled, paused for a moment, sensing Bulma's irate glare, which sent shivers down his spine. Ahem. Bulma wrapped her arms around Goku, declaring, Goku already has me as his girlfriend. You won't have a chance in the future. Chi-Chi, undeterred by Bulma's assertiveness, retorted, Humph. A woman like you surely won't hold Goku's interest for long. When I grow up, will you still attract him when you're old and withered? What? Bulma fumed, and a quarrel erupted between them. Goku attempted to mediate, but the incessant bickering began to give him a headache. Enough. Is this really necessary? If you want to argue, do it somewhere else, he scolded, feeling exasperated. In his past life, men typically face censure for such outbursts, yet surprisingly, both women soon quieted down, apologizing to one another, even slightly swayed by Goku's old-fashioned demeanor. Notification. Chi-Chi's affection increased by 40, current level, 45. Evaluation. The girl has uncontrollably fallen for you. Notification. Congratulations, Master. You have received a task reward, Ability Enhancement Card. Upon receiving the reward, Goku applied the Ability Enhancement Card to the air dance technique, rapidly enhancing his flying capabilities and significantly increasing the speed of the Nimbus. In the afternoon, the three soon spotted a small island on the horizon, the dwelling place of the Turtle Hermit. As Goku and his companions landed on the beach, they observed the old man reclining in a comfortable chair, engrossed in an adult magazine, a picture of leisure. Bulma huffed in disdain and followed closely behind Goku. Just as Goku was about to greet the old man, Chi-Chi halted him. Wait a moment. What is it? Goku inquired. Is that lecherous old man really Master Roshi? Chi-Chi asked, her skepticism evident. Of course. Goku replied confidently. No way. I must test him first. Chi-Chi declared sternly, pulling a dart from her hair. Then, Goku and Bulma witnessed a scene reminiscent of their childhood cartoons. If he is truly Master Roshi, he should be able to dodge this. With that, Chi-Chi hurled the dart. Master Roshi seemed to sense the impending danger and attempted to shield himself with his magazine, but hesitated to part with it. With a soft thud, the dart struck the old man's head, causing him to transform into his younger self. Yikes! He yelped, collapsing to his knees. Ah, this is definitely not Master Roshi. Chi-Chi exclaimed, as if she had caught a fraud. You foolish girl. No matter how strong I am, I cannot evade a surprise attack like that. Master Roshi retorted, his voice tinged with indignation. In that case, how about you present proof that you are indeed Master Roshi? Chi-Chi countered, her tone firm, while Goku, ever the carefree observer, chuckled at the unfolding drama. This is my driver's license. My name is on it. Surely this proves my identity. Master Roshi proclaimed, displaying the document. Oh, it seems I was mistaken. My apologies, Chi-Chi said, lowering her head in contrition as she removed the dart from his head. Once the misunderstanding was resolved, Master Roshi reverted to his normal form and applied a bandage to his head. Upon hearing Chi-Chi's request, he glanced at Bulma, suggesting he would lend them the magical fan only if she showed him her underwear. How disgusting. Bulma retorted, retreating behind Goku. How about an adult magazine instead? Goku pondered, scratching his head in confusion. Humph, you think you can fool me with that? I won't lend it unless you pay a price. The old man smirked, reveling in his own cleverness. Is that so? Goku mused, tossing a magazine onto the ground. This one belongs to Maria Ozawa. Master Roshi scrambled to pick it up. Thud. Another one landed. This is from Sora Aoi. Thud. Yet another. This one is Yui Hanasaki's. You wasteful brat. How can you throw such precious items on the ground? Master Roshi exclaimed, cradling the vintage magazines as if they were treasures. Clearing his throat, he turned serious. Since that's the case, I shall not take advantage of you. I'll give you a chance. If you can withstand 2 of my moves, I will lend you the fan. Very well, I accept your challenge, Goku replied earnestly, while the 2 women whispered among themselves. Hey, Bulma, do you think that old man is really Master Roshi? He seems rather unrefined. He's just a lecherous old man. Let us not concern ourselves with him. Upon hearing this, Master Roshi's face fell, and he muttered to his turtle companion, I don't like them. Soon, Goku and Master Roshi faced off on the beach. Observing the old man leaning on his cane with an air of nonchalance, Goku contemplated how to outmaneuver him. After all, the old man had made advances toward his girlfriend. Here we go, Master Roshi shouted, leaping into the air. As Goku watched the old man's silhouette merge with the setting sun, he felt an impending sense of dread. Close your eyes, he shouted to Chi-Chi and Bulma. Solar flare. In an instant, a blinding white light illuminated the area, and Goku shut his eyes, launching several energy blasts at random. Master Roshi, taken aback, quickly unleashed his own energy and effortlessly swatted the blasts aside. Boom, boom, boom. The energy blasts detonated upon hitting the ocean's surface, and Master Roshi landed, aiming a kick at Goku. Goku sidestepped but was still blinded by the solar flare, combined with Master Roshi's unpredictable legwork, resulting in a kick to his abdomen. Boom. He was sent tumbling into the sea, creating a splash. Goku! Chi-Chi and Bulma exclaimed in panic, rushing to check on him. Wait, the old man commanded, gesturing for them to stop as he peered into the water, where a figure was slowly rising. Not bad, old man. It seems I have lost, Goku said, enveloped in a white aura as he floated above them. You boy, I don't recall seeing you before. What is your name, and who is your master? At last, he asks. Goku smiled inwardly, stating, I am son Wukong, and I learned my skills from my grandfather, Son Gohan. Upon hearing this, Master Roshi smiled warmly. Oh, so you are Gohan's grandson. How is he faring? Is he in good health? He has passed away, Goku said, his expression turning somber. Master Roshi fell silent, stroking his beard thoughtfully. I see. Gohan was my student as well. If you do not mind, would you like to train in my turtle school? With those words, Goku slowly descended and bowed, saying, I would be honored. To be continued. Chapter 12. If you still like me when we grow up, let us marry. After making the pact to train on the island, Master Roshi ultimately agreed to lend the banana fan. However, akin to the storyline in the animated series, the fan seemed to be lost, prompting the old man to personally extinguish the flames of Fire Mountain. Meanwhile, Bulma steadfastly refused to use the Flying Nimbus, opting instead to summon a helicopter with a capsule, seemingly to prevent her boyfriend from getting too close to other girls. The following day, the group arrived at Chi-Chi's hometown, Fire Mountain. The fierce blaze engulfed the area, painting the sky a crimson hue. Chi-Chi's father, the Ox King, was a towering figure, robust and imposing, standing 9 feet tall with a corresponding waist. Upon seeing Master Roshi, the Ox King knelt with tears in his eyes, pleading for assistance to extinguish the raging inferno. Master Roshi, I beg of you, he earnestly implored. Oh, leave it to me, the elder replied, assuming an enigmatic demeanor. Goku, resting his hands behind his head, eagerly anticipated Master Roshi's forthcoming display of prowess. You must be the benefactor, son Wukong, whom Master Roshi brought along, right? The Ox King suddenly turned his massive frame, seemingly having heard something from Chi-Chi. Hello, Goku greeted with a smile. Ahaha, truly a young hero. If you wouldn't mind, why not be my son-in-law in the future? My daughter seems quite taken with you. The Ox King chuckled, scratching his head. Chi-Chi, visibly embarrassed, stomped her foot in frustration and ran off. Goku merely offered an awkward smile in response. Bulma, protective of Goku, kept a wary eye on the Ox King, fearing he might steal her man. My Goku would never become your son-in-law, she exclaimed. The Ox King looked embarrassed by the remark, but Master Roshi suddenly bellowed, his muscles bulging impressively. Instantly, he transformed into a formidable figure, radiating a powerful aura. Even from several meters away, Goku felt the overwhelming pressure of his combat power and instinctively inquired of the system. System, what is the old man's battle power? Ding. Reporting to the master. Master Roshi's battle power is 217,682. There's a threefold variance in battle power. Goku pondered, but soon realized that the higher end of that power stemmed from the energy in Master Roshi's palm. Kamehameha. Master Roshi's deep voice echoed around them, and Goku could distinctly sense the energy within Master Roshi, flowing with exquisite precision, coalescing in his hand. I see, Goku thought, confident that he could unleash the Kamehameha at that moment. He opened his skill panel and saw a new entry. Name, Kamehameha. Category, Skill. Rating, a signature technique throughout the Dragon Ball saga. The unique wave technique of the Sun family. With a sense of reassurance, Goku noted the differences were minor, and through time's refinement, he was confident that his Kamehameha would not be inferior to anyone else's. Wave. In the next instant, Master Roshi shouted, his palm glowing fiercely. A brilliant blue energy surged forth, crashing against the scorching flames of the mountain with tremendous force. Boom. The surroundings erupted in blinding light, powerful winds and dazzling brilliance rendering it nearly impossible to see. Goku shielded Bulma beneath him, his heart racing with fear. Undoubtedly, a direct hit from that attack would spell doom for him. The pressure was mounting. Yes, he had grown stronger over the past decade, yet in this world, he was but a minor player. The crux was that he needed to enhance his battle power. His prior confinement had led to a sense of complacency that he ought not to indulge. After acquiring the Dragon Balls, I should visit King Kai. Goku resolved silently, though he glanced at the lovely girl in his embrace. Goku Bulma's eyes sparkled with warmth, evoking memories of their cherished moments together. Before that, how about a honeymoon with Bulma? The flames of Fire Mountain were swiftly extinguished by Master Roshi, but the sheer might of the Kamehameha obliterated the mountaintop. In search of the Dragon Balls, Bulma began scanning the debris with her radar, while Goku found himself drawn to a secluded corner by Chi-Chi. Goku, about that, she hesitated. What is it? Well, about the engagement my father mentioned. You've held me on the Flying Nimbus, so? She trailed off shyly. So what? So, when I grow up, will you marry me? Chi-Chi covered her face, blushing. Goku appeared troubled. Honestly, he was already with Bulma, yet he felt it inappropriate to refuse the girl. Perhaps I should let it unfold naturally. Who knows if Bulma and I will remain together? Goku contemplated, recalling Vegeta and the intricacies of fate and peculiarities. Speaking of which, if Bulma and I are so affectionate now, will Trunks even be born in the future? Will the future version of him fight me here? Or will there be strange entities like the Kai of Time? Goku's thoughts wandered until he was interrupted by Chi-Chi's disheartened expression. Why, you're not going to agree, are you? Chi-Chi gazed at Goku in silence, her head drooping in disappointment. No. I just wanted to ask, do you like me? Yes, I do. The girl responded without hesitation, wiping her eyes. I like you too, Chi-Chi, that S. Wonderful. Let us make a promise when I grow up. You must marry me. All right. If you still like me when you grow up, then we shall marry. Ah, I found it. The 7-star ball. Wonderful. Now we just need one more Dragon Ball to make our wish. In the rubble, Bulma danced with joy, clutching the 7-star ball and rushing to Goku, eagerly seeking praise. Well done, Bulma. Goku affectionately ruffled her hair and examined the 7-star ball closely. Ding. Main quest. Collect all 7 Dragon Balls. Progress. 6-7. Just one more to go. He polished the Dragon Ball's surface with his clothing before placing it into his inventory. If all went as anticipated, the final Dragon Ball should be with the Pilaf gang. He would check with Yamcha about the situation there. Having wrapped up matters here, Goku decided to attempt the Kamehameha in the manner of Master Roshi, feeling quite pleased with himself afterward, though Master Roshi pointed out areas for improvement. Subsequently, Goku received numerous tips from the old master. Gradually, Goku sensed a shift in his energy flow and soon, realizing something was amiss, he opened his status panel. ID, Rotor age, 18 battle power, 122.99, A, stamina, 100 energy, 73 attributes, strength, A defense, B, A energy capacity, A agility, B additional attributes, perception, E charm, F skills, 1. Crane's egg break kick 2, annihilation kick 3, flight technique, intermediate, 4. Twin dragons play with pearls 5, instant transmission 6, wolf Fang Fist 7, new, Kamehameha 8, new, Roshi-style energy manipulation, beginner, talents, 1, near-death enhancement 2, rational great 8 permissions, evil modification? To be continued. P.S. To clarify, some readers may have doubts about Master Roshi's battle power. A brief mention is warranted. The author perceives that the energy of the earth can modulate combat prowess, signifying the fluctuations of chi. In the original text, during the Wukong Z era, the combat power of Goku was recorded at 412, while the eruption of the Kamehameha technique elevated his strength to 924. In contrast, Piccolo's baseline was 407, yet the might of his special beam cannon reached an astounding 1300. Therefore, I find it difficult to accept the notion that Master Roshi's combat power is merely a fixed value of 200. Chapter 13, Permission Upgrade. Has the mastery of Chi transformed into the Turtle Hermit's Chi manipulation technique? Has he merely grasped it roughly? Yet the control of Chi has become significantly smoother, enhancing his combat power so drastically. Feeling the changes within his body, Goku was astonished. It was evident that he needed to train on Kame Island for a while. As for Bulma, he decided to enlist her help in constructing a gravity chamber. After acquiring the 7 Dragon Balls, Goku departed from Fire Mountain with Bulma. Chi-Chi chose to rebuild their home with her father, while Master Roshi flew back to his island. Bulma, there's a small town ahead. Let us rest there first, Goku said softly to the girl nestled in his arms while riding on the Nimbus. It's still early. Aren't we going to search for the Dragon Balls? She inquired, a hint of confusion in her voice, though she herself was eager for a respite. Rest assured, I have confidence in locating the last Dragon Ball. All right. Then let us see what kind of clothes we can find in the town. Oh, if only there were some bunny girls. Ugh, you're insufferable. All right. Let us grab a bite first. Goku was genuinely a bit hungry, although the Saiyan meal provided by the system was filling. It couldn't compare to the freshness and deliciousness of local cuisine. After indulging in a hearty meal at a restaurant, he joyfully stepped out with Bulma, though she had footed the bill. As they wandered through the mall, Bulma had many items in mind to purchase, and Goku would place them into his inventory. Though Bulma found his ability rather peculiar, she refrained from commenting further. At times, when Goku felt Bulma took too long to choose clothes, he would flirt with other young girls, significantly shortening their shopping time. His little girlfriend seemed intent on keeping a close watch on him. Why do you keep looking at others? You ought to pay more attention to your girlfriend. Bulma pouted, indignantly exclaiming. Then, that night, she cried and wailed, claiming she would never dare again. At midnight, Goku quietly rose from the bed, observing the peacefully sleeping Bulma. After changing his clothes, he exited the inn. The reason was simple. During their shopping trip, a gang of bunny thieves had triggered a hidden quest. Beep. Hidden quest activated. Deliver the bunny gang leader to the moon. This unexpected turn of events did surprise Goku, for he had forgotten much of the animated storyline from his childhood. Subsequently, he began to inquire about the bunny gang, learning that their leader possessed a strange magic capable of transforming people into radishes. This revelation made Goku cautious. After all, Majin Buu could use magic to turn beings into chocolate, and he had no intention of being foolishly toyed with. Indeed, the most baffling aspect of this world is its bizarre magic. In the stillness of the night at the inn's entrance, Goku, clad in a black martial arts uniform, pointed his finger to his forehead and silently chanted, "Instant transmission." In an instant, he vanished from his spot, reappearing at a mahjong table. What? The bunny gang leader was left dumbfounded, utterly unprepared for someone to suddenly appear in his casino. The surrounding bunnies were equally stunned, as such a reality was beyond comprehension. "Perish, scum," Goku sneered, gathering a surge of energy in his hand, which erupted in a flash. Boom. With a single blast, a massive hole was blown through half of the building, shattering nearby glass. Amidst the thick smoke, Goku dragged the bunny gang leader's body into the sky. Swish, swish, swish. Dispelling the clouds to reveal the azure sky, Goku radiated a brilliant white aura as he ascended rapidly, acutely aware that the surrounding air was becoming increasingly thin. Is it impossible? At this level, I cannot even breach the atmosphere. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, feeling his energy depleting rapidly, Goku expended every ounce of strength to hurl the bunny's body toward the moon. "Huh," he shouted, watching the figure diminish against the horizon as he concentrated the Kamehameha wave in his palm. In the next moment, a blinding light erupted. The azure wave surged forth, propelling the diminutive figure toward the sky, breaking through the atmospheric barrier. Ultimately, it struck the lunar surface, creating a colossal crater. Beep. Hidden quest completed. Reward: evil modification permission level increased. Indeed, the task is accomplished once the bunny reaches the moon, though it's merely a dismembered fragment. High above the stratosphere, Goku exhaled, allowing his body to plummet freely toward the earth below. As for the evil modification permission, he would look into it tomorrow. For now, returning to embrace his wife in slumber was of paramount importance. The following morning, Goku opted not to engage in his usual physical training, feeling utterly exhausted. He lay in bed, holding Bulma close while reviewing the permissions he had gained the night before. Name: evil modification category. Evaluation: corrupted. Corrupted. Those possessing this permission may disregard certain rules. Pending development. Is it truly that powerful? On the bed, Goku furrowed his brow, recognizing the significance of this and feeling both excited and apprehensive. "What's wrong, dear?" Suddenly, the girl beside him awoke and pecked him on the cheek. "Nothing. I was just pondering that after all this time, there should be news from the Dragon Balls." With that, Goku rose from the bed and stepped onto the balcony to make a phone call. "Yamcha, how is the situation?" There was a brief moment of silence on the line before a response came. "You're the one who took the Dragon Balls, right?" "Haha. I, Emperor Pilaf, shall inform you that your companion is now in my custody. If you wish for him to live, you must hand over the remaining 6 Dragon Balls." The voice on the phone was sharp and sardonic, resembling that of a child yet tinged with an elderly rasp. "Yamcha has been captured? What a fool. However, the one on the line must be the leader of that peculiar trio, right?" Goku's interest was piqued, feeling as if a comedic anime character was calling him. "Oh, is this Emperor Pilaf? If I'm not mistaken, the last Dragon Ball is in your possession, isn't it? If you wish to avoid death, I advise you to deliver it promptly." Upon hearing this, a cacophony of murmurs emerged from the other end, as if he were conversing with someone else. Then, Pilaf retorted defiantly, "You're all talk. If you can find us, I'll write my name backward." "Is Yamcha still alive?" "Alive, yes. What is it to you?" "From your tone, it doesn't seem like you intend to negotiate for his release, does it?" "As long as he is alive, I accept your terms. I will exchange the Dragon Balls for him." So straightforward. Upon hearing Goku's words, the voice on the other end clearly hesitated before resuming its muttering with others. "Cough. Let us set a time to meet in the western wilderness. We'll exchange cash for goods. No problem, right?" "None at all. As long as you don't harm my brother." Goku leaned against the windowsill, readily agreeing. "All right. It's a deal." With a decisive click, the call ended. At last, it seems I can gather all 7 Dragon Balls. Goku sighed with relief and proceeded to find Bulma once more. Chapter 14. Alas, God of Tea, you have changed. After enjoying breakfast, Bulma cheerfully settled the bill. The two indulged in some affectionate moments at the inn before joining Goku on their journey towards a desolate region in the west. Pilaf and his companions had been waiting for them there. As Goku surveyed the surroundings, he noted the presence of several heavy weapons, including mortars and tanks. Through his perceptive abilities, he discerned that Yamcha seemed to be hiding in a corner, unrestrained. Goodness, has he betrayed us? Goku speculated inwardly, realizing that the evil transformation had not been particularly effective. Perhaps it merely forced his adversaries to comply temporarily. Bulma, wait for me on the Flying Nimbus. I will return shortly, Goku instructed his young companion, and before she could respond, he vanished, reappearing before Pilaf and the others. Ah, he has appeared, Pilaf exclaimed in surprise, his small stature resembling that of a child, though his goblin-like face bore an uncanny resemblance to Grogu from Star Wars, albeit less endearing. Beside him stood a dark-haired girl in military attire, brandishing a submachine gun aimed at Goku, while a ninja with an Akita-like face hastily drew his katana. Who are you? Pilaf demanded, pointing at Goku. Do not be alarmed. I have merely come to negotiate a hostage exchange, Goku replied, maintaining an air of calm that suddenly instilled an unprecedented pressure in Pilaf. Then, you must show us the goods first. Very well, here you go. Goku tossed a bag towards Pilaf. The three quickly opened it, revealing the 6 Dragon Balls they had sought for years. Splendid, Boss Pilaf. Now we can finally conquer the world. Ha. Today, I, King Pilaf, shall achieve unparalleled fame. Ah. Goku watched in bemusement, thinking to himself that he truly was a comedic character. Where's the person? It's time for you to release him. Humph. I didn't expect you to be so righteous. Xiaowu, go release that man, Pilaf commanded, and soon the girl named Xiaowu emerged, dragging a bound Yamcha. How peculiar. Are there 2 Yamchas? Goku furrowed his brow, sensing another Yamcha's energy lurking in a different direction. Who is this Yamcha before me? Ah, it's wonderful that you've come to rescue me, Goku, Yamcha exclaimed, appearing genuinely moved. Yet, as he approached Goku, the latter instinctively retreated, sensing something amiss. Who are you really? Goku asked warily, recalling how he had previously spared Yamcha. TSK, have I been exposed? Yamcha smirked deviously, then threw several smoke bombs to the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Clouds of smoke erupted. Amidst the chaos, someone seized the Dragon Balls and began to flee. In an instant, Goku noticed a shadow darting through the smoke. Bellowing, despicable scoundrel. Prepare to meet your demise. It was none other than Yamcha, who swung a steel blade at Goku. Goku snorted, swiftly evading the attack. Concerned that the smoke might be laced with a tranquilizing agent, he remained cautious despite his strength. Yamcha, why are you attacking me? I came to rescue you. Goku frowned, recalling how he had previously shown mercy. Humph, do not pretend we are companions. Tell me, what did you feed me that day? Though it healed my wounds. The brainwashing effect is an undeniable fact. Did you do the same to that lady? Yamcha accused, pointing at Goku with a righteous demeanor. Sigh. He still clings to my Bulma. He nearly met his end at her hands. Oh, how the god of tea has changed. Goku sighed, exasperated. Brainwashing? Do not be ridiculous. Using such methods on women is quite pointless. Consider this. If I were truly that kind of scoundrel, would I only have Bulma by my side? Oh, her name is Bulma? Yamcha realized, his expression shifting to one of infatuation. Oh dear, I should swiftly dispose of this fool. Sensing an unsettling chill, Goku acted swiftly, launching himself towards Yamcha. Come on, Yamcha shouted, attacking once more. Goku gathered his energy into a blade, calmly meeting the descending steel. Clang, the blade shattered, and Goku's energy slice tore through Yamcha's chest, eliciting a pained cry. Boom. Goku kicked Yamcha away and, without looking back, dashed towards Pilaf and the others who were attempting to flee. He is coming. Xiaowu, Ashu. Quickly stop him. Pilaf shouted desperately, clutching the Dragon Balls. While the ninja and the military girl pivoted to confront Goku, opening fire. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets struck Goku, but to him, it felt like mere pinpricks. Insignificant in comparison to his power. Goku transformed into a force of nature, landing a powerful punch to Xiaowu's abdomen, rendering her unconscious. The ninja swung his katana. But Goku effortlessly caught it between 2 fingers, snapping the blade with a resounding crack. The ninja, stunned, dropped to the ground in defeat. However, Goku showed no mercy, stomping the ninja's head into the earth. Quite resilient, he chuckled, pointing his finger at Pilaf. Instant transmission. With a crack, Goku appeared before Pilaf, delivering a kick that sent him sprawling. Gah! Pilaf shrieked as he fell, the Dragon Balls spilling from the bag. Observing the fallen foes, Goku sighed, feeling as if he had become the villain. Now, tell me, where is the last Dragon Ball? Goku seized Pilaf's head, lifting him up. You You think I'll tell you? Never. Pilaf blustered, only to be thrown back to the ground. Is that so? Goku activated the Dragon Ball radar, confirming the location before heading towards Pilaf's airship. Seeing this, Pilaf slowly rose, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Soon, Goku located the final Dragon Ball in the cockpit of the airship using the radar. The next moment, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding! 7 Dragon Balls collected 7-7. Collection successful. Main quest completed. Skill acquired. Scoundrel Combat Technique. Name: Scoundrel Combat Technique. Category: Skill Function. Combat Evaluation. A fusion of various offensive techniques, including the Annihilation Kick, Crane-style Egg Smash, and Twin Dragons playing with pearls. Capable of swiftly exploiting enemy weaknesses. As the saying goes, no man is a true man without a bit of wickedness. Such ruthless methods can even give you the upper hand against foes stronger than yourself. So, I have grown stronger again. Goku smiled, then cheerfully opened his attribute panel. ID: Scoundrel Rod. Age: 18. Combat Power: 10302. A. Stamina: 100. Energy: 73. Attributes: Strength, A. Defense, A. Energy Capacity, A. Agility, B. Additional attributes: Perception, E. Charm, F. Skills: 1. Scoundrel Combat Technique, Beginner, 2. Air Dance Technique, Intermediate, 3. Instant Transmission, 4. Kamehameha, 5. Turtle School Key Manipulation, Beginner, Indeed. My previous techniques have transformed into the Scoundrel Combat Technique. Even the Wolf Fang Fist has vanished. Goku pondered silently, quickly resolving to take action. After fulfilling my wishes, perhaps I shall practice with Yamate. But what wish should I make? Chapter 15. A Twist of Fate on the Other Side. Pilaf struggled to his feet. The injuries from the recent brutal beating were severe, yet they paled in comparison to the Dragon Balls. Glaring at his incapacitated companions, he clenched his teeth and resolved, at this point, I must activate Plan B. He then produced a remote control and swiftly pressed a button. With a thunderous boom, the airship housing Goku erupted in flames. Not only that, but surrounding mortars and tanks also turned their barrels towards the airship and opened fire. The desert plain shook with violent explosions as fire formed mushroom clouds in the sky. A powerful shockwave lifted Pilaf into the air, yet he felt no despair. Instead, he gazed at the rising mushroom cloud with a foolish grin, as if it were a symbol of victory. Little Wu, Asu. Pilaf glanced around, realizing his minions had all fallen. In the distance, Yamcha was bleeding profusely, while Puar, disguised as Yamcha, reverted to his original form and was now concerned for his friend's condition. On the horizon, Bulma, riding on the Flying Nimbus, watched the distant explosion with growing anxiety. Though her partner was formidable, such a devastating attack could spell disaster. Goku. The girl began pounding the Nimbus, but it seemed unresponsive. Hurry. Get over there. Your master is in danger. Yet the Nimbus remained unmoved. In the heart of the explosion, Goku pulled a shard of metal from his body and spat out a mouthful of blood. As he checked his status panel, he sensed something amiss, but never anticipated the danger would strike so swiftly. Goku had believed that with his instant transmission, he would remain invincible, yet he had underestimated the threat. The fierce explosion had come too quickly for him to react, resulting in a significant setback. Had he fully unleashed his aura for protection, he would not have been caught so off guard. After consuming a senza bean, clarity returned to his mind. What foolish mercy to have spared them. I thought it might serve some purpose. How laughable. Goku tore off his bloodied shirt, his fists gradually clenching. As the ringing in his ears subsided, vitality surged through his flesh once more. Indeed, he was prepared to kill. With a resounding boom, a white aura enveloped him, and he soared from the charred ruins. Goku fixed his gaze upon the individuals below, noticing their faces contorted with terror, their eyes shrinking as though they beheld a demon. What? He is still alive? This is impossible. Yamcha coughed blood and staggered to his feet, while Pilaf stood frozen, dumbfounded. Asu, his canine companion, barely regained consciousness, appearing bewildered. With an impassive expression, Goku gathered energy into a ki blast in his palm. The next moment, a barrage of ki blasts erupted like a machine gun. Boom, boom. The dense explosion sent Pilaf and his associates flying, while Yamcha and Puar braced themselves against the onslaught. They survived that? Truly, they were comedic characters. Goku sneered and shot towards Pilaf's location. It's over. Pilaf screamed, instinctively pulling Asu in front of him as a shield. Boom. A devastating kick sent Asu howling into the sky, only to be obliterated by a ki blast moments later. In less than a second, Goku's right fist shattered Pilaf's skull, while his left palm's ki blast tore through Pilaf's body. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of human footsteps raced closer. Oh no! Wolf Fang Fist. Yamcha lunged at Goku, his punch imbued with a howl, more ferocious than before. Goku scoffed, altering his technique to counter with the same Wolf Fang Fist. The outcome was inevitable. Crack. The immense disparity in power caused Yamcha's elbow to shatter grotesquely before he could even scream. Goku's dual dragon technique pierced his eyes. Aya! My eyes! Yamcha fell to the ground, writhing in agony. Witnessing this, Poir rushed over in a panic. Don't kill Yamcha, please. The little blue cat stood defiantly, ready to sacrifice himself. Goku coldly regarded him, wiping the blood from his face with a smirk. Why is it that I recall sparing your lives? Only for you to betray me now? At his words, Poir's expression shifted from guilt to resignation as he knelt before Goku. Please, grant us a swift end. Moments later, a brilliant blue energy erupted, a Kamehameha wave. Yamcha and Poir's bodies were reduced to ashes in the explosion. Has it ended? Goku sighed deeply, then slowly ascended, beckoning the Nimbus from the sky. Using the Kamehameha to send Yamcha off is quite a generous parting gift. Truthfully, he harbored no desire to kill, but fate had conspired against him. It was all forced upon him. Perhaps in this world, Yamcha would no longer exist as a memory. Goku did not despise the idea of everyone gathering together as a family. In fact, he yearned for it, but the wheels of destiny had irrevocably turned. Is everything a choice dictated by the Stone of Fate? Alas, I hope the Time Patrol will spare me. Back atop the Nimbus, Bulma rushed to embrace Goku, tears streaming down her face. It seemed the recent battle had frightened her deeply. Wow, liar. You said you'd be back soon, yet you've made me worry so much. Although no injuries were visible, Bulma's heart ached at the sight of Goku's disheveled state. My dear, I'm exhausted. We should take some time to rest. We've gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. We must discuss our wishes thoroughly. Goku spoke gently, though he had already formulated his wish. He felt it necessary to consider Bulma's contributions as well. It's all right, Goku. My wish has already come true. The Dragon Balls no longer hold any significance. She gazed at Goku, her eyes reflecting his image, a blend of affection and playfulness. Goku felt his heart stir, and soon they were entangled in each other once more. In this tender moment, Goku felt a flicker of doubt, but it was quickly overshadowed by Bulma's presence. On Frieza's spaceship, Achu, in the main chamber, the prince suddenly sneezed. Damn it, why do I feel so irritable lately? Vegeta cursed, his fists smashing through the conference table. Ever since his homeland was inexplicably destroyed, he had not felt this much displeasure. Lost in thought, he decided to seek out Nappa and the others for training. To be continued, Chapter 16. After summoning the dragon, the system betrayed me again. On the following dawn, 2 figures stood in the desolate expanse. After conferring with Bulma, Goku resolved to fulfill his wish. He arranged the 7 Dragon Balls meticulously and then shouted towards the heavens. Come forth, dragon. Boom. A bolt of lightning struck the crystalline Dragon Balls, and a colossal beam of light surged into the sky, spiraling upward in concentric circles. The entire sky darkened. And as the blinding radiance dissipated, azure scales emerged, revealing the immense head of the dragon, which gazed down at Goku with overwhelming authority. Human, state your wish. The dragon intoned, exhaling a powerful gust of wind that tousled Goku's hair. Bulma fainted from the pressure, prompting Goku to steady her as he addressed the dragon. Dragon, I wish for eternal life with the woman I cherish. Before he could finish, Goku hesitated. No, wait a moment. What's wrong, dear? Bulma asked, trembling behind him. The cause of his pause was the newly presented main quest from the system that had plunged Goku into contemplation. Beep. Main quest activated. Upgrade the system using your wish. Could this truly be the main quest? I wonder what the reward entails. Goku felt a surge of curiosity, sensing that choosing to upgrade the system in this moment might yield unexpected outcomes. As for eternal life, could anyone truly attain it? Perhaps akin to the king of all? But what would be the method for achieving immortality? Even the immortality granted by the Super Dragon Balls was not absolute. Perhaps merely acquiring an extended lifespan would suffice as a reward? However, the fact that the system can be influenced by the dragon presents a significant dilemma. Beep. Reminder, the system requires divine power from the dragon to upgrade and provide greater permissions for the Master's use. Ah, I see. Goku speculated that by not adhering to the system's trajectory, he might wish for a healing factor akin to Deadpool's. subsequently exploiting the near-death enhancement bug to drastically elevate his combat prowess. Yet, should he encounter an insurmountable foe, it could lead to a fate reminiscent of the endless torment of the immortal princess. The dragon, observing Goku's silence, spoke in a deep tone. Eternal life refers to living for an extended duration. However, there is a caveat. The increase in lifespan can only be conferred upon you alone. Upon hearing this, Bulma turned her gaze toward Goku, who smiled gently at her before addressing the dragon. Then, please upgrade my system. At his words, the dragon's eyes glimmered with red light as it slowly proclaimed, as you wish. The sound of wish fulfillment echoed, yet the dragon's voice seemed to lack vitality. It ascended, its azure form rapidly withering before Goku's eyes, while the Dragon Ball soared into the sky, exploding into a 7-pointed starburst as the sky regained its cerulean hue. Is the dragon becoming weak? Goku's reflexes kicked in as he leapt into the air, deftly snatching a 4-star ball. In the next instant, he felt an immense divine power flooding his mind, and the system interface began to coalesce, gradually revealing the silhouette of a girl. Beep. The system is upgrading. Calculating upgrade duration. Beep. Calculation complete. Expected completion in 100 years. What? Goku was taken aback, never anticipating that the system would betray him at this juncture. Beep. Attention, Master. During the system upgrade, to prevent loss of functionality, the character attribute interface and item inventory will be preserved, while the shop interface, lottery interface, and quest interface will be disabled. Please focus on training during the upgrade to avoid the fate of perishing alongside the system. Hey, wait, Goku shouted, clutching the petrified 4-star ball in disbelief at its transformation, and hurriedly opened the system panel only to find the shop and lottery interfaces gone. Moreover, the lottery tickets he had saved for an extended period to exchange for practical skills had turned into gibberish. Damn it, Goku, who usually prided himself on his patience, could not refrain from cursing. After all, he had endured 10 years in the spirit room. It nearly pushed him to transform into a Super Saiyan. Goku sighed deeply, reminding himself that one must maintain inner peace. Otherwise, how could he ever master Ultra Instinct? It was truly frustrating. His propensity to anger made him feel more like a villain. But why did a girl's silhouette appear on the system page? He pondered. But now was not the time for idle speculation. He would have to investigate it thoroughly later. The next day, Bulma expressed her desire to return home, to the headquarters of the Capsule Corporation. Her family resided in a city in the Western continent. Upon arriving home, she eagerly introduced Goku to her parents. Amusingly, Goku had brought numerous local specialties, ensuring he did not overlook any of the various customs from his previous life. Oh my, you are too kind, Mrs. Brief said, smiling as she touched her cheek and accepted the gifts. Mr. Brief was quite amiable towards Goku, displaying no inherent bias against his son-in-law. The underlying reason seemed to be his singular focus on research, which rendered him somewhat neglectful of his children. However, Mrs. Brief was quite the opposite. Scarcely had they settled in when she began inquiring when the couple would have children, causing Bulma to blush furiously. Perhaps feeling uncomfortable at home, Bulma suggested they return to Paozu Mountain, where they could enjoy a few days of unrestrained bliss, after which they tidied up the nearby mountainous area. Subsequently, the dilapidated little shack was transformed into a luxurious villa with the help of the Capsule Corporation, complete with a swimming pool and hot springs. Goku spent most of his time engaged in physical labor, repairing the roads in the mountains, while Bulma took to experimenting with cooking, attempting dishes like braised dinosaur arms and lion head meatballs, though the results were invariably disastrous. Thus, as days and nights passed, their lives began to settle into a tranquil harmony. The original Dragon Ball saga had not yet concluded, yet it seemed as if they had seamlessly transitioned into the Z era. Oh no, I must go train with Master Roshi. In the middle of the night, Goku, holding his wife, suddenly jolted awake from his slumber. Huh, what's wrong? Bulma murmured sleepily, and soon they both drifted back into a soft slumber. The following morning, Goku explained to Bulma that he needed to go train on Kame Island. His girlfriend appeared quite reluctant and even threw a small tantrum. Dear, formidable enemies may arise in the future. I must seize this opportunity to grow stronger. Then, why not take me along? Goku instinctively covered his face, feeling that Bulma had become increasingly foolish since they began dating, which simply would not do. Silly girl, just call me when you miss me, and I can teleport to you instantly. But first, you need to learn to control your ki, and besides, you promised to help me research the gravity chamber next. The one calling others foolish is the true fool. Well, that is also true. Goku, you indeed possess such abilities. All right, I will certainly assist you from now on. Bulma pouted but smiled happily when Goku embraced her. Thus, Goku dedicated half a month to instructing Bulma, and with the aid of a lavish package, she finally began to develop some sensitivity to ki. In all honesty, Goku could easily teleport to Bulma, having initially tapped into her ki for his first use. His primary intention was to help her strengthen her body. A couple of days later, Goku first escorted his girlfriend home to focus on researching the gravity chamber, then utilized instant transmission to arrive at Kame Island. Indeed, from this day forth, he would strive diligently in his training. To be continued. P.S. I have been preoccupied with some matters lately, hence the delay in updates. Chapter 17. The arrival of Lan-Chi. By the way, regarding the Dragon Balls, it seems that their divine power has been exhausted, rendering wishes unattainable for a period of time. The 4-star ball in Goku's possession has transformed into a stone-like form. Next, we turn to the system. Aside from the character attributes and items in the inventory, all other functionalities are currently locked, leaving Goku unable to undertake any quests, which nearly drives him to the brink of frustration. Upon arriving at Kame House, Goku immediately spots a stunning blonde beauty clad in a black silk camisole, though she is currently engaged in a wild display of gunfire aimed at the house. Goku is taken aback. This voluptuous woman must be Lan-Chi, and she is presently in her Super Saiyan state. Old Turtle, what is happening? Are you alright? It seems you've been hit. Goku notices the old turtle lying on his back and expresses concern. Goku, you're here. Don't mind me, quickly. You must stop her. The old turtle groans, and Goku observes that he appears to have sustained only minor injuries. All right, leave it to me, Goku reassures, waving his hand dismissively as he strides toward the blonde Lan-Chi. Hey, what are you doing to my grandfather's house? Lan-Chi turns her head, frowning. Who are you? Ah, Goku, you finally made it. Kame Sennin peeks out from the house, only to be struck down by Lan-Chi's gunfire. Impressive marksmanship, Goku marvels, recognizing the notorious reputation of this lady bandit. So you're in cahoots with them? Lan-Chi aims her gun at Goku, her gaze sharp and penetrating. Yes, indeed. Goku replies calmly. Huh, just as I suspected. In that case, don't blame me for sending you and those two perverts to hell. With that, Lan-Chi fires her weapon. The bullets rain down upon Goku like a torrential storm, but in the next instant, multiple shadows appear before him, effortlessly catching the projectiles mid-air. With a soft pop, Goku crushes the 9mm bullets in his palm, scattering the remnants on the ground. He fixes a cold stare on Lan-Chi and gestures toward the slowly rising Kame Sennin. Don't say I didn't warn you. That old man you just shot is even stronger than I am. Do you really think you can act with impunity just because you're a bandit? TCH. Then how about this? Lan-Chi, realizing that her firearms are ineffective against Goku, produces a rocket launcher from seemingly nowhere and immediately fires it at him. Whoosh, the rocket, trailing a brilliant flame, spirals through the air before hurtling toward Goku's head. Goku, momentarily stunned, has no time to ponder the origin of her storage space. He merely leans back at a sharp angle, narrowly avoiding the explosive projectile. In a swift motion, Goku kicks the rocket launcher from her grasp, causing Lan-Chi to stumble. Yet, before she can retaliate, he seizes her wrist. What? What are you going to do? Realizing his strength, Lan-Chi's face pales as she attempts to kick him with her long leg. Goku sidesteps her attack, a playful glint in his eyes. I'm a proponent of gender equality, so I have no qualms about taking action against a woman. With a sharp crack, Goku delivers a swift blow to Lan-Chi's head, causing her to yelp in pain, her forehead flushed. Don't underestimate me, foolish man, Lan-Chi retorts, her expression a mix of emotions as she clutches her forehead, tears welling in her eyes while her other hand reveals a metallic object. Goku recognizes it at once. It must be the safety pin of a grenade. Could it be? When did this happen? He realizes, to his dismay, that a grenade is now attached to his wrist. Boom. An explosion reverberates, sending dust billowing into the air. Goku feels as though he has been struck by a childhood firecracker. Though the sound rings in his ears, he remains unscathed. Are we done with this nonsense? He sighs, slowly brushing off the dust from his clothes. Lan-Chi, with a huff, suddenly produces a handgun. But in the next instant, bang, a searing projectile whizzes past his ear, singeing a few strands of her golden hair. Boom. A massive wave rises from the coastline of Kame Island as Goku raises his palm toward Lan-Chi, his tone surprisingly forgiving. You may leave, I do not harm women. At his words, Lan-Chi trembles, collapsing to the ground. She gazes up at him, bewildered by his overwhelming strength. Not leaving? Do you wish to stay and do my laundry and cooking? Goku speaks coolly, knowing that a soft approach would not work with someone like her. Lan Chi's face flushes crimson as she stammers, I. Just as she attempts to speak, a gust of wind blows through, causing her to sneeze. Achoo. Ahem? Goku blinks, witnessing the transformation in the girl before him. Her hair instantly turns blue. A personality switch. Yes, I recall this aspect of her character. She has reverted to her normal state. Wah, what is happening? My forehead hurts, and my backside too. Why did you treat me like this? Blue-haired Lan Chi rubs her forehead, cheeks, and backside, bursting into tears. Seeing the girl weep inconsolably gives Goku a headache. No, please, I can't stand to see a woman cry. Oh dear, Goku, you really are something. The first thing you do upon arrival is make a girl cry. It seems you are destined to be a sinful man. Came Sinin, hands behind his back, slowly emerges from the small house, followed by a little monk, who, if he is not mistaken, should be his future good friend Krillin. Perhaps in this timeline, I can persuade Krillin to become my godson. Goku contemplates, deciding to subtly guide the boy when the opportunity arises. By the way, both Old Turtle and Krillin, for some reason, are dressed in matching black silk camisoles like Lan Chi. Hello, my name is Krillin. The little monk bows respectfully to Goku. Oh, what a polite young lad. Come here, Uncle Goku has some treats for you. Goku beams, retrieving some snacks from his inventory to offer to Krillin. Startled by the address, Krillin awkwardly accepts the snacks, staring at Goku in a daze. Are you all right, young lady? Perhaps you should sit inside for a moment? Kame Sinin kindly suggests. Observing Lan Chi's delicate and alluring demeanor, which, coupled with her current attire, nearly makes him drool. No, you are all bad people. Wah. Lan Chi cries even louder, throwing sand at Kame Sinin. It's a misunderstanding. I genuinely just wanted to help you. Kame Sinin clears his throat, his expression turning serious. Goku, Krillin, come here quickly and think of a solution. Yes. Both respond in unison as they rush over. Krillin pulls a funny face, attempting to cheer Lan Chi up, but to no avail. She merely hides her face and weeps. Goku strokes his chin thoughtfully, then retrieves a Senzu bean from his inventory, breaking it in half and tossing it into Lan Chi's mouth. Ahem. Lan Chi blinks in surprise, instinctively chewing. Soon, her headache fades, her ache subsides, and she feels a surge of vitality coursing through her. To be continued. Chapter 18. The ordinary Lan Chi, if the system's functions were still operational at this moment, Goku would undoubtedly hear. Ding. Lan Chi's affection level 20. Current affection level 25. Evaluation. The other party has begun to take a liking to you. What is happening? The blue-haired Lan Chi stood up, gazing in bewilderment at the crowd. Could it be that the legendary Senzu bean was just used? The turtle hermit leaned closer to Goku and inquired. Yes, Grandpa. Goku chuckled, scratching his head. Haha, thank you, handsome young man. Lan Chi laughed joyfully, sincerely thanking Goku as she held his hand. This stark contrast initially made him somewhat wary, but he soon relaxed. Goku recalled the Dragon Ball anime he watched as a child, where the blue-haired Lan Chi was beautiful, kind-hearted, and pure of spirit. She was the white moonlight in his youthful heart. The injury on your hand, could it have been caused by another version of myself? Lan Chi suddenly noticed the blackened wound on Goku's left palm, speckled with traces of blood, and with a mix of concern and guilt, she asked, It's nothing, just a minor scrape. That won't do. If left untreated, it could easily become infected. The blue-haired girl declared, returning to the small house and rummaging through the medical kit. Suddenly, the turtle hermit sidled up beside Goku and tentatively remarked, So, how do you find Lan Chi? Quite alluring, isn't she? Goku responded with an expression understood by all men. Meanwhile, Krillin, despite still being a child, understood enough to smirk mischievously. Though Lan Chi appears somewhat youthful, her figure is undeniably that of an adult. By the way, how did you manage to bring her here? Goku inquired with curiosity, causing Krillin to instantly wear a glum expression. He promptly divulged the reason, while the turtle hermit pretended not to hear. The reason was that when Krillin came to study, the old master required him to bring back a beautiful girl before he would teach him martial arts. As a result, Krillin ventured abroad, where he encountered the blonde Lan Chi amidst a police blockade, and after 2 months of evasion, he finally returned to Turtle Island. Recalling these events, Krillin was nearly in tears. He had to guard against both the blonde Lan Chi and the pursuers, but fortunately, The latter part of their ordeal saw Ranchi switch to her kind persona, allowing him to return to Turtle Island as desired. Mr. Goku, please come over here. From a distance, Ranchi beckoned, inviting Goku to sit on the steps at the entrance. Goku quickly complied, and during this time, they shared laughter. With Ranchi blushing as she bandaged his hand, her little fingers brushing against him. The turtle hermit and Krillin exchanged glances, then turned and walked into the house without a word. What's wrong? Ranchi asked, puzzled. Perhaps it's because you are too adorable, and my monopolizing your company might easily incite jealousy. Goku spoke candidly, prompting Ranchi to lightly punch him with her delicate fist, shyly exclaiming, You actually think I'm cute. Is it true? Yes, it is indeed true in the room. The master and disciple began to feel indignant upon hearing their conversation. However, Goku, being the sociable person he was, soon brought Ranchi back into the house to mingle with everyone. Having navigated social intricacies for years, he understood the importance of human relations. During their conversation, he discovered that Ranchi had been living there for some time, seemingly having already regarded the turtle hermit as her grandfather and Krillin as her younger brother. That evening, due to the limited space in the small house, which had 2 levels but only 2 bedrooms, the turtle hermit suggested that he share a room with Goku while Ranchi and the young Krillin shared another. After dinner, it was not long before they all prepared to rest. You're lucky, kid. Goku watched the tiny Krillin yawn as he ascended the stairs, then turned to the turtle hermit, stating that he would sleep in the living room. I truly apologize, Goku, if you and Ranchi are a couple. What? Goku, who was making the bed, turned around in surprise. Oh, it's nothing. The old master chuckled, closing the door to the master bedroom on the first floor. Goku soon lay down, reflecting on how he had always been accompanied by Bulma, feeling somewhat out of place. Goku, what's wrong? Can't sleep? Ranchi, emerging from the bathroom, asked curiously, seemingly just having brushed her teeth. I'm thinking about my girlfriend. Goku actually has a girlfriend? Well, it's only natural. It would be strange for someone like you to be single. Such words, well, I suppose my past interpersonal relationships were rather chaotic. But those were merely adult games, nothing serious. Goku believed he loved Bulma dearly, as he had never experienced such genuine feelings in his previous life, making him cherish it all the more. At this moment, what would your girlfriend be doing? Ranchi knelt beside Goku, her head tilted in curiosity. At this time, she would rest her head on my arm and we would chat together. Chatting? What do you usually talk about? Ranchi inquired, resting her head closer. Hey, Miss Ranchi, do you realize what you are doing right now? Goku was somewhat astonished. Yet when he gazed upon her pure and innocent face, he felt a sense of humility. Is she just naturally oblivious? It seemed she had no ulterior motives, merely leaning in instinctively. It was akin to a little rabbit presenting its neck to the big bad wolf. Miss Ranchi, do you wish to sleep with me tonight? Not really, why do you ask? Ranchi tilted her head in confusion. But we are already sleeping together, aren't we? The girl finally realized, her face instantly flushing with embarrassment, and a strong sense of shame made her curl up, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. And no. Is that not acceptable? After a lengthy pause, she finally mustered the courage to ask, trembling. Of course, as friends. It's perfectly fine for us to chat together. Goku shook his head outwardly, but inwardly he was elated. He found her adorable reaction quite amusing. Yes, chatting. Just chatting, right? Ranchi nodded, yet felt a strange emptiness inside. Goku immediately inquired about her past. From Ranchi, he learned that she was originally born into a loving family, but due to her dual personalities, she could not share memories, leading her to wander alone. Due to the troubles caused by her other self, the bounty on her head continually rose, ultimately resulting in a life of evasion. What a girl with a tumultuous fate, Goku mused internally, and when he came back to reality, he found that Ranchi had already fallen asleep beside him. Taking advantage of the moment, he decided to embrace her as if she were Bulma and closed his eyes. My apologies, Tien. QEQ. At the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Company, Bulma was anxiously pacing, clutching Goku's phone. She resolved to take a flight to Turtle Island the following day to deliver the communicator to that dog of a man. To be continued. Chapter 19. Xiaowu. The following morning, Goku awoke in a daze, only to discover that Ranchi had transformed into a golden-haired version of herself. Her cheeks flushed as she pressed a gun to his head. What on earth did you do to me last night? Why are we in bed together? The golden-haired Ranchi demanded, her face burning with embarrassment. Goku, feeling irked by the situation, was not pleased to be roused in such a manner. With a swift motion, he crushed the handgun into fragments and commanded Lan-Chi to kneel before him. Hey, foolish woman, are you not aware of the predicament you find yourself in? Surprisingly, upon hearing his words, the golden-haired Lan-Chi quieted down, turning her head away and mumbling, I just wanted to know the outcome. Who knows what wicked intentions you might have? Isn't it obvious? We've shared a bed. Goku retorted. What? Are you saying another version of me has already been with you? The golden-haired Lan-Chi blinked in astonishment, and then to Goku's surprise, she began to grin triumphantly. How bold of me, truly deserving of my reputation. Indeed, your man is hungry. As your boyfriend, shouldn't you do something about it? Goku pressed. I'll prepare breakfast for you, she conceded, her face reflecting her reluctance, before heading to the kitchen. Before long, the delightful aroma wafting from the kitchen roused Master Roshi and Krillin from their slumber. The two of them peered into the kitchen, only to recoil in shock at the sight of the golden-haired woman cooking. What? Master Roshi stammered, pointing at Lan-Chi. Don't worry, Grandpa. There shouldn't be any issues, Goku assured, still perched on the bed. However, chaos soon ensued, and the kitchen caught fire. Ultimately, Goku resolved the breakfast dilemma using the food from his inventory, while the golden-haired Lan-Chi sneezed amidst the smoke, reverting to her kind persona. Following the breakfast incident, Master Roshi took Krillin to deliver milk. Goku had intended to join them, but was met with a refusal. Hold on, Goku. Krillin has already fulfilled my task requirements. That's why he has training with me. If you want to train as well, go find yourself a beautiful woman, Master Roshi explained. Hey, that's not fair. It took a lot of effort for me to bring Lan-Chi back. Krillin interjected. Isn't delivering milk just a simple task? I could do it alone if I wanted. Goku thought it rather dull, recalling similar scenes from the animation. Perhaps finding a beautiful girl would be more entertaining. What if I bring Chi-Chi along? Goku suggested with a chuckle. That girl is out of the question. Master Roshi dismissed, harboring a poor impression of Chi-Chi. What about Bulma? I'll think about it, he replied. Let us get going, Master Roshi. We shouldn't waste time here. Right, good point. Master Roshi agreed. With that, the two hastily packed their belongings and departed from Kame House. Be careful on the road. Lan-Chi waved goodbye to her grandfather and brother, now donned in a maid outfit. Goku glanced at her, and she suddenly bowed her head shyly. Calm down. If I get discovered, I might be expelled from the school. Goku thought it prudent to complete their mission first. Just as they were about to set off, Lan-Chi called out to Goku. Goku, I made you a bento. Eat it on the way. Thank you. Goku accepted the lunchbox, only to be taken aback when Lan-Chi unexpectedly kissed him on the cheek. Make sure you eat it. After this bold act, she dashed back to her little house, leaving Goku touching his cheek in surprise. Wow. I've always been the one chasing girls, and now I've been pursued. After leaving Kame House, Goku first ventured to the West City. Upon arriving at the headquarters of Capsule Corporation, he learned from the briefs couple that Bulma had left early that morning. Sensing her energy, he discovered that she was piloting a plane over the ocean. Oh no, the two girls are about to collide. He immediately teleported to Bulma's side. Startled in the cockpit, Bulma gasped and then joyfully exclaimed, Goku, I missed you so much. Upon seeing her longed-for boyfriend, she leaped into his embrace. And the two melted into each other once again, despite having been apart for merely a day. After their affectionate reunion, Bulma promptly updated Goku on the progress of the gravity chamber. She had marked various locations on a map, as the chamber required specific minerals for experiments, and she hoped Goku could help collect them when he had the chance. Goku nodded in agreement, and after parting ways with Bulma at Capsule Corporation, he proceeded to Flame Mountain. Initially, he intended to check on Chi-Chi, but as he passed through a desolate area, he spotted a slender figure in a cloak, working on an off-road vehicle. Damn, what bad luck. The girl kicked the vehicle in frustration, then leaned against the shadow, feeling despondent. Will I die here? Recognizing the raspy voice, Goku's mind raced. Isn't that the girl in military attire from Pilaf's gang? I believe she's Trunks' girlfriend. What was her name again? With that thought, he flew over to her. Hey, what are you doing here? Goku asked while seated on his Nimbus. Upon hearing his voice, the girl looked up, her face stricken with terror. Why you? Are you here to kill me? Indeed, what are you going to do next? He replied nonchalantly. Humph. The girl immediately pulled out her gun and fired at him. Bang, bang. After a round of bullets, she watched in disbelief as Goku caught them all with one hand, her eyes widening in realization. So it wasn't a dream after all. She sank to her knees, murmuring to herself in a daze. I must admit, That day's battle was the first time I faced such a setback. You did well to injure me, Pilaf's gang. Goku stepped closer and seized her collar. What is your name? Xiaowu. Xiaowu is it? In retrospect, it was far too lenient of me to have killed you back then. You shall spend the rest of your life repaying the debt of your transgressions against me. But what do you intend to do? Do you know Yamcha? I used a certain mind-controlling technique on him. If you wish to avoid becoming my puppet, it would be wise to comply with my instructions. TCH. Xiaowu bit her lip, tears streaming down her cheeks. She instinctively began to loosen her clothing, only to be halted by Goku. What are you doing? Aren't we going to? She stammered. Foolish woman. Do you truly think I would find you appealing? Take a good look at yourself. Stunned by such humiliation, Xiaowu finally grasped the situation. Indeed, her days of wandering in the desert had taken a toll. Without water, her skin had become yellowed and parched. Not to mention, her vehicle had broken down. Then, what do you want to do? I will take you to a place for reformation. I understand. Xiaowu nodded, a sense of relief washing over her. It was a joy to be alive. Chapter 20. The Essence of the Turtle School in the Afternoon. Goku returned to Turtle Island with Little Dance. Are you asking me to be your maid here? Little Dance's expression was one of profound embarrassment. Indeed, this is your punishment. Goku replied nonchalantly. Upon returning to the small cottage and explaining the situation to Lam-Z, the girl appeared utterly delighted and immediately dressed Little Dance in a maid outfit. Perhaps having noticed Little Dance's earlier distress, Goku had fed her half a senzu bean, and her original vitality had now been restored. At present, Little Dance resembled a strikingly beautiful girl from a romantic anime, embodying the classic allure of a long-haired, cool beauty. Once adorned in the maid outfit, her bashful yet reproachful gaze added an intriguing charm. Standing beside Lam-Z, they resembled a pair of blooming twin flowers, leaving Goku momentarily spellbound. It can only be said that Trunks has quite the discerning eye. Do you find her attractive? Lam-Z inquired playfully, holding Little Dance's hand and striking a pose. Despite Little Dance's body still appearing quite stiff, Goku nodded, just as Master Roshi returned with a weary Krillin in tow. Oh, is this the lovely lady that Goku has brought back? Greetings. I am Master Roshi, he chuckled, flashing a peace sign. Krillin, panting heavily, collapsed onto the ground, revealing the strenuous nature of their training that day. Does this mean I've completed my task? Goku asked, hooking his hands behind his head. Yes, indeed. Starting tomorrow, I shall impart to you the true essence of the Turtle School. Master Roshi chuckled, stroking his beard, his eyes gleaming with a mysterious light. As night fell, the sleeping arrangements were once again established. Lam-Z and Little Dance shared a room, while Krillin and Master Roshi occupied another, leaving Goku to choose the living room for his slumber. That evening, Goku engaged in a lengthy phone conversation with Bulma, lasting 2 to 3 hours. His young girlfriend expressed a keen interest in such calls, insisting they should do so frequently. This, however, left Goku feeling somewhat uneasy, prompting him to leave the phone at home. The following morning began with the customary milk delivery task. This time, Master Roshi decided to bring Goku along, but unlike Krillin, he had prepared a notably heavy outfit for Goku. Upon weighing it, Goku estimated it to be several hundred pounds. Afterward, they traversed the sea and climbed the Heavenly Ladder Mountain, making their way between various cities. By midday, Goku finally began to feel some fatigue, though it was nothing compared to what he had endured before. Over these days, he had absorbed much of Master Roshi's guidance. It seemed the essence of the Turtle School lay in conserving one's energy and unleashing it in an instant when necessary. Through inspecting his attribute panel, Goku discovered significant fluctuations in his combat power. ID, Kakarot age, 18 combat power, 111 313, A stamina, 100 ki, 73 attributes, strength, a defense, a key capacity, agility, B additional attributes, perception, E charm. F is this the essence? To consciously lower one's combat power and relax the body. Master Roshi appears to be merely a frail old man, yet when he truly unleashes his power, he transforms into a muscular giant. It seems his understanding of the Turtle School's key manipulation technique has undoubtedly reached a masterful level. Goku mused, then focused on sensing the flow of his own energy within. It bore some resemblance to the turtle breathing technique from martial arts, capable of concealing one's true strength and presenting an unremarkable facade, while serving as an excellent tactic of deception. Moreover, it greatly enhanced his control over his energy, allowing him to rise to his peak potential in an instant. 1 month later, Goku could distinctly feel his combat prowess steadily increasing. Even as night fell and Krillin and Master Roshi returned home, Goku remained on the mountain training. Part of the reason was his desire to gather materials for Bulma. But Goku also sensed that he was on the verge of a breakthrough in his key manipulation technique. How exhausting. In the evening, feeling his energy completely depleted, Goku cast aside the heavy clothing and lay down on the ground. He then opened his attribute panel, ID, Scumrot Age, 18 Combat Power, 9412, S Stamina, 100 Ki, 0 Attributes, Strength, BA Defense, AS Key Capacity, AS Agility, BA Additional Attributes, Perception, E Charm, F Skills, Turtle School Key Manipulation Technique, Beginner Intermediate. Upon seeing this panel, Goku beamed with joy. He had now completely surpassed Master Roshi, being capable of rivaling even the Demon King Piccolo. All right, after dining here, I shall return home. Subsequently, Goku ignited a campfire on the spot and began enjoying a Saiyan nutritional feast. Moments later, he teleported back to Turtle Island. By now, it was past 9 in the evening, and the residents of Turtle Island had a habit of retiring early, so everyone had already returned to their quarters for rest. However, Ranchi remained quietly seated at the dining table, food set aside for herself. Since their parting kiss, the relationship between Goku and Ranchi had gradually become more intimate. At times, Goku would take the blonde-haired Ranchi for joyrides, while he would stay home with the blue-haired Ranchi, learning to cook together. Even Krillin remarked that they resembled a young couple. Didn't I say I wouldn't be home for dinner today? Goku asked, puzzled. At his words, Ranchi seemed to wake from a reverie, as if she had just dozed off. Ah, welcome back. Ranchi rose and pulled out a chair for Goku. I thought the food outside might lack in nutrition, so I prepared something special for you. Thank you, Ranchi. Goku instantly felt a sense of homeliness. Truthfully, he experienced a similar feeling when he was with Bulma, but the only difference was that Ranchi lacked a systematic approach to romance. This made the experience all the more fulfilling. Hee Goku, how was your training today? Now that you're back, would you prefer to eat first or take a bath? Or perhaps, eat you first? Goku instinctively drew Ranchi into his embrace, and the two began to share an intimate moment. No, there are others in the house. Just as their passion reached its peak, the blue-haired Ranchi suddenly snapped back to reality. Goku too felt that he was being overly audacious, so he summoned the Flying Nimbus, taking Ranchi soaring into the sky, reenacting a scene where the heavens served as their bed. Flying Nimbus, I've lost my purity. The next day, early morning, Little Dance had just awakened from her slumber, only to be astonished to discover that Ranchi's bed showed no signs of disturbance. Upon descending the stairs, she was immediately greeted by the delectable aroma wafting from the kitchen. I'm sorry, I overslept. I was supposed to make breakfast today. Upon entering the kitchen and seeing Ranchi busily preparing the meal, Little Dance felt a twinge of guilt. It's all right, it's nice to have a change sometimes. Ranchi beamed, her radiant beauty momentarily leaving Little Dance in a daze. Sister Ranchi, have you become more beautiful? Is that so? Hee, thank you. In the living room, Master Roshi stared at Goku and slowly began to speak. What is going on here? Huh, what? Goku replied, glancing at the television while changing channels with the remote. I'm asking you what on earth is happening. Don't you already have Bulma? How enviable. Truly enviable. Master Roshi collapsed onto the floor, throwing a childish tantrum. Second update, please urge for more. And leave reviews. Chapter 21. The true victor. Time swiftly passed, and 2 months had gone by. During this period, Goku expanded the small island and constructed a seaside villa for the inhabitants. Who would have thought you were quite wealthy? Master Roshi chuckled, stroking his beard with delight. Ranchi and Xiaowu erupted in joyous cheers, for the villa was equipped with a hot spring and numerous luxurious amenities, transforming Kame House into a perpetual vacation atmosphere. Meanwhile, Goku diligently pursued new skills, such as the Afterimage Fist, Solar Flare, and the legendary Universal Shock Palm, to prepare for future formidable foes. He specifically learned the magic Sealing Wave. Currently, he was collaborating with Krillin to study the Energy Blade technique. Brother Goku, I have only just begun to grasp the Kamehameha Wave. The Energy Blade is beyond my comprehension, Krillin exclaimed, somewhat exasperated, despite Goku's kindness towards him. Krillin felt as if Goku viewed him as a son. This realization had dawned on him recently, especially after Goku brought home a stack of adult magazines. Evidently to tempt Master Roshi, Goku's rapid learning pace only heightened Krillin's pressure. He felt overwhelmed by the sheer intensity of their training sessions. Indeed, one cannot bite off more than they can chew, Krillin mused, acknowledging the difficulty of finding his own path amidst such challenges. Goku nodded in agreement and turned to the rocky coastline, shouting, "Energy Blade!" A fierce aura coalesced in Goku's palm, swirling and accelerating, and with a powerful swing, he released the Energy Blade. A resounding explosion echoed as the rock shattered, yet the outcome fell short of his expectations. Goku sighed inwardly. While he had mastered previous techniques within days, the Energy Blade proved exceptionally challenging, leaving him somewhat disheartened. His desire was simply for the skill to appear in his attributes menu. However, Krillin, observing the demonstration, appeared to have an epiphany. Perhaps, to maximize the destructive potential, one must solidify the energy and utilize high-speed rotation. The key lay in mastering the compression of energy, akin to reaching the level of Master Matedo. Pondering this, Goku stroked his chin. So, it's about elevating the Kamehameha wave to a higher tier? It appears I must devote myself to further training. It's also time for a visit to Korin Tower to acquire some super divine water and Senzu beans. With this thought, Goku opened his attribute panel. ID, Scoundrel Rod Age, 18 Combat Power, 9417, SS, Stamina, 100 Energy, 89 Attributes, Strength, AS Defense, SSS Energy Capacity, SSS Agility, AS Additional Attributes, Perception, E Charm, F Skills, 1. Scoundrel Combat Style, Beginner, 2. Kamehameha Wave, Intermediate, 3. Instant Transmission, 4. Kamehameha 5. Magic Sealing Wave, 6. Universal Shock Palm, 7. Afterimage Fist Items, 1. Golden Staff, 2. Scion Beginner Nutritional Package X12, 3. Black Martial Arts GI, 4. Capsule Corporation Series Capsules, 5. Kamehameha Martial Arts GI, Equipped, 6. Scion Intermediate Business Package. As the World Martial Arts Tournament approached, Goku felt little inclination to participate. This year's championship would likely be a clash between himself and Master Roshi, and he had sparred with the old master numerous times. In terms of combat power, if Master Roshi did not unleash his full potential, he would struggle to last even 10 rounds against Goku, especially under the latter's weighted conditions. Goku departed from Kame House, venturing into a forested region in the eastern continent. Soon, he discovered Korin Tower, soaring into the sky amidst a primitive tribe. He refrained from disturbing the inhabitants, instead leaping onto the towering stone pillar and ascending straight up. At the summit, he found the small, pointed tower that served as the dwelling of Korin, the cat sage. True to the anime, Korin appeared as a small white cat wielding a staff. After besting him in a brief scuffle, Goku employed his mind-altering abilities to gain a bounty of Senzu beans and a modest supply of super divine water. Excellent. I now have both restorative and poisonous substances, Goku remarked with satisfaction, relieved to acquire these resources before they fell into the hands of a certain rotund individual. He then turned to the injured Korin, stating, "The cultivation of Senzu beans and production of super divine water shall be entrusted to you." Korin bowed solemnly, responding, "As you command." Meow Goku then instantaneously transported himself to the deity's sanctuary. He noted that sensing divine energy was notably more elusive, clearly distinct from that of mortals. It was only at the apex of Korin Tower, in proximity to the Heavenly Temple, that he could achieve such sensitivity. Inside the temple, the floor was adorned with pristine white marble, and at the center stood an opulent palace crowned with a golden roof. Evergreen-like plants surrounded the structure, and some trees featured circular leaf clusters, perhaps unique to the Namekian ecosystem. Upon entering the temple, Goku noticed Mr. Popo, whose skin resembled oil, staring blankly at him in astonishment. He had come seeking answers regarding the petrification of the Dragon Balls. As anticipated, the dragon had encountered some issues. Additionally, he wished to establish a rapport with King Kai to engage in training ahead of time. So the energy I sensed earlier belonged to him. Goku felt a twinge of wariness, recognizing that he likely could not defeat Popo at this moment. "Greetings. I am Son Goku. I have come to consult with Lord Kami," Goku stated, presenting a bell he had pilfered from Korin. "Apologies, but Lord Kami is not meeting with anyone at present. Please leave," Popo replied, dismissively. Without warning, he unleashed a swift strike. Goku felt a tremendous force of wind and narrowly evaded the attack using the afterimage fist. How formidable, Goku gritted his teeth, feeling the weight of pressure as he struggled to gauge Popo's strength. Seeing that Goku did not retreat, Popo left behind an afterimage and charged at him again. "What must I do to meet Lord Kami?" Goku bellowed. Popo remained silent, relentlessly attacking Goku. Despite Goku's best defensive efforts, he was still caught off guard. Damn it. If I don't show him my strength, I doubt he'll relent. With a resounding thud, Goku executed a precise kick that struck Popo below the belt. But to his astonishment, it had no effect. Stunned, Goku was then hit by a powerful punch. He tried to block with his elbow, but the immense force sent him flying. Good grief, he's incredibly strong. Goku gritted his teeth, feeling pain in his elbow, likely dislocated. As he observed the advancing figure of the black-clad stout man, his heart sank. Crack. Goku swiftly repositioned his arm, clasped his hands together, and began to chant, Ahem, aha. A brilliant blue energy gathered in his palms, compressing and solidifying. Popo remained unfazed, arms crossed, exuding an air of inscrutability. With a cold smirk, Goku instantaneously teleported in front of Mr. Popo, Kamehameha. In such close proximity, there was no escape, and Mr. Popo was struck directly by the Kamehameha wave. Boom. He was sent flying, seemingly taken aback by Goku's unexpected prowess. He crashed to the ground, his dark skin pressed against the earth, motionless. Goku glanced at Popo briefly before striding toward the temple. However, in the next instant, a black fist came crashing toward him. Goku barely dodged, yet still felt the impact graze his body. TCH. Wukong continued to dodge sideways, only to be sent flying by a powerful kick that knocked the breath from his chest. He fell heavily to the ground, propping himself up with one hand, and soon heard a deep voice emanating from within the temple. The answer you seek will only be revealed once you have defeated Piccolo. Upon hearing this, Wukong understood it was the will of the Supreme Being, and he clasped his fists together, saying, I understand. Farewell. In the next moment, he utilized instant transmission to return to Kame House. Truly formidable, he thought, grimacing in pain upon his return. After entering the villa, he discovered that only Xiaowu was at home. Teacher Wu Tian and Krillin have already gone to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. They have signed you up as well, so do remember to attend, she said, dressed in a maid outfit. Noticing Wukong's injuries, she fetched the medical kit. Allow me to tend to your wounds, she offered. Wukong reclined on the sofa, quietly observing as Xiaowu treated him. During these days, the young girl seemed to have resigned herself to her role, diligently working as a maid, merely seeking atonement for her unforgivable sins, unable to resist or refuse. Many times, she had witnessed her master engaging in activities that were best left unseen, leaving her in a state of despair. Fortunately, here she faced no difficulties. Her fulfilling life was rather pleasant, though she occasionally felt a sense of neglect. What are you thinking about? At that moment, her master slowly spoke from the sofa. Startled, Xiaowu's hands trembled, causing the bandage to roll off onto the floor. And nothing. I'm sorry, she stammered, hurriedly bending down to collect it. Soon, she felt her master rise, his strong arm grasping her wrist. Eh? The girl's expression shifted to one of panic, reminiscent of a scene she had stumbled upon while cleaning, where a comic featuring Master Roshi depicted a similar scenario. Even if it is feigned obedience, you have performed admirably during this time, and I am thoroughly pleased. After a moment of contemplation, her master continued, I shall grant you a brief respite. You need not remain here all day. However, he tilted her chin, his fingers caressing her soft, delicate lips. Do not forget your place. Until your sins are atoned for, you remain merely my possession. With that, he pushed Xiaowu aside and strode into the bathroom. In the living room, the maid found herself in a state of turmoil, seemingly lost in a whirlwind of chaotic thoughts, her long legs trembling involuntarily. After spending a night at Kame House, Wukong awoke early and gently nudged Xiaowu to prepare breakfast. Although the system's taskbar no longer displayed daily commissions, Wukong had long since adapted to the routine cultivated over 8 years within the Spirit Time Room. After a session of weighted training and enjoying the breakfast prepared by Xiaowu, he resolved to take her with him to witness the World Martial Arts Tournament. As Wukong soared through the sky on his Nimbus cloud, he activated his communicator, discovering several missed calls, most notably from Ranchi and Bulma. Reading their messages carefully, he felt a headache coming on. It seemed the two women had begun to suspect something, and a storm was brewing. Upon arriving at the tournament venue, the atmosphere was electric, teeming with an overwhelming crowd, as it was the day of the preliminary rounds. Fortunately, just as he reached the entrance, he spotted Krillin and the others. Ranchi stood by Master Roshi, holding an umbrella over him like a dutiful granddaughter, while Bulma pouted, her expression indicating her discontent. Suddenly, upon seeing Wukong, Bulma dashed over. Mr. Wukong. He instinctively embraced her, spinning her around. What's wrong, my dear? Bulma buried her face deep within his embrace, tears welling in her eyes as she pointed at Ranchi. You don't want me anymore, do you? Is she your new girlfriend? At this, Ranchi fell silent. Lowering her head, the group turned to look as Master Roshi pulled out a large watermelon, beginning to slice it for everyone. What? Why has it come to this? Had I known it would turn out this way, I would never have agreed to train. I've been working so hard for you. But why? Bulma sobbed heart-wrenchingly. Wukong sighed, pulling her close and kissing her deeply in front of everyone. I'm so sorry, my dear. I won't let you feel this way again, he vowed earnestly. Bulma gazed at him, wide-eyed. So, does that mean? Yes, rest assured, Bulma. I will never allow you to feel uneasy. You shall be happy. This promise extended to Ranchi as well. Huh. Bulma was momentarily stunned, while Ranchi's umbrella fell to the ground. I apologize, but you are all my wings. Wukong flashed a bright smile, and before anyone could react, he had instantly moved to Ranchi's side, wrapping his arms around her waist and kissing her deeply. Ah, no kissing, no kissing. Bulma protested, playfully punching him. Come with us, Ranchi. Yes. The blue-haired Ranchi leaned her head on Wukong's shoulder, a smile gracing her face even as tears shimmered in her eyes. I'm sorry, Grandpa. But I probably won't be able to participate in this tournament. There's so much I need to discuss with them. Wukong waved goodbye to Master Roshi, who nodded in understanding, sniffing softly, murmuring, how enviable. I'm off now, Krillin. Make sure to train hard. Krillin stared blankly as he watched Wukong embrace both women and depart. Ah, yes. Brother Wukong. Wait, don't leave me behind. Xiaowu exclaimed, rushing to wrap her arms around Wukong's waist. As he soared into the sky, he looked down at the crowd below, then pointed his finger at his brow while still holding Bulma. Farewell, Master Roshi. Farewell, little Krillin. Farewell, World Martial Arts Tournament. In the next instant, he activated instant transmission, whisking the three women away from the venue. Thus, a sensational rumor about this year's tournament emerged. A false victor claimed the grand prize of 500,000, while the true champion was enjoying a honeymoon with three beautiful wives. Chapter 22. 3 years Wukong returned to Baozi Mountain with the three women. Drawn by its luxurious surroundings and the tranquility it offered, having been previously renovated. Isolated from the world, this haven provided a serene existence. Over the past few days, Bulma had been sulking, immersed in her studies of the tenfold gravity chamber, refusing to acknowledge Wukong while simultaneously forbidding him from engaging with others. Meanwhile, Ranchi and Xiaowu maintained a harmonious relationship, reminiscent of their time on Game House. However, a month later, a sudden sneeze from Ranchi ignited a tumultuous confrontation. What? Are we to serve one husband? What nonsense is this? Am I not enough for you? No matter how much I adore you, I cannot accept such a situation. Disappointment marred the fair features of the blonde Ranchi. Wukong pondered that although her other persona remained silent, there was likely a deep-seated resentment. Surprisingly, she chose not to create a scene but instead left without hesitation. What a resolute woman. Wukong did not stop her, feeling astonished. He had assumed Bulma would be the first to depart, given that in the original story, Yamcha faced a similar fate. Yet here was Ranchi, leaving with such decisiveness. Witnessing this, Miss Bulma fell into a prolonged silence, eventually seeking Wukong's embrace, requesting his undivided attention. Wukong, let us prepare for marriage. I cannot wait any longer. This proposal placed Wukong in a moral quandary. After all, how could he forsake an entire forest for a single tree? He had already traversed realms. I'm sorry, Bulma. Soon, formidable foes will arrive, and I must be prepared. As for the wedding, let us postpone it. Yes, I understand, Bulma replied obediently. Wukong held the young woman close, feeling a pang of sympathy for her fervent devotion. Truth be told, he was reluctant to exercise his corruptive powers over those dear to him, for it seemed to sap the essence of life. Perhaps, I shall have to resort to that plan eventually. A week later, Wukong sought out Ranchi again. Discovering she had not strayed far, but had rented a room in a nearby town, equipped with a telescope to observe Wukong from afar. Thus, she had transformed from a girlfriend into a voyeur. Wukong easily breached Ranchi's psychological defenses, engaging in heartfelt discussions about the nature of women, whether they be public or private. Although their relationship was restored, Ranchi still chose to travel alone, perhaps feeling embarrassed to return. Yet, this was the behavior of the blonde Ranchi. Her counterpart, the blue-haired Ranchi, was gentle and obedient to Wukong. I understand. I will return. And you? Do not push yourself against formidable foes. As the sun set, Ranchi, on her motorcycle, declared with a hint of pride. Well, that is good. Wukong prepared supplies for her, including transformation capsules and self-defense weapons. Before parting, Ranchi wrapped her arms around Wukong's neck and kissed him deeply, a rare display of tenderness from her otherwise wild spirit. Goodbye, my dear. Wait for me at home. Thus, Ranchi departed from Baozi Mountain. Afterward, Wukong returned home to work alongside Bulma and the others on the tenfold gravity chamber. Over time, Bulma gradually accepted Xiaowu, who affectionately called her madam. Remarkably, Bulma consented to Xiaowu as companionship. Xiaowu is acceptable, but I will not tolerate any other women, Bulma declared imperiously, as though this were her utmost concession. She found it peculiar that she could not bring herself to dislike the long-haired maid. Eventually, through persistent persuasion, Wukong experienced the joy of a king no longer bound to morning court. A year later, the gravity chamber was successfully completed, accompanied by delightful news. Bulma was pregnant. This revelation came during the testing phase of the gravity chamber. Initially, Bulma lacked appetite and became increasingly lethargic, often seeking rest. Sensing something amiss, Wukong took her to the town clinic for examination. Upon receiving the news, he found himself at a loss, as he had never been a father in his previous life. In the following days, Xiaowu diligently took on the role of caretaker, ensuring Bulma's well-being. Soon, the brief couple arrived, and everyone lived together, providing mutual support. With Bulma's father, Mr. Brief, overseeing the gravity chamber's completion, although Bulma was slightly displeased, she soon let her frustrations subside. Initially skeptical of their daughter's relationship, given that she was infatuated with a notorious scoundrel, her parents gradually recognized that she was content and appeared quite happy. This support proved invaluable for Wukong, surely. Few had such benevolent in-laws. As spring arrived the following year, Bulma successfully gave birth to a daughter, whom Wukong named Sunbra. Months later, Ranchi returned, revealing she too was pregnant. Shortly thereafter, Xiaowu followed suit. In the third year, Wukong was now 21, a husband to 3 wives and a father to 3 daughters, Sun Bra, Sun Lan, and Sun Ai. Fortunately, the 3 wives no longer clung to past grievances, but instead devoted themselves to nurturing their family. They relocated to a large apartment building near the Universal Capsule Company in the western region. Ranchi, seemingly inspired, chose to conclude her life as a bandit and opened a restaurant, while Xiaowu continued her domestic duties, finding fulfillment in her role as a maid. Bulma commenced the next phase of gravity chamber development, occasionally prompting Wukong to wonder if she was overexerting herself. Most times, however, she was preoccupied with the children. Occasionally, she would accompany Ranchi and Xiaowu on shopping excursions, purchasing clothes for the children. Ultimately, among the household of 3 children, Wukong found himself with the most leisure time. Having done little of significance over the past 3 years, aside from the occasional world-saving endeavor or vanquishing a Red Ribbon army, in his spare moments, he trained on King Kai's planet to enhance his abilities. ID, Scoundrel Road Age, 21 Combat Power, 128 11,000, SSS, Stamina, 100 Chi, 100 Attributes, Strength, SSS Defense, SSS Chi Capacity, SSS Agility, SSS Additional Attributes, Perception, Charisma, F Skills, 1. Scoundrel Tactics, Intermediate, 2. Skydance Technique, Advanced, 3. Instant Transmission, 4. Kamehameha, 5. Kame School Chi Manipulation Technique, Advanced, 6. Universal Shocking Palm, 7. Phantom Fist, 8. Chi Element/Permissions, Corrupt Modification. Notice, current combat power has surpassed system observation limits. Please upgrade the system promptly. The upgrade is pending, but I must wait until 1997. He muttered, after enduring rigorous training in the gravity chamber. Utilizing techniques of near-death enhancement combined with senzu beans, Wukong's combat prowess experienced a remarkable transformation. Observing Wukong's self-destructive training, Bulma felt an inexplicable guilt, often questioning him. Is it true that future enemies will be unimaginably powerful? Wukong did not provide her with a definitive answer. He merely stated that he would do his utmost to protect them. Before the arrival of the Z era, Wukong even felt confident in transforming into a Super Saiyan. However, as a precaution, he needed to establish a connection with the God of Heaven and then practice the King Fist and Spirit Bomb with King Kai. Thus, for the past 3 years, he had been gathering information on the Demon King Piccolo, but there had been no progress. One day, while Wukong was exercising at the foot of the mountain, he suddenly saw an elderly woman riding a crystal ball approach him. "You are the fortune teller?" he instinctively inquired. Indeed, I am surprised that you recognize me, the fortune teller replied, her voice sharp and cawing like a crow. As she spoke, the crystal ball beneath her feet flickered with a phosphorescent glow. The old woman intoned, "The Demon King Piccolo has appeared. He has been sealed for over 300 years by Master Roshi, and today the seal has been broken. Now is the best time to eliminate him." Wukong felt at a loss for words, realizing he had forgotten much from the animated scenes of his childhood, leading him to believe that the Demon King Piccolo might be enjoying retirement in some dark cave. "All right then, please provide me with his location, and I shall go and vanquish him." Wukong shrugged, while the fortune teller assumed he was jesting and sighed softly. Young people are so impatient. Perhaps some hardship will teach you humility. The Demon King resides in the eastern seas of the continent. You must hurry, for he may soon attack Master Roshi and the others. As the fortune teller spoke, her eyes widened in shock, for she saw Wukong instantly vanish from sight. And with her powers, she could not detect any anomalies. Upon arriving at Korin Tower, Wukong entered the seaside villa and found Master Roshi engrossed in a dating simulation game, his eyes glued to the screen, nearly drooling over the animated beauties. By the way, that was a gift Wukong had given him last year. "Hey, Grandpa, how have you been lately?" "Ah, it's Wukong," Master Roshi exclaimed, rising from the sofa to greet him warmly. "Have you brought me a new game?" "Thank you so much." Master Roshi beamed as he approached. "No, I just came to check on you. Oh, by the way, it seems the Demon King Piccolo has revived, and I need to find him." What?" Master Roshi's mouth dropped open in shock. Seeing that Master Roshi was fine, Wukong focused his senses to perceive the surrounding energies. Soon, he detected a powerful presence across the island, its energy erratic and seemingly on the verge of extinguishing. "Found you," Wukong declared, then vanished in an instant. With a swift motion, he arrived in a dense forest, where he spotted a hunched Namekian. Both were momentarily stunned upon locking eyes, and the Namekian's wrinkled face displayed a look of horror. Who are you?" "Huh, if I am not mistaken, you must be the Demon King Piccolo." Wukong smiled as he asked, and Piccolo's expression darkened. "What brings you here?" "Nothing much. I am merely here on behalf of the God of Heaven to collect your life." "Bold of you." Piccolo sneered in fury, immediately launching an energy blast towards Wukong. "Very well, let me show you the gap between us," Wukong shouted, unleashing a white aura that erupted forth, causing the ground to crack and trees to be sent flying into the air. The Demon King's energy blast dissipated before it even reached Wukong by 10 meters. Ahem! The Demon King howled, his power being crushed to the point of kneeling, his form twisting and blood seeping from irregular cracks. On the distant Korin Island, Master Roshi was overwhelmed by the aura and collapsed to the ground. In the forests, creatures from wolves to dragons fell limp, trembling as they gazed into the distance, where it seemed as if a nuclear explosion had occurred. The force terrifying enough to feel as though the sky were collapsing. In no way, such tremendous power. The entire continent is trembling. Piccolo's expression reflected shock, and he soon began to cough blood due to his injuries. "Die," Wukong said coldly, gathering energy for a spirit bomb in his hand. "And no." The Demon King then spat out an ostrich egg towards the horizon, and Wukong realized that it was likely the future Piccolo, dead. Piccolo clutched his chest, glaring at Wukong with rage. Without hesitation, Wukong unleashed a hand blast that obliterated him entirely. With this minor threat resolved, Wukong felt a sense of relief. For the next 3 years, he would allow the young Piccolo to grow, and when the time came, the girls at home could take care of themselves, while he would act as a caretaker for the boys. With this thought, Wukong used instant transmission to return to his apartment in the western city. "Welcome back." Inside, Xiaowu was looking after 3 children and smiled slightly upon seeing Wukong return, then placed a towel on the floor and brewed tea in the living room. Sun Bra, currently over a year old, had learned to float and often hovered around the house, worrying Wukong that she might struggle to learn how to walk in the future. Daddy! Daddy! Why, Bra, did you miss me? Daddy's back!" Wukong exclaimed as he embraced his floating daughter, instinctively making a funny face. Bra laughed joyfully in his arms and playfully kicked Wukong's face. "Goodness! I am fortunate it's me. Any ordinary person would likely suffer a fracture from such a kick. Scion children are truly challenging to raise." Wukong felt a pang of sympathy for the maid, recognizing how hard she must have been working taking care of the children. With this in mind, he gently stroked Xiaowu's head. Her face flushed as she tilted her head in confusion. "Dear, thank you for your hard work these days." "It's nothing. This is all for my beloved master." As she spoke, Xiaowu also nestled into Wukong's embrace. Wait a minute, I don't think I've ever used a modification on this girl. Lost in happiness, Wukong felt somewhat surreal. Suddenly, Bulma emerged from the bedroom, and upon seeing the scene before her, she slowly approached and joined the embrace. Darling, I 1 and 2. The young girlfriend pouted, leaning her head closer, seeking Wukong's touch. To be continued. Chapter 23. Training on King Kai's planet after spending a few days at home. Goku set forth on his journey to the temple. Upon returning, he encountered Mr. Popo once more. Without uttering a word, he immediately engaged in combat with him. Despite Goku possessing a significant advantage in power, this little chubby fellow managed to exchange a few blows initially. However, Goku swiftly turned the tide of battle with his unique skills, leaving Popo bruised and battered. It was evident that during the Majin Buu saga, Popo could spar with Gotenks. But Goku had long since gauged Popo's strength to be around the 1,000 mark, making it easy to overpower him. "Ah!" Popo cried out, rolling on the ground after being struck repeatedly. "Stop!" A frail voice echoed within the temple. The Supreme Kai, bearing a resemblance to the Demon King Piccolo, emerged slowly from the sanctum. "Since you have defeated the Demon King, I shall honor our agreement. Please present the Dragon Balls. I will replenish the dragon's power." In response, Goku nodded and approached the Supreme Kai. He retrieved the Dragon Balls from his inventory, which he had diligently collected over the past 3 years, all in anticipation of this moment. However, the 7 Dragon Balls had turned into ordinary stones, losing their divine essence. "It seems the dragon's power was completely depleted after the last wish you made. What exactly did you wish for?" The Supreme Kai observed Goku with a grave expression, his ancient eyes seemingly penetrating into Goku's very soul. "Sorry, but that's classified." "Is that so?" The Supreme Kai nodded, then placed his hand upon the Dragon Balls, shouting with great intensity, "Ha!" An invisible divine energy enveloped the 7 orbs, and in the next moment, a radiant golden light emanated from them, restoring their former glory. "Since it was you who vanquished the Demon King, you have indeed saved the world. I shall grant you a great gift." The Supreme Kai glanced at Goku before shouting into the sky, "Come forth, dragon!" Boom! Lightning crackled as a powerful bolt shot upwards from above the 7 Dragon Balls. Emerald scales materialized from the light, and a colossal dragon coiled majestically in the sky, casting a formidable presence as it gazed down. "State your wish," the dragon intoned, displaying no reverence for its creator standing below. "Dragon, lift the time restriction on my system upgrade," Goku shouted, his greatest concern over the past 3 years being this very issue, for without the system, he felt restrained in his actions. The dragon fell silent for a long moment, as if contemplating Goku's request, before it slowly responded, "Your wish is understood. Let us see if it can be achieved." As it spoke, the dragon's eyes glowed crimson, and the sound of wish fulfillment echoed around them. In an instant, the dragon's form began to wither. "What?" The Supreme Kai's mouth gaped in shock, seemingly unprepared for such an outcome. Goku, however, felt a surge of divine power rushing back into his body, merging with the system in his mind. He noticed the silhouette of the system interface becoming increasingly distinct. "Wow. It feels like I've awoken from a long slumber. Finally, I can stretch." A voice emerged from beside Goku, and as he turned, he beheld a silver-haired girl clad in a white robe standing before him, with horns adorning her head and a long dragon tail. Her silver locks were styled into twin ponytails, and her flowing white robe billowed gracefully. Her face was pure and unblemished, still holding a hint of baby fat. Goku stared, taken aback, and asked, "Who are you?" The horned girl tilted her head, responding, "Master, don't you remember me? I have always been here taking care of you." Before Goku could react further, the dragon's weakened voice reverberated from above. "Your wish has been granted. Until we meet again." The horned girl smiled and waved, saying, "Oh, thank you for your hard work this time too." With that, the dragon dissipated, and the 7 Dragon Balls soared into the heavens, exploding into a starburst of 7 rays. Ah! The Supreme Kai stared blankly at Goku, trembling involuntarily. "What's wrong?" Goku asked, puzzled. "Why, do you possess the aura of a high deity?" "Me?" Goku replied, nodding. The Supreme Kai then prostrated himself, pressing his forehead to the ground. "I apologize for my earlier rudeness. I failed to recognize your greatness. I hope you will not hold it against me." Witnessing this, Goku grew increasingly perplexed. He pointed to the horned girl beside him and asked, "Can you not see her?" "What?" The Supreme Kai's expression turned bewildered. The horned girl giggled mischievously, leaning closer to Goku's ear. "Master, I am the manifestation of the system. I exist solely for you. Others cannot perceive me. Ah, I see. Goku nodded, taking a moment to examine the girl closely before calming himself. He reached out to touch her. The horned girl eagerly leaned in, but Goku found he could not feel her. I can't touch her. Yet I feel as if I can command her at will. In the next instant, with a thought, the girl vanished, her outline reappearing in Goku's mind. Hey, Master, what are you doing? Let me out to play. She protested, clearly dissatisfied, as though trapped in a temporal limbo. Ignoring her, Goku focused on adjusting the system's settings. This was the first time he could manipulate such features, but it felt like an exclusive ability belonging to him. The system was undeniably his. Yes, Goku sensed something extraordinary. The system seemed akin to an extension of himself, something he could control and toy with at will. Perhaps reconfiguring it is also within my reach. He concentrated, and the system interface began to shift, the girl's form becoming increasingly indistinct. Wait, no. I don't want to become mere data. I finally have a body. Turning back would be. Ding. Bad master. Bad master. I won't play with you anymore. Ding. Page cannot be opened. Task attribute bar disabled. Inventory disabled. Ding. This system refuses to engage with you. Humph. The system's notifications sounded indignant. I was just experimenting. Goku shrugged, realizing the messages were merely notifications. He retained full control over the system. But why? Logic dictates the usage rights of the system should be subordinate to the system itself. Why can I manipulate it so effortlessly? Wait, why does it refer to me as master instead of host? In the next moment, Goku summoned his thoughts once more, and the manifestation of the system reappeared. Humph. The horned girl pouted, seemingly still upset. However, this realization led Goku to understand that she was a tangible yet insubstantial presence. Disregarding her, he turned his attention back to the Supreme Kai. Supreme Kai, I have a humble request. I hope you can escort me to the underworld. I wish to pay a visit to King Kai. I would be honored, but I must confess that I am merely the guardian of Earth. Matters concerning the underworld are beyond my jurisdiction. You would need to travel the Snake Way to reach King Kai. That's fine. Just take me to the underworld. Goku waved his hand dismissively, indicating there was no need for formality. Very well, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. As he spoke, the deity placed his hand on Wukong's shoulder, and the latter soon realized that his form began to gradually dissipate. So this is the coordinate of the underworld. Mastering the art of instantaneous movement, Wukong quickly discerned the method to reach the underworld. He gazed at the realm filled with yellow clouds, momentarily lost in thought, to traverse from the highest heavens to the yellow springs. Who would have thought that one day I would stand here? Wukong murmured, then swiftly ascended into the sky. Huh. The dragon-horn girl was taken aback. Her form involuntarily lifted along with him, though she was still fuming. Wait, we must first report to Lord Yama, the deity called out to Wukong. But to no avail. Without looking back, Wukong soared into the distance. Soon, he discovered an endless serpentine path in the backyard of Yama's palace. With a foot planted on the path, Wukong recalled scenes from an animation that seemed to feature a snake lady seeking a suitor. Well, I'll come back to visit when I have the time. A smile crept upon Wukong's lips as he pointed his sword-like finger to his brow. His thoughts traversing the vast snake path, locking onto the aura of the North King. Found it. In an instant, his form vanished, reappearing on a small planet with a volume of several hundred cubic meters. Wukong was momentarily stunned, feeling his body grow heavy as he gently stepped onto the grass of the planet. A creature resembling a gorilla gazed at Wukong, scratching its head, before hastily retreating to a round little house akin to Patrick Starr's. Ah, what's wrong, Baburis? You say someone has come? Let me go take a look. Before long, the North King emerged, clad in a black coat, stout in stature, and sporting two cockroach-like antennae. Yo, greetings, Lord North King. I am Wukong. Wukong raised a hand in salutations, while the dragon-horned girl chimed in, I am Kizida. The little dragon introduced herself, seemingly her name, although the North King could not hear her. Oh, hello. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? The North King asked, folding his hands behind his back, an air of inscrutability about him. I have a request, hoping that Lord North King might impart your knowledge unto me. Upon hearing this, the North King's sunglasses flashed with a glimmer, and he chuckled, to earn my teachings is no easy feat. You must present me with a cold joke that can make me laugh. A cold joke? Hee, I can certainly tell a joke, and I have tricks aplenty. Wukong pondered for a moment. Then, as if recalling something, he clenched his fists and bellowed, the quilt has been blown away. In an instant. The North King seemed struck by lightning, his body trembling as he succumbed to laughter, clutching his belly and rolling on the ground just as depicted in the original tale. Thus, Wukong's training on King Kai's planet commenced. 7 days later, clad in gravity-defying attire, Wukong sprinted around King Kai's orbit, egged on by the little dragon's cheers. During this time, he returned home to explain his business trip to his wives, and then devoted himself to training on King Kai's planet. Master, the system will no longer issue daily commissions. From now on, I shall supervise you to ensure you exercise regularly. The little dragon laughed, accompanying Wukong with unwavering support. Initially, Wukong felt somewhat irked, reminding him of the several children at home. However, he gradually became accustomed to it, as she was indeed his system. After completing his training, Wukong opened his attribute panel. The functionality of the system had largely resumed. Despite the little dragon now appearing as a creature he could easily bully, its utility was beyond imagination. Moreover, with the system upgrade, the assessment of character attributes had also changed. ID, Scoundrel Rot Assessment Level, LV2. Note, this rating is based solely on the current world. To elevate world levels, you must advance the plot. Current world level, 2. Age, 21. Combat power, 101-1800. C. Stamina, 98. Energy, 13. Attributes, Strength, C. Defense, C. Energy capacity, C. Agility, D. Additional attributes, Perception, E. Charm, F. Skills, 1. Scoundrel Combat Technique, Advanced, 2. Skydance Technique, Advanced, 3. Instantaneous Movement, 4. Kamehameha, 5. Kame Sennin's Chi Manipulation Technique, Advanced, Talents, 1. Near-Death Enhancement, 2. Rational Great Ape Permissions, Malicious Modification. The combat power has increased, though not significantly, yet still useful. Wukong nodded, and it was worth noting that the shopping feature had returned, as had the lottery function. However, participating in the lottery required the little dragon to expend divine power, and items traded in the shop had been replaced with the Dragon Balls she produced. If one were to inquire how the Dragon Balls were generated. Master, I'm hungry. After some time, the little dragon exclaimed. Wukong promptly brought out 2 servings of basic meal sets and watched as the little dragon voraciously devoured them before him. In just 7 short days, the provisions of King Kai's household had been completely consumed by the manifest dragon daughter of the system. Ding! The system is full now, and is expected to produce a Dragon Ball in 7 days. Thereafter, it will yield one every 6 months. Wukong sighed, then instructed Sai Kizida, draw a lottery for me. At your command, Master. After a hearty meal, the little dragon began to expend divine power. Her tail spun like a lottery wheel. Ding! A flash of purple light revealed a power enhancement card. Another power enhancement card? Wukong observed his inventory, noting he had drawn 3 or 4 purple items over the past few days, which brought him little joy. Without hesitation, he upgraded the Scoundrel Combat Technique to its pinnacle. Ding ding! Name, Scoundrel Combat Technique, Max, Category, Skill Function, Combat Evaluation. Incorporates numerous martial arts techniques, such as Chi Yuan Slash, Shadow Clone Fist, Annihilation Kick, Crane Egg Smash Kick, Double Dragon Play with Pearls, etc., enabling the user to swiftly determine optimal solutions in battle. As the adage goes, mastering 100 techniques breaks 1,000 laws. The more proficient one becomes in this technique, the better they can discern their opponent's vulnerabilities. Once it is unleashed, it is exceedingly treacherous and malicious. Even when faced with multiple opponents stronger than oneself, one can still escape unscathed. Indeed. After elevating the Scoundrel Combat Technique to its zenith, Wukong integrated all his miscellaneous martial arts into it. This allowed him to swiftly retaliate and incapacitate foes several times stronger than himself. Just like Mr. Bobo, when Wukong only had a combat power of over 300, he could still engage in a back-and-forth battle with him. Once his combat power surpassed 10,000, he easily subdued him, regardless of how intricate his opponent's techniques were. Just act decisively. By the way, I wonder if Mr. Bobo's injuries have healed yet? Wukong pondered, thinking he would pay a visit to him another day. To be continued. Chapter 24. Elevating the Index of Happiness in the second month of training on King Kai's planet, Goku sat in quiet meditation on the grass, an intangible aura gradually enveloping his being. King Kai, with his hands clasped behind his back, observed his favored disciple with evident pride. Here it comes, Goku exclaimed, gathering the amassed energy into the palm of his hand. Is this the spirit bomb? Yet it feels somewhat different. As he gazed at the surging energy in his palm, he pondered to himself. having initiated the spirit bomb while simultaneously activating the evil modification privilege at the suggestion of the little dragon. Thus, Goku soon discerned the transformation of his skill. Name: Evil Spirit Bomb. Category: Skill Function: Unlimited absorption of the world's energy, converting it into a rapidly destructive energy form. Evaluation: Even the god of destruction would acknowledge its potency. Why do I feel as though you've trained incorrectly, Goku? King Kai sensed the ambient energy from the asteroid still being absorbed by the spirit bomb, as the grass and flowers began to wither. Furthermore, both his monkey companion, Baburus, and his servant, Gearlik, appeared lethargic. Goku, quickly throw the spirit bomb. Right. Goku immediately hurled the spirit bomb, only to discover that he could control its trajectory, locking onto his target with ease. Boom. An explosion akin to a nuclear detonation erupted outside King Kai's planet, shattering the ground and uprooting trees. The violent shockwave obliterated King Kai's residence, causing even the asteroid to veer off course. After a long pause, the onlookers regained their senses and rose slowly from the devastation. King Kai, rising to his feet, gazed at the remnants of his home, then collapsed in tears. Goku scratched his head and chuckled. My apologies, King Kai. Get back here. After being sent home by King Kai, Goku returned to his abode. Having successfully learned the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb, his wives, Ranchi, Bulma, and Xiaowu, began preparing a lavish feast to celebrate the conclusion of his training. The culinary delights of the Dragon Ball world were plentiful and remarkably delicious. Goku, gnawing on a dinosaur leg, felt as though his stomach was a bottomless pit. No matter how much he consumed, he remained only 80% full, with the remaining 20% seemingly insatiable. Ranchi beamed with joy, satisfied that her husband enjoyed her cooking, though she noted that the dishes seemed to be insufficient. Dear, it seems your appetite has increased since returning from training. Is everything all right? Bulma inquired, her hand on her chin, seemingly concerned about Goku's health. I think it should be fine. Goku glanced at the dragon girl beside him, who was also devouring food with fervor. Suddenly, the sound of a child crying echoed through the room, followed by Xiaowu's hurried attempts to soothe the baby. Bulma sighed and stood up, saying, overindulgence is not a good habit, you know. With that, she retreated to the bedroom to tend to the child. After the meal, Goku realized he should spend quality time with his family, and thus he planned to stay home for the time being. Days turned into weeks, and as he repeated the card draws, Goku gradually elevated his skills to their maximum potential. However, he was puzzled that the ratings for his growth attributes and charisma remained unchanged. After consulting with Kizuna, or the Little Dragon, he learned that these two growth attributes were not bound by the world's level assessments, making their enhancement quite challenging. Even with the use of ability enhancement cards, Goku could only elevate his perception and charisma to level D, beyond which he could not progress. As the days passed, Goku noticed surplus ability enhancement cards and became quite elated to discover that his wives could utilize them as well. Who would he desire their loved ones to live healthily and long? Therefore, he dedicated the subsequent days to nurturing his family's well-being. Bulma's combat power was a mere 7, a feat achieved after Goku had imparted some of his energy control techniques to her. Xiaowu's combat power stood at 4, while Ranchi was slightly stronger, boasting a formidable power level of 12. After Goku administered the ability enhancement cards to them, their physical capabilities multiplied geometrically, enriching their marital life and maximizing their happiness index. However, Goku felt that the blissful days were becoming excessive, planning to inhabit this world for just 500 years, not wishing to disrupt the mortal realm for too long. Perhaps this is my only conscience. By the way, the World Martial Arts Tournament, previously held every 5 years, had been changed to every 3 years, meaning it was set to occur this year. The champion of this year was Tien Shinhan, the prized disciple of Master Roshi, who had reportedly injured Krillin during the competition. This left Goku feeling quite displeased. After all, Krillin was like a son to him. Due to the timing of the tournament, Goku remained on King Kai's planet, missing it entirely. Nevertheless, that did not deter him from exacting revenge. One day, while Tien practiced at his dojo, he suddenly sensed a presence outside. Unaware of how long the figure had been lurking. Who goes there? Tien, clad in his turtle school martial arts uniform, demanded, his eyes wide with surprise. In the next instant, Gah! With a resounding crash, Tien was flung away by an immense force, crashing through the roof. This is your punishment for your ruthless actions, Goku remarked with a cold smirk, secretly assessing the situation. That kick used less than 10% of my strength. I hope I didn't kill him. After contemplating, Goku made his way to Kame House to visit the injured Krillin. Now 15 years old, Krillin had yet to fully grow, still resembling a young bald boy. He was wrapped in bandages, reclining on the sofa while watching television. It is worth mentioning that, due to the 50,000 Zenny prize money from 3 years ago, which Goku had not consumed, the family had hired a bunny girl to care for the two of them. Goku presented Krillin with 2 Senzu beans, advising him to be mindful in the future. If you can't win, it's okay to forfeit. Why fight to the bitter end? Thank you, brother Goku, but I still can't accept defeat, Krillin laughed, scratching his bald head with a carefree demeanor. By the way, ever since Goku left, Master Roshi had been cooped up in his room, with occasional sounds of Oni-chan emanating from within. Krillin was quite oblivious to what was happening. That seems to be the gal game Goku brings for the old man every year. It seems he has become addicted. How troublesome. I should have known better than to give him those things, Goku lamented, having advised Master Roshi, but to no avail. Eventually, after training with Krillin for 2 days on Kame Island to master the key sword technique, Goku returned home. His 3 children were particularly boisterous, especially his eldest daughter, Sun Bra, the child of him and Bulma. This little girl was exceptionally gifted. At just over a year old, she had already learned the instant transmission technique. She was also very close to Goku. Her 2 younger sisters were still in their cribs, Sun Lan, being the child of Goku, and Ranchi had a name derived from each parent. Sun Ai was named by Xiaowu, perhaps reflecting the mother's desire for her child to receive tender affection in the future. While at home, the wives often went shopping together, and if Goku chose not to accompany them, he would stay behind to care for the children. He sighed, feeling overwhelmed by the responsibility of looking after 3 daughters. In the original story, there were also 2 sons, which made Goku's head spin. I'm sorry, Gohan, for not allowing you to be the eldest. Over the years, he had sought out Chi-Chi, but it seemed she had moved away from Fire Mountain. And to this day, he remained unaware of her whereabouts. Enough is enough. Let everything take its course. After entertaining his 3 daughters, Wukong reclined on the sofa and swiftly drifted into a deep slumber. Chapter 25. A reunion with Chi-Chi. Time flies, and 3 years have swiftly passed. This year, tumultuous winds arose as the newly revived Demon King Piccolo wreaked havoc across the eastern seas. In the same year, the prestigious martial arts tournament was once again held, drawing together numerous heroes to discuss how to uphold justice and vanquish the Demon King. As for Goku, he was still immersed in training. Indeed, after 3 years of temporal progression, the gravity chamber at home had welcomed its 2.0 version. Under the strain of 200 times Earth's gravity, Goku utilized the magical beans and gradually acclimated to the explosive power that came from the brink of death. ID, Scoundrel Rote Rating, LV2. Note, current power level exceeds evaluation range. Please upgrade the system, Master. H, 24 Combat Power, 3, 12 to 3. 1 million, SSS, Stamina, 100 Ki. 95 Attributes, Strength, SSS Defense, SSS Key Capacity, SSS Agility, SSS Additional Attributes, Perception, D-Charm, D-Luck, J, newly added. Skills 1. Scoundrel Combat Style, Max 2. Dance of the Void, Max 3. Instant Transmission 4. Kamehameha 5. Kame Sennin's Key Manipulation, Max 6. Kaioken, Max 7. Spirit Bomb. Talents 1. Near-Death Enhancement 2. Rational Great Ape Permissions. Evil Modification. Hehe, Master, today's training session has concluded, exclaimed Dragon Daughter Kizuna, clapping her hands beside Goku, evidently pleased with her master's progress. Goku, his body charred, exited the training room and accepted the magical bean offered by the little dragon, swallowing it in one swift motion. In an instant, the charred remnants of his body began to peel away, revealing fresh flesh beneath. Today was the final session, indeed. The near-death enhancement had begun to reach its limits. Goku exhaled slowly, having endured the purifying trials of the Kaioken and Kamehameha under 20 times gravity. His body continuously faced extreme assaults, while his will was relentlessly tempered. Several times, he had relied on the magical beans to persevere. Once, his combat power had soared to a staggering 60 million, causing the very tectonic plates of the continent to tremble. Earthquakes and tsunamis erupted across various regions. And while people suspected Piccolo was behind the chaos, the divine beings had already begun reinforcing the planet in fear. By the way, during these 3 years, the Eternal Dragon had not rested. Each time it reached a certain stage of recovery, Goku would summon it again. He had even extended its lifespan and forcefully made a wish, adding a luck attribute to his panel, allowing him to experience a stroke of fortune in a lottery. Unfortunately, the god of Earth was rather inept. Had a Namekian been summoned instead, the dragon might have granted multiple wishes in one go. Goku gazed at the items in his inventory, recently acquiring 2 red items. Name, Dragon God Technique category, Skill Function, Combat. Magic Evaluation, an unparalleled martial art created by Dragon God Salama. Mastering this technique grants unmatched offensive capabilities, possessing both world-destroying and world-creating potential. Ding. This skill requires the master to comprehend the divine principle to learn. Name, Modified Patera Earrings category, Artifact Function. The earrings consist of a primary and a secondary earring. The wearer of the primary earring will devour everything from the wearer of the secondary earring, achieving a multiplication of combat power through ultimate evolution. Evaluation. The Patera earrings from an unknown time and space, transformed by Kizida, exhibit effects that far surpass mere fusion, serving as the ultimate technique for the master to dominate the universe. Note, the greater the personality differences and the closer the power levels, the better the enhancement effect upon being devoured. Vegeta, you must train diligently. Having perused the information in his inventory, Goku reclined on a comfortable chair, gazing at the depths of the cosmos above, murmuring to himself. Soon, the prestigious martial arts tournament commenced once again. Goku drove a camper van, camping outside the venue with his family. Shortly after, Krillin and Master Roshi arrived. Hey, it's Big Brother Goku. Really, you lucky guy. You even brought your wife and kids along. Krillin greeted him, filled with envy. Goku's children laughed upon seeing Krillin, rushing over to pat his bald head. Master Roshi, having taken on 2 female disciples in recent years, seemed to have abandoned his former pursuits, now clad in cartoonish attire, snapping photos of the female contestants in martial arts uniforms. Surprisingly, the legendary Demon King Piccolo also made an appearance at the tournament, causing quite a stir among the audience. Goku was not taken aback. He had noticed Piccolo the moment he arrived, suspecting that the Demon King had come to seek trouble with him. Well, after all, he is my father's killer, as the original story goes. Before long, the first round of eliminations commenced, and both Goku and Krillin effortlessly defeated their opponents. Advancing to the next stage. Just as they exited the venue, Goku spotted Tien and Kaiatsu with Master Shin. He stood still for a moment, scrutinizing them. Before seemingly sensing something, he turned around immediately. Goku paused, suddenly grasping a hand. Eh? How could this be? The girl was taken aback, instinctively trying to pull away. The warmth and softness of her hand were reminiscent of his 3 wives. Goku assessed the girl before him. A beautiful young woman clad in a blue martial arts uniform, her long black hair tied in a low ponytail. She appeared to be around 18. Her fair face resembling a pristine lotus in bloom, beautiful and dignified. She seemed to have intended to remind him of something. Just as she was about to pat his shoulder, only to be caught by surprise. You are? Goku instinctively inquired. You truly do not remember me. Father was right. You are nothing but a fickle heart. The girl gazed at Goku, her lips pursed, her brows knitted in a mix of reproach and longing, her eyes glimmering with unshed tears. It was evident that she had feelings for him. Now this is perplexing. I shouldn't have forgotten such a beautiful girl. Goku pondered. Could it be? How disappointing. The girl shouted at him, wiping her eyes before running away. Subsequently, a prompt from the little dragon echoed in Goku's mind. Master, Chi-Chi's affection level has decreased. Current affection level, 35. Evaluation, she still loves you. To be continued. Chapter 26. Let us all marry Brother Wukong. How is it that you are so effortlessly adored by the ladies? It's infuriating. How enviable. I wish to be like you. Could you possibly impart some wisdom to me? Upon witnessing Chi-Chi depart in tears, Klin suddenly appeared before Wukong, expressing his anguish. When you meet Android 18, you shall be the one everyone envies. Wukong scratched his head and shared some strategies appealing to women, which Klin hastily noted down. Soon, a new round of selections commenced, and Wukong effortlessly dispatched his opponents with casual strikes, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the audience. In contrast, Piccolo instilled fear. His formidable reputation deterred most challengers, who opted to forfeit. Klin, however, engaged in combat, gradually being viewed as a dark horse. Before long, the first day of selections concluded, and Wukong and his companions successfully advanced to the top 8. Upon returning to their makeshift camp, Bulma and the others were busy grilling, while their 3 daughters frolicked about. Master Rashi was nowhere to be found, so Wukong and Klin indulged in a hearty meal before playing with the children. Speaking of which, Uncle Klin also has muscles. And so does Dad. Who is stronger, Dad or Uncle Klin? Suddenly, the youngest child, Son AI, posed the question. Isn't it obvious? Dad is the strongest. He is invincible. Son Lon, who was munching on food, declared, prompting Wukong to scoop her up and plant a kiss on her cheek. This made Klin chuckle as he scratched his head. Indeed, your father is certainly stronger. Even Master Mateto has stated that Wukong is his strongest disciple ever. Haha, I knew it. However, Brother Wukong, it has been a long time since we last met, and I have a request that I have kept hidden in my heart. On the beach under the night sky, Klin, sitting by the flickering campfire, addressed Wukong. Ahem, what is it? Wukong, amused while entertaining his daughter, kindly inquired. I would like to challenge you to a serious duel, Klin said, bowing slightly. This left Wukong somewhat perplexed, but tomorrow is the competition. We might face each other then. And if we duel now, doesn't Brother Wukong know who he will be facing? I forgot to check the top 8 announcement. Wukong chuckled, scratching his head, while Klin nearly stumbled. He then revealed that his first opponent would be the Demon King Piccolo, leading him to believe he stood no chance. Desiring to gauge the difference between them, Klin confidently declared, no matter what, let us duel, brother. I have grown much stronger over the years. Hearing this, Wukong felt a surge of excitement, and with a clenched fist, he responded, oh, then let us do this. Bulma, cradling the youngest Son AI, looked on with concern. Is that wise? Wukong, do you think you should hold back? Haha, I know my limits, Wukong replied with a smile. No, please. I insist you fight me earnestly, Klin insisted, clenching his fists. The eldest sister, Sun Bra, tugged at Klin's sleeve, her bright blue eyes sparkling. Be careful, Uncle Klin. Don't let my dad knock you out. Soon, by the seaside, Wukong and Klin assumed their stances. As the sound of crashing waves echoed, Klin unleashed his energy, shouting as he struck first. With a punch that landed, Wukong easily absorbed the impact, feeling as though a gentle breeze had brushed against him. Klin unleashed a flurry of rapid punches, hooks, elbow strikes, knee thrusts, and side kicks, utilizing every technique to push his limits. Yet, despite Klin's fervor, Wukong effortlessly parried each attack with a single hand, finding Klin's efforts rather gentle. Seizing the moment, Wukong countered with a punch. In an instant, Klin was hurled backward with a pained cry. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Wukong quickly teleported to Klin's side and caught him. Wukong stared in disbelief as he saw Klin frothing at the mouth, having fainted. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed and promptly offered Klin a senzu bean. After all, he is like a half-son to me. The following day, the top 8 matches commenced. Wukong noticed that he was familiar with nearly all the contestants. Tien Shinhan was set to face Tao Pai Pai, Klin was to duel against Piccolo, and then Tien Shinhan's sidekick, Dumplin, was pitted against a middle-aged man. Wukong tilted his head, pondering, could that be the god of Earth? Yet, for some reason, Tao Pai Pai had transformed into an android, perhaps a consequence of the convergence of timelines? However, Wukong mused, observing the 3 wives, each cradling their children, joyfully cheering him on. Meanwhile, on the fighting stage stood a beautiful woman who rivaled his wives, Chi-Chi. With a resonating sound, the gong echoed around, followed by the persistent drumming of the staff. Unlike the selections, the official martial arts arena was set outdoors, surrounded by eager spectators. A young girl in a blue martial arts uniform fixed her gaze on Wukong, her eyes filled with a mixture of sorrow and determination. Wukong swiftly ascended the arena, yet upon meeting Chi-Chi's gaze, he found himself averting his eyes. I knew it. Below, Bulma stomped her foot, pouting with her daughter in her arms, her cheeks puffed up. Lan Shi, beside her, chuckled. It feels like Miss Bulma has reverted to her 6 years ago self. Is that so? Bulma's cheeks flushed with a delicate blush. The youngest, Xiaowu, appeared lost in thought, seemingly troubled. My dear, he always attracts the attention of women. Perhaps our family will soon expand. Well, I certainly won't agree to that easily. Bulma inquired with dissatisfaction, while the other 2 wives fell into silence. Oh dear Mama Bulma is quite frightening. Sun Lan buried her head in Lan Chi's embrace, her eyes shimmering with tears, seemingly inheriting Lan Chi's gentle nature, making her somewhat timid. I'm so sorry, Xiaolan. Did I frighten you? Bulma hastily apologized, taking Sun Lan from Lan Chi and soothing her for a while. However, we did discuss this beforehand. We all understand our feelings for Wukong, which differ from others. So if Wukong were to bring home some random woman, I would oppose it. Ranchi stated after a moment of contemplation. Yes, me too, even if it means going against Master S wishes, Xiaowu said, suddenly radiating a hint of springtime joy. Meanwhile, Bulma gazed at the girl on stage and instinctively asked, but what if the girl on stage isn't just some wild woman my dear flirts with? At this, the three wives fell silent once more. Chi-Chi, so you still remember me? On the martial arts stage, Wukong, feeling somewhat unsettled under her intense gaze, awkwardly asked, I don't want to hear any of that. If I defeat you, you will come with me. How does that sound? Chi-Chi assumed her stance. Her eyes filled with resolve. Wait a minute. Shouldn't it be I must defeat you to marry you? Akin to a martial arts courtship? Wukong found himself momentarily bewildered, soon noticing that Chi-Chi was not looking at him, but rather fixated on three women in the audience holding children. Before long, the host of the martial arts tournament approached and announced the rules of the competition. Moments later, the host sensed an unusual atmosphere among the participants but thought little of it, only to exclaim loudly, the match begins. Hey! Chi-Chi swiftly advanced, executing a whip kick aimed at Wukong. He raised his hand and gently pinched, rendering the young girl's leg immobile. What? Chi-Chi gasped in shock, attempting to break free but discovering her shoe had fallen into Wukong's hand. This embroidered shoe is quite lovely. Wukong casually tossed the shoe back to Chi-Chi, causing her to blush deeply. In the audience, the three women suddenly seemed to recall something, their faces tinged with a rosy hue. How dare they underestimate me? Treating me as a fool. Chi-Chi gritted her silver teeth in indignation, tears welling in her eyes, and then Wukong unleashed a series of attacks. Snake Fist, Phantom Image Fist, Shingy Fist, and various other techniques appeared before him, as Wukong deftly dodged each move, not allowing Chi-Chi to touch him even slightly. How about this? Chi-Chi shouted, launching an energy blast. It seems Chi-Chi has truly grown over the years. Wukong felt a wave of pride, effortlessly deflecting the energy blast aimed at him, then sending a gust of wind from his punch that sent Chi-Chi flying backwards. Chi-Chi exclaimed. But she was quickly caught in Wukong's embrace as he gently descended to the center of the arena. So, Chi-Chi, do you still like me? Wukong asked, smiling at the girl in his arms. Chi-Chi's eyes widened in surprise. She couldn't comprehend how Wukong had suddenly appeared before her. What are you saying? Our match isn't over yet. Were we not bound by a promise 6 years ago? You remember? Chi-Chi stammered, realization dawning upon her. So that's why you asked me. Indeed, I said that if Chi-Chi still liked me when she grew up, we would get married. But, you already have a wife and children. Why? At this, Chi-Chi felt a wave of injustice wash over her, bursting into tears. Truly, a man rendered silent. A woman brought to tears. In an instant, Wukong, the notorious scoundrel, found himself under the scrutiny of the audience, who began to voice their discontent. So, Chi-Chi, do you still like me? At his words, Chi-Chi abruptly ceased her sobbing. I do. But what can I do? The girl lowered her head in disappointment, yet in the next moment, Wukong lifted her delicate chin. In an instant, Bulma in the audience leaped to her feet, filled with excitement as she heard Wukong softly say, then, let us all marry together. You truly wish to marry me? Yes, but there are others as well. Chi-Chi felt momentarily dizzy, misunderstanding Wukong's mention of others as relatives and friends attending the wedding. Yes, I promise you, Mr. Wukong. Let us wed. In his arms, Chi-Chi joyfully tightened her embrace around Wukong's neck and even planted a kiss on his cheek. Then, she heard Wukong calling out to the audience. All right, Bulma, Ranchi, Xiaowu, bring the children over. We shall ride the Nimbus cloud to prepare for the wedding. Yes. The three women exchanged glances, inexplicably elated, and promptly leaped from the audience into the arena with their children. Krillin and Master Roshi stood in stunned silence, unaware that Wukong had enhanced the wives' physiques over the years using a special item from the system. It was said that such training could enhance beauty and maintain youth, and the wives used the gravity chamber for their daily workouts. Frankly speaking, even Piccolo's battle power might not surpass theirs. Honestly, I knew it would come to this. Bulma huffed, but at the thought of the long-desired wedding photos, she felt a surge of happiness. I look forward to your guidance. Chi-Chi, Ranchi said with a smile. Chi-Chi blushed deeply as she stepped down from Wukong's embrace, somewhat shyly lowering her head. I am but a humble girl. Please guide me. Indeed. Miss Chi-Chi also loves our dear husband, So I look forward to your guidance as well, Xiaowu said, giving a slight bow. Meanwhile, several curious children behind them asked, is the pretty big sister going to be our new mommy? Big sister, you're so amazing. You dare to spar with daddy all by yourself. Haha, I want this big sister to be our new mommy. The three children encircled Chi-Chi, with son Beulah being particularly lively, even jumping into Chi-Chi's arms. Chi-Chi's expression turned peculiar as she looked helplessly at Wukong. Wukong chuckled heartily, raising his hand to summon the Nimbus cloud. The modified Nimbus expanded, enveloping everyone as it soared high into the sky. Son, you still owe everyone an explanation. Bulma's voice called out, followed by the other wives' gazes turning towards them. Just as Wukong was scrambling to explain Chi-Chi's situation to Bulma, a displeased voice interrupted the family. Wait, son Wukong, you killed my father, Demon King Piccolo, years ago. Are you planning to escape like this? The speaker was none other than Piccolo, or rather, little Piccolo, who, despite looking robust, was only 3 years old. With arms crossed and his white robe billowing in the wind, Piccolo stared coldly at the crowd. Of course, you may leave, but what about your family? Enough. Wukong snapped impatiently, slapping Piccolo away. Whoosh. The fierce gust from his palm struck Piccolo, causing him to spit blood. His limbs contorted as he crashed to the ground like a ragged sack. Oh, no, I frightened the children. However, Piccolo, if he wishes to fight me in this state, he should train for a few more decades. Wukong murmured to himself, initially intending to let Piccolo be. But the latter had sought his own demise, leaving no other choice. To be continued. Chapter 27. The Awakening of Gohan in the first installment of the anime. The ultimate antagonist, Piccolo, was left battered and bruised by a single blow from Goku. In the subsequent match of the martial arts tournament, Krillin triumphed without a fight. Yet, a sense of frustration lingered. Just how powerful was that guy? Piccolo lay in a pit, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, struggling to rise. Suddenly, an ancient voice echoed from outside the pit. Who knows Goku's true strength? He has long surpassed everyone on Earth, even me, rendering me distant and unreachable. A gaunt middle-aged man, sporting square glasses, murmured as he gazed at the horizon where the flying Nimbus had vanished, his eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. Reaching out, Piccolo gasped for breath, his body trembling as he extended his hand. In the next instant, an intangible force surged through him, and remarkably, his injuries began to mend. What? Could it be that you are? Feeling vitality returning to his body, Piccolo looked up to see the man wearing a lewd smile. Soon, the figure of the Elder Kai appeared, and the middle-aged man gradually collapsed. Piccolo, relinquish your obsessions, simply be yourself. The Elder Kai's voice resonated as he departed. Piccolo snorted in response, slowly rising to brush off the dust from his attire. That old fool truly loves to meddle. Ultimately, the World Martial Arts Tournament concluded. And to Goku's surprise, the victor was none other than Krillin. From Master Roshi, he learned that Krillin had first leveraged his numerical advantage to defeat Tien Shinhan, only to be severely pressed during their encounter. Truthfully, Tien may have underestimated him. That battle was a grueling challenge for Krillin, who nearly faced defeat at Tien's hands. Yet, he managed to secure victory through a combination of solar flare and Kamehameha, ultimately severing Tien's arm in a desperate struggle. Meanwhile, Goku was busy organizing his wedding, currently posing for wedding photographs. The family hosted a lavish banquet atop Bunyan Mountain, filled with an array of sumptuous dishes. Numerous guests were in attendance, including the Ox King, Master Roshi, Krillin, and the Briefs couple, along with King Kai and various friends and relatives, all gathering to celebrate. Even Master Shun brought Tien and Kaiatsu along, seemingly intending to cause trouble, but after receiving a discreet nudge from Goku, they settled down. Launch, Bulma, Chi-Chi, and the perplexed Goten were all adorned in bridal gowns. Standing closely beside Goku, Goten, Gohan, and Pan wore formal attire, joyously circling their parents. Although it deviated from her expectations, Chi-Chi expressed her gratitude, thanking Goku for providing her with a wonderful marriage. Thank you, dear husband. Well, I suppose I'll reluctantly consider you kept your promise this time. Rest assured, my dear. In the past, I would have found this unacceptable, but now, it seems quite agreeable. The four wives unanimously voiced their opinions, causing Goku's face to flush slightly. To be honest, hosting such a wedding without a bit of embarrassment would be impossible. Ladies and gentlemen present, we gather here today to celebrate the union of Ahem, several newlyweds. The wedding host, also the martial arts tournament announcer, was sweating profusely. as it was his first time being at a loss for words after so many years in the role. In this day and age, who has seen such a grand affair? Marrying four at once? Not even novels would dare to depict such a scenario. After the wedding banquet concluded, Goku's family resided on Bunyan Mountain for a while. He then planned to acquire a spacious villa in the western city for the purpose of supporting his wife and children. Initially, Chi-Chi felt a bit anxious about the new family dynamics, but she soon discovered it wasn't as she feared. Each person maintained their own rhythm, and the household brimmed with a harmonious and warm atmosphere. She had originally intended to serve as a devoted housewife, quietly supporting her husband, only to find that household chores were hardly her responsibility. The robotic maid managed multiple tasks, including laundry and cooking, while the full-time maid, Mai, rendered Chi-Chi's skills somewhat unnecessary. Eventually, one day when Chi-Chi was tasked with watching the children at home, she finally realized the source of her unease. It was the fact that she did not yet have a child. Subsequently, she confided in her sisters, and Bulma and the others expressed their understanding. When Goku returned from training that day, he sensed something amiss at home. Firstly, the three children had been sent to the brief's residence. And then he found Chi-Chi in the kitchen simmering a nourishing turtle soup. Then, inexplicably, he found himself rolling onto the bed with Chi-Chi, where he subdued her completely. He entered a meditative state, clearing his thoughts. Having secretly met with Chi-Chi previously, this was not their first encounter. Yet for some reason, Chi-Chi was particularly fervent that night, almost as if she intended to exhaust him completely. Alarmingly, for the next month, Goku remained home, assisting his wives in studying. Launch taught language, Bulma taught mathematics. Mai taught ethics, and Chi-Chi taught physical education, with small tests every 3 days and larger ones every week. Damn it. Once I transform into a Super Saiyan, I will deal with these women. 2 months later, Goku noticed he had lost about a pound. Indeed, only the overworked ox dies, while the land remains untarnished. Reclining atop the Flying Nimbus, Goku was currently fishing at the beach. Life at home might have been overly idyllic, prompting him to seek fresh air and relaxation, which was beneficial for his training. Suddenly, as he pondered, he felt a spark of realization. Subsequently, he decided to take Chi-Chi on a honeymoon, just the two of them. Then he moved on to Bulma, Mai, and Launch, one by one. At last, the family regained its usual warmth and harmony. Before long, Chi-Chi became pregnant. This must be Gohan, he mused, at the central hospital in the western city. Upon learning of Chi-Chi's pregnancy, Goku beamed with pride. A new member is about to join the family, who names a child before they are even born. Perhaps this child will be a girl. Chi-Chi murmured, her charming demeanor betraying none of her impending motherhood. This one will certainly be a boy. Goku, do you prefer boys over girls? At this, the other wives accompanying Chi-Chi turned their gazes toward him. Their probing eyes immediately stirred Goku's concern that his children might be sent to their in-laws for care. He quickly chuckled nervously, proclaiming, "No way. I favor girls over boys. Girls over boys. Haraha." To be continued. Chapter 28. The Super Saiyan plan. A year later, Chi-Chi successfully gave birth to a son for the Sun family. This year passed without any significant events. Little Gohan, just a few months old, quickly became the favorite of several mothers, likely due to his resemblance to his father. Ranchi even resigned from her position at the company to take a leave of absence and care for the child alongside Xiaowu and the others. Meanwhile, Bulma had been incessantly pestering Goku, seemingly intent on bringing Trunks into existence. But that is not quite right. She couldn't create him alone. Nevertheless, Goku had no intention of having more children at the moment. If this continued, he might end up being nothing more than a stud. Well, even as a traveler, he couldn't forsake his identity. Fortunately, he directly went to King Kai's planet to begin his training there. Yes, he had reached a point where he could feel the potential for transformation into a Super Saiyan. He just needed a trigger. ID, Scoundrel Rote Rating, LV2, Note, Current Battle Power exceeds System Evaluation. Age, 25 Battle Power, 3. 8 million, SSS, Stamina, 100 Energy, 100 Attributes, Strength, SSS Defense, SSS Energy Capacity, SSS Agility, SSS Additional Attributes, Perception, D Charm, D Luck, JH Skills, 1. Scoundrel Combat Technique, Max 2. Flight Technique, Max 3. Instant Transmission 4. Kamehameha 5. Kamesennin Energy Control Technique, Max 6. King Kai Fist, Max 7. Spirit Bomb. Talents, 1. Near-Death Enhancement 2. Rational Grade A Permissions, Evil Modification, Should I sacrifice Krillin and then use the Dragon Balls to revive him? Lying on the grass of King Kai's planet, Goku inquired of the little dragon, Qian Sita. The System S manifestation of Qian Sita stroked her chin before shaking her head. I believe that would not be advisable, Master. Your current affection for Krillin is somewhat indifferent. Even if he were truly killed by Frieza, I suspect you would remain quite composed. Please don't compare me to a scoundrel. Goku retorted with a chuckle. How about this, Master? Why not continue training? Let King Kai take you to compete with the Grand Kai. Perhaps the near-death enhancement will yield results. Indeed, after all, there were still 4 years until Raditz arrived. We should prepare as much as possible before then. Goku nodded and then sprang to his feet. His journey thus far had been too smooth, devoid of any formidable opponents, which left him feeling somewhat lonely. At present, Goku felt that the near-death enhancement had reached its limit. Every subsequent day of training showed a noticeable decline in the increase of his battle power. During this period, he had attempted to transform into a Super Saiyan, but mere anger was insufficient. Even with the King Kai Fist pushed to its maximum, achieving a terrifying battle power of 80 million proved futile. However, on one occasion, he successfully transformed into a pseudo-Super Saiyan, but his throat became hoarse, and the transformation lasted only 5 minutes. Is it truly that I lack combat experience? Goku pondered. Yet there was no one left on Earth capable of challenging him. By the way, the little dragon had been accumulating divine power lately, intending to upgrade the system once more, though it would likely take a few years. Currently, the dragon could no longer provide divine power to the system. And after Goku used the enhancement system twice on Earth, the Supreme Kai took the dragon back to the temple for recuperation. The good news was, after gathering 7 Dragon Balls, which the little dragon Qian Sita produced every 6 months, wishes could also be granted, albeit with similar limitations to the Dragon S. After learning of this function and reflecting thoroughly, Goku decided to use Qian Sita's Dragon Balls to exchange for items. Previously, he had swapped for the modified Patera earrings, specifically for dealing with Vegeta later on. Now, he had his sights set on another item requiring 15 Dragon Balls to obtain, the modified time ring. Goku murmured to himself, recognizing it as the artifact used by the Supreme Kai to traverse time. He was uncertain of the effects the modified system would yield, but he had a strong premonition that, in the face of potential threats to come, he must possess a time ring. Soon, a few days later, Goku heeded the little dragon's advice and, at the cost of 10 corny jokes, persuaded the North Kai. Together, they ventured to the center of the underworld, heading toward the Grand Kai's planet. This realm was vast, immeasurably larger than the North Kai's planet. The Grand Kai's residence resembled a colossal palace of giants. Beyond imagination, Goku yearned to duel powerful opponents from various universes. However, the underworld belonged to the realm of the deceased, and aside from those with titles, most inhabitants sported halos above their heads. Hence, the only challengers available to him were fallen warriors. Ha ha, is that so? Young man, you seem quite ambitious. The Grand Kai, upon hearing the North Kai's suggestion, readily agreed, even playfully teasing Goku. He then issued a command, and the area transformed instantly, revealing an arena reminiscent of ancient Roman Colosseums, preparing to host a martial arts tournament in 3 days' time. Though the name does sound rather odd. Goku thought contentedly about the upcoming event. Just as he was about to leave the Grand Kai's planet, he suddenly spotted an oddly dressed alien man in white. He was tall, muscular, and had sharp, deep-set eyes, unmistakably a formidable opponent. Huh, you foolish one. It's best for the living not to meddle in the affairs of the dead. You might not even realize how you perish, the stranger remarked. If Goku guessed correctly, this was the first guard of the West Kai, Ribs Rice. The young man seems quite considerate, warning others. Thank you for the warning, Goku replied, before returning to King Kai's planet with the North Kai. Upon returning, Goku became somewhat pensive. What's wrong, Goku? Is it the pressure from encountering that person earlier? The North Kai chuckled, amused by Goku's rare moment of humility. However, now that our proposal has reached the other Kais, you must train diligently in the coming days. No way, Lord Kai. With that person around, I need to master the transformation into a Super Saiyan as quickly as possible. Goku clenched his fists, wishing he could transform into Super Saiyan 3 immediately for a sense of security. Thus, he resolved to master the Super Saiyan transformation within the next 3 days. By the way, the Divine Temple still has the Time Spirit Room unused. Goku suddenly slapped his forehead, nearly forgetting about it. With this thought in mind, he promptly departed King Kai's planet. To be continued. Chapter 29. The experience of anger after bidding farewell to the Grand Kai and his companions. Goku swiftly returned to Earth, arriving at the Heavenly Temple. Upon his arrival, Bobo immediately entered a state of vigilance. Without hesitation, Goku began to spar with Bobo. Surprisingly, Bobo managed to withstand 20 exchanges of blows before ultimately succumbing to Goku's impeccable accuracy. "Do you possess the Ultra Instinct?" Goku asked, his expression darkening. Although Bobo had grown stronger over the years, the little dragon had informed him that Bobo's power level was merely in the thousands. Goku, however, did not take advantage of this and engaged in combat at a comparable strength. "How is it that you can employ such an unavoidable technique?" Bobo, having been sent flying, stood up with a grave expression, gazing intently at Goku. "Hey Goku, what brings you here?" Suddenly, a Namekian clad in a white cloak, stationed at the central assessment area of the temple, spoke sharply, appearing before Goku with a swift movement. "Oh, is that you, Piccolo? What is this? Have you and the Supreme Kai become such good friends?" Goku inquired, somewhat taken aback as he noted that Piccolo's power had increased to around 500. "A year has passed, and you've only improved a little? Enough chatter. Today, I shall avenge the humiliation you inflicted upon me last year. Prepare to meet your end, Goku." With that, Piccolo flung off his embroidered robe and charged at Goku. Goku smirked, readying himself for the confrontation. Boom. A thunderous explosion resonated through the temple, contrasting sharply with the calmness of his earlier bout with Bobo. Piccolo unleashed his furious energy, causing his white aura to reach its zenith. Ding. "Master, the opponent's power level is rising. 500. 580. 1000. Master, Piccolo's power level has exceeded 1000. This surpasses the strength of Raditz when he first appeared. I understand, Shista. Please remain quiet for a moment. I wish to savor the thrill of battle." "Yes, Master." Engaging with Piccolo felt akin to facing a mere child of 5 or 6. Even with Goku suppressing his energy to the lowest level, he felt no need to defend, relying solely on his D-level perception. Damn it. Why? Why can't I land a hit? Piccolo was in a frenzy, utilizing the unique stretching capabilities of his Namekian arms to attack Goku, causing the temple's tiles to shatter and dust to rise. "Magic Flash!" he shouted, thrusting his palms overhead and unleashing a brilliant energy blast. Another explosive sound echoed as the center of the temple was blasted into a deep crater, the intense heat melting the ground and sending up thick smoke. Whoosh! Goku instantly teleported behind Piccolo. His clothing was slightly soiled, but that was all. "What?" Piccolo turned in a panic, only to be met with Goku's elbow strike. Bang! "Ah!" Piccolo cried out, staggering backward. "I expected more from you. It turns out you merely tickle me. You can't even singe my clothes." Goku remarked indifferently, delivering a kick that sent Piccolo flying. Before he could hit the ground, Goku teleported again, launching him into the sky. Bang, 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 bang. Piccolo was battered back and forth like a ball. Then, the Supreme Kai finally stepped out from the inner sanctum of the temple. "Supreme Kai, please spare Piccolo." At these words, Goku finally ceased his assault. Piccolo lay on the ground, bruised and battered, resembling a lifeless dog. "Ahaha. My apologies, Supreme Kai, for the display. Every time I visit, it seems I end up in a brawl. So embarrassing." Goku scratched his head, offering a harmless smile. "Cough, I beg you to show mercy. Whatever commands you have, I shall comply. Well then, I wish to borrow the time chamber here." "What? How do you know there's a time chamber here?" "Oh, that's not for you to know. My apologies for the intrusion, Supreme Kai. I shall head in now." With that, Goku boldly walked toward the inner part of the temple. "Wait, allow me to guide you." "Ah, please do." As they descended the dim staircase, Goku casually chatted with the Supreme Kai about participating in the martial arts tournament at the Grand Kai's place. After a brief exchange, Goku finally beheld the vast, empty white expanse of the time chamber. An indescribable feeling of nausea washed over him as memories of his 8 years of confinement flooded back, stirring a profound fear within him. "Wait, Supreme Kai, I hope you refrain from any foolishness in my presence. Otherwise, I could very well take your place as the Earth's deity." "Cough. You jest, my lord. I am not your enemy. I know of your ability to escape from here. Please rest assured." "Good, that suffices. You may leave now. Supreme Kai, in this realm, 1 year equals 1 day outside. Be mindful, as the air here is thin and stifling, lacking the vastness of Earth. The temperature can be regulated between -40 and 50 degrees Celsius, yet the gravity is 10 times that of Earth. Should I prepare ample provisions for you?" "Unnecessary. I have brought my own. You may depart." "Understood." The Supreme Kai slowly retreated. Wait. The Supreme Kai turned back, only to find Goku's gaze cold and unyielding. With a swift motion, Goku activated his authority, grasping the Supreme Kai's head. The angel convulsed momentarily, and then his eyes glowed a deep crimson. Goku distinctly felt a slight drain on his divine power, yet the Supreme Kai's soul swiftly transformed into his puppet. Without needing further words, the Supreme Kai understood Goku's intent through thought alone. As you command. A hint of confusion crossed the Supreme Kai's eyes as he hunched his aged back and slowly departed. At this point, Goku felt no reservations as he stepped into the unique space of the time chamber. Upon entering, he took precautions by sensing the area with instant transmission, finding no issues before settling in. What followed was his exploration of the transformation process. He first consumed a Senzu bean and then sat cross-legged. An hour later, feeling his energy plummet to its nadir and sensing each cell calming, Goku slowly rose. I recall in the original tale, Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan out of rage following Krillin's death. Thus, what I need to do now is embrace that anger. Goku began to delve into his memories. Since arriving in this world, aside from the sorrow of Gohan's passing, he realized there had been few instances that stirred any anger within him. Indeed, his journey had been remarkably smooth. However, in his previous life, it was far from the same. After entering society, he was deceived by relatives into a business venture, accumulating debts of hundreds of thousands. He was forced to struggle in sales to survive, living in a state that was neither human nor beast. Fortunately, he later became involved with a female superior, but she was already married, and their relationship was merely a fleeting indulgence. He had thought that once the bank debts were settled, he could lead a mundane life in peace. Yet, an unfortunate slip while traveling in Taishan led him to fall off a cliff and into this world. If one were to speak of hatred, he certainly felt it. Hatred for his own cowardice, for his own foolishness. Hatred for the weakness he had endured in that life. Chapter 30, Super Saiyan. How infuriating. Goku gritted his teeth, recalling the grievances of his past life. The unresolved matters, the memories of his grandfather and his own parents. Having traversed to this place, perhaps he would never return. Those lingering regrets. How maddening. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the pure white time spirit room, and dark clouds began to gather in the pristine sky. Goku's energy surged rapidly. 2 million. 2. 8 million. 3. 6 million. 4. 8 million. The little dragon's countdown resonated in Goku's ears, her expression transforming into one of astonished excitement. Master, you're really gaining momentum. Perhaps you can transform successfully this time. You've surpassed 6 million in battle power. Goku remained silent, continuing to feel the anger within him. It was still insufficient. Far from enough. As the S cells within him boiled, his muscles bulged, and a powerful aura erupted forth, as if his body were undergoing a grueling transformation. 8 million battle power. The little dragon exclaimed in exhilaration. And at that moment, Goku bellowed, Kaioken, 4 times. With a thunderous explosion, Goku's entire aura shifted to a dark crimson hue, his shirt tore apart, and his battle power skyrocketed to over 30 million. No, it was still far from enough. Goku seemed to maintain his composure as he gradually increased the Kaioken multiplier from 4 times to 8 times, then from 8 times to 20 times. Goku's hair gradually turned golden, and in a frenzied shout, his battle power soared to a terrifying 320 million. Indeed, with the addition of Kaioken, he entered the state of a quasi-Super Saiyan. Yet, soon after reaching this peak, his energy began to slowly wane. How infuriating, is it still not enough? Goku suddenly collapsed, his energy dissipating. The side effects of Kaioken began to spread through his body. Although this skill had been modified by a system, the intense pain coursing through him was unbearable. Blood oozed from his pores as he began to experience the effects of nearing death. However, this effect was gradually diminishing. Just as he was about to consume a Senzu bean and try again, Goku suddenly gazed into the vast expanse of this white, ethereal realm. He had spent a full 8 years in this place. The thought made the veins on his forehead throb. In retrospect, the tribulations of his past life were trivial. He was not a man to be crushed by mere debts or the burdens of life. Yet, the solitude and confinement of his freedom ignited an overwhelming sense of rage within him. Why should he adhere to the system's regulations? Why must he undertake those damned tasks? Why must he remain in this wretched place? Why? The world was a cage of flesh, the body a prison of the mind, and the mind a confinement of the soul. Goku murmured this mantra, as a fierce sense of resentment and fury filled every ounce of his being. Every single cell. As golden flames spread across his skin, he let out a mighty roar. A golden beam of light shot into the sky. Goku's once black hair stood erect, transforming entirely into gold. Thus, the Super Saiyan was immediately forged. As the brilliance faded, he stood solemnly in place, gazing at the golden aura that continued to rise around him. He then turned to the little dragon and inquired, "System, what is my current battle power?" Wait a moment. Let me check." The little dragon stared at Goku in awe, then quickly reported, "Master, your current battle power is 250 million. I'm surprisingly strong." Goku chuckled, placing his palms on his hips, and began to softly call out towards the distance. Kamehameha. A magnificent blue energy enveloped in golden flames surged forth as Goku shouted. Boom. The cascading flame-like energy surged towards the boundless pure white world. Goku watched as the Super Kamehameha wave flew into the distance, gradually disappearing, before the power capable of causing a star explosion radiated outward, casting a pure white light upon his face. With his golden hair flowing, Goku absent-mindedly tousled it, realizing he was still unaccustomed to this new appearance. He might be scolded by Chi-Chi and the others for looking like a delinquent. They might say he did lead the children astray. However, it was remarkable. He never anticipated feeling such fury within this space. Goku nodded happily. Over the next few days, he oscillated between transformations, gradually becoming accustomed to them. Master, shall we have a meal? Whenever Goku immersed himself in training, the little dragon would expend her divine energy to conjure numerous meals. Despite the items in his inventory remaining untouched, she craved delicious food. After a hearty feast, he took a bath. Upon emerging, he realized he was still in his Super Saiyan form, so he promptly reverted, just as he intended to enjoy a good night's sleep. Goku suddenly recalled the training method from the original during the Cell Saga, to maintain the Super Saiyan state at all times, regardless of the location. Hey, little dragon, please supervise me and remind me to maintain the Super Saiyan state at all times. Oh, as you command, Master, the little dragon happily assured him. Thus, for the next month, Goku remained in his Super Saiyan state. He didn't delve into studying Vegeta's muscular form. He merely ate, drank, and played with the little dragon during this time. Time flew by, and after a while, Goku decided to flash back using instant transmission. Upon his return, he found Piccolo still gravely injured, and to him, Goku had only been gone for half an hour. Hey, Piccolo, long time no see. You're still hurt. Humph. Piccolo scoffed, ignoring the Supreme Kai's advice, and left the Divine Palace. Goku stroked his chin, contemplating whether to apply the evil modification technique on Piccolo. After all, with only women in his household, he wondered if Piccolo might seek revenge. He was, after all, the infamous Demon King Piccolo. With this thought, Goku swiftly dashed towards Piccolo. Son Goku, what do you intend to do?" Piccolo exclaimed in shock, clearly sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Goku, who had only been gone for half an hour. "Prepare to die, Piccolo." In his Super Saiyan state, Goku instantly closed the distance and seized him. Master. Since Piccolo is a pivotal character from the Z era, killing him here may attract the attention of the Time Patrol. I suggest you use evil modification to convert his affinity towards you. However, this will consume a considerable amount of divine energy, so please use it judiciously. Right? I almost forgot. If I kill him, Dragon Balls would probably cease to exist. With that thought in mind, Goku casually asked, can you gauge his affinity towards me? Beep. Yes, Master. Piccolo's current affinity, -50, evaluation. He views you as the enemy responsible for his father's death, a target he must eliminate in this lifetime. Very well. I shall heed your advice this time, little dragon. Goku smirked, gripping Piccolo's head, and then activated his powers, swiftly refining him. Evil modification. Ahem. Piccolo's screams echoed incessantly, and upon hearing them, Bobo trembled, realizing the Supreme Kai's gaze was somewhat unsettling. To be continued. Chapter 31. The Underworld Martial Arts Tournament. After Piccolo's affection level underwent a significant transformation, Goku found himself feeling somewhat disoriented. The reason was, perhaps too much friendliness? Ding. Piccolo's affection reversed, current affection level, 50. Evaluation. You are like brothers bonded by deep ties. What are you doing? Piccolo exclaimed, pushing Goku's hand away with a look of utter confusion. Piccolo, is that really you? Goku asked in astonishment. Old man, what are you going on about? Piccolo replied, arms crossed over his chest, his expression a mix of bewilderment and discontent. "Hey, Piccolo. I am your father's nemesis, remember? Aren't you supposed to seek revenge? You want to fight? Just say so. Why provoke me?" Piccolo gritted his teeth and immediately launched an attack on Goku. After exchanging a few punches, Goku quickly retreated, smiling as he said to Piccolo, "Sorry, Piccolo, let's save the fighting for next time. I need to head home for a bit." With that, Goku activated his instant transmission, swiftly returning to his grand mansion in West City. "Wait, old man, how frustrating. I haven't even had the chance to use my new technique on you yet." Piccolo pointed an accusing finger at his forehead, which Goku would surely recognize as the light of death. Upon arriving home, Goku found Chi-Chi soothing a wailing Goten. "Ah, Goku, wait. Why did you dye your hair?" Chi-Chi exclaimed in shock as she rushed to scrutinize him. "Hee, what do you think? Aren't I looking handsome?" "Handsome indeed. But this isn't good, Goku. You need to set a good example now that you're a father." Chi-Chi chastised her husband, prompting Goku to revert to his usual appearance and inquire about the whereabouts of others. "The kids have gone to kindergarten, Bulma and Launch are at work, and Videl is on the balcony hanging laundry." After explaining that he might be away for a while training, Chi-Chi expressed her concern. "Honestly, Goku, how strong do you need to become before you're satisfied? There are many powerful beings in this world. If I don't grow stronger, who will protect the Earth? Then why must you do all this? Can't someone else handle it? Why can't you just stay home with us?" "Chi-Chi, with greater power comes greater responsibility. I'm sorry if I've made you feel lonely." Goku wrapped his arms around Chi-Chi, and they began to share an intimate moment. Suddenly, there was a noise nearby. It was Videl, still dressed in her maid outfit. "Sorry, I may have come at a bad time." "No, you arrived just in time." Goku immediately brought both ladies together, unveiling the true power of the Super Saiyan for the first time. After spending 2 days at home and tidying up, his wives were exceedingly pleased with Goku's demeanor, raising their happiness to new heights. The 4 wives granted him permission to resume his training, and Goku promptly returned to King Kai's planet, showcasing his Super Saiyan form. "Oh, is this the legendary Super Saiyan?" "Indeed, King Kai. Now I can hold my own even against Roboku." Upon hearing this, King Kai removed his sunglasses to get a better look. "I see. Hehehe, Goku. If you win the championship at the Grand Kai's martial arts tournament, you might learn some extraordinary martial arts from him." "Huh, techniques stronger than the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb?" Goku was instantly intrigued. "Ahem. I can only say they are not inferior to those two, for the techniques I created are truly unique." After chatting with King Kai for a while, a messenger soon arrived from the Grand Kai, announcing that the Underworld Martial Arts Tournament was about to commence, urging all participants to prepare. Without delay, Goku used instant transmission to bring King Kai along to Grand Kai's planet, where they swiftly arrived at the tournament venue. This was a vast arena filled with a crowd of peculiar beings and various deities. The tournament was hosted by an alien with a mushroom-shaped head. Dressed formally in a suit and tie, his voice energized the atmosphere. "Dear guests, I apologize for the wait. Now let us invite the organizer, the Grand Kai, to say a few words." At the highest seat of the arena, the flamboyant Grand Kai grinned widely. "Hello everyone. It has been quite some time since we last held a martial arts tournament. I hope all participants and cheerers will join in the fun today. Yay." The audience erupted in cheers, seemingly eager to catch the Grand Kai's attention. Following this, the host promptly announced the tournament rules: no killing, no attacking after surrendering, no kicking below the belt or poking eyes. Any violation would result in disqualification. The victory conditions were straightforward: defeat your opponent or push them out of the arena. By the way, since we're battling the deceased here, if they're killed again, their souls will completely dissipate, disappearing forever from this world. As Goku wasn't the first to compete, he remained on the sidelines to watch the matches unfold, and what he saw sent a chill down his spine. The beings with halos above their heads generally had battle powers around 700,000, while some deities standing still boasted powers in the tens of millions. Just a glance made Goku feel that only with the Kaioken could he hope to defeat them. "Sishta, check Roboku's battle power." At the martial arts arena, Goku silently communicated with the system about Roboku. Ding. Reporting to the master, Roboku's battle power exceeds system assessment. Sishta cannot probe further. Well, this is a bit troublesome. Goku pondered strategies, intrigued by the Grand Kai's martial arts. After a round of competitors finished their matches, it was soon Goku's turn to compete. His opponent was a tall, blonde man named Oliver, dressed in a white linen outfit with bulging muscles, towering at 2.5 meters. "Son Goku, good. Let me see your strength. Don't disappoint me." Oliver said, his golden hair cascading down, making Goku feel as if he were facing Thor. All right, prepare yourself, Goku exclaimed, swiftly launching an attack, and their fists collided in an explosive confrontation. Bang! The two engaged in fierce combat. It was Goku's first time facing an opponent who could match him in normal form. Kaioken! Goku shouted, his body enveloped in crimson flames, his power soaring into the millions. Bang! He kicked Oliver high into the air, his body trailing red flames, tracing a beautiful arc across the sky. Huh! Goku yelled, delivering a headbutt that sent Oliver crashing to the ground. Oh! Oliver screamed as he landed heavily on the martial arts platform. Boom! Dust clouds erupted. Yet Goku did not relent. Following the law of smoke means no injury. He executed the prince's technique midair. Boom! 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 Like a barrage of gunfire. He bombarded the ground, creating crater after crater. Goku activated the Kaioken once more, diving down, only to find Oliver still standing. Huh! Goku paused, only to discover Oliver's eyes were vacant. He had lost consciousness. The referee, astonished, suddenly exclaimed, Oliver is disqualified. The winner is Son Goku. Chapter 32. Rib Rice vs. Wukong. After triumphing in the competition, Wukong returned to the resting area to observe the matches. The performance of Rib Rice was astounding. With a single strike, he sent an opponent of comparable strength to Wukong tumbling off the stage. West Kai laughed derisively at North Kai, mocking the sparsity of competitors on this side, and the fact that they were merely ordinary humans. It seems that peculiar beings are more favored in the underworld, Wukong mused to himself, dismissing the trivialities of these mundane mortals. Soon, Wukong's second opponent stepped into the arena. This creature resembled a caterpillar, and Wukong failed to recall its name, finding it too repulsive to bother. He swiftly dispatched it with a Kamehameha at the outset. Thus, after a few rounds of combat, a dramatic scene unfolded. In the finals, Wukong faced Rib Rice. As they stepped onto the martial arts platform, the audience erupted into thunderous applause. The reason was clear. Both combatants were exceedingly powerful, and their previous opponents had fallen without question. However, overall, Rib Rice appeared to have the upper hand. The Kais below placed their bets, with North Kai gripping his ticket tightly, shouting at Wukong on stage, Wukong, you must not lose. Oh, rest assured, Lord Kai. Wukong waved with a smile, while Rib Rice remained silent, his gaze cold and piercing. Ah, Rib Rice, we meet again. Wukong initiated a friendly exchange. You possess some skill, Rib Rice nodded, seemingly acknowledging Wukong's prowess upon reaching this stage. However, he swiftly turned the tables, disdainfully declaring, but encountering me is your greatest misfortune. I specialize in defeating self-proclaimed geniuses like you. With that, he launched a fierce attack, aiming to finish Wukong with a single blow. Bang! Rib Rice's kick landed on the stone steps of the martial arts platform as Wukong deftly evaded. He chuckled coldly, pivoting to deliver a punch. Boom! Wukong crossed his arms for defense but was instantly sent flying. Incredible! So strong! Wukong felt as though he had been struck by a train. Retreating several hundred meters before stabilizing at the edge of the platform, he immediately unleashed his multiple afterimage fist, darting around the arena like a specter to engage Rib Rice. Yet, his opponent effortlessly matched Wukong's speed, rendering the afterimages trivial, merely requiring time. But this very moment was Wukong's strategy. Whoosh! He suddenly vanished into the sky, illuminated under the sun's rays. Solar Fist! He shouted, and in an instant, the entire arena was engulfed in blinding daylight. Gasps filled the audience as they shielded their eyes. Rib Rice was no exception, his vision impaired by the intense glare. Suddenly, he received a heavy punch to his abdomen, followed by blows to his head and cheek. Bang! Rib Rice crashed to the ground, but quickly sprang up, kicking at Wukong. Wukong grunted, rolling several times across the ground. Goodness, that really hurts. Before Wukong could rise, Rib Rice appeared before him, delivering a heavy punch to his abdomen. Ugh! Wukong gasped as air was knocked from his lungs, only to be struck again on the side of his face. Bang! 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 The relentless assault sent Wukong flying, his head spinning, unable to respond. Bang! Once more, Wukong was kicked into the sky. Rib Rice sneered. It's over. He executed several swift moves akin to the Jinyu Force, then raised his arms, his muscles radiating intense heat. Lightning strike. In an instant, searing flames erupted in the sky. Wukong snapped back to his senses and immediately activated instant transmission. Before Rib Rice could react, Wukong was upon him. The technique of the two dragons playing with pearls struck forcefully at his nostrils. Rib Rice's expression turned to one of horror, and he was soon bombarded by a flurry of strikes. Aura, aura, aura! Wukong bellowed, his fists detonating against Rib Rice's body. Ah! Rib Rice roared, finally attempting to counterattack. Yet Wukong, bolstered by his enhanced reflexes, deftly dodged and retaliated. Rib Rice's fist grazed Wukong's cheek, blood spraying forth, while Wukong's right fist landed squarely on Rib Rice's face. Bang! Rib Rice's features contorted in agony, with his left hand executing the universal shock palm and his right hand delivering the wolf Fang Fist. Wukong struck with a harmonious blend of force, driving Rib Rice back repeatedly. The universal shock palm also carried a paralyzing effect, rendering Rib Rice momentarily incapacitated. Damn it, if only I could cheat. I would have taken this scoundrel down long ago. Wukong began to feel the mounting pressure, sensing Rib Rice's energy surging higher, the scorching flames even igniting Wukong's clothing. Ah! Rib Rice bellowed, the intense heat staggering Wukong, sending him reeling. Ugh! Gritting his teeth, Wukong steadied himself and roared, transforming into Super Saiyan. Ah! The golden aura surged, gradually tinged with crimson. Indeed, in his Super Saiyan state, he unleashed the Kaioken. Super Kaioken! Wukong shouted. As both warriors reached their pinnacle of power on the martial arts platform, they collided with incredible force. Boom! A mushroom cloud erupted above the arena as Wukong elbowed Rib Rice into the air. Moments later, Rib Rice retaliated with a fierce energy blast, colliding with Wukong once more. Boom! The two opponents engaged in a relentless exchange, the martial arts platform shattering beneath them. The audience roared, enthralled by the electrifying spectacle. Boom! Another resounding crash echoed as a figure was sent hurtling away, colliding with a small asteroid in the sky. It was Rib Rice. Wukong's strength was astounding. Having knocked him off the stage, the host shouted with excitement, caught in a fervor. Wukong's skills were indeed remarkable, with such a minor disparity in strength. Rib Rice had no advantage. Whoosh! Wukong's afterimage technique created multiple illusions, leaving Rib Rice bewildered as he received an elbow strike to the head. Ugh! Rib Rice howled as he was sent back toward the martial arts platform. Seizing the opportunity, Rib Rice, in a moment of instinct, charged headfirst at Wukong. Bang! Ugh! X2 they both cried out in pain. Wukong clutching his head, tears of agony welling up. You scoundrel! Wukong gritted his teeth and retaliated with a headbutt of his own. Boom! Rib Rice crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Wukong promptly canceled the Kaioken, observing Rib Rice from the air. Noticing no immediate movement, he placed his palms on his waist, softly chanting. Came! Whoosh! Fiery flames dispersed the dust, surging toward Wukong in the sky. Huh! Wukong remained unhurried, watching the scorching sparks approach. Initially, he considered using instant transmission again, but then thought better of it. Let's clash. Kamehameha. Whoosh! 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 The Kamehameha erupted as a brilliant blue arc collided with the searing flames. Has he lost his mind? Wukong could not help but exclaim, feeling the pressure of the energy clash for the first time. Had he known this would be the case, he would have resorted to underhanded tactics instead of engaging in a direct confrontation. However, returning to the matter at hand, which man could possibly resist the temptation to engage with others? Gritting his teeth, Goku elevated his energy to its zenith, unleashing a furious roar. In the next instant, the power of the Kamehameha surged forth. With a swift motion, it dispersed the fiery onslaught of lightning waves, advancing with an unstoppable momentum towards the pork rib meal. Woo! Ah! The pork rib meal screamed, its form enveloped in radiant light. Boom! A brilliant azure beam illuminated the arena, had it not been for the protection of the gods. This strike might have obliterated numerous souls. The great king of the universe slumped in his seat, his advanced age making him particularly susceptible to such terror. The pork rib meal stood dazed, smoke billowing from its body. In that fleeting moment, it believed its demise was imminent, but fortunately, Goku spared its life, refraining from unleashing the full force of the Kamehameha upon it. You are truly formidable. This is the first time I have unleashed my entire power. Goku gradually descended from the sky, sincerely expressing his admiration. To be continued. Chapter 33. The ever-patrolling team, how infuriating. I have lost. With a thud, the pork rib rice fell to the ground. The entire arena fell into silence as the host walked up to inspect the fallen dish. He then raised his right hand and proclaimed, I announce that the champion of this round of the Underworld Martial Arts Tournament is contestant Sun Wukong. Oh. Cheers erupted from the audience, and the Grand Kai laughed heartily, exclaiming, "What a spectacle! Truly magnificent! As for the prize of this grand event, I shall bestow my supreme martial arts upon contestant Wukong." Following this, Wukong and the North Kai made their way to the grandest palace on the Grand Kai's planet. The Grand Kai, ever playful, was eager to initiate yet another racing competition. The palace was an independent cosmic space, and upon hearing of yet another contest, Wukong felt a twinge of skepticism since the promised martial arts instruction was nowhere to be mentioned. "What's the matter, Great Kai?" Wukong inquired, perplexed. "Wasn't I supposed to receive your guidance?" "Hush! Do not act rashly before the esteemed one," the North Kai warned, sweating profusely as he overheard Wukong's discontented murmurs. "Fine. If that's the case, I shall simply return home." "Kana, Great Kai," Wukong declared, pointing to his forehead, preparing to teleport. "Wait. Just a moment, Wukong. Please, I implore you. Do not leave just yet." The North Kai's anxiousness was palpable. "Honestly, this is quite troublesome. I have little interest in racing." Wukong scratched his head, exuding a sense of helplessness. In the end, Wukong was persuaded to stay by the Grand Kai, as there was no escaping the obligation of courtesy. Wukong and the pork rib rice participated in the underworld's racing competition, and afterward, seizing the Grand Kai's jubilant mood, he quickly sought to ingratiate himself. "Great Kai, what martial arts will you teach me next?" "Ah, that? You are correct. Since I promised, I must fulfill it. Therefore, I shall impart the magic of rapid travel to you." "Huh, I don't need that, for I have already mastered instant transmission." Upon hearing this, the Grand Kai was momentarily taken aback, then suggested, "Then why not stay here and train? When I have time, I shall teach you martial arts." "Huh." Wukong's eyes widened, suddenly struck by an idea. I wish to learn how to survive in the universe. Could you pass that knowledge on to me, Great Kai?" That is not a problem at all. I see you possess considerable magical energy. Thus, I shall entrust you with this method." Soon enough, Wukong received what he desired. Name: Taiyu Tuna Method. Category: Skill Function. Gradually absorbs the rare special elements from the universe to sustain oneself. Evaluation: This is a spell reserved for the divine. Possessing it means even amidst the vast cosmos, one finds joy in their eternal home. Marvelous. This is exactly what I wanted. Wukong beamed with joy. After achieving a level of power akin to a star explosion, he had been concerned that he might inadvertently destroy the Earth during a skirmish. Losing a habitable environment would be disastrous. Of course, he could use the Dragon Balls to gain the ability to survive in space, but that would be a waste. The Earth's dragon had been exhausted by him, and the female dragon produced only one Dragon Ball every 6 months. Gathering 7 would take at least 1.5 years, which was far too long to wait. Moreover, ever since he had swapped the modified Patera earrings a year ago, he had not possessed a single Dragon Ball as it was a system item. Wishing for it was not an option. Having obtained what he sought, Wukong expressed his desire to train in this place. The Grand Kai generously provided him with a residence. "Now, I can focus on my training here, patiently awaiting my elder brother's arrival on Earth." Wukong felt a sense of calm, everything proceeding according to plan. In the days that followed, aside from staying at home on Earth, Wukong visited the Grand Kai's planet almost daily to spar with others. Primarily, he sought to compare martial arts, discuss techniques, and enhance his combat experience. However, the Grand Kai, despite claiming he would guide Wukong, frequently found excuses to avoid doing so. Eventually, Wukong ceased seeking him out. Time passed, and 2 years later, an alarming event occurred that threatened Wukong. "Excuse me, sorry to intrude. I am from the time-space. No, I am a public opinion investigator sent by the government. May I ask if you are?" "Oh, it's you, Mayam." The young girl, resembling a character from the future named Xiaowu, handed a form to the maid, who was dressed in a maid outfit. She also presented some children's school supplies and snack gift boxes. "Ah, I see. Please, come in for some tea, miss." Xiaowu felt an inexplicable warmth upon seeing the girl. Without a hint of caution, she accepted the form and slightly bowed to let the girl enter her home. "Thank you." The girl politely bowed, then began to take in the grandeur of the mansion. Wukong had previously instructed Bulma to arrange defenses around the city to protect his family from beings with extraordinary power. Therefore, as soon as the detectors in his home registered a response, Wukong rushed back from the Grand Kai's planet, witnessing the unfolding scene. If he guessed correctly, that girl must be from the ever-patrolling team. Wukong's heart grew heavy as he activated the Turtle School's key control technique to conceal his presence, quietly returning home. He then positioned himself at the corner of the hallway, listening to the conversation in the living room. Is Mr. Wukong truly such a person? Married? Was your wedding held simultaneously for 5 people? How absurd, the girl remarked, incredulous at the outlandishness of it all. Hearing such nonsensical statements, Xiaowu's countenance turned cold, and she calmly replied, "Please retract your previous statement." I apologize. I didn't mean to. The girl quickly bowed at a 90-degree angle, seemingly taken aback by the ordinary earthling before her. My husband treats us exceedingly well, and people from the outside world envy him, even harboring jealousy, leading to many unnecessary rumors. Yet, he continues to protect us diligently. He is my hero, and living in this home brings me immense happiness. I believe that is enough. Xiaowu stated earnestly, her words resonating deeply within Wukong, who listened from behind the wall, feeling a swell of emotion. To be honest, there had been many discussions at the outset, but Wukong was adept at navigating the internet. He established numerous teams of online defenders and hackers. Anyone who posed a threat to his family or spread harmful rumors could find themselves on the receiving end of a spirit bomb, courtesy of Wukong himself. Oh, is that so? After completing the form, the girl who appeared to be from the Time Patrol slowly walked out of the house, seemingly lost in thought. To be continued, Chapter 34, Trunks, who could that young girl be? Why do I feel a sense of familiarity towards her? Goku pondered. And then he observed the girl walking away, gradually following her. Chishta, why has the patrol squad appeared in this universe? Is there some issue? Upon hearing the question, Little Dragon Girl soon came into Goku's view. Over the past 2 years, her dragon had regained its strength and had ascended to a higher level of judgment. Perhaps this universe is indeed the main universe, but due to the arrival of the Master, a new branch has emerged in this world, which has caught the attention of the patrol squad. Chishta mused, stroking her chin, seemingly troubled. Before long, Goku stealthily followed the girl to the rooftop of a deserted skyscraper, where he encountered a familiar Dragon Ball character, Trunks. What? Little Mai has actually become Mr. Goku's wife? In a park half a kilometer from Goku's home, Trunks, clad in a coat, leaned against a bench, appearing as if he had endured a nightmare, his heart tormented, and his energy seemingly drained. Miss Mai seems to have had a child named Sun AI. The young girl appeared intrigued by Trunks' reaction, though she hesitated to laugh aloud. You must love her. Bang! The armrest of the bench shattered as Trunks abruptly stood up, gathering his composure. And what about this world's Mr. Goku? Are there others who are his wives? Who are they? Is it Aunt Chi-Chi? He slowly inquired. Indeed, aside from your great-great-grandmother, there are also Miss Launch and Miss Bulma. What did you say? Even my mother. Trunks' expression twisted in discomfort, akin to having swallowed a dead fly, and he vigorously shook his head. No, this cannot continue. My father and mother may never intersect again. The timeline of the future will deviate. Is there a problem with that? Not inquiringly asked. If this is the case, the future me will cease to exist. Therefore, Mr. Goku will succumb to heart disease, and Earth will face destruction due to the androids. Can we just ignore it? Upon hearing the girl's words, Trunks shook his head in resignation. I cannot bear to see such a fate unfold. Although I could accept the destruction of this world, if what the Kaishin of time has predicted holds true, then the events occurring here may significantly impact the main universe. Should time and space become chaotic, not only the main universe, but also the universe I inhabit and the nexus of time may become embroiled in the turmoil. Upon hearing this, the girl, resembling little Fang, calmly contemplated before suggesting, in that case, let us return and observe the next time node to see what transpires in this universe. Perhaps we can discover some clues. You make a valid point. I too wish to hear the thoughts of the Kaishin of time. Trunks nodded, and together they unfurled a scroll reminiscent of an ancient manuscript, transforming into a cascade of light and vanishing from the spot. In the distance, Goku silently observed the unfolding events, his hearing having long surpassed that of ordinary beings, allowing him to grasp the entirety of Trunks and the girl's conversation. So such a thing does exist? Goku closed his eyes, beginning to contemplate, deciding to bide his time and adhere to the original plot until Vegeta makes his appearance. Ding! Master, there are others present here. Suddenly, Little Mother Dragon's reminder echoed in his mind, prompting Goku to instinctively glance towards a nearby spot. The space distorted, and a voice resonated at that moment. How intriguing. Truly fascinating. Son Goku, I did not expect you to achieve such accomplishments in this time frame. It is indeed a surprise. In response, Goku turned back with indifference. He beheld a figure woven from dark and purple hues amidst the undulating void. The voice, laced with mockery, slowly spoke, "Son Goku." "No, who might you be?" Goku chuckled lightly and feigned ignorance, replying, "I am Son Goku, and you? Hee, we shall meet again, but not now." With that, the voice gradually faded away. In the nexus of time, surrounded by clocks in a fantastical realm, a towering ancient tree stood firm. Golden owls circled above, conversing among the people on the grass below. "I see, I understand now." After listening to Trunks' report, the Kaioshin of time, Kuranoa, spoke slowly. This Kaioshin, with short brown hair and clad in a purple Kaioshin uniform, adorned with golden patera earrings signifying her identity, appeared somewhat diminutive and delicate. Indeed, the world line has undergone alterations. This must be the reason for the additional scrolls. It seems the revelations in my dream were accurate. Apologies, Trunks, but I must take some time to contemplate this matter before providing you with a response. Kuranoa shook her head, her expression growing serious as she regarded Trunks and not. "There is no time to waste. Let us return to the Great Hall to examine the scrolls. If I am not mistaken, we shall once again be tasked with the restoration of the timeline." With that, the group ceased their lingering and promptly made their way to the hall housing the time scrolls. Before long, they gazed upon a scene unfolding from the unfurled scroll. Year 761 of the age of the universe. "Ha! Two pathetic fools. You refuse to heed my warning. You are truly courting death. Less chatter. Where have you hidden Gohan? Heh. Two of you together, and yet you fight so poorly. Piccolo, how are you faring?" "I'm fine. Although I have lost an arm, I can still fight." "Ha! Stop struggling. Your demise is imminent." "Ugh, what? Yame Ruka Kakarot. Are you truly going to kill the only blood brother you have? You scoundrel. Weren't you just trying to kill me?" "No. I never intended to do that. I never wanted to kill you, Kakarot. Old son, act quickly. Be quiet. I have no brother like you. Die for me." Kamehameha. Ugh. X2 swish. The scroll closed, and the group fell silent, gazing at the charred remains of Piccolo and Raditz. Why has it turned out this way?" The Kaioshin of time wailed, her hair disheveled. ID, Scoundrel Rotor rating, LV23 age, 27 battle power, 10 million, 500 million stamina, 100 chi, 100 attributes, strength, a defense, S chi capacity, S agility, A additional attributes. Perception, D charm, D luck, F skills, 1. Scoundrel tactics, max, 2. Flight technique, max, 3. Instant transmission 4. Kamehameha 5. Turtle school, chi manipulation, max. Taiyu breathing technique 6. Kaioken, max, 7. Spirit bomb. Talent, 1. Near-death enhancement Super Saiyan 2. Rational grade ape. Permissions, evil modification. Dragon Ball Arc, End, Chapter 35. The Advent of Generation Z. 4 years have elapsed since the conclusion of the Underworld Martial Arts Tournament. This year, Gohan has turned 4. Perhaps due to the indulgence of his mother and sisters, his character has taken on a somewhat frail disposition, with his primary interest being studies. What could a Saiyan possibly learn? Given his son's potential, a one-on-one encounter with Jiren in the future would pose no challenge. "Why, Dad? Why must you take me out for intense training?" Gohan cried out in distress. "I'm sorry, Gohan, but please forgive your father's methods of education. Your mother and sisters are away on a trip, and even if you seek assistance, it would be futile. Surrender to the situation." On this day, Goku whisked his son away from home and soared into the sky on his Flying Nimbus, crossing over vast mountains and breaking through layers of clouds. He soon discovered Piccolo's training cave and promptly descended to its entrance. "Hey, Piccolo, for the time being, I'll leave this child in your care. I'll come to retrieve him on the weekend. Take care." Goku waved cheerfully before leaving his reluctant son with Piccolo and returning home for a honeymoon with his wives. "Do you take me for your family's babysitter?" Piccolo exclaimed in outrage, feeling utterly humiliated as he unceremoniously tossed Gohan aside. However, that night, as he heard the child's muffled cries from outside, he quietly ventured out to gather food for him. Another tranquil day ensued. On the expansive grasslands, numerous creatures resembling ostriches with chicken-like heads thrived. A farmer, donning a straw hat, was tending to the ranch when suddenly he heard a whistling sound from the sky. He looked up to see an object that appeared to be a meteorite or perhaps a spacecraft plummeting rapidly, tracing a graceful arc through the sky. Is that a UFO? The farmer gasped, hastily jumping into his jeep to chase after the unidentified flying object. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed in the distance as something erupted. The farmer accelerated his vehicle, reaching the site where he discovered a massive crater. No, it's not a meteor, he gasped, quickly grabbing his firearm to investigate. The farmer was rendered speechless upon witnessing a tall extraterrestrial man emerge from the fallen circular spacecraft. With long hair, cascading down to his waist. The imposing figure donned a specially designed combat suit and bore an unknown device on his face. He spoke in a calm tone. How is it possible that there are still living beings on this planet? Kakarot. Stay away. The farmer shouted, aiming his gun at the stranger. The device on the man's face emitted a series of beeps. Humph. A power level of only 5. The man scoffed, revealing himself to be Raditz, Goku's elder brother who worked under Frieza. Bang! The farmer fired his weapon, but Raditz caught the bullet effortlessly and sent it back. Ah! The farmer screamed as his head exploded. Such a feeble race. After disposing of the insignificant threat, Raditz detected a significantly more powerful energy signature and was taken aback. What? A power level of 1,300. Could it be Kakarot? Why does such a presence exist on this planet? Cold sweat trickled down Raditz's forehead as he contemplated reporting this matter to his comrades. However, at that moment, an inexplicable power surged within him, enveloping him in a sinister aura, and his heart began to darken with arrogance. Wait, what is this feeling? Raditz clenched his fists, and soon a beeping sound indicated his power level. What? How can this be? After a moment of astonishment, Raditz's expression darkened. Humph, indeed. I am the strongest. Now that I am here, why should I concern myself with their opinions? He promptly abandoned the thought of contacting his companions and activated his flight technique, racing toward the source of the formidable energy. Meanwhile, on a deserted island in the Pacific Ocean, Goku had established a private resort here. Currently, he was lounging on a deck chair with Bulma, while several other wives and their daughters played beach volleyball in their bikinis. Beep. Master, did you just sense that? Yes, that S. Raditz. I sent it? Indeed, Master. He is currently heading toward Piccolo. I'm keeping a close watch on him. Everything is proceeding as planned. Ah, by the way, it seems he has inexplicably grown stronger. What is his current power level? One moment, Master. I'll retrieve that information for you. Soon. Goku received a status report. ID. Raditz rating level. LV2 power level. 1,54800. Indeed, he has grown stronger, Goku murmured subconsciously. Huh. Bulma tilted her head in confusion. Though clad in a revealing swimsuit, she noticed her husband's gaze was entirely focused elsewhere. Unintentionally pouting her lips, she casually remarked, Darling, the weekend is approaching. Isn't it? Shouldn't you go pick up little Gohan? Her husband's eyes remained fixated on Launch's curvaceous figure, and it took him a moment to respond, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Ah yes, you're right. I should go retrieve him soon. Wait, dear. Huh. Bulma, with a flirtatious glance, hooked her ankle around her husband as she lowered the sunshade, obscuring their view from the outside. Since they hadn't yet noticed them, she thought it was the perfect moment to ask, could you help me apply some sunscreen? Meanwhile, during the beach volleyball match, their 9-year-old daughter, Bra, spotted the commotion from the sidelines and shouted, Ah, Mom Launch. Daddy is about to get cozy with my mom. What? Launch exclaimed, turning around just in time to be met with a stunning spike from her daughter Bra. Smack. The volleyball crashed onto the opposing side of the court like a cannonball, stirring up a cloud of dust. Cough, cough. Ugh, my sister got the better of me again, the second daughter, Lon, lamented with a frown. Yay. Bra cheered, jumping in delight and high-fiving her youngest sister, AI. Honestly, they're always targeting Mom. My sister is so mean. Lon pouted, feeling suddenly disheartened about playing volleyball. No worries, let us watch Aunt Chi-Chi. We can take back around. The elegantly dressed Chi-Chi patted her daughter's head, feeling immensely happy as she played by the seaside with her daughters. Aunt Chi-Chi, is it all right? My mom and Aunt Mai have gone to find Daddy. Lon blinked her innocent eyes, pointing toward Mai and Launch, who were walking over. Chi-Chi's expression shifted to one of confusion. Going over? Why would they do that? Didn't they ask everyone to join in for the game? Chi-Chi murmured, her face soon flushing as she couldn't help but angrily shout toward them. Hey, what are you all doing? The kids are still here watching. With that, Chi-Chi hurried after them. Chapter 36. The elder brother on the other side, in the mountainous region of the eastern continent. The piercing cries echoed through the air as a man held the wailing Gohan in his right hand, looking down at the fallen Piccolo with a cold smirk. Oh, so this is Kakarot's child? Such weakness. How dare you? Piccolo, filled with rage, attempted to rise, but blood spilling from his mouth. His body felt as heavy as lead. Tell Kakarot to find me in the Eastern Plains. I am his elder brother, Raditz. With that, the man soared into the sky, tracing an arc through the air. Why? How could a mere human defeat me? Piccolo gritted his teeth and struggled, but in the next moment, swish! A figure clad in the Turtle School martial arts uniform appeared abruptly. Ah, Piccolo. I'm so sorry. I hurried over after changing clothes. Hope you haven't waited long. Seeing Goku's carefree demeanor and the kiss mark on his face, Piccolo was momentarily stunned. He then shouted, "You fool! How can you still be enjoying yourself at a time like this? Your son has been kidnapped. Is there truly a father like you in this world?" At these words, Goku feigned concern and quickly inquired, "Where's Gohan?" "TCH, he has been taken by a man claiming to be your brother, and he wants you to meet him." "What did you say?" "Wait, that guy is strong. You can't face him alone. Moreover, he said he would take you away and sell Earth to others." "That scoundrel. Then let us join forces, Piccolo." Goku extended his hand, helping Piccolo to his feet and offering him a Senzu bean. With a huff, Piccolo consumed the bean and immediately pursued the direction where Raditz had fled. Really? He's even more anxious than I am as a father. Goku watched Piccolo's retreating figure with a smile, while also remaining vigilant of his surroundings. "Chista, have you found anything?" he asked the system. "Ding. Master, I have located the source of that mysterious power. It appears to originate from the demon realm. The patrol team has arrived near Raditz." "All right, I understand." Goku nodded, then summoned the Flying Nimbus, swiftly catching up with Piccolo. "The demon realm? Is this related to the mention of Majin Buu?" Lost in thought, Goku also felt a twinge of worry for Gohan. After all, he was his father. On the other side, in the Time Nest's Grand Hall, the Kaioshin of Time, Krillin, addressed the newly arrived patrol member. "Well then, patrolman, I entrust this task to you." The patrolman, a scion in sports attire with deep blue hair, nodded. "I believe he will achieve great things in the near future." Krillin thought to herself, then gently added, "Please be careful. May your martial prowess flourish." Swish! The Kaioshin began to fade away, enveloped by pure white light, and in the next moment, the patrolman found himself in the universe where Goku resided. Year 761, the patrolman quickly concealed himself behind a large rock, watching as Raditz approached, landing beside a spaceship. This mission focused on investigation, not aiding Goku and his companions. "Please wait here until the opportune moment arises." Trunks' voice echoed in his earpiece as the patrolman nodded and concealed his presence. "Oh, have they arrived so soon?" On the vast plains, Raditz sat upon a fractured boulder, munching on an unknown wild fruit. Soon, he spotted two figures hastily descending from the sky. "Kakarot? Indeed, it is you. You bear a striking resemblance to our father." "Huh? Have you lost yourself among women?" Raditz approached slowly, revealing a disdainful expression upon seeing his brother. "My joy, you wouldn't understand, elder brother," Goku internally mocked, while outwardly he angrily wiped away the kiss marks left by Bulma and the others. "Who are you?" "Huh? In terms of bloodline, I suppose I am your elder brother. I have come specifically to take you away. Enough with the nonsense. Where have you hidden Gohan?" "Hidden? Huh? Your son is sleeping aboard my spaceship. And I intend to take him as well, for he carries the blood of the Saiyan race." "The Saiyan race?" Piccolo murmured. "Ah, Kakarot, we are both Saiyans. And this is the best proof." Raditz chuckled, flicking his tail. "Ah." Piccolo stared in astonishment at Goku, clearly recognizing the same appendage around his waist. "I am not Kakarot. I am the Earthling son Goku." At this, Raditz impatiently dug at his ears and continued, "You disappoint me, Kakarot. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. If I were you, I would abandon everything here, destroy human civilization, and leave with me." "Ha, what a joke." "Join you? To work for Frieza?" Goku scoffed internally. He wouldn't even regard Frieza now. Even if Majin Buu appeared before him, he would dare to challenge him. "Impossible. I will not go with you. Return from whence you came." "Oh, it seems you refuse to join us, and you wish to oppose your brother?" Goku spread his hands. "I have no brother." At this, Raditz laughed heartily. "Ha! You ignore my advice, truly seeking your own demise. Enough chatter. It seems I must join forces to deal with you." With that, Piccolo let out a cold snort, slowly removing his hat and cloak, throwing them heavily to the ground. Indeed, at this point, there is no other choice. Goku nodded, likewise shedding his weighted clothing. "How many Senzu beans do you have left?" "Not many, but I'll give you one. P.S. In reality, he has thousands in his inventory." Goku tossed a Senzu bean to Piccolo, and then struck swiftly. TCH. Don't let him kill you. Your life belongs to me. Piccolo also displayed an exaggerated expression as both charged toward Raditz. Ha, very well. Kakarot. I no longer need you as a hindrance. With that, Raditz's forehead bulged with veins, his entire being radiating a malevolent aura. You disgrace of a Saiyan. I shall eliminate you now. Saying this, Raditz's towering figure lunged forward, fists crashing violently toward Goku and Piccolo's chests. P.S. Thanks to the hesitant Reiko Akatani for the small gift. Thank you. Chapter 37. The Sorrow of the Patroller. Alas. A brutal blow to the abdomen caused Piccolo's eyes to bulge as he staggered backward alongside Goku, both crying out in anguish. Ah. The Namekian warrior boasts a power level of 1300, while Kakarot barely reaches 1400. In the past, I would never have dared confront their onslaught. But now, Raditz wore a mocking grin, swiftly moving in front of the two and delivering a kick to each. Bang! Goku and Piccolo were sent flying. Yet upon hitting the ground, they immediately sprang back to their feet, unleashing a flurry of punches toward Raditz. The sound of their fists colliding echoed violently, as the elder brother Raditz effortlessly countered each attack with one hand. However, in the next instant, PCHH, Raditz severed Piccolo's right arm, causing him to scream in agony. He then seized Piccolo's head, smashing it against Goku. Ugh! The two cried out, their expressions twisted in pain. Raditz immediately blasted them away with a ki blast and began gathering energy for another attack. Damn it! Gritting his teeth, Goku glared at Raditz, who appeared invincible in the sky, his expressions and theatrics perfectly portraying a mere insect. Here it comes. Beside them, Piccolo, his face contorted in pain, shouted as he attempted to evade. In the next moment, Raditz unleashed two enormous blasts, forcing Goku and Piccolo to dodge desperately, only to be grazed by the ki blasts and sent tumbling by the shockwaves. Boom. Ugh. X2 the earth trembled, the violent shockwave uprooting soil, stones, and vegetation, creating two massive craters the size of football fields. Goku and Piccolo. Their clothes tattered and their appearances utterly disheveled. Ha! To think you two can barely hold your ground together. How pathetic. In the air, Raditz cackled, surrounded by dark purple energy. Piccolo, how are you holding up? I'm fine. Although I've lost an arm, I can still fight. In the ruins? The two struggled to converse, but Raditz's maniacal laughter rang out once more. Huh. Stop struggling. Your demise is imminent. At those words, Piccolo, lying on the ground, managed to rise with great effort, panting heavily as he addressed Goku. Huh. Hey, Son Goku. At this point, I can only resort to that. Could it be the special beam cannon? But will that even work? Huh. If you truly manage to defeat him, you'll be next in line. All right, let us see. We'll defeat him first. With that declaration, Goku roared, elevating his energy and charging fiercely at Raditz. You must hold on, Piccolo murmured, fingers splayed, positioning them against his forehead. Meanwhile, the fierce sounds of battle echoed like explosions. Bang, bang, bang. That was Goku being mercilessly pummeled. To maintain the facade, he occasionally attempted to retaliate, only to be struck in the temple by Raditz's fist. Another headbutt followed, slamming him into the ground. Boom. The earth caved in once more, and Goku spat out a mouthful of blood, forced from his body. Damn. How can it be this fast? There's barely enough time. Cold sweat trickled down Piccolo's brow, yet he persisted in charging the special beam cannon. But then, a series of beeping sounds erupted from Raditz's scouter, drawing his attention to Piccolo's location. Wah. What? 2,800. 3,000 points. How can your power level rise so rapidly? Raditz's expression shifted to one of disbelief, quickly darkening. Could it be that you're concentrating your energy in your fingertips? How is that possible? You can adjust your power levels at will. In a fit of rage, the elder brother launched an attack at Piccolo. Boom. A ki blast was discharged, sending Piccolo flying with a cry of despair. Raditz stomped on his face, sneering. How amusing. I'm becoming increasingly intrigued by this planet. Piccolo, swallow a Senza bean and hold him down. I'll unleash the special beam cannon. At that moment, a loud shout came from behind, revealing Goku. Battered yet rising to his feet, fingers pointed at his forehead, energy converging towards his fingertips. Wah. What? Raditz was taken aback, astonished that his foolish brother could also perform such a technique. Are Earthlings all capable of this? Huh, indeed. Did you learn it just by watching me that day? A calm voice echoed from behind Raditz. It was Piccolo. The Namekian's arm began to elongate, seizing Raditz' tail. Instantly, Raditz let out a humiliated grunt, his entire body going limp. Not only that, after consuming the Senzu bean, Piccolo's other arm grew back, decisively wrapping around Raditz's form. You fool. The elder brother began to struggle, but the Namekian's grip had him ensnared. He could not help but curse. Idiot. Do you wish to die alongside me? Kakarot's attack will obliterate us both. Huh? Do you think your ploy will work? He entrusted his son to me. Piccolo scoffed derisively, then shouted to Goku. Old son, hurry and attack. What? Ugh. Don't tell me you intend to kill the only brother you have in this world. Raditz roared, dark energy surging around him, as Piccolo's arms began to show signs of being torn apart. Bastard. Weren't you just trying to kill me? Goku shouted in fury, the power at his fingertips having fully coalesced. No. I never intended to do that. I never wanted to kill you, Kakarot. Silence. I want no brother like you. Come on, just die already. Goku thundered as he prepared to unleash his technique, but time seemed to come to a standstill. Now's the time. Trunks' voice echoed from the suddenly reappearing figure, a blue-haired scion clad in athletic wear. The time patroller has arrived. So he has come. A smile crept up Goku's face. Stop. If Piccolo is killed, the Dragon Balls will. The patroller shouted, but his words were drowned out by Goku's louder voice. Not good. Raditz has accomplices. In an instant, Goku surged with power, his terrifying energy causing Raditz's scouter to explode. What? Both Raditz and Piccolo were stunned, as Goku pointed at the time patroller, coldly declaring, Special. Beam. Cannon. Nanny? The patroller was taken aback, as a fierce beam encircled him, launching forth in an instant. He barely had time to raise his hands in defense, and then... Sizzle. His arm was pierced by the intense beam of light, followed by his head, and soon after, his entire upper body disintegrated into nothingness. Thud. The patroller collapsed. Half of his body sprawled on the ground, crimson mingling with vibrant hues, and silence enveloped the surroundings. How could this happen? In the Time Nest's grand hall, the Kai of Time, Krinoa, was frantically banging on the table, shouting. Trunks stood frozen, watching as the scene before him gradually blurred, even the time scroll losing some of its power. To be continued. Chapter 38. Farewell, Raditz. How could this happen? Trunks trembled, disbelief evident in his eyes. The prodigious talent he had nurtured had been slain, an unprecedented occurrence for him. Wait. If the patroller was killed by someone else, that would be one thing, but that was clearly not Mr. Goku's behavior. Could it be that Mr. Goku has truly succumbed to evil? Trunks, what do you think? Kurinoa interrupted Trunks' thoughts. Although the loss of her precious team member saddened her greatly, she quickly regained her composure. After all, she was the Supreme Kai. The Time Scroll. Having lost control over the year 761, her power diminished significantly. Oh, I suspect that something is amiss with this universe's Goku. I shall personally lead the next time-space patrol. Indeed, that would be prudent. Moreover, let us bring that Goku along. If he is indeed a problem, we can trace the source. Furthermore, he has slain a member of our patrol team. His crimes will be judged by the gods. Kurinoa closed her eyes and then slowly departed from the Hall of Time. Upon hearing this, Trunks wore a grave expression, bowing his head in salute. He then began to prepare for the upcoming Scion arrival arc. Meanwhile, in the void, an unusual force seemed to distort space, converging towards Goku. What is that? Raditz instinctively inquired, to which Piccolo unwittingly replied, forgetting that they were currently adversaries. The two were oblivious to a small female dragon, her mouth agape, siphoning this power, or they would surely be astounded. Master, I have absorbed the temporal energy from the scroll. I shall now convert it into a skill for you. The silver-haired dragon-horned girl proclaimed, and then, ding. Congratulations, Master, you have acquired the golden skill, Temporal Flash. Name, Temporal Flash category, skill function, pauses time for 0.1 seconds within a specified area. Evaluation, the signature move of the cosmic assassin hit, which once plunged Vegeta into despair. What do you think? Isn't it splendid, Master? Praise me, Sista. So it is this technique. Quite useful indeed. Goku nodded with a smile, then turned his calm gaze upon Raditz. I say, brother, it is time for you to surrender. I offer you a chance for reformation. Huh, Kakarot, do you truly believe I would fall for your deceit? Do you still possess the strength to kill me? Raditz scoffed, suddenly delivering an elbow strike that knocked Piccolo unconscious before swiftly charging at Goku. Fool, are you content to be a lifelong servant of Frieza? Incorrigible wretch. At that moment, Goku ceased to feign restraint and delivered 2 swift slaps to Raditz. Slap, slap. Blood flew from Raditz's mouth as he stumbled to the ground, his eyes swirling. Oh, the weeping Raditz. Had you not been considerate of others, do you think you would be worthy to clash with me? Goku seized Raditz's scouter, then kicked his jaw, pressing his foot upon his head, forcing him to eat dirt. Ugh, ugh. Raditz's energy surged once more, his combat power evidently escalating. Ah. Master, I was right. His power indeed carries the aura of the demon realm. Sista exclaimed with delight. Yes, I know. Bang. Goku delivered another kick, executing the Crane School's egg-breaking kick. Raditz fell silent, convulsing in pain before losing consciousness. Goku, however, paid no heed to this so-called brother, and with Piccolo also incapacitated. No one was around to witness his state. He promptly pressed the button on the scouter, but unfortunately, it was broken. Panic set in as he realized. What if he couldn't contact Vegeta, and he lost interest in Earth? After all, the matter of the Dragon Balls had not been disclosed, so he began to ponder. Beep, beep, beep. After a moment, the scouter emitted a sound, prompting Goku to utter a puzzled "Hmm?" A familiar cold voice soon emanated from it. Kakarot? You possess quite the skill, managing to strike Raditz. Upon hearing this, Goku nearly gasped. Vegeta? He called back, but quickly fell silent, coldly inquiring, Who are you? I am Vegeta, like you a Saiyan. However, I am the prince among Saiyans, and you shall refer to me as your highness. What do you want? Hee. I acknowledge your strength. In the future, joining us will not be a problem. But before that, I have a question for you. A question? Indeed. From the battle I observed, I noted that your planet is also home to Namekians. Could it be that your newfound strength is due to the pearls they crafted? Upon hearing this, Goku burst into laughter, feigning shock. Wah, what? How do you know this? Hee. Fool. You are indeed of the same ilk as that worthless Raditz. Clean your neck in a year's time and prepare for my arrival, Kakarot. Vegeta chuckled and ended the call. Or rather, the connection on the scouter. Goku scratched his chin, then donned the scouter. Hee. Foolish earthlings, prepare to accept the subjugation of the Saiyans. Striking a pose, he proclaimed, when suddenly a small figure timidly inquired, Dad? It was Gohan. He had somehow emerged from Raditz's spaceship. Hey Gohan, how are you? Are you well? Goku instantly embraced his son, inspecting him thoroughly. Father, will you take me home? I miss Mom. Little Gohan began to weep, clinging to Goku's shoulder, wailing. Good boy, no tears now, Gohan. Crying is not the behavior of a man. He patted his son's back, employing a simple spell to lull him into slumber. Over the years, his body had been suffused with divine energy, allowing Goku to learn some magic, which proved quite convenient. I'm sorry, Gohan. Please wait for me. Goku gently placed his son beside the caretaker and began to attend to the fallen patroller's remains. Healing potions, as well as the patroller's license, and some capsules. Alas, they were all broken. How impoverished. Goku took the license, destroyed the remnants, and approached Raditz. Should I leave him be or set him free? After a moment of contemplation, he softly uttered, Farewell, Raditz. Crack. The sound of splintering bone echoed in the air. P.S. Thanks to Reiko and Chuzita for the small gift. Thank you. Chapter 39. Super Saiyan 4 Raditz's spaceship seemed to have been damaged by Gohan's playful antics. And Goku discovered that he could not store the craft in his inventory, so he resorted to using a capsule to stow it away for the time being. After tending to the affairs of the two, he returned to the beach of their private island with his son, leaving Piccolo to continue his slumber for the time being. Where had they taken the child in recent days? His clothes were riddled with holes. Chi-Chi looked worriedly at the sleeping Gohan, and then turned to her husband with a hint of irritation. Of course, he has been training. We Saiyans must exercise daily. Though Goku understood the differences among Saiyans, he pondered what such a young child could possibly train in. Our Gohan isn't the type to revel in violence, is he? That's not a certainty. Our child is a born warrior. Goku retorted. Poor parents would disregard their child's wishes and unilaterally dictate their future. Indeed. Goku replied with a wry smile. Chi-Chi huffed in discontent and stepped inside to change her shoes. Suddenly, recalling something, she turned to Goku at the entrance and asked, I heard from Bulma that you just dealt with some extraterrestrial matters. You weren't injured, were you? Not at all. Your husband is the strongest, Goku confidently declared. Chi-Chi, pouting, replied, Then, since you are so strong, our Gohan need not train, right? Please, Chi-Chi, if Gohan were to focus on his studies. However, his response was met only with the sound of the door closing. Chi-Chi took the child and went to rest in their room. Goku scratched his head. Before their marriage, Chi-Chi had been just as enthusiastic as Bulma. Yet he knew her discontent stemmed solely from their son's education. If Gohan doesn't study, even Goku will shed tears. If he is not on Earth in the future, he must leave behind a capable warrior. Welcome back. Little Wu emerged from the living room, retrieving shoes for Goku. Yes, I have returned. Goku smiled as he quietly put on his shoes. Ah, Daddy. Little AI exclaimed as she dashed from the living room and leaped into Goku's embrace. Wah, sister is bullying me, bullying me. The little girl whimpered, crying incessantly in Goku's arms. Little AI, you mustn't be so willful, Goku chided gently. He looked towards little Wu, who bore a serious expression as she educated their daughter. Isn't that a bit too strict? He couldn't help but comment. No, or she'll grow spoiled, his wife insisted. Her face honest. Although Goku allowed her to handle most matters, the education of their children was firmly in her hands. He felt it unwise to argue. Thus, little AI cried even louder in Goku's embrace. What is all this noise? A voice called out. It was Bulma, wrapped in a bath towel, seemingly just emerging from a bath. Goku chuckled helplessly and pointed towards their eldest daughter's room. Bulma immediately realized the situation and approached the door, knocking incessantly. Hey brah, you've taken your sister's things again? Haven't you? If you keep this up, I'll dock your allowance for next month. The household was lively. Yet at times it possessed a serene calm. Despite the added troubles that came with more children, most of the time was filled with joy. Thanks to the diligent efforts of several ladies, Goku sat atop the roof, examining the spoils he had obtained that day. The power detector had malfunctioned and was sent to Bulma for repairs. Then there was the matter of the time patrol. He was constantly preoccupied with this issue. Perhaps the next encounter might truly put him in a dire battle. The flaws of Super Saiyan 3 remained unresolved. Perhaps it would be better to change his training focus. Over the past 4 years of the Otherworld Martial Arts Tournament, his training had never ceased. Goku had only recently mastered the transformation into Super Saiyan 3, a feat far more challenging than he had anticipated. Fortunately, the King Kai's planet offered numerous methods to unlock potential, and through relentless battles, he had managed to achieve this transformation. ID, Scoundrel Rote Rating, LV3, Note, current power level exceeds evaluation limits. Age, 29 Battle Power, 75 million, 30 billion, SSS, Stamina, 100 Energy, 100 Attributes, Strength, SSS Defense, SSS Energy Capacity, SSS Agility, SSS Additional Attributes, Perception, C Charm, C Luck, E Skills, 1. Scoundrel Combat Style, Max 2. Skydance Technique, Max 3. Instant Transmission 4. Kamehameha 5. Taiyu Breath Technique, Max 6. King Kai Fist, Max 7. Spirit Bomb 8. Dragon Fist, New, 9. Flash Time Technique, New Talent, 1. Super Saiyan 3 2. Rational Great Ape. Permissions, Malicious Modification. Items, 1. Maliciously Modified Patera Earrings 2. Rui Bang, etc. Goku was uncertain why his battle power had surged so rapidly during training. Since mastering the full power of Super Saiyan, transforming into Super Saiyan 2 had not consumed much time. On that day, almost no one in the Otherworld could stand against him. Goku's exploits gradually became well known, and he earned the title of the galaxy's greatest warrior. He even had the chance to meet the legendary Supreme Kai. During this period, the Supreme Kai was dignified yet amiable. After learning some divine training principles from him, Goku successfully grasped a few spells from the Dragon God Treasure technique. Though it was merely superficial knowledge, he surprisingly managed to comprehend the instant kill technique of Dragon Fist from it. Thus, Goku felt a sense of relaxation. He had the strength of the later stages of Z right from the beginning, a fact he couldn't help but take pride in. However, Super Saiyan 3 still left much to be desired. Additionally, the excessive energy consumption and unresolved leaks were problematic. Although he could use the Senzu beans to compensate, he was reluctant to fight in such a manner. Moreover, Vegeta was currently too weak. Absorbing him with the Patera earrings would only be detrimental. Indeed, Goku paused momentarily before softly pondering. Is it time to become a Super Saiyan 4? 1 month later, Goku began to venture into space, challenging himself in various harsh and unforgiving environments across numerous planets. Although he had only learned to conceal his tail after mastering magic, he had retained his tail to tap into the Saiyans' potential. This was precisely why he held onto it until now, to unleash his full potential and transform into Super Saiyan 4. At last, on this day, Upon the desolate surface of a dead planet, a colossal golden great ape roared fiercely, causing the mountains and earth to tremble beneath him. Then, the blood-red eyes of the giant ape gradually regained their sanity, slowly regressing. It was Goku. His massive form began to shrink, his robust muscles rippling with red fur, and his long black hair cascading down to his waist, becoming mysterious and formidable. Boom! The surface of the Death Star seems unable to withstand such a formidable aura any longer, beginning to fracture. Ah! Standing upon the rocky outcrop, Wukong roars. His jet black hair tinged with a deep crimson hue, while the energy surrounding him radiates with an unimaginable terror akin to that of a star. His power continues to escalate. For Wukong yearns to discover the extent of his current capabilities. All right, Master. I can no longer assess your battle prowess. The soft, breathy voice of the little dragon echoes incessantly in his mind, prompting Wukong to finally cease his exertions. How astonishing! Is this what it means to be a Super Saiyan 4? Heh! At last, he possesses some grounds for arrogance. He clenches his fist, enveloped by an overwhelming sense of unreality. Chapter 40. Daily life at home after successfully transforming into Super Saiyan 4 for the first time. Goku maintained the form for only about 10 minutes before reverting to his normal state. This was not due to any loss of energy, but rather because it was his 8th attempt of the day, leaving both his body and spirit utterly exhausted. Name: Super Saiyan 4 category, talent function, possesses the complete power of the great ape, with combat strength so formidable it is nearly impossible to measure. Initially assessed to be over 4,000 times that of his normal state. Evaluation: Zista is reluctant to comment. The Master's immense power is quite overwhelming. After consuming a Senzu bean, Goku attempted once more to transform into Super Saiyan 4. However, this endeavor proved to be equally challenging, and despite his hoarse voice from shouting, he could only maintain the Super Saiyan 3 form. Is it impossible? Even with the Senzu, has my spirit reached its limit? Goku's expression was one of excitement. Although he had succeeded once, he remained enamored with the state he had just experienced. Simultaneously, he noticed a significant enhancement in his normal state. Estimating that his current power level had geometrically increased, far surpassing his abilities when he first became a Super Saiyan. Perhaps I should return home to rest, Goku mused. Pointing his finger to his forehead, and with a swift motion, he instantly transported back to his home on Earth. Welcome back. I was wondering where you had been all this time. In the center of a standalone villa in West City, Launch was practicing yoga, currently in her blonde state. Upon seeing Goku return, she handed him the towel she had been using and curiously asked, "Did you go to that Kai place to train again? You're all dirty." Really? I don't think so. Goku feigned ignorance, rubbing his dust-covered hands on Launch's face. Honestly you. Go wash up right now. How rude. I told you not to touch me. All right, I'll go wash up. Playfully bickering, they entered the bathhouse. Watching Launch feign reluctance while helping him scrub his back, Goku wore a satisfied smile. By the way, Launch, what made you start practicing yoga recently? Bulma said it helps to regulate one's temper. Little Lon doesn't seem to like having a hot-tempered mother. But I quite like it. I know, but... Wait, the kids are still at home. After a series of events, Goku found himself on the bed, unaware of when he and Launch had fallen asleep. He only realized they had been scolded by the other 3 wives upon waking. Subsequently, Goku promised them he would stay at home for a while, taking responsibility for picking up the children from school. Goten was now 4 years old and nearly 5, attending kindergarten. While their other 3 children were in elementary school, their eldest daughter Bra was 9, the second daughter Lon was 8, and little Pan was 7. Each time Goku picked up the children, he was met with envious glances from other parents, especially when his daughters would envelop him in tight bear hugs. As for the children's combat talents, Goku felt that Bra possessed the highest potential for some unknown reason. His eldest daughter, at merely 9 years old, already boasted a power level exceeding 10,000, despite Goku recalling she was only around 11 at birth. Had he not taught the Turtle School's key control technique to his children, their household would likely be rife with incidents daily. However, Bra mentioned that she aspired to become a martial artist in the future. Goku muttered to himself as he loaded the children into the car. He also needed to obtain a driver's license, a requirement from Chi-Chi, and there were numerous attractive models available. Goku, fascinated by cars, received one from Bulma every holiday. Hooray! We're home. I'm back. Moms, I'm home. Finally, upon arriving home, Goku let out a sigh of relief. What would you like to eat? he asked his children, opening the refrigerator. I want cake, Daddy. Bra raised her hand, while the others, oblivious to him, rushed to the living room to watch the animation of Dr. Slump. It was curious, among the scions in the household, aside from him and Bra, everyone else had surprisingly modest appetites. Goku spent some time watching cartoons with the kids before noticing Chi-Chi cleaning and then teasing his wife. As tranquil days passed, Goku sometimes felt he was growing too complacent. He would often spend time at North Kai's place, and after being kicked out for transforming into a Super Saiyan, he would venture to the Grand Kai's planet to find someone to spar with. Of course, Super Saiyan 4 remained his trump card, and he would only attempt to transform in places undetected by the gods. Although it remained uncertain whether the Kaioshin could perceive him, Goku and Zista could still obscure their presence with the system's power. Here you go, dear. The power level detector is fixed. One day, Bulma emerged from her laboratory with the device. Is that so? That is wonderful, Goku exclaimed, joyfully lifting his wife and spinning her around. He found the device to be quite a collector's item and seized the opportunity to ask Bulma when Vegeta would be arriving on Earth. Bulma giggled, bringing the detector close to her profile. Beep beep beep, huh? What is this? Your power level is only around 10. Are you deliberately concealing your energy? Bulma mumbled, promptly poking Goku in the waist and cheerfully adding, quick, raise your energy so I can calibrate the device. It might explode, you know? Huh. I don't believe that. I've used the best materials. You must trust in the power of science. Bulma huffed and confidently watched Goku from the side. Is that so? Then, I'll just increase it a little. Goku replied, closing his eyes and cautiously raising his energy level. Beep beep beep, the detector emitted a wailing sound, and Bulma gasped in shock. 3,000, 8,000, 100,000. Okay. I won't look anymore. I admit I was wrong. Bulma's voice echoed throughout the headquarters of Capsule Corporation, and then the entire West City experienced an earthquake. With a loud bang, the power level detector emitted smoke, and Bulma collapsed to the ground, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked up at her husband, nearly scared out of her wits. Chapter 41, Training on King Kai's Planet. Goodness, what a mess this has turned into at home. After the commotion, cracks appeared on the walls of the Capsule Corporation. Bulma rubbed her aching temples and leaned against the wall, sulking. She currently sported the short hairstyle from the Namek saga, despite being 27. Perhaps due to the artifacts provided by Goku, she still retained a youthful vitality. By the way, Bulma's combat power now hovers around 200. Goku intended to travel to Namek to learn techniques for unlocking potential, aiming to empower his family with means for self-defense. Speaking of which, dear, how's that alien spaceship coming along? Noticing his girlfriend's irritation, Goku quickly changed the subject. Oh, that. Dad is quite interested in these things. So all the research results are with him. But why do you ask? Hiki, I was thinking if we manage to develop a spaceship, how about we go to space for our honeymoon? Just the two of us. Upon hearing this, Bulma's mood instantly brightened, and she embraced Goku, her lovely face beaming with joy. Haha, really? That's wonderful. I'll go check with Dad about the research results. At Kame House. Yo, Goku, long time no see. Master Roshi was still engrossed in a Risku magazine, greeting Goku while complaining about his lack of beautiful company. Long time no see, Grandpa. Are you still in good health? Goku chuckled as he placed a gift on the table, the latest Gal game of the year. Where's Krillin? Oh, he's out on a date with his new girlfriend. Is that so? Goku scratched his head. His purpose for being there was to take Krillin to the sacred world for training, accompanied by Tien and Kairatsu. Unfortunately, Yamcha couldn't come since he was taken out previously. And Oolong as well. After some effort, Goku finally managed to coax Krillin out. They arrived at the sacred world where Piccolo and the others had been waiting for quite some time. Mr. Popo was responsible for serving tea, while the Supreme Kai leaned on his cane, listening attentively. Goku informed everyone about the impending invasion of the Scions within the year, prompting a heavy silence to fall over the group. Why are you telling us this only now? Piccolo couldn't help but voice his frustration. I seem to have forgotten amidst family matters, but we still have a year, right? Son Goku, you fool. Are the Scions really that terrifying? Foolish. If you still harbor any illusions, Earth is truly doomed. If we wish upon the dragon, can we not prevent the Scion invasion? Impossible. The dragon cannot contend with powers that exceed its own. I actually want to engage them in a proper battle. So do I. All right then. I will take you all to train under King Kai. Discuss among yourselves who will join and who will stay behind. Goku declared, feeling that if one were to put on a show, it should be done thoroughly. Surely those patrols hadn't anticipated this. After discussions, the group unanimously agreed to head to North Kai's training grounds. Before leaving, Krillin attempted to call his girlfriend, only to receive news of their breakup. Seeing Krillin's sorrowful expression, Goku unconsciously went over to pat his shoulder in consolation. It's all right. Women aren't as important as training. Let us focus on our training. Ugh. Don't say that, Goku. I just don't want to hear those words from you. Damn. I want to get stronger. Tears of frustration streamed down Krillin's face, yet he resolutely stood up. All right, no time to waste. Let us set off. Goku pressed his fingers to his forehead, while Tien, Piccolo, and Kaiatsu placed their hands on his shoulders. With a whoosh, they instantly vanished from their location and reappeared on King Kai's planet. Upon landing, the group struggled against the crushing force of 10 times gravity. What is happening? My body feels so heavy. Krillin painfully rose, while the weakest, Kaiatsu, remained on the ground. Goku, on the other hand, appeared unaffected as he walked towards King Kai's residence. The current King Kai's planet was not only several times larger than before but also featured hills, rivers, and artificial lakes, all won by Goku in martial arts bets on King Kai's planet. Is he not home? The door opened to reveal the monkey bubbles. And just as Goku pondered this, he heard King Kai's voice. Yo, isn't this Goku? Why have you come again? King Kai, having just completed his circuit of the planet in a small car, greeted Goku with a jovial smile. You can train here in your normal state. But transforming into a Super Saiyan is out of the question. This place is precious real estate. It's all about money now. This time it's not just me. King Kai, these are my friends, and I hope they can train here as well. Goku gestured towards Piccolo and the others, but apart from Piccolo, everyone else stood up and bowed to King Kai. Please take care of us. For hearing this, King Kai smiled again, one joke each. And I'll agree to let you train here. After arranging accommodations for everyone, Goku returned home to begin instructing his children in their training. With his own power aside, he needed to harness the combat prowess of the 5 Saiyans. The children were brought to the gravity chamber, and Goku began teaching them one by one. He soon discovered that his eldest daughter, Bra, was the most gifted, adapting to the 10 times gravity in just a few days. All right, that concludes today's training. Bra, you stay behind. I'm starving. Great. Goodbye. Sisters Bra displayed a disgruntled expression while Lan and Aoi, visibly fatigued, exited the gravity chamber, with Gohan eagerly following behind, delivering water to his sisters. Little Gohan was still quite young, so Goku allowed him to train lightly. Although he was sure if this would help unlock his potential, he didn't push him too hard. By the way, the members of the Sun family had all learned the Kamehameha technique by now. Is it really that exhausting? Goku observed the panting children and found it quite challenging, as he merely had them doing gymnastics. What's wrong, Dad? Bra looked at her father in confusion. Goku nodded and continued. Bra, you are the eldest in the family and the one with the greatest combat potential. Today, I have an important ability to impart to you, which is... With that, Goku erupted in a tremendous aura, his hair standing on end, gradually turning golden. This is the Super Saiyan transformation I mentioned to you before. Goku struck a pose, his gaze fierce. However, upon witnessing this, Bra merely placed her hands on her hips, appearing completely unfazed. Oh, is that all? I can do it too. Upon hearing this, Goku initially found it hard to believe, and then he was left dumbfounded. To his astonishment, Bra released a golden aura as well, exclaiming in disbelief. Haha, so this state makes everything feel so much lighter. Is this what it means to be a Super Saiyan? Bra began to bounce around, her legs moving so swiftly that they left after images. Goku sighed, finally understanding the feeling of a father watching his child transform into a Super Saiyan. Chapter 42, A World Where Only Gohan is Injured. Bra, when did you transform into this form? Goku inquired, gazing at his daughter with her golden hair, standing upright. Last year. It happened because little AI broke my things, and I felt really sad. After I cried, I transformed into a Super Saiyan, Bra replied innocently, blinking her eyes at Goku, seemingly hoping her father would take her shopping. Does anyone else know about this? Goku asked. Well, Mom Chi-Chi knows, little Gohan knows. And little Lan and little AI know too. Now you know, Dad, she answered. Goku could easily imagine Chi-Chi instructing son Lan to keep such matters a secret, likely with some admonition about not being a delinquent. Goku chuckled. Can others do this transformation as well? Yes. Little Lan can, and little AI should be able to soon. Bra exclaimed. Little Lan can too. Goku was taken aback, completely unprepared for the revelation that the usually naive little Lan could also transform into a Super Saiyan. Yeah, just like Mom Ranchi, she said that sneezing could make her transform, Bra replied. Go call her over. Goku's expression turned serious. He felt it was time to assume a more paternal demeanor. All right, Bra said cheerfully, maintaining her Super Saiyan state, and swiftly brought son Lan back. Hey, Dad, do you want to see me transform into blonde hair too? Ah, by the way, you all can transform? Sun Lan looked at Goku, and then at Bra, before mimicking her mother with a casual sneeze, instantly transforming into a Super Saiyan with golden energy flaring around her. Goku was astonished and called all the children over. Soon, with encouragement from her sisters, little AI successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan as well. Meanwhile, Gohan stood there, watching blankly. Initially, Goku had thought Gohan would be incapable of transforming, but Bra unknowingly uttered something that made little AI burst into tears, leading her to transform in a fit of distress. As for Gohan, he remained stationary, shouting in frustration for quite some time without any result. Then, he became indignant, starting to cry loudly. Wah wah wah, ah. Calm down, Gohan. Normally, it takes a long time to learn how to transform into a Super Saiyan. Your sisters are just exceptions, Goku reassured him, patting Gohan's back as he stepped out of the gravity chamber. Upon seeing this, Chi-Chi rushed over. What happened? Are you hurt? No. Maybe just a bit emotionally impacted, Goku smiled, gesturing towards their 3 daughters peeking out nearby. Chi-Chi was momentarily speechless, then playfully punched Goku, scolding, Really? Are you trying to raise delinquents? Time flew by, and the year quickly passed. Goku returned with Piccolo and the others from King Kai's planet 2 months early, and they all possessed considerable combat strength now. Goku bid farewell to everyone, stating he would return to Earth after some time. If the Saiyans arrived, they could simply use Bulma's communicator to summon him. With time on his hands, he sought to explore the universe, adapting to his transformations in extreme environments. Then, you foolish aliens, bring forth your strongest warrior to battle me, or I shall destroy your planet. Above a planet with a certain level of civilization, Goku donned the battle suit crafted by Bulma. Equipped with a power level detector on his cheek, his expression reminiscent of the theatrical version of Darius. Hey, is anyone going to respond to me? If you don't show up, I'll destroy this planet, Goku shouted with boredom. At that moment, a fleet of ships intercepted him, firing countless missiles and lasers surrounding Goku. He chuckled lightly, dodged effortlessly, and executed a series of prince-like maneuvers, obliterating the ships as they plummeted to the ground. Boom. Goku observed the circular ships and structures, feeling a sense of familiarity. Could this be Frieza's fleet? What a twist of fate. I keep teleporting around the universe and have ended up at the king's real estate. How dare you not recognize Frieza's fleet? You blind fools. How dare anyone? I think I've seen him before. He's that Saiyan from planet Vegeta over 20 years ago. Countless warriors clad in battle gear surged from the ships, a dense mass of them. Die, you scum. You have offended Lord Frieza. I will have you executed. A frog-like alien emerged from the wreckage of a destroyed ship, radiating considerable power, charging directly at Goku. Goku smirked, then with a swift strike, sent the alien flying. This display stunned many who were about to attack him. What? One hit, and engage from a distance. Don't get close to him. What is his power level? Why hasn't anyone reported this yet? The warriors were astonished and began launching energy blasts. However, Goku erupted with energy, causing every power level detector to explode one after another, while a powerful shockwave rebounded their attacks. Wah! The crowd screamed in terror, either exploding or crashing to the ground. Amidst the white energy, Goku coldly regarded them, one hand already gathering an energy blast aimed at the largest building below. Are you not coming? If you don't, your headquarters will be obliterated. Stop him. Don't panic. Lord Dodoria is on his way. Yes, you will die, Saiyan. The soldiers screamed as they charged at Goku. Yet, he seemed to treat the encounter as a mere game, executing a series of kicks that left the attackers howling in agony. Even when overwhelmed from all sides, the soldiers found themselves scattered like snowflakes before Goku's might. Goku began to relish the thrill of battle, though he felt slightly unsatisfied. These were merely ordinary soldiers with power levels not exceeding 1,000, with just a few techniques. Goku effortlessly defeated hundreds of them. How powerful can such beings truly exist? We can't take it anymore, Commander. We must retreat. Don't let them escape. Call for the Jinyu force to engage. The alien commanding the situation shouted in desperation, But the next moment, his expression shifted to horror. He was struck by Goku's energy blast, instantly obliterated. At that moment, a raspy voice echoed. Honestly, a bunch of useless fools. Can't even handle a single monkey. Oh, it's Lord Dodoria. The newcomer was a rotund, pink-skinned alien, Frieza's trusted subordinate, Dodoria. He glared at Goku, demanding, "Who are you? Why are you attacking our Frieza's division?" "To uphold justice," Goku replied casually, his piercing gaze instilling fear in Dodoria. Slowly, Dodoria's demeanor became rigid, trembling. Could you please stop? I see you as a valuable asset. I'm certain Lord Frieza would appreciate you greatly." Hearing this, Goku casually tossed aside the alien with a cold smile. I expected Frieza's subordinates to have some backbone, but it seems they are merely a bunch of useless gluttons. Upon hearing this, Dodoria's face contorted in rage. Although I cannot comprehend the insults being hurled, it is evident that he is exceedingly furious. You scoundrel. Go perish." Doria erupted in a deep purple aura, and then slowly released a dazzling beam of light from his palm. However, Goku merely chuckled lightly and, with a casual kick, redirected the energy blast towards the tallest edifice on the ground below. Chapter 43. The Ginyu Force. What? My full-powered strike was effortlessly countered. Dodoria stood frozen in disbelief, unable to fathom that there existed a warrior of such caliber beyond Frieza. Witnessing the swift devastation of his division, his rotund visage began to tremble, terror coursing through his entire being. Wait a moment. I surrender." Before he could finish his plea, the Saiyan before him vanished in an instant, delivering a single punch that pierced through his chest. Dodoria coughed up blood and was subsequently launched to the ground by a powerful kick, falling unconscious instantly. Oh, they've arrived? After dispatching Dodoria, Goku raised his gaze to the sky, where 4 shooting stars streaked across, slowly descending onto the planet's surface. Thud! His combat boots hit the ground, producing a sound of rubber against earth. It seemed that Dodoria was beyond saving. A white-haired, red-skinned man observed the distant skirmish. Soon, 4 figures emerged from the spherical spacecraft beside him. "Hey guys, what is that Scion's power level? If it's formidable, I wouldn't mind acquiring another body." Beep beep beep, the power level detector emitted a wail, and the soldier named Guys exclaimed in shock. What? 90,000 power level. Captain Ginyu. I see. In that case, let us all attack together and return to report to Lord Frieza promptly. The leader, Captain Ginyu, raised his right fist and commanded the others, who responded with a chorus of yes. X4 excellent, Ginyu Force. Let us set off. In the next moment, the 5 of them coalesced into a brilliant streak, hurtling towards Goku's location. Heh. Goku chuckled softly, recalling their comical antics. Now was his chance to deal with them. Lest Gohan learn these moves and embarrass himself in front of others. The first to confront Goku was a muscular man with a pineapple hairstyle, striking a ridiculous pose. Yuhi, Jiao, Rikuum. Next came a tall, deep blue extraterrestrial creature. Ihiyakiki, Barda. Following him was, guys. Oh, Gudu. Finally, a purple horned figure, bending low to peek at Goku from between his legs, bellowed, Ginyu. We are the Ginyu Force. X5 Goku felt his toes curl involuntarily. Despite finding it humorous as a child, being subjected to such antics now felt like a profound insult. Sigh, having to witness this daily. Frieza truly has it tough. Die, you scum, Rot shouted, unleashing a hand cannon blast at the leading Ginyu, the sole threat in the group. If he were to swap bodies, it would spell trouble. Wah! Ginyu cried out, his body obliterated. The massive shockwave surged forth like a nuclear explosion, sending the other team members fleeing in terror. So powerful. The team members trembled in fear. The last to escape, Rikuum, shouted in despair, what's happening, guys? Wasn't it said he only had a power level of 90,000? How could? Ugh. Hearing this, Guys turned back, only to find Rikuum cleaved in 2 by Goku's energy blade, and he screamed in terror, don't kill me. I still have value. I can provide you with information. However, in response, he was met with 4 gleaming blades. Ugh, is that so? Goku chuckled as he severed Rikuum's limbs. He then pursued the remaining members. Damn Saiyan, go die. The 4-eyed, frog-like alien shrieked, apparently calling for Gudu. He frantically unleashed a barrage of energy blasts towards Goku, only to quickly realize they could not touch him. Then, Gudu's head was crushed by Goku's fist like a melting ice cream. Ugh. Next came Barda, howling in despair. Damn it. Rumored to possess the universe's fastest speed, Bardo was nearing the landing site of their spacecraft. Unfortunately, someone was already waiting. "You are quite swift, aren't you?" Goku leaned against the spaceship, leisurely remarking, "Gay. Upon witnessing this, Bardo hastily slammed on the brakes, transforming into a streak of light as he fled. In a flash, Goku appeared before him, executing a swift kick that sent Bardo crashing into a deep pit, contorting his body. "Wait. Ugh. I surrender. I am willing to obey your every command." He pleaded tearfully, but was met with Goku's merciless ridicule. "Sorry, but it's too late." Boom. The energy blast descended, and Bardo screamed, vanishing without a trace. "It's done." Goku exhaled lightly, then paused to contemplate for a moment. Since he had already dealt with the Ginyu Force, he might as well seek out Frieza. He returned to Guise, who was still clinging to life, and kicked him, asking maliciously, "Hey, share your power level detector data with me. I need the information." Cough, cough. "You're finished. Lord Frieza will arrive shortly. Just wait here to die." Guise spat blood at Goku, only to be repelled by the aura radiating from him. However, upon hearing this, Goku felt reassured. He paid no heed to Guise's venomous glare. Instead, he thought it would be more entertaining to sit and chat. "I see. So you just contacted him?" "Haraha. With Lord Frieza's fleet speed, they will likely arrive in about 10 minutes. You've killed our Ginyu Force members, and now there's no escaping." "Haha. Cough. Ha ha." Guise laughed maniacally, blood frothing at his mouth as he sprayed it towards Goku. Then, he received a kick that shattered his jaw. "So slow, Frieza." Goku gazed at the sky, where flames and the wreckage of spacecraft littered the area. He had not exterminated all those who participated in the battle. Upon witnessing the Ginyu Force's rapid demise, many began to flee. Goku even noticed some spacecraft quietly departing the planet. Speaking of which, real estate business should be quite lucrative. This world has many planets and resources to exploit. Should I consider living a life like a king? Goku reclined on the grass, gazing up at the sky. Soon, he spotted a blazing sun descending slowly. Is that a planet-destroying missile? Goku's pupils dilated slightly. He knew that at this moment, Frieza had arrived. Chapter 44. Frieza's sudden attack. The searing energy entity blazed fiercely in the sky, casting a cataclysmic hue across the horizon. "I shall protect this planet," Goku shouted, his aura erupting around him as he transformed into a radiant streak, soaring into the clouds. With a swift kick, he shattered the planet-destroying missile, piercing through the atmosphere to behold the colossal warships of Frieza's army. In the distance, a throng of ships surged forth, led by an extraterrestrial with a pointed head resembling that of Captain Ginyu. With a composed expression, he revealed himself to be the cosmic overlord, the god of destruction's agent. And the universe's property developer, King Frieza. "Another Saiyan. How utterly unexpected," Frieza remarked. "You must be the Saiyan who appeared when planet Vegeta was obliterated, correct? Here to meet your demise once more?" "Not quite," Goku replied with a smile, unfazed by the thousands of soldiers arrayed against him. "That was my father." "Ah, I see. You've come seeking vengeance?" Frieza mused, contemplating whether to collaborate or eliminate Goku right away. However, Frieza's arrogance ignited fury within him. He smashed the control panel of his craft, his eyes filled with rage. "Damn it, you filthy monkeys. I never expected you to proliferate like vermin after I annihilated your kind. It was indeed right to vow your extinction. Is it because you are afraid?" Goku scoffed. "You ignorant fool," Frieza retorted, inciting his soldiers to attack. "Soldiers, surround and eliminate that Saiyan." "Oh, are you prepared to meet your end?" Goku responded confidently. With a thunderous roar, his energy surged, causing the combat power detectors to explode one by one. "How is this possible?" Frieza exclaimed, gritting his teeth as he crushed a nearby detector. "Hold him down. I shall finish this monkey with my final form." "Yes, sir," Frieza's soldiers shouted as they closed in. But Goku's gaze sharpened, and he found himself once again engulfed in the fray. The sound of fists colliding erupted as dozens of soldiers were obliterated, sending the rest scattering to unleash a barrage of energy blasts. Yet, none could harm Goku, who deflected them all back towards Frieza's fleet. "Stop him," someone shouted. And the crowd swarmed towards Goku like a swarm of bees. With a swift motion, Goku unleashed a blade of energy, slicing through the air with a dazzling brilliance. Soldiers fell from the sky like dumplings, and others activated their starfall cannons to shoot at him. Goku dodged and turned, only to find Frieza charging at him in his complete form. So soon? Goku thought, surprised that Frieza had not transformed in stages as he expected. "Yeah," Frieza screeched, enveloped in an energy sphere, hurtling towards Goku. With a deft maneuver, Goku evaded, taunting Frieza by beckoning him closer. Could it be that you are the legendary Super Saiyan? Frieza bellowed, his fist imbued with a rich purple energy, striking down towards Goku. The shockwave from the punch sent weaker fighters scattering, some even shattering under the force. Legendary Super Saiyan? No, I am merely an ordinary Super Saiyan, Goku nonchalantly replied, catching Frieza's punch with his foot and, in a fluid motion, delivering a counterkick. The impact twisted Frieza's head backward, his forehead bulging with veins as he screamed in fury. You beast! How dare you! Frieza regained his composure and unleashed a flurry of death beams toward Goku. With a smirk, Goku skillfully dodged, his enhanced perception allowing him to predict Frieza's moves. He landed a powerful blow to Frieza's abdomen, blood spilling from the tyrant's mouth. Then, Goku unleashed a relentless assault, striking Frieza's face repeatedly until the crystalline structure on his forehead shattered and his head warped grotesquely. Frieza attempted to retaliate, but his limbs were twisted beyond recovery. No, no, he shrieked, a destructive energy radiating around him, as if he intended to self-destruct. However, Goku swiftly elbowed him in the face, sending him crashing back onto his own warship. Curse you! Frieza groaned, struggling to rise, but Goku kicked him deeper into the ship, laughing as he seized Frieza's tail. This isn't over yet, Frieza. With a swift motion, Goku executed the Dragon Fist technique, ripping out Frieza's eye. This is for my parents, he stated coldly, tearing it away. Then, with a sickening sound, Frieza's tail was violently severed, prompting a wail of despair as he attempted to flee, but Goku propelled him into the ship's interior. The cabin door burst open, and chaos ensued as personnel tumbled into the void of space. The crew stood in shock, staring at Goku in desperation. Activate the shields. Quickly, someone commanded, and soon the airflow stabilized. Surveying the scene, Goku noticed that the entire warship was now encased in a protective barrier. From this day forth, I am your leader. Frieza is finished, do you understand? He declared calmly. Hearing this, the alien crew nodded in compliance, though one sensed an ominous presence aimed at him. Bayu! A beam of energy shot forth, grazing Goku's clothing, but he deftly evaded it. Wait! The diminutive alien who fired the beam froze, trembling uncontrollably. Ah! Commander Salb, he whimpered, paralyzed by Goku's piercing gaze. The earlier assailant, now terrified, collapsed to the ground, pleading, if you dare betray Lord Frieza, King Cold will not spare you. Help me. Save me. No one responded. Goku approached and swiftly executed Salb, seizing the ring that fired death beams, turning it against Frieza with 2 swift motions. Ah! Goku felt a rush of anxiety within. Scrutinizing the ring's properties. Name: Ultra Blue Humiliation Ring Type. Item function: activate a laser surprise attack when the enemy is unprepared with a high probability of victory. Rating: Master. Why would you desire such a thing? It hardly reflects Saiyan taste. You know nothing. Goku silently scoffed at the ring's commentary, then began to reorganize Frieza's internal affairs. Curse you! Frieza muttered in defeat. If he could unleash his full strength, he would undoubtedly be no match for me. Frieza emitted a faint sound, yet Goku could hear it clearly. Oh, is that so? Alas, you shall not have that opportunity. No, please don't kill me. I beg you, do not take my life. Upon hearing this, Goku smiled. I shall await your resurrection. Uft. Frieza fell. Chapter 45, Wukong. Please come back. Earth. The Z warriors, returning from King Kai's planet, are currently training amidst a desolate rocky terrain. Ah, this energy. Suddenly, Krillin's face contorts in shock as he senses an immensely powerful aura approaching Earth. Have the Saiyans finally arrived? The time has come. In the distance, Piccolo, who has been meditating, abruptly stands up. By the way, Gohan, who is nearly 7, is by his side, learning. Are they strong? Gohan tilts his head, feeling that this energy is not as powerful as his 3 sisters back home. Hey, Piccolo. Are you going alone? Shouldn't we wait for Wukong? After training for so long, are you afraid? Piccolo's words ring true. Perhaps they need not wait for Wukong, as they might resolve the issue themselves. Yes, that's right. Xiaowu agrees. As the warriors communicate, they decide to pursue the direction from which the 2 energy signatures are descending. On the other side of Earth, 2 spherical unidentified flying objects traverse the sky in elegant arcs before crashing deeply into the heart of a city. Boom. A massive crater emerges on the urban road, startling the crowd who stop to observe. The 2 spherical objects emit steam, clearly not typical meteors. Ah, Someone's coming out. A middle-aged man with glasses shouts, pointing toward the hatch of the sphere. A suspicious figure emerges, slightly shorter in stature and clad in battle attire. The man possesses a sharp-featured visage, his hair standing upright like flames, exuding an air of defiance. Is this Earth? It seems decent enough. A smirk graces Vegeta's lips. Soon, another imposing figure steps out from behind him, a robust man dressed similarly in battle attire, also smiling. Nappa gazes at the people before him, a mocking grin spreading across his face. Ha ha, it's time to let these naive Earthlings see the world. Oh, don't go too far. If Earth ends up damaged, we will suffer losses, Vegeta responds with resignation. In the next moment, Nappa raises a finger, and his energy explodes. Stop. A figure appears, it's Krillin, who, at that moment, is flying in with Piccolo, Tien, and others. Beep, beep, beep. The power level detector emits sounds, and in the blink of an eye, Vegeta and the others' expressions change. What? 1,500. 1,800. And one at 6,700. Nappa, it's time to fight. Ah, I see. Damn it. Kakarot isn't among them. Could he be even stronger? I'll handle that, Namekian. You take care of the rest. Yes. With a brief exchange, Vegeta and Nappa unleash their fury and charge at the approaching adversaries. Bang. Instantly, they engage in battle. Vegeta faces Piccolo while Nappa tackles Krillin and Tien. Gohan, watching from afar, looks worriedly at Xiaowu beside him. Do you think Uncle Piccolo and the others will be okay? Of course. Little Gohan, don't worry. Xiaowu confidently pats his chest. Meanwhile, in the depths of the universe, Wukong sits inside Frieza's spacecraft, which has been modified to accommodate his size. Before him lies King Cold, beaten to a pulp and contorted. Is it true? Have you conveyed all the permissions I require? Yes. I have the coordinates of over 100 habitable planets under my name. I truly cannot offer more. King Cold cries out in agony, only to receive a cold smile from Wukong as he pierces his abdomen with a laser ring. Ugh! King Cold shrieks again, met only with Wukong's sardonic grin. Heh! Don't think I'm unaware of your hidden intentions. Speak. Frieza has a cousin. I believe his name is Cooler, correct? Where is he now? What? King Cold is taken aback, quickly directing an angry gaze at his subordinates. I'm not aiming for total annihilation, but I have a slight interest in Cooler. To be honest, I hear we have a project for creating androids on Earth, and I think Cooler would be a perfect fit. Cooler has apparently been wandering around the Western Galaxy. We haven't been in contact for a long time, so I don't know his whereabouts. Aha. Ha ha ha. Listening to his obsequious laughter, Wukong impatiently waves his hand. Then contact him immediately. Ugh, forget it, this is a waste of time. Modify. He gestures towards King Cold, activating his powers. Instantly, King Cold's consciousness seems to freeze, responding mechanically to Wukong's inquiries. It turns out this old fool was already aware of his son's demise. Did someone tip him off? And now he is targeting me? It seems Cooler must have had his own ambush plan. After grasping the information he sought, Wukong begins instructing his subordinates to reorganize King Cold's people. Subsequently, the spacecraft initiates interstellar jumps, swiftly arriving at the fleet where Cooler resides. Before long, a grand battle is imminent. Utilizing his uncomprehended technological advantages, Cooler seizes the initiative, leaving Wukong's fleet in a state of paralysis. As the bombardment intensifies, Wukong's subordinates begin to panic. It's primarily due to the presence of a group of traitors here, along with Wukong lacking a solid foundation. Despite the fleet's vastness, they find themselves at a disadvantage. But none of that matters. Kamehameha. Transforming into a Super Saiyan, Wukong shouts on the deck of his battleship. A brilliant light gathering in his hands, shining like a star. Wave. With a swift motion, the cosmos is flooded with white light. The colossal Kamehameha obliterates everything in its path. Boom. Boom boom. Cooler's fleet bursts into fireworks in the cosmos, and Wukong does not pause. Immediately darting forward, he senses Cooler attempting to flee. Although his previous strike annihilated the fleet, it has yet to eliminate Cooler. Damn Saiyan, I'll fight you. Realizing he has been detected, Cooler transforms into his final form, engaging Wukong in combat. Yet, in his normal state, Wukong toyed with Frieza and King Cold. How could Cooler possibly be his match? In Super Saiyan form, Wukong executes a dual dragon move, followed by a crane kick, sending Cooler hurtling away. Screaming, Cooler crashes into a damaged battleship, soon enduring a series of princely attacks. Countless energy blasts rain down upon him, tearing his body apart until he is left on the brink of death. Wukong chuckles softly, then employs the spirit bomb to confine him in a jar, temporarily storing him in his inventory. Next, it's off to Namek. Wukong's lips curl into a smile as he sits in the captain's seat of Frieza's spaceship. Beside him, a green-skinned beauty named Zilai continuously serves tea and wine. His subordinates revere him like a deity, bowing in worship. Wukong has a plan: to have the Red Ribbon Army manufacture metal coolers to counter those ever-watchful patrols. This combat power is far superior to nurturing teammates or cultivating individuals. Afterward, he aims to locate the doctor responsible for creating androids, as well as the one who crafted Majin Buu. Either of them could become formidable assets in his arsenal. The inner ambition began to surge within him, and Wukong suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. 500 years seemed all too fleeting, and he longed for a millennium to truly savor life. Yes, that shall be the course of action. Just as he swirled his wine glass, contemplating his plans, the specially designed communicator nestled in his arms abruptly chimed. Then, a faint and sorrowful voice of Klin resonated from within. Wukong, you must return at once. To be continued. Chapter 46. What have you done to my brother? The Earth lay in ruins. A chaotic battlefield where the Z fighters clashed with Vegeta and his allies, resulting in numerous casualties. Perhaps their attention was entirely captivated by the two formidable Saiyans, for the Z fighters failed to notice the arrival of the cultivators. United, the cultivators seized Gohan, and shortly thereafter, Kaiot's met his demise due to their self-destruct capabilities. In a frenzied rage over Kaiot's loss, Tien launched an assault against Nappa, only to find himself incapacitated, lying on the ground, his arms severed and consciousness lost. Though Krillin exerted every ounce of his energy to injure Nappa with his Keyblade, the overwhelming might of Vegeta rendered both he and Tien no match for their adversaries. Piccolo. Krillin cried out in anguish, futilely pounding the ground with his fists. Witnessing the once dominant Demon King fall to Vegeta's Gallic gun while striving to save Gohan was a bitter pill to swallow. Krillin berated himself for not having trained harder in the past. It all felt so futile now. Goku, please return quickly, he shouted into the custom communicator. Yet silence echoed on the other end. Meanwhile, Vegeta seethed with fury. How could a mere Namekian inflict injury upon him? Was it possible that the strongest Kakarot was surpassing him? Impossible. I am the prince of the Saiyan race, a genius among geniuses. How could I be outdone by a lowly warrior? Clenching his teeth, Vegeta's humiliation intensified, yearning for an immediate outlet. I'm sorry, Vegeta. Nappa, collapsing to the ground, extended a hand towards him, his right arm crippled by Krillin's attack, near the brink of death. TCH, Nappa, you useless fool. Don't say that, Nappa. Vegeta grasped Nappa's hand, then a malevolent smile crossed his face. You have lost your value. Remaining here would only hinder me. And no, Nappa gasped, cold sweat beading on his rugged face. Krillin stood in shock, unable to fathom the betrayal of a comrade. Vegeta, what are you doing? Die for me. Nappa. Vegeta's voice thundered, and he hurled Nappa away, the force of his blow exploding him in the sky. Boom. Nappa was dead. Vegeta showed no remorse, turning his cold, menacing gaze towards Krillin. Next is you, bald one. Krillin, paralyzed with fear, collapsed helplessly to the ground. Gohan, where are you? Time to go home for dinner. Suddenly, a bright, youthful voice pierced the air. A blue-haired girl appeared, carrying a backpack, seemingly having just rushed over from school. Krillin, upon seeing her, was astonished by her resemblance to Bulma. What? My brother is really here? Sun Bra, sensing Gohan's energy, murmured to herself. Is that Bra? Krillin asked, his consciousness fading. Yes, Uncle Krillin, the girl replied with a smile, glancing around before her expression shifted to one of horror. Huh, dead. Dead people? What happened? Were you not training? Perhaps due to the divine enhancements on Earth, Bra felt the battle's energy at school, but had not taken it seriously. Run. Run. Krillin struggled to speak, then charged towards Vegeta. Could that girl be Kakarot's daughter? Vegeta's gaze fell upon Sun Bra, an inexplicable surge of displeasure swelling within him. Stop it, Vegeta. Krillin shouted, but Vegeta disregarded his plea, shoving Krillin aside as he lunged towards Bra with a sinister grin. At that moment, Bra's body ignited with a golden aura. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she glared at Vegeta with fury. What have you done to my brother? Nanny. Vegeta froze, recognizing that the girl before him possessed power far beyond his own. With a swift motion, Bra executed a lightning-fast punch, reaching Vegeta's side in an instant, delivering a kick that echoed with intensity. Celestial Crane Kick. Bang. Ugh. Vegeta was struck in the groin. His eyes bulging in shock, his body spiraling backward, demolishing several skyscrapers in the process. Krillin stood dumbfounded, mouth agape. Meanwhile, Bra sighed in relief as she approached the fallen figure of her brother. Uncle Krillin, where's my brother? What happened to him? He's over there. Krillin pointed to the corner where the unconscious youth lay, saved by Piccolo from the cultivators and wounded while shielding Gohan from a Gallic gun. Poor Gohan. Bra felt a pang of sorrow as she cradled her brother, preparing to take him home. Wait, Bra, the enemy is not yet. Krillin hesitated, only to hear her resolute words. I'll leave the rest to Dad. At her words, Krillin turned slowly, beholding a magnificent silhouette. It was Goku. A smile broke across Krillin's face, his eyes moist with excitement, but soon despair overwhelmed him as he cried out, Goku. Piccolo and Kaiatsu were killed by the Saiyans. Piccolo is dead, and the Dragon Balls. Sorry, Krillin. I'm late. Here, take this. Goku had just teleported in, donning the King Kai's martial arts uniform for a grand entrance. He tossed a bag of senzu beans to Krillin, who hurriedly administered one to Tien before consuming one himself. Boom. In the distance, Vegeta erupted from the rubble, trembling, saliva dribbling from his mouth. His exaggerated stance conveyed his unrestrained fury. Damn it. I was bested by a little girl, and she is my. The thought left Vegeta speechless, a shame he'd never known coursing through him. Veins bulging on his forehead. Then, he spotted the handsome man in the martial arts uniform, undoubtedly the elusive Kakarot. You scoundrel. Vegeta seethed, searching for the full moon, determined to elevate his power and obliterate this wretched planet. He soared into the skies, piercing through the atmosphere. Eyes fixed upon the moon emerging from the cosmos. It was a full moon radiating with over 1,700 Frieza's power. Thump, thump. The resounding beats of his heart echoed in his chest as hair began to sprout from his body, his form growing immensely, straining against his battle armor. Oh. He's transforming into a great ape? Below, Goku stood tall, intrigued by Vegeta's transformation. Chapter 47. Show me, Vegeta. I will demonstrate only once. In the Grand Hall of Time. How could this happen? The future is unclear, and this situation has never occurred before. Moreover, the historical deviations have become exceedingly vast. The Kaishin of Time, Krinoa, exclaimed, unable to refrain from pounding the table. After witnessing the live-streamed images, Trunks fell into deep contemplation. Vegeta, leaning against a corner, impatiently remarked, what is the point of thinking so much? We can just bring that Kakarot over when the time comes to interrogate him. That's not it, Father. You need to look at this. Trunks pointed at the paused image displayed on the space-time scroll, revealing Goku with a ring on his right middle finger. What are you trying to convey? Vegeta questioned, puzzled. In this period, he donned a dark black battle suit adorned with a special insignia on his chest, depicting Whis. Do you not remember, Father? When Frieza was resurrected and fought Mr. Goku, it was precisely this laser gun that he carelessly left behind. If I am not mistaken, this version of Mr. Goku had already dealt with Frieza. Are you implying that Kakarot over there may be aware of the future? Vegeta exclaimed, astonished. We cannot ascertain that yet. However, it is highly likely that he has sensed our presence long ago. Regardless, Father, I implore you not to act recklessly this time. Trunks earnestly urged Vegeta. The latter seemed to recall events from the Cell era and huffed defiantly. I understand. There's no time to waste. Let us prepare. As they spoke, the space-time scroll before them radiated with brilliance once more. Year 761 of the Age of Gods, with a thunderous roar, the earth trembled. A giant ape descended from the sky, its furious bellowing filling the entire city with a wild and ferocious aura. Kakarot, you have finally arrived. But regretfully, I have changed my mind. You, your wife, your daughter, and this earth shall be obliterated. The giant ape Vegeta grinned maniacally, feeling immense power coursing through him, as if he could annihilate everyone with a mere gesture. Yet in the next instant, with a resounding crash, the giant ape coughed up blood. Having been struck in the chest by a kick from the Saiyan he referred to as Kakarot. Goku shouted, propelling himself forward with fierce determination. Wah! Vegeta howled as he was sent flying, his massive form crashing through several buildings, collapsing to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. How pathetic, Vegeta. Goku observed as he gazed at the smoke-filled scene, his palm gathering into a circular energy blade. Energy blade? Kakarot, what are you doing? Vegeta strained to hold himself up, his eyes wide with rage, baring his teeth at Goku. Need you even ask? Goku smirked, swiftly unleashing the energy blade. Curse you! The circular energy blade spiraled towards the giant ape Vegeta, who immediately retaliated by unleashing a massive energy blast from his mouth, resulting in a violent collision. What? Vegeta gasped in shock as the energy blast split in two, while the energy blade circled around his enormous form before, with a snap, severing his tail clean off. Ah, my tail, he wailed, his voice filled with humiliation and defeat. Your tail serves little purpose. Goku hovered in the air, seemingly sensing something, scratching his head in resignation. Is it coming? Very well, he murmured, then turned to Vegeta. Hey, Vegeta, don't you want to witness the true transformation? Vegeta, kneeling on the ground, suddenly glared up at Goku with fierce eyes. Watch closely, Vegeta. I will demonstrate only once, Goku declared, adopting a stance of immense power, soon enveloped in an unending golden aura. Huh, Goku grunted, his jet black hair standing on end, transforming into a golden hue. Before long, his gaze sharpened. The golden aura surged, casting shadows over the Earth's sky, with thunder rumbling ominously. This is the Super Saiyan, Goku stated calmly from above. What? The legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta muttered, rising to his feet, trembling with disbelief. Soon, his overwhelming pride ignited a furious outburst, the latent powers of his near-death experience manifesting dramatically. Impossible. What Super Saiyan? I shall never acknowledge it. I am the strongest in the universe. The true Super Saiyan is I. Vegeta erupted once more, swinging his arm towards Goku in an attempt to launch an assault, only to be abruptly halted, nearly suffocated under Goku's overwhelming aura. Don't rush now, Goku reassured him, raising his energy once more. Vegeta gasped, his mouth agape in confusion, feeling as insignificant as an ant before Goku's might. How could this be? Is there a power beyond Super Saiyan? Boom. Goku's energy soared yet again, enveloped in a lightning-infused aura, his golden hair growing finer and more substantial. This is the Super Saiyan among Super Saiyans, also known as Super Saiyan 2. With a smirk, Goku observed Vegeta's expression shifting from confusion to despair. Then came the strongest. Goku gritted his teeth, lowering his voice as his energy escalated once more, his golden hair intertwining with lightning. Is there still more? Vegeta stood in shock. Such a reality felt like a nightmare to him. What? In the distance, Krillin had long since dropped his jaw at Goku's roar, and even Sun Bra was taken aback, while Gohan woke from the overwhelming aura of his father. How strong does that guy have to become to be satisfied? Krillin pondered, urging Tien and Bra to retreat swiftly. The sound of thunder echoed continuously, causing the entire continent to tremble. Wah! A magnificent golden light engulfed the desolate city, amidst which roared the echoes of a giant ape. As the golden light receded, a tall figure with golden hair cascading to his waist stood at the heart of the city. This is my current strongest form, Super Saiyan 3, Goku proclaimed, clenching his fists to savor his newfound state. Ever since mastering Super Saiyan 4, the leakage issues of this form seem to have been resolved. How do you find my transformation, Vegeta? Goku inquired with a smirk, hands on his hips, while Vegeta, still kneeling, remained silent, trembling in disbelief. Yet he had already succumbed to despair, clutching his head in disbelief at encountering such an entity. It's futile. Kakarot is the legendary Super Saiyan. I can never hope to defeat him. Hey, speak up. Goku approached, grabbing Vegeta by his collar, cycling between Super Saiyan 2 and Super Saiyan 3. But despite such provocation, Vegeta remained unresponsive. Goku then hurled him forcefully towards a nearby building, which only elicited a pained cry before silence fell upon him. TCH. This is so dull, Goku muttered as he retrieved a jar from his inventory, employing the Mafuba to seal Vegeta within. At this moment, well done, Kakarot. It is truly remarkable that you have achieved such accomplishments at this juncture. How you dared to humiliate me during this period. This voice bears a striking resemblance to Vegeta's. One might say it is his very own. Goku turned to look, only to witness beams of light bursting forth as two figures gently descended. Vegeta and Trunks. Goku furrowed his brow, precisely as he had anticipated. This time, the Time Patrol has finally dispatched their frontline forces. To be continued, Chapter 48, The Arrival of Ultra Blue Vegeta. Could it possibly be Super Saiyan 3? Trunks was taken aback, realizing that the opponent's power surpassed his own. Trunks? Another version of Vegeta from a different timeline? How did you end up here? Goku slowly turned, his sharp gaze devoid of any surprise. Indeed, this version of Mr. Goku recognized us. Trunks. With a serious expression, slowly reached for the sword at his back and solemnly declared, "Mr. Goku, we suspect you have maliciously altered history and conspired to harm the Time Patrol. We must ask you to come with us." "Oh? Maliciously altering history and recklessly interfering with other parallel timelines. Aren't those your usual antics, Trunks?" Goku retorted with a cold smile, causing Trunks to grit his teeth in frustration. "Ah. You speak so grandly while merely being meddlesome gods disrupting other timelines. I say, can you refrain from obstructing me? I refuse. And do not insult the Supreme Kai of Time." With that, Trunks unsheathed his sword, golden energy erupting as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. "Heh. So the Supreme Kai of Time truly exists." Goku chuckled, just as he had anticipated. This could become troublesome. However, he glanced at Vegeta beside Trunks. Undoubtedly the ideal target for the Patera earrings. Furthermore, this version should have absorbed divine energy. Enough of this nonsense. Let us get to it, Kakarot. The alternate timeline Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, launching a powerful kick towards Goku. Boom. The ground crumbled beneath the force. But Goku in his Super Saiyan 3 form firmly caught the kick. Ha! Trunks swung his sword down, and Goku countered with a blade of energy, clashing fiercely. Clang! The ground sunk again as Super Saiyan Vegeta coldly retaliated, sending Goku staggering back. "Trunks, stand down." Vegeta intercepted Trunks, signaling that he would handle this battle. "But father..." "Silence. No matter which Kakarot it is, only I can defeat him." With that, Vegeta roared, unleashing a storm of electric energy, launching a punch at Goku. Sighing, Trunks lamented his father's reckless determination, wishing he hadn't brought him along. Boom. The sound of fists and feet clashing echoed as Vegeta kicked Goku back, then unleashed a series of royal combat techniques. Rumbling, flames shot up to the sky, scorching the earth into molten lava. Goku's attire was shredded, leaving him in a dire state. Amidst the swirling dust, Vegeta reappeared next to Goku, raining down punches like meteors. "What's wrong, Kakarot? Is Super Saiyan 3 all you've got?" Vegeta's fists overwhelmed Goku, his fighting spirit soaring, proving that this version of him was indeed formidable, but still too inexperienced. Goku smirked, activating the universal shockwave, seizing Vegeta's fist. Zzz. The overwhelming electric pressure left Vegeta momentarily paralyzed and seizing the opportunity. Goku executed the dual dragons playing with the pearl, viciously poking at Vegeta's eyes. "Ah, my eyes!" Vegeta shrieked, then was sent flying by a kick from Goku, who followed up with several energy blasts. Boom. Boom. "Father!" Trunks dashed in, witnessing Vegeta being bombarded by Goku's energy blasts, and his fury ignited. "Damn it!" Trunks swung his sword down. However, Goku had been anticipating this, activating instant transmission. Whoosh. In an instant, he appeared beside Trunks and elbowed him, snatching the sword and aiming it at Trunks' head. "Don't underestimate me." Trunks bellowed, unleashing energy that created a shockwave, propelling Goku back. Goku stumbled, feeling a slight burn on his palm, but Trunks' sword was already in his possession. "Heh, let us deal with you first," Goku declared, swinging his hand, unleashing a blade of energy. The aura of Super Saiyan 3 surged dramatically. Swish. The next moment, Goku's energy blade pierced through Trunks' body, unleashing a torrent of energy waves toward him. Ah! Trunks was blasted away, only to be caught by the rushing Vegeta. "Trunks, you fool." The latter fed Trunks a sense of being and glared at Goku in the sky. "Hey, you're not Kakarot, are you?" Vegeta closed his eyes but sensed Goku's energy. "Logically, I shouldn't comprehend what you're saying. However, let me clarify. Vegeta, I am not the individual you perceive. I am Goku of this world, without a doubt." Goku spread his hands, introducing himself. "You're not Zamasu, are you?" "No, I'm not." "Why do you think so?" Silence. Vegeta was silent, his energy gradually dissipating, a deep blue aura enveloping him. The entire earth seemed to fall silent, its tremors resembling a divine melody. This is the Super Saiyan with the power of a Super Saiyan god. Vegeta opened his eyes, looking at Goku as if avenging his counterpart in this world. His original golden hair transformed into a deep blue, and his aura mirrored this. Strangely, Goku could no longer sense his energy. "Die, you worthless Kakarot!" Vegeta roared, darting toward Goku like a lightning bolt, unleashing a powerful punch. Swish. The fierce wind from his punch created a massive hole in a building. Yet it did not land on Goku. Humph. Goku chuckled, sidestepping, then countering with a heavy punch to Vegeta's abdomen. "What? Ugh." Vegeta grunted. gritting his teeth as he retaliated with another punch. Swish! The force of his strike grazed Goku's golden hair, but before he could connect, Goku delivered another powerful blow to Vegeta's face. What's wrong, Vegeta? Is this what a Super Saiyan god amounts to? Goku scoffed, then unleashed a swift kick. Whoosh, boom, bang. Vegeta was sent flying, only to be instantaneously pursued by Goku, who struck him with a powerful headbutt, sending him into a deep pit. How? How could this be? Amidst the dust, Vegeta was incredulous. Goku's damage was minimal but utterly humiliating, leading him to a sudden realization. Quickly, Goku unleashed a devastating energy blast, and as Vegeta's veins bulged on his forehead, he slapped it away with a furious shout. Have you mastered instant transmission? Who knows? Goku replied with a smirk, launching another energy blast. Boom. The immense energy engulfed an entire city in an instant, and amidst the scorching flames, Vegeta swiftly dashed out, cradling Trunks. Damn it, that Kakarot is despicable. Vegeta gritted his teeth. He bore minor injuries, but they were inconsequential. Saiyans only grow stronger with each battle. The figure of Super Saiyan 3 Goku reappeared before Vegeta, teasingly asking, "What's the matter, Vegeta? Are you planning to flee?" "You insolent fool." Vegeta immediately cast aside Trunks and charged forward once more. Chapter 49, The Eruption of the Dragon Fist. Who else but me? Swish. Once again, Vegeta found himself striking at nothing, yet he had anticipated Goku's appearance, launching a swift kick with precision. What? Ugh. Goku was momentarily stunned. His chest struck forcefully, sending him hurtling backward. Boom. The ground cracked beneath him. For the first time, Goku experienced the sensation of being hit. A stark contrast to his usual self-inflicted training to exploit glitches. The thrill of genuine excitement surged within him at this moment. Bio. A ki blast hurtled toward him, and Goku swiftly regained his senses, swatting it aside. The ground trembled behind him, as if a mushroom cloud was rising. Impressive. Goku's lips curled into a smile, only to be confronted by an even larger ki blast coming his way. Ooh la la la. Vegeta roared, his hands launching a barrage of ki blasts. This was his renowned Prince's combat style. The relentless rain of energy attacks resembled a Gatling gun unleashing intercontinental missiles, scattering the clouds above as molten earth erupted, revealing crater after crater. Father, stop. If this continues, the earth won't withstand it. Trunks, just regaining consciousness, shouted from below, as earthquakes rumbled and magma began to surge forth from the depths. Ah! Vegeta abruptly halted, sweat beading on his brow. It was not Trunks' plea that stayed his hand, but rather the sight that pierced through the smoke. A powerful figure at the heart of the magma, a long, muscular tail thrashing, its form growing more imposing as it slowly tore away the remnants of its tattered battle attire. Deep crimson fur emerged from its skin, long, dark hair cascaded down to its collarbone, and fierce red eyes gleamed with a mysterious and formidable aura. It was Goku, transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta could hardly believe it. He once thought that even if his opponent wielded the instant transmission with impunity, he could still surpass the 0.1 second time limit with sheer force of will. But now, how could one radiate such overwhelming power? You bastard. You've secretly trained for such a transformation. You refer to this Super Saiyan 4? What do you think? Is it not far more impressive than any Super Saiyan god? Super Saiyan 4 Goku crossed his arms, flashing a cheeky grin. At these words, Vegeta's fury ignited. He clenched his fists and bellowed, "Silence. I care not for your Super Saiyan 4. In this world, you are utterly insignificant. Prepare to be trampled beneath my feet." Boom. The azure aura around him surged, deepening into a profound blue. Vegeta's power swelled, his muscles slightly bulging as he charged at Goku. Another thunderous collision ensued, sending Goku crashing against the rocky wall. Vegeta pinned Goku's head down, delivering a series of heavy blows to his abdomen. The mountains trembled as he then seized Goku, slamming him into the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Vegeta's fists continued to rain down on Goku, his throat, his head, his lower body. Every vital area known to cause harm was targeted. Yet Goku merely shut his eyes, silently enduring, letting out only muffled grunts, never retaliating. At last, Vegeta's anger reached its peak. Like a vengeful spirit, his fingers curled into talons as he aimed for Goku's closed eyes. "Ah, nanny! Ah, bastard!" Vegeta cried out in pain as Goku opened his mouth wide, biting down fiercely on Vegeta's hand. Bang! Goku was kicked back once more, and an enraged Vegeta cradled his injured hand. then pointed both hands at Goku. Why do you not fight back? Hee hee. My apologies, Vegeta. Perhaps I am simply too powerful. Your attacks feel like mere tickles. Goku tilted his neck, exuding confidence in his resilience, though in truth, 2 of his ribs had been fractured. How dare you treat me as a fool? Take this. Ultimate Flash, Vegeta shouted, his palm glowing with golden light as he summoned a wave of destructive energy that surged forth. Goku neither dodged nor evaded, he simply unleashed his own power, curling his body protectively. Swish boom. The shockwave from the intense explosion even pushed Trunks, who was far off, backward as the surrounding earthquakes intensified. Truly, you are worthy of the title Super Saiyan God. I never imagined that possessing such a body would result in my own injury. The destructive energies intertwined, and amidst the smoke, Goku, having absorbed enough energy, radiated a red glow, finally revealing himself. He wiped the bruise from his lips, then smiled. Indeed, this was the unique ability of Super Saiyan 4. This guy, has he been bluffing all along? Vegeta, perplexed, closed his eyes, his blue aura deepening once more, his hair seemingly lengthening. He slowly descended to a barren mountaintop. I shall strike you down here. Prepare yourself, Kakarot, Vegeta declared, thumb pointing toward himself with a chilling smirk. You cannot defeat me, Vegeta. Goku replied with a smile, mirroring Vegeta's stance. This scene echoed the climactic confrontation from the Saiyan invasion saga. In the distance, Trunks stared in stunned silence. Whoosh, bang. The two collided once more like shooting stars, their violent exchanges distorting space as the void began to crack. Tenfold. Kamehameha. Ultimate flash impact. Boom. Another surge of energy erupted. The entire earth trembled, the tectonic plates threatening to shift. Goku, what in the world are you doing? If this continues, the earth will be destroyed. The voice of King Kai echoed in Goku's mind. Likely due to the divine power he and the system had used to conceal the earth from prying eyes, leaving King Kai unaware of the events unfolding here. Yet, had the disturbances here already affected the afterlife? Bang, 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 bang. Goku and Vegeta clashed relentlessly. After kicking Vegeta away, Goku shouted toward the sky, My apologies, King Kai. It won't be long now. He cast a fierce gaze at Vegeta, fists clenched tightly. Just 5 seconds. I will end this battle. What nonsense. The sideline Vegeta was enraged, instantly launching himself at Goku. Then, at the moment those words left Goku's mouth, time froze. Swish. Goku's afterimages multiplied as he activated instant transmission once more, though the effect was less than optimal, for Vegeta, in his deep blue state, seemed to have surpassed the time limit. Yet he was faster than Goku. The twin dragons dance activated, closing the 5-meter distance. Goku, exploiting the skill's extraordinary effect, instantly jabbed at Vegeta's eyes. Ugh. Vegeta howled in agony, his fist barely grazing Goku's cheek. 1 second. Blood erupted, and Goku silently counted. Then seized Vegeta's head, smashing it down hard onto the ground. Boom. Dust and debris filled the air as Vegeta groaned, crashing to the earth. Blood and tears streaming from his eyes. 3 seconds. Goku's gaze sharpened, raising his fist high as he shouted, Dragon Fist. Accompanied by his roar, a dragon's roar seemed to resonate from his fist, crashing down toward Vegeta's abdomen. Just 5 seconds. Roar. A colossal golden dragon surged from the earth, its golden tail whipping through the sky, coiling before descending with tremendous force. Boom. Ah! Vegeta let out a mournful cry as the earth was turned upside down, engulfed by a golden tide of energy that filled the world like a volcanic eruption. The powerful shockwave sent Trunks, in his Super Saiyan form, soaring through the air, his face etched with despair as he shouted, Father. Chapter 50. The maliciously altered Patera earrings father. Trunks cried out in despair, but he was powerless to assist. Resisting the current shockwave was already exhausting him. Moments later, a figure emerged from the thick smoke of the explosion. Goku approached Trunks and spoke slowly. You're not dead yet. By the way, he had joyfully stored the sealed Vegeta from another world in his inventory. TCH Trunks rose abruptly, prepared to continue the fight. Ah. You really make me want to laugh, Goku. Unable to bear it any longer, kicked Trunks away with a resounding thud. Ugh. Trunks clutched his chest. A single blow had reverted him from Super Saiyan to his original form. Knowing he was outmatched, he still fought valiantly, a foolishness known as passion. Sasista, oh, I know how to provoke the master. Goku activated his malicious modification ability, attempting to extract the power of time from Trunks. But at that moment, stop it. A bright, cheerful voice echoed through the air. A beam of light descended from the heavens like a mythical rainbow bridge. It was Krillin, the supreme Kai of time, accompanied by the god of destruction, Beerus, and the angel, Whis. Goku's current form intriguing. I didn't expect there to be transformations beyond Super Saiyan God. The emaciated yet robust figure of Beerus, dressed in attire reminiscent of Greek mythology, glanced sideways at Krillin and grinned. It would be such a waste to eliminate a being like him so easily. Make sure to leave him alive, Krillin huffed, seemingly having paid a hefty price to summon the god of destruction. Damn. Goku cursed under his breath, preparing to teleport. Don't move. The oppressive aura of the god of destruction enveloped him, freezing Goku's actions. Beerus raised his palm, his gaze piercing into Goku's soul. You are now locked onto my target. If you dare to use that ability against my warning, I assure you, you will disappear in an instant. Oh ho ho ho, Lord Beerus. You actually want to fight him, don't you? Whis suddenly chimed in with a smile. Well, I'd rather just go back to sleep. Beerus yawned, suggesting they simply eliminate Goku. This action displeased Krillin, who waved her hand in protest. Wait a moment, when did I say we should kill him? Don't mistake me for you destructive beings. Just bring him back for questioning. Understand? Oh dear. I know. You all are so tedious. Suddenly, Whis paused, realizing that Goku, who had been present, had vanished. Shumata. Whis reset time quickly, Beerus exclaimed, scratching his head in frustration. And then time reverted to 3 minutes prior. Don't move. It's truly embarrassing that you escaped the first time. You won't be afforded that chance again. Beerus was serious this time. Perhaps the shift from divine being to comedic character had made him careless. Lord Beerus, please take this seriously. If you fail once more, Mr. Vegeta may end up who knows where. Miss Bulma certainly won't welcome us for a feast. All right, I get it, Whis. So shut your mouth. That brat's fate is of no concern to me. My only interest lies in the reward. Listen closely. Shorty, once this task is complete before he could finish, Beerus sensed a shift in Goku's movements. Didn't I tell you not to move? Beerus said coldly, unleashing his destructive power. In an instant, Goku felt a wave of annihilation surrounding him, threatening to obliterate him completely. Damn, the space is sealed. I can't teleport. Gritting his teeth, Goku unleashed the full power of Super Saiyan 4, managing to completely isolate that destructive force. Oh ho ho ho, splendid. Lord Beerus, once you're gone, I shall invite this Mr. Goku to become a god of destruction, Whis teased, observing Goku before turning back to Beerus. Please allow me to decline. I would much prefer Miss Bardos to select me as the god of destruction. Let us see if he can outlast me before we discuss such matters, Beerus retorted, his expression turning serious as he focused on Goku. Hey, kid, if you want to live, surrender quickly, or you will truly perish. Goku continued to resist the destructive power, contemplating his options, ultimately making a decision that contradicted his own desires. Sasista, exchange a Dragon Ball for the time chamber, quickly. Oh, how did I not think of that? Just wait, Master. In the next instant, the time chamber experience card activated. Goku's figure vanished from his spot, leaving Beerus and the others aghast. Yeah. What is happening, Whis? Well, it seems Mr. Goku has opened a special space in a remarkably short time. Unfortunately, it appears we can't find him, Whis said, lowering his head in contemplation. Inside the time chamber, Master, now that the system has perfected this function, you can exit at any time. Sasista explained earnestly, her voice sweetening. Returning home, Goku gazed at the space where he had lived for 8 years, his emotions swirling within him. Yet he had little time to ponder. To prevent the divine beings and angels outside from finding a way in, he consumed a Senza bean and retrieved the Batera earrings and the jar sealing Super Blue Vegeta from his inventory. Name, maliciously altered Patera earrings. Type, artifact. Function. The earrings consist of a primary and a secondary earring. The primary earring will absorb everything from the wearer of the secondary earring, achieving an ultimate evolution with multiplied combat power. Rating, the Patera earrings of a Vegeta from an unknown timeline, altered by Sasista, displaying an effect surpassing that of a fusion, serving as the ultimate technique for Master S dominion over the universe. Note, the greater the difference in personality and the closer the power level, the better the enhancement effect of absorption. Goku sat in contemplation on the ground. Although the system's description indicated this, he was reluctant to be deceived once more. The system states it is neither fusion nor combination, but rather employs the term absorption. Does this mean I absorb Vegeta and gain all of his abilities? Goku pondered, primarily worried about the possibility of merging into Vegeta. He still had a large family to consider. However, it should be fine. Sister, come out here. What is it, Master? The petite dragon appeared before Goku, her eyes filled with confusion. Let me be clear. If you mess up again this time, even if it means our destruction, I will eliminate you as a nuisance. You understand, right? Goku's gaze turned serious as he looked at her. Yeah. Sister was taken aback, her eyes welling with tears. Yet this time, she did not throw a tantrum, she simply nodded quietly. I understand. P.S. I would like to ask everyone, what kind of fusion would best obtain the power of a fused being? Chapter 51. Evolution. Alright, now I shall allow you to be deified for a period. Goku directed his divine power, and the system's manifestation instantly merged into his being. Even the opponent's consciousness was sealed. Let us begin. Goku first retrieved the earrings, distinguishing the primary from the secondary, and adorned the primary earring on his right ear. Then, he fed half a senzu bean to the incapacitated Vegeta. And while the latter was still unconscious, he affixed the secondary earring. In the next moment, Vegeta suddenly awoke, beginning to struggle violently while letting out frantic screams. An eerie crimson thread spread from his body, and Goku was taken aback, delivering a powerful punch that sent him crashing to the ground. Subsequently, Vegeta's body began to dissolve, his flesh seemingly refining into elixir. Kakarot. Vegeta's voice trembled as he reached out to Goku, but ultimately, he succumbed. Then, the corrupted Patera earrings slowly ascended, carrying the transformed power of Vegeta, morphing into a deep blue humanoid silhouette that soared towards Goku. Whoosh! An infinite surge of power surged into his being, and Goku felt as though every cell within him was undergoing fusion, Vegeta's power acting as a catalyst, inducing an extraordinarily unique transformation. He was evolving. Indeed, he could distinctly sense this sensation. In the next moment, he heard the system's notification sound. Ding! Detected that the host's body is on the verge of evolution. 2 evolution modes are available for your selection. 1. Gogeta Evolution Mode. Description: an evolution mode inclined towards skill utilization. Upon selection, in addition to a geometric increase in attributes, the skills originally employed will receive comprehensive enhancement, and combat techniques will gain unparalleled insights, thus becoming the true strongest in the multiverse. 2. Vegeta Evolution Mode. Description: an evolution mode inclined towards attribute enhancement. All powers will be converted into attribute boosts, making you more resilient than even the gods of destruction, truly a numerical monster, capable of overcoming all methods with sheer strength. The ultimate invincible being in the universe. Did I not say I wouldn't allow interference? Goku understood this was merely the system providing guidance for this stage, yet he remained unsatisfied. He did not wish for every aspect of his existence to unfold according to the system's designs, for that would be exceedingly mundane. Corruption. He commanded with his fingers, activating the corruption privilege against the system, and thus the 2 evolution modes began to morph into a single option. 1. Ultimate Evolution. Description: only children make choices, adults take them all. Yes, this is precisely what I desire. Goku's face bore a manic expression. He sensed his divine energy depleting rapidly, and then darkness engulfed him. In the haze, he perceived Vegeta's past as an observer. Goku witnessed that Vegeta, from a young age, was a prodigy, acknowledged as a genius. Later, unwilling to be shackled by royalty, he ventured forth to plunder numerous planets, engaging in acts of murder and theft. However, upon arriving on Earth, he was defeated by a counterpart from another timeline, only to be killed by Frieza thereafter. After being revived, he met another version of Bulma on Earth. Eventually, after an indeterminate passage of time, he finally stirred awake. As Goku stood, he immediately sensed something unusual about his body. His original perception had been formidable, yet now he detected subtle changes. I seem to have grown taller. Goku furrowed his brow and rose to his feet. His physique appeared slightly leaner. No, it was more refined. Although his muscle definition was more harmonious and fluid, it lacked a certain explosive impact. He conjured a mirror with magic to scrutinize his appearance. His face remained the same, yet he appeared more youthful. The mature, handsome visage now bore a hint of boyishness. What could have caused this? Furthermore, his hairstyle had changed. The once spiky crab head now stood upright, reminiscent of his Super Saiyan form, albeit in black. Isn't this Vegeta? Goku frowned at his reflection, running his fingers through his thick bangs with a resigned sigh. Then, he opened his attribute panel, ID, Scoundrel Kakarot Assessment Level, LV3. Note: current combat power exceeds evaluation limits. The system is temporarily unable to assess. Age: 30. Combat power: off the charts. Initial assessment: normal state combat power exceeds trillion units. Stamina: 100. Energy: 100. Attributes: strength, defense, energy capacity, agility. Additional attributes: perception, CB charm, CA luck, E skills. 1. Scoundrel combat technique, divine scoundrel combat technique. 2. Instant transmission. 3. Taiyu Tanafa divine chi technique. 4. Kaioken max. 5. Dragon fist max. Talents: 1. Super Saiyan. 3. Super Saiyan 4. 2. Rational great ape. 3. New Super Saiyan god blue. The scoundrel combat technique upgraded once again, and Goku reviewed the description. He discovered that this skill set encompassed all attack skills except for the Dragon Fist, and he felt his combat techniques had ascended to a new level. Moreover, the scoundrel combat technique seemed capable of merging numerous skills for combined use, whether from Vegeta or his own repertoire. This gave him the sensation of having become a fusion being, yet he was also somewhat astonished. So this is it, divine energy fusion. Haha. Goku laughed heartily, clenching his fist to feel his power. To illustrate the magnitude of his current enhancement, it was as if the present Goku could effortlessly overpower his former self when he had transformed into Super Saiyan 3. To think, Super Saiyan 3 boasts a staggering 400-fold increase. It is time to meet Beerus. With a smirk, Goku purchased Vegeta's attire from the system shop, changing into the new garments before pointing his finger to his forehead, instantly teleporting away. Since the time-space mental realm had been purchased with Dragon Balls, it was no longer a trial card, thus it had transformed into an item stored in his inventory. Emerging from within, Goku landed only to find that Beerus and the others had already vanished. What in the world? He was momentarily stunned, but soon his thoughts shifted to the safety of Bulma and the others. At that moment, Goku noticed his communicator ringing. Inside a standalone villa in the western city, the god of destruction Beerus, Whis, and the Kaioshin of time, Krillin, were sipping tea in the living room, while I brought out trays of delectable pastries. Dear, are these people your friends? They came specifically to see you today. Bulma spoke on the phone, seemingly at ease, showing no sign of wariness towards the recently arrived guests. Then, a voice came from the other end of the line. They are all very important friends of mine. Please take good care of them at home. I will be back shortly. I understand. Do not worry. Bulma nodded, hanging up before walking into the living room. Your husband owes quite a bit, you know. So we came specifically to collect the debt. Krillin remarked while chewing on cake, her expression decidedly displeased. Meanwhile, Beerus and Whis remained engrossed in their meal, oblivious to their surroundings. Mai, on the side, said nothing, though a hint of concern flickered across her face upon hearing this news. How much exactly? She inquired. It's not about the money, it's... Just as Krillin wiped cream from her mouth, she abruptly halted mid-sentence, as Wukong suddenly appeared before the three individuals. A chilling smile lingered at the corner of his lips. Chapter 52. The Wrathful Destroyer. The culinary skills of my wife are quite remarkable, are they not? Goku gazed coldly at the three individuals before him. Ah, my dear, have you undergone a new transformation? Bulma and Xiaowu's eyes sparkled with fascination at Goku's appearance. Momentarily entranced. I see. Your sudden appearance, does it grant you the audacity of confidence? Noticing the patera earrings adorning his opponent, Beerus set down his plate and slowly rose, pointing a finger at Goku. You have managed to elude me twice. You truly do not regard the destroyer with any seriousness. Bulma, please take your family outside for a moment. I have matters to discuss with these friends. Goku's voice was grave, prompting Bulma to pause before nodding in agreement. All right. I understand. She exchanged a glance with Xiaowu, and together they exited the house. At present, the children were at school, Chi-Chi had gone grocery shopping, and Ranchi was occupied at the catering company, leaving only Bulma and Xiaowu in the house. However, to their astonishment, as soon as the two ladies stepped outside, the entire building vanished, soaring away into the unknown. Bulma hastily called her husband, only to find her signal blocked. Meanwhile, in the Kaioshin realm, Goku's opulent residence crashed down, causing Beerus and the others to stagger. What just happened? What on earth is going on? Kuranoa looked fearfully at Goku, who had a hand resting on her shoulder, realizing she was likely in grave danger. With a swift kick, Beerus unleashed a gust of energy that split the house in two, yet Goku deftly dodged the attack. Beerus was taken aback, and in the next moment, he witnessed Goku and the Kaishin of time teleporting away. Whis. Oh no, this is dire news, Lord Beerus. It appears we are in the Kaishin realm. Whis murmured, observing the surroundings, which only heightened Beerus's anxiety. TCH, this isn't the Kaishin of our timeline. We can deal with this later. My priority is to rescue the little one. Suddenly, a figure burst in from outside. Jebet, the servant of the Kaishin. Nanny, Lord Beerus. How did you end up here? I was below. With a loud crash, the Kaishin Shin erupted from the ground, bewildered by the sudden collapse of a building atop him. Lord Beerus. Shin was momentarily stunned, only to realize the destroyer disregarded him, following his servant into the sky like a streak of white light. Meanwhile, speak. Why are you so fixated on me? Aboard Frieza's spaceship, Goku sat with a grim expression in the captain's chair, while the soldiers below were left dumbstruck. Before him knelt a girl resembling the Kaishin, her posture humiliating. With a sharp crack, a stinging pain echoed from behind. Kuranoa let out a whimper, tears streaming down her face. How dare you? You insolent fiend. The Kaishin girl attempted to bite, but Goku, having received another blow, fell silent. As for the sensation, it was quite ordinary. Goku unconsciously compared her to his wife in his mind. This Kaishin girl was far too petite, resembling a young dragon. She lay there, sobbing on Goku's knee. Yet he showed no compassion. He was a staunch advocate for gender equality, only relenting when Kuranoa begged for mercy, pleading, "No, I was wrong." Witnessing this scene, some seasoned subordinates trembled in fear. After all, she was the legendary Kaishin. Quickly, leave this place. Do not disturb the king while he disciplines his lady. Yes, the subordinates hastily secured the cabin doors, vacating the main control room. Hey, won't you speak? Goku frowned. Despite her earlier pleas for mercy, she now sat silent and weeping. It was because of this woman that his family and he nearly faced annihilation at the hands of Beerus, and Goku had no intention of letting her off easily. Ugh. You scoundrel. Perverse little lowly lover. Imbecilic trash. I will never tell you. Kuranoa retorted, her fiery spirit inexplicably rekindled. Do you truly believe I wouldn't dare to end your life? Goku grasped her collar, lifting her effortlessly. Meanwhile, he inquired within his mind. Sister, why am I unable to enact my authority over her? Beep. Master, our current authority level is insufficient. The Kaishin of time governs all parallel universes and possesses divine power far beyond ours. So it is as I suspected. Goku pondered. A wicked smile spreading across his face as he regarded Kuranoa, his eyes glinting with malice. Kakik. I wonder how delightful the lovely Kaishin would be to save her? What? What are you planning? Once I grow weary of you, I shall unleash my thousands of soldiers. I truly hope you remain defiant. I wish to see how long you can endure. An hour? 2 hours? Or will you find pleasure in the process? Kuranoa's face paled, her legs trembling uncontrollably. What do you intend to do? At the very least, the first time should be gentle. Seeing her reaction, Goku felt exasperated. He had no such intentions at present, especially since Beerus was still in pursuit of him. Well, it seems I have truly enraged the destroyer this time. This is the kind of situation that cannot be remedied. Hey, Son Goku, where have you hidden the little one? From outside, Beerus's voice suddenly rang out, and in an instant, Goku witnessed his fleet disintegrate into nothingness. My lord, this is bad. It's Lord Beerus. Quickly, surrender. A subordinate reported, causing Goku to feel a headache coming on. For now, Kuranoa cannot be killed. There is another force watching me, one I cannot identify, but I am certain they are opposed to each other. He needed to maintain a balance between the two. Goku sealed Kuranoa within a jar and with a swift motion, appeared before Beerus. Let us strike a deal, Lord Beerus. Goku stated plainly, I shall return her to you, but you must leave my universe. Otherwise, he raised a small jar, from which came Kuranoa's voice. Lord Beerus, please save me. TCH, have we been outwitted? Whis, how long can we remain here? Well, Whis promptly produced his staff to assess the situation. It seems Mr. Goku has somehow siphoned the temporal energy here. We can likely remain for only an hour. An hour? That is sufficient. Beerus's smile turned sinister as he looked at Goku, his murderous intent intensifying. If the little one dies, another Kaishin can take her place. You seem unaware of the consequences of provoking a destroyer. To be continued. Chapter 53. Breaking the Limit. How did it come to this? Release me at once. Wouldn't it be simpler if I escorted them back myself? Krillin exclaimed, bouncing incessantly within her confinement. However, the god of destruction remained unmoved. In a fleeting instant, Beerus confronted Goku, delivering a forceful kick to his abdomen. "Ah, help me!" Krillin shrieked. Suddenly, whoosh. The flash time technique activated as Goku evaded the blow, promptly stowing Krillin within his inventory. TCH, how troublesome. It seems I must exert myself slightly. A sardonic grin played on Beerus's lips as he assailed Goku with wraith-like speed. Goku attempted to employ flash time once more, only to discover Beerus's form fragmented into a mosaic, enveloping him from all directions. Escape was impossible. Cough. A devastating impact to his abdomen left Goku feeling as though he had been struck by a planet, hurtling through the cosmos in a blaze of incandescent glory. He momentarily lost consciousness, only to be seized and hurled across immeasurable distances, crashing onto a distant world. My bones are broken. The near-stellar temperatures brought this realization sharply into focus. Instantly, Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan, wrenching himself free from Beerus's grasp. "Oh, you possess considerable strength. That form is not Super Saiyan God, I presume." Emerging from the billowing smoke, Beerus regarded Goku, wreathed in golden flames, with a mixture of astonishment and intrigue. "Humph." Goku spat out a mouthful of blood, then, with a determined gaze, declared, "I'll bring you down soon enough." "Huh." With a mighty roar, he was engulfed in a golden aura, instantaneously transforming into a Super Saiyan 4. Unlike before, after absorbing Vegeta, Goku's Super Saiyan 4 hair had shifted to a crimson hue, bearing a striking resemblance to Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta from the GT timeline. What astonishing power! Observing the Saiyan below radiating an otherworldly glow, Beerus displayed a hint of alarm, swiftly followed by an overwhelming surge of battle lust. He launched himself at Goku without hesitation. What? Bang! Beerus was sent hurtling backward, clutching his nose in agony, tears welling in his eyes. The god of destruction was utterly enraged, unable to even comprehend the nature of the attack he had just endured. "My apologies, Lord Beerus. Was I too swift for you to perceive? Perhaps I should decelerate my movements to allow for closer observation?" In his Super Saiyan 4 state, Goku arrogantly adopted an elbow strike pose. "You've angered me, Saiyan." Beerus's voice resonated with menace as an aura of annihilation emanated from his being. Bang! The earth quaked. The god of destruction unleashed a furious assault, his destructive power palpable. Bang! 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 His violet fists rained down with relentless ferocity, each blow akin to a celestial body plummeting from the heavens. The planet was instantly riddled with craters. Goku was taken aback, realizing that he was exerting nearly his full strength simply to defend. And this was while utilizing flash time. Wasn't it said that Super Saiyan God possessed 60 of Beerus's power? I feel as though I could obliterate Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta with a single finger. As his sense of impending doom intensified, Goku's temper flared. With a thunderous roar, he engaged Beerus in a reckless exchange of blows, employing the offspring severing kick and Twin Dragon's play, but the god of destruction merely grunted, then contemptuously delivered a crushing blow. "Mortal, are such crude tactics all you possess?" With a thunderous impact, Beerus's fist obliterated a nearby mountain peak. Emerging from the swirling dust, Goku stood firm, one leg braced against the onslaught. His right hand glowed with divine energy as he gazed down upon Beerus, proclaiming, "Have you ever witnessed a god bleed?" Whoosh! A blade of energy cleaved through the earth, bisecting the planet in an instant. Boom! A stellar explosion erupted, causing even Whis, observing from afar, to furrow his brow. Thousands of Frieza soldiers, witnessing the cataclysm, hastily activated their protective shields to ward off the incoming meteorites. Panic gripped them as they feared their newly appointed leader had once again been vanquished. How could this be? A green-skinned maiden named Zilai could scarcely believe her eyes. She harbored a certain admiration for the seemingly invincible Saiyan, even fantasizing about becoming the consort of a cosmic emperor. But then, she detected an even more dazzling radiance. What's that? Meanwhile, at the epicenter of the planetary explosion. TCH, what a waste of my time. I'll simply end this with that technique. Beerus spat, wiping blood from his face. He felt humiliated by his inability to defeat his opponent swiftly. He was wounded, but the god of destruction was consumed by fury, desiring nothing more than to obliterate the Saiyan before him, even if it meant the destruction of the surrounding cosmos. After all, this was not his seventh universe. In the next instant, An inferno hotter than the stellar explosion coalesced within Beerus's palm, radiating terrifying energy. It was a super destruction sphere capable of annihilating an entire galaxy. WH. A sense of dread washed over Goku as he beheld the cosmic orb, shimmering like a miniature sun, slowly bearing down upon him. Even with the augmented physique of a fused being, he doubted his ability to withstand the destructive energy contained within that sphere. His sixth sense screamed of imminent peril. But at that moment, he resolved to gamble, for it had been far too long since he had encountered an adversary so exhilarating. A manic grin returned to Goku's face as he assumed his stance, channeling his divine energy and unleashing a primal roar. Limit. Breaker. Whoosh. Goku's aura surged once more, the Super Saiyan 4 form infused with divine energy. The golden flames transformed into a deep crimson, granting him exponential amplification. Hallelujah! Immeasurable power coursed through his veins. As the searing destruction sphere descended, the aura surrounding Goku rivaled its intensity, perhaps even surpassing it. Beerus's gaze narrowed. Goku clasped his palms together, mimicking Vegeta's final flash technique, yet with a distinct variation. With a thunderous cry, he unleashed, hundredfold, supermassive Kamehameha. Come on. Whoosh. Boom. The two forces collided, generating a cataclysmic shockwave. Invisible ripples expanded outwards, causing the very fabric of the universe to tremble. Haha. This is the battle I've longed for. You've finally become a Super Saiyan god, have you? Beerus exclaimed, a grin spreading across his face. He raised his hand, conjuring another such energy sphere. Are you trying to start a dance-off? Goku thought to himself, but he remained resolute, gritting his teeth as he resisted the onslaught. With the descent of the second destruction sphere, the pressure intensified. No, this is not my full power, he muttered, then unleashed the Kaioken technique. Kaioken, times 10. Instantly, his Kamehameha transformed into a beam of pure energy, obliterating the two sun-like destruction spheres with unstoppable force. The unleashed energy engulfed Beerus. Chapter 54, Death. Oh, the blinding white light erupted like a cosmic explosion, resonating with Beerus's anguished scream throughout the universe. The soldiers of the Frieza force fell into a state of deafness merely from the sound, some even bleeding from their orifices, collapsing to the ground. There seems to be no hope. If this continues, the seventh universe may face annihilation. Whis sighed helplessly, then swung his staff to restore order to the cosmos. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Whis. Oh dear. I truly apologize for the interruption. Upon seeing the newcomer, Whis slightly inclined his head, revealing that this person bore an uncanny resemblance to him. It was another Whis. Oh my, this is quite unexpected. The other Whis blinked, displaying a look of surprise. Ha! Ha! Goku maintained his stance while unleashing a powerful energy wave, grateful for the remarkable resilience of his body, which withstood the backlash of the tenfold Kaioken. Yet, he remained vigilant and consumed a senzu bean. Beerus stood still, enveloped in dark smoke. His expression a complex tapestry of emotions, particularly an indescribable fury. I concede, you are indeed an impressive mortal. Beerus murmured, dark purple energy radiating from him. He gazed at Goku with begrudging admiration. To force me to this point is a testament that you are no less formidable than an ordinary god of destruction. Likewise, Lord Beerus, I wouldn't be surprised if that last blow had left me severely injured as well. I didn't anticipate you would endure it. Goku maintained a calm exterior, though internally he felt a weight. Although he could not sense Beerus's energy, his sixth sense warned him that the deity had grown even stronger. Is this the god of destruction's ultimate technique? Heh, let us see who has the last laugh now. Beerus sneered, clenching his fist and cracking his neck. Then he erupted into action. Kaioken! Goku bellowed, entering a state beyond Super Saiyan 4, augmented by the Kaioken, transforming into a radiant streak that collided with Beerus. Your stamina has recovered. Beerus immediately sensed something amiss, only to be met with a powerful punch. Bang! The feline god of destruction spiraled, shattering several fragments of planets upon impact. However, this was merely the beginning. In an instant, Beerus transformed into a flash of purple light, appearing before Goku and delivering a devastating blow. Swish! Goku dodged, executing a backflip that landed a kick on Beerus's chin. Bang! Ugh! Beerus grunted, roaring as he launched another attack, yet Goku's figure vanished from sight. Where are you looking? Goku's furious voice echoed from behind. As Beerus turned, he was met with an elbow strike to the face, followed by a kick that sent him flying. Then, Goku gathered 5 energy blasts, propelling them toward Beerus's trajectory. the successive explosions reverberating through the cosmos. Yet Beerus remained unscathed. He has grown stronger. Goku's heart sank. Though he had Senzu beans to sustain him in a war of attrition against Beerus, he feared the limitless growth of his opponent's strength. As the smoke cleared, Beerus silently regarded Goku, an overwhelming force of destruction emanating from him. At this moment, the god of destruction appeared enraged, terrifying, and intent on unleashing his pent-up desire for annihilation. Ugh! With a furious roar, Beerus unleashed a surge of destructive energy. Even from a distance, Goku felt chills run down his spine. Swish! The god of destruction moved with unimaginable speed, and Goku pushed his instant transmission to the limit. Unable to predict where the next strike would come from, the afterimages were too numerous. Gritting his teeth, Goku utilized his energy and divine power to create multiple clones, employing the multi-shadow punch to counter the impending assault. However, several clones were obliterated in an instant. Beerus suddenly pinpointed his location, swinging a punch toward him. Bang! Goku's mind briefly faltered, followed by a crushing blow to his abdomen. Ugh! Goku felt a rush of blood in his throat, his defenses shattered, yet Beerus's onslaught showed no signs of relenting. Boom! 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 Goku was mercilessly battered by the god of destruction, yet the combined strength of the fused body held firm. Logically, such destructive power should have obliterated dozens of planets. Humph! This will be your end. Beerus delivered a fierce elbow strike, fracturing Goku's rib, then seized his hair, launching a relentless series of kicks. Goku's energy surged, and suddenly, his instant transmission reached new heights, allowing him to execute the multi-shadow punch against Beerus's groin. Ugh! Beerus's eyes widened in shock. Then he charged furiously at Goku. Goku roared, unleashing an enhanced energy wave with his left hand while channeling his ultimate attack with his right. Yet, in an instant, Beerus swatted the energy wave away, then delivered a crushing kick to Goku's abdomen. Ugh! This isn't over yet, Son Goku. The god of destruction bellowed, his fists descending like meteors, striking Goku repeatedly. It is essential to note that in the state of ultimate technique, Beerus grew stronger with each strike, consistently breaching Goku's defenses. Spurt. Blood erupted. Crack. Bones shattered. Yet Goku continued to resist. He even grasped Beerus's hand and fiercely pried it apart. Oh, at that moment, Beerus finally grasped the situation. He noticed Goku's other hand, realizing that the Saiyan seemed to be gathering energy for something. Haha. You can't escape now, can you, Lord Beerus? Injured yet determined, Goku clutched Beerus tightly. The devastating blow that had previously annihilated Vegeta was about to be unleashed. Let go of me. Beerus, sensing the threat, struggled desperately. Only a fool would attempt to endure Goku's attack. Dragon Fist, Goku shouted, his fist transforming into a golden dragon, roaring as it surged toward Beerus's face. Ugh! Whoosh boom! Beerus's head caved in, and his body was swept away by the golden dragon. Goku returned to his normal state, his head spinning, his gaze terrifyingly calm. No, rather, it was an abyss of silence. He had perished at the very moment the dragon fist was unleashed. Beerus's destructive power, amplified by the ultimate technique, erupted instantaneously, obliterating his very form. A brilliant golden light radiated throughout the cosmos, accompanied by the roar of the dragon, transforming into a vast ocean of gold. TSK. Whis. I was careless. Hurry and take me back for treatment. Beerus, enveloped in smoke and blood, clutched his head, his expression twisted in agony. Yet he finally composed himself, retracting his ultimate technique. Yes, Lord Beerus, you have worked hard. The angel was calmly stated, nodding to his other self before swiftly escorting Beerus away. Well then, we take our leave. Safe travels, the other Whis smiled, watching them depart, then turned his gaze toward the shattered remains of Goku floating in the distance, deep in thought. Chapter 55, Resurrected. Ding. Detecting that the host has lost vital signs. Hello, Master. Can you hear me? You can hear me. It seems your soul hasn't been completely obliterated. Ding. Do you wish to expend 7 Dragon Balls for a chance at revival? Ding. Received. Commencing physical reconstruction. Please wait. Wait, it seems it's not needed. Inside Frieza's spaceship, the figure within the culture tank stirred, instantaneously shattering the transparent glass and bursting forth. I almost truly perished. Wringing out his sodden hair, Goku gazed upon his robust musculature, as if it had been meticulously refurbished. Feeling even more impeccable. Fortunately, He and Sista had anticipated such an eventuality and prepared accordingly. The Dragon Balls spawned by the Little Dragon, rather, created by the Little Dragon, need not be collected in any specific order, merely possessing 7 suffices to grant a wish. Aside from the initial one produced during the first upgrade, the Little Dragon would subsequently generate one every half year. Over the years, they had exchanged them for Patera earrings and expended 15, used one to acquire the hyperbolic time chamber, and now consumed 7 for resurrection. Moreover, Sista's Dragon Balls imposed no restrictions on resurrections, which emboldened him to contend with the god of destruction. At this moment, Goku was enveloped in a heat haze. After vaguely sensing his physical condition, he discerned that his physical prowess had been somewhat augmented. Is the near-death enhancement effect still active? Speaking of which, who brought me back here? Goku mused inwardly. Had the Dragon Fist he unleashed during the battle with Beerus not been a desperate gambit, leaving him with no residual energy for defense, he wouldn't have been instantly annihilated by the god of destruction. Engaging with such a monster demands absolute vigilance. However, divine techniques are truly extraordinary. Logically, my combat strength should not be inferior to that of a god of destruction, yet the opponent seemed to possess an unyielding life bar, rendering all attacks futile. Alas, it's not as if I lack divine techniques. Goku accessed his inventory, where the vial containing Krinoa remained. However, his gaze was drawn to a skill book titled Dragon God's Esoteric Art. Huh? Wait, why haven't the Dragon Balls been consumed? Didn't I just revive through a wish? Suddenly, he noticed this peculiar anomaly and began to question the system. Master, this time, it wasn't I who assisted in your revival, it was that angel. Moreover, he seems capable of sensing Sista's aura. I must remain concealed. An angel? Is it Whis? Didn't he return with Beerus? No. It must be this universe's Whis. Goku reminisced about the battle with Beerus, having noticed the angel at that time. However, why would he save me? Goku pondered for a moment before relinquishing the thought, as he genuinely couldn't fathom the reason for the angel's intervention. He must have employed that divine technique that can rewind time by 3 minutes. He shook his head, ceasing to dwell on these trivial matters, and resumed scrutinizing the Dragon God's esoteric art skill. This was originally a red skill that required mastery of divine energy to learn. However, due to the inadequacy of his Saiyan lineage and his lack of affinity for justice, he lacked confidence in becoming a Super Saiyan god. Initially, he merely intended to cultivate divine power within himself to master divine energy and subsequently learn this skill. However, after absorbing Vegeta, it seemed such measures were no longer necessary. Ding. Consuming divine power to learn the Dragon God's esoteric art. Please wait. Ding. Dragon God's esoteric art learned successfully. Name, Dragon God's esoteric art category, skill function, combat, magic description, an unparalleled martial arts secret created by Dragon God Zalama. Mastering this art grants unmatched offensive capabilities, encompassing both world-destroying and world-creating potential. In an instant, Goku felt an overwhelming dizziness as a vast influx of information pierced his mind like steel needles. He perceived a blurry, towering silhouette, which seemed to detect his presence as well, the two locking eyes. However, this vision swiftly vanished, followed by a torrent of knowledge inundating his consciousness. There were methods for creating Dragon Balls, Namekian power, dragons, magic. A chaotic assortment of information flooded in, yet Goku's adaptability proved formidable, allowing him to withstand it within moments. I see. Had I learned this skill before confronting Beerus, the outcome of another battle would have been uncertain. However, the circumstances at the time caused Goku to subconsciously forget about it. He discovered that, under the influence of divine energy, his base form could shield him from the perception of ordinary individuals. He casually raised his hand, accompanied by the resounding roar of a dragon, with the faint image of a dragon's head roaring between his palms. The destructive power he wielded was, astonishingly, no less potent than that of a god of destruction. So powerful, Goku was astonished that such a casual gesture could replicate the effect of the Dragon Fist. If he were to master this skill, wouldn't every strike be a Dragon Fist? However, the consumption would be exceedingly high. What? So, Lord Frieza is unharmed? To withstand such an attack, a mechanical voice emanating from a subordinate interjected with excitement. Goku raised his eyes and instantly shattered the surrounding surveillance equipment, triggering alarms throughout the ship. So, it's as that angel said? Excellent. I knew it. As long as Lord Frieza lives, we still have hope. Ugh. Seriously, so much equipment is broken. Is the boss trying to kill us all? Gee lie. How dare you speak to Lord Frieza in such a manner? Lord Frieza, the angel is still awaiting you in the main bridge. Please, if you would be so kind as to come over. Goku immediately comprehended the situation. He retrieved a set of black martial arts attire from his inventory, donned it, and slowly strode out. Oh, Mr. Goku, it's wonderful that you're unharmed. Is your body fully recovered? As the doors to the main bridge opened, Goku discovered Mr. was seated at a guest table, indulging in the spaceship's delicacies. They appeared to be high-end pastries typically reserved for King Cold. Thank you, Mr. Whis. I am eternally grateful for your life-saving assistance. If you ever have the leisure, please visit Earth as my guest. I will serve you Earth's most delectable cuisine as a token of my appreciation, and I implore you not to decline. Goku bowed courteously. When facing an opponent he couldn't defeat, it was best to feign compliance. Moreover, even if a battle were to erupt, he could still depart with some semblance of dignity. Oh ho ho ho, you are far too kind. Incidentally, would you be interested in becoming a god of destruction in the future? Given Lord Beerus's condition, he might perish in a few 100 million years. Ahaha, you jest, sir. How could a mortal live for so long? As he spoke, Goku glanced at his surrounding subordinates, who discreetly excused themselves. He struggled to decipher the angel's intentions, nor did he comprehend why the angel had saved him. Was picked up his knife and fork and smiled. I am quite certain Mr. Goku is destined to surpass all gods of destruction. In other words, you saved me to make me the next god of destruction? Not entirely, Mr. Goku, please rest assured. I am not your enemy. As angels, we do not interfere in mortal affairs. It's just that you are quite special, therefore. Exceptional individuals warrant exceptional treatment. With that, Whis stuffed another morsel into his mouth, his eyes narrowing in satisfaction. Chapter 56. Whis's request. Well, Mr. Goku, do you have any particular questions in mind? I am rather concerned about the matter of you saving me. Is that so? It indeed brings a sense of unease. Allow me to present my request. At this point, Whis slowly rose and offered a slight bow to Goku. I hope you will not project the hatred from your previous demise onto the deities of this world. Upon hearing this, Goku feigned ignorance, though a sense of caution began to stir within him. Revenge? I wouldn't go so far as to ruthlessly hunt down beings from other universes over this. However, if it means acquiring more power, what harm is there in perishing along this path? Mr. Whis, what do you mean by that? For starters, I would never act in such a manner. The crux of the matter is that with my current strength, I am no match for the god of destruction. That is not quite the case. If I am not mistaken, your initial purpose in visiting the Kaioshin realm was to resolve matters concerning Lord Kaioshin, correct? Seeing Goku remain silent, Whis continued. However, you have also noticed that Lord Beerus, who came from another timeline, is not bound to the Kaioshin here. Thus, even if you were to eliminate Shin, it would not pose a threat to him. You intended to use the Kaioshin of time as leverage. Yet, you did not anticipate that the furious Lord Beerus would disregard even their camaraderie, resulting in this predicament. It seems I shall have to ponder over my counterpart in that realm. Whis wore a smile, appearing somewhat gleeful at the situation, while Goku felt a tinge of confusion. So, all I need to do is refrain from harming the deities of this world? But this is both a request and a piece of advice. Ultimately, the decision to comply lies with you. Furthermore, if possible, I hope you can return Lady Kuranoya to the time nest. She has already perished. She was caught in the crossfire during my battle with Beerus. I see. That is indeed unfortunate. However, it seems the time nest has not been affected. Logically, the demise of the Kaioshin of time should have repercussions. Whis lifted his staff and began to observe various timelines. Goku understood he could not keep this from him, so he decided to take out Kuranoya from his item stash. All right, here she is. I concede to you. With a sudden sound, the Kaioshin of time emerged, visibly fuming as she glared at Goku. You wait. I will repay you tenfold for what you did to me. The young woman puffed her cheeks in indignation. Goku made a shushing gesture, causing her to tremble slightly. In an instant, Kuranoya was enveloped in light and vanished from sight. Now that the necessary matters have been addressed, I shall not intrude further. Farewell. With that, Whis, standing over 2 meters tall, began to take his leave. Mr. Whis, may I consult you regarding my training in the future? Seeing Whis prepare to depart, Goku suddenly gathered his courage to ask, presenting an array of delectable earth delicacies. Ahem, well, I appreciate your kindness. However, it is rather unfortunate that Lord Beerus is still in his slumber, and it may be decades before he awakens. Should I disturb him? The ensuing conflict between you two could very well bring about the destruction of the universe. Whis pondered for a moment, then seemed to have an idea. He took out a marker from his pocket and drew a mark upon Goku. How about this? You may visit Universe 6 and seek my sister Vados. She will guide you. Is she as formidable as you, Mr. Whis? Hiki. Among the angelic family, she ranks among the most powerful. I cannot compare to her. Whis explained with a smile, and Goku nodded in acknowledgement. Then I shall take my leave. Thank you for your hospitality. I will visit Earth soon. Safe travels. Goku waved goodbye, feeling a sense of relief as he watched Whis traverse the Rainbow Bridge into the distance. To be honest, Goku had not sensed Whis's true strength at all. Yet, he had a vague understanding of the limits of God of Destruction, leaving him feeling quite uncertain when facing this angel. Bring forth that green-skinned girl. I need her to massage my shoulders. Goku instructed his subordinates. Soon, he resumed his position at the helm of the ship, indulging in the culinary delights. Following this, Goku commanded his subordinates to head to Namek, which was, of course, the home of Piccolo. This was a strategic decision. Honestly, after recruiting Frieza's army, Goku had developed numerous ideas. He instructed his followers to assist Namek in signing contracts, initially aiding in economic development and resource exchange to gain the locals' trust. Then, he would have the Namekians take loans for real estate, along with some high-interest lending, gradually draining their resources. Moreover, Goku envisioned expanding this business model throughout the universe, establishing himself as both a warlord and a financial tycoon. Firmly grasping the economic lifeblood of the cosmos, he chuckled to himself, thinking how wicked he had become. Upon returning to Earth, Goku first explained the recent events to his wives, addressing some household matters. Then he ventured to the city where he had battled the great ape Vegeta, only to discover that Piccolo's body had been taken away. After some investigation, he found it had been the work of the Red Ribbon Army. Goku immediately eliminated a portion of them, reclaimed Piccolo's remains, and made a trip to the underworld. Following that, he sought out Krillin and the others. At Kame House, Gohan, Bra, and Krillin awaited Goku's return. Tien had just recovered from his injuries and was now mourning the loss of Chazu. With Piccolo's passing, it also meant the loss of the Guardian. Goku, do you have any good ideas? Master Roshi gazed at Goku, suddenly feeling his age, realizing he could no longer keep pace with the younger generation. In his twilight years, he could only immerse himself in the world of Gal games, content to live out his life. Actually, this universe is not solely reliant on Earth for Dragon Balls. Wherever Namekians exist, Dragon Balls may also be born. Upon hearing this, Tien suddenly stood up. What? Goku, are you saying Chaozu and the others still have a chance? Ah, it seems so. I have retrieved Piccolo's body and sent him back to train with Lord Kaioshin. As for Chaozu, his physical form was destroyed, so only his soul has gone to the underworld. No, as long as he can be revived, I would be content. Upon learning this, Tien knelt before Goku, pleading fervently. This left Goku feeling quite troubled. So, Tien and Chaozu share such a deep bond. Goku pondered, just as his younger son Gohan rushed over. Dad, Uncle Piccolo sacrificed himself to save me, so. Little Gohan clenched his fists, his tear-filled eyes brimming with emotion. Ah, fear not, Gohan. I will absolutely ensure their revival. Goku patted Gohan's head and gave him a thumbs up. P.S. This chapter is a bit disorganized. If you find any issues, please contact me. I shall take my leave now, as I am not feeling well. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 57, number 18. Several days later, Goku resumed his daily life. During this period, he primarily focused on acclimatizing to the Super Blue transformation. He discovered that in this form, his energy consumption was substantial. Yet the increase in combat power was remarkably significant. Name: Super Saiyan Blue. Category: Talent description: a transformation into a blue-haired Super Saiyan resulting from the interaction between God Ki and the power of the Super Saiyan. In terms of agility and strength, it overwhelmingly surpasses the Super Saiyan God form, existing in an entirely different dimension. Evaluation: vulnerable to being pierced by laser guns during moments of relaxation. Unexpectedly, the enhancement of the Super Blue form exceeds that of Super Saiyan 4. Although the energy cost is indeed considerable, Goku even felt a twinge of relief, realizing that his previous victory over Vegeta using the Dragon Fist was largely due to luck and a bug-level skill control. Had it not been for that, he might have been the first to fall. Regrettably, he felt that the encounter with Beerus was a missed opportunity, should he have the chance to relive it. Having absorbed Vegeta's power, Goku would undoubtedly have consumed Senzu beans and endured against the God of Destruction, primarily driven by his frustration at the time, wanting nothing more than to obliterate Beerus with the Dragon Fist. This form requires further adaptation. I aim to merge it with Super Saiyan 4 to explore the possibility of developing a new transformation. Thus, he began to maintain the Super Blue state consistently, akin to the period when he practiced at full power as a Super Saiyan 1. Fortunately, his current physique was no less formidable than that of a fused being. In his earlier days, he would have struggled to maintain the Super Blue form for more than 2 hours, but now, sustaining it presented no significant challenge. Goku occasionally worried about returning home to face Chi-Chi's complaints, likely concerning the risk of dyeing his hair and its potential influence on the children. Surprisingly, Chi-Chi had recently become quite affectionate towards him, not once mentioning hair dye. In fact, she even expressed a desire to conceive another child. No, it seemed that the women in his household had all transformed in this way, becoming exceedingly compliant. Launch had resumed her preparations of nourishing tonics at home, while the maid outfit worn by Mai had grown increasingly alluring. Bulma even went so far as to purchase a bunny girl outfit for Goku. Could it be due to my charm attribute rising to A? Is this a signal that the household may soon welcome a new member? Goku pondered, and soon realized that the children were also particularly attached to him, leading him to a sense of ease. He surmised that perhaps during his lengthy absence conquering the universe, he had neglected his family for too long, and thus resolved to spend more time at home. Well, accompanying his wives in meals, bathing, and sleeping. However, within the current household, many matters no longer required his attention, whether it was household chores, work, or the children's education. Goku's responsibilities primarily revolved around instructing the children in their training, transporting them to and from school, followed by his own training and spending time with his wives. Overall, he felt rather idle, and during this period of mastering Super Blue, he contemplated the need to venture outside more often. He recalled the incident when the Red Ribbon Army had taken Piccolo's body. Surely, that scientist, Dr. Gero, was already in the process of creating Android 18? Goku mused that since he had little else to occupy his time, he might as well seek out something to do. The Red Ribbon Army had sought the Dragon Balls a decade ago, but after being taught a lesson by Goku, they had become subdued, especially after Goku discovered their headquarters. He had practiced the Kamehameha at their military base, resulting in the demise of the notoriously infamous General Red, and also that of Android 8. In any case, he would set out to investigate. Goku maintained his Super Blue form and began to scour the territories of the Red Ribbon Army. Starting as a mere ordinary mercenary, he infiltrated their ranks and, utilizing unauthorized access, learned of their distribution across 48 laboratories worldwide. What the hell, am I a rat? Goku clicked his tongue, revealing a troubled expression. Although he could clear these laboratories in less than a day, he still needed to return home to pick up the children in the afternoon. So he would have to search gradually over the coming days. The following morning, Goku rose early to take Gohan and Bra to school. He then embarked on his global quest to locate Dr. Gero. Fortunately, in the 7th laboratory, he encountered the scientist, only to be attacked by the earlier models of the androids, androids 2 to 7. Stop him, Dr. Gero bellowed, immediately recognizing Goku and ordering the initial models to engage him while he attempted to escape with his experimental data. It was this man who had caused the downfall of the Red Ribbon Army, reducing them to an underground organization. Do you think these trash can stop me? Goku smirked, for to an ordinary person, androids were as terrifying as the Terminator in the movies, yet before him, they resembled nothing more than doll-like figures. Dispatched in an instant. What? Dr. Gero's eyes widened, his hands trembling, his frail appearance suggesting he was nearing the end of his life. Goku, however, showed no signs of benevolence, grinning as he seized Gero by the head and promptly obliterated him. Modification. Ugh. Afterward, my lord. Here are the results of my experiments over the years. The permanent energy type androids 17 and 18 are still in the experimental phase. To complete them, it may take another 15 years. Before him, Dr. Gero knelt, bowing his head to Goku, who was seated comfortably on a sofa. 15 years is rather excessive. I demand you complete them within 5. If you find yourself too old, then modify yourself first. However, since they are androids, their personalities must be preserved, allowing them to maintain their humanity. Yes, my lord, I understand. Upon hearing this, Goku nodded in satisfaction and rose, leisurely approaching each incubation chamber, idly tapping on them. What models are these? The ones in front are models 13 to 15, the most promising batch of androids, specifically designed to eliminate Sunday. Doctor, Jiro began, only to break into a sweat. Specifically to eliminate whom? Goku inquired with feigned nonchalance. Old fool. I shall rectify the program immediately. Doctor. Jiro stammered, bowing repeatedly before hurrying into the laboratory. Goku continued to observe the androids within the incubation chambers, and eventually, he spotted a familiar figure. Lazuli. Goku glanced at the experimental report, which contained numerous details about the woman in the chamber. If he was not mistaken, this was destined to be the first female deity of Dragon Ball, Krillin's future wife, Android 18. Goku scrutinized her. Miss 18. Android 18 was currently suspended in a chamber filled with green liquid. Ordinary individuals could only discern a faint outline, yet Goku's sight was unparalleled, allowing him to see her in full detail. What a figure. Another chapter awaits. Chapter 58. Teaching and Cultivation. After a brief moment, the hurried Dr. Jiro approached, kneeling before me. I sincerely apologize, my master. I am unworthy of forgiveness. I have now set the androids to serve you. I beg for your mercy, spare my life. What a peculiar way he speaks, reminiscent of a eunuch. Is there a flaw in my modification authority? Observing the prostrate Dr. Jiro, I could not suppress a cold smirk. I will let you off this time. Moreover, if you encounter any technical difficulties, I can reach out to my father-in-law, brief. By the way, take this. I tossed the tails of Cooler and Frieza onto the ground. Perhaps due to being stored in my inventory, they remained remarkably fresh and animated. This is, Dr. Jiro's expression turned somber. These are the tails of extraterrestrials. Study them well. They are necessary for creating that cell, are they not? Yes, my master. I'll proceed with the plan for Cell as originally intended. Whether for world destruction or to eliminate me, do as you wish. That is absolutely out of the question. Less chatter, just follow the orders. I'm sorry, Gohan. It seems I truly wish to develop your potential. After issuing my instructions, I left the old man to his tasks. After carefully evaluating Android 18's looks with Krillin, I prepared to depart, but recalled there was still a cultivation jar at the end of the room. Peering through the green liquid, I discovered an android, a brown-haired young girl with quite an appealing appearance. She bore a striking resemblance to the woman in the picture beside Dr. Jiro's computer. Could she be a clone of his former wife, perhaps? The old man wishes to relive his past romance. I couldn't help but chuckle softly before instantaneously teleporting back home. Unbeknownst to me, as I departed, a dark energy surged forth, enveloping the brown-haired girl within the cultivation jar. Darling, dinner is ready. Okay. Bulma's voice echoed from the kitchen as I found myself in the living room, playing games with Gohan and my 3 daughters. We were engaged in an arcade-style fighting game, where each player had 1 life, and the loser would switch out. The outcome revealed that I had utterly dominated the children, with the exception of Sun AI. It appeared she lacked any gaming prowess and was often ridiculed by her sisters, leading to her becoming somewhat self-conscious. When it was her turn, I intentionally lost the match to alleviate her discomfort, which, much to the chagrin of the other kids, sparked their discontent. Particularly, Bra, who, after being cornered by my combo, transformed into a Super Saiyan in a fit of rage, shattering the controller. Hey, Bra, I warned you. That limited edition controller is quite precious. My eldest daughter kicked me before storming off to the dining table. My sister just throws tantrums, unlike me, who only feels sorry for Dad. Little AI feels the same. Little AI also cares for Dad. Meanwhile, Gohan glanced at his furious sister at the dining table and timidly embraced me, saying, I do too. The trend of feeling sorry for Dad, initiated by Sun Lan, left me feeling somewhat embarrassed. Wondering where these little ones had learned such behavior, perhaps from short videos? All right, little rascals, time to eat. I ushered the children to the dining table and slowly sat down. My dear, this is what you need to eat in the coming days. Lan Shi, donning an apron, presented a bowl of nourishing soup to me. She truly excels at Cantonese cuisine. I even suspect her hometown must have a tradition of making soups. I took a small sip, finding the taste delightful, though I wondered what animal's organ she had used, causing me a moment of concern. And this is for you. Chi-Chi, beaming with joy, served up a specially prepared roast, seemingly with no ulterior motives other than to delight her husband with a delicious meal. This is truly delicious, Chi-Chi. I stuffed my mouth, relishing her culinary skills, which always resonated with my taste. I'm sorry, dear. It seems I didn't prepare anything special for you today. My apologies. Xiaowu busily served rice to the children, her hands moving swiftly, yet her gaze reflected a hint of guilt, her head lowered. It's all right. Xiaowu, I quite enjoy the dishes you usually make. I patted the maid's head, genuinely expressing my appreciation. When no one else prepared meals, it was often Chi-Chi and I who took charge. At times, I felt Xiaowu was overworked and contemplated hiring a nanny, but was met with a collective refusal from the wives. Hey darling, lean closer. Bulma boldly offered me a piece of sushi, only to be met with collective resistance from the other wives. That was clearly made by me. Miss Bulma is quite cunning. Children, you mustn't look this way. Darling, I want some too. The children had grown accustomed to such scenes at home, especially Gohan, who would quietly eat his meal during these moments, and then take his dishes to the sink. By the way, I reckon none of you have tasted the dishes our husband prepares, right? Perhaps having had a bit of wine that evening, Bulma, with a rosy complexion, declared with pride. X3 The other wives flocked to Bulma, bombarding her with questions about the matter. I sensed trouble brewing and swiftly extricated myself from the throng of women, catching hold of Gohan, who was about to head to the living room. Gohan, come and take a bath with Dad. Huh? Oh, our bathtub was spacious, adorned to resemble an open-air hot spring. I reclined in the tub while Gohan washed up before joining me. Leaning back, I relished the warmth of the water, pondering why I had never purchased a bathtub in my previous life. Surely, soaking in a bath was such a blissful experience. Why had I been concerned about the cost of water? Father. What's wrong, Gohan? My younger son approached, his eyes filled with determination. I knew he usually called me Dad like his sisters, but when something significant arose, he referred to me as Father. I believe I understand why you trained at Uncle Piccolo's. Is that so? Please, do share. Actually, I am a Namekian, aren't I? I covered my face, amused that my son had turned the joke on me. I gently tapped Gohan's head, playfully scolding, Scions have tails. Uncle Piccolo does not have a tail. A tail? Young Gohan looked puzzled, and I took the time to explain. His comprehension was sharp, and he quickly grasped the concept. Subsequently, I used my divine power to reveal the tail that had been sealed away. You ask why I sealed your tail? Well, when we Scions were young, if we accidentally saw the moon, we would transform into a colossal gorilla. My grandfather was once crushed by such a beast. Wow, how terrifying. Gohan spoke timidly, but after a moment's hesitation, his resolve returned. Father, please take me training afterward. Just like last time with Uncle Krillin. Let us train in the wild. What prompted this sudden desire to train? I truly wish to become a Super Saiyan like my sisters. I want to ensure that past events do not repeat. Wufan remarked that it should be about Piccolo's sacrifice, which brought great comfort to Goku, prompting him to readily agree. It is indeed possible, but it will be quite arduous, he added. No matter. I shall strive with all my might. P.S. Dear friends, I kindly request your encouragement for more updates. Chapter 59, Unleashing Potential. A month later. Baotou Mountain Range Kamehameha. Gohan shouted fiercely, his energy surging as he raised his hand to unleash a blue energy beam towards Goku. However, the beam dissipated before it could reach its target. How could this be? Gohan was taken aback. He had prepared himself to obliterate Baotou Mountain with that attack. Yet, his father did nothing, and the Kamehameha had simply failed. Gohan gazed down at his father, who appeared to be deep in thought. Gohan, indeed, it seems I should let you face opponents more suited to your level. With that, Goku tossed a canister from his inventory, which quickly sprang open, revealing Vegeta, the prince of this world, whose tail had been severed by Goku. Upon seeing him, Gohan's teeth clenched in anger, recalling that Uncle Piccolo had perished because of this man. Fury surged within him. You fiend. I will never forgive you. Gohan roared and charged at Vegeta, delivering 2 powerful punches. However, upon seeing Goku, Vegeta merely swatted Gohan aside and soared into the sky like a shooting star. As the clouds were dispersed, he thought he had escaped a safe distance, only to suddenly find Goku looming in front of him. Where do you think you're going? Goku asked beside Vegeta, who trembled in fear, unable to utter a word. Damn it all. Vegeta shouted, frantically retreating. He had been released by Goku in the past few days, but could never escape his grasp. In an instant, he posed with his hands behind him, roaring, Gallic Gun. Die. A purple beam shot towards Goku, who stood still, watching the display with calmness. Nowhere to run. Gohan, filled with rage, pursued. But the next moment, swoosh. The Gallic Gun suddenly veered, aiming at Gohan. Kakarot, if I cannot kill you, I will take your child with me to the grave. Vegeta sneered, his eyes bloodshot and deranged. However, he did not anticipate that Kakarot's son, Gohan, would effortlessly kick away the Gallic Gun, which held at least 20,000 battle power. Boom, bang. Nanny. Vegeta was stunned, watching as Kakarot's son shouted at him, "Return everyone's lives." With a swift movement, Gohan delivered a headbutt to the back of Vegeta's skull. The latter howled in agony, crashing down to the ground, creating a massive crater. Ugh. How could this be? I am being defeated by a mere child. I am Prince Vegeta. Vegeta struggled to rise, his heart filled with a flicker of fear as he beheld Gohan hovering above him. Useless, that is the son of a Super Saiyan. I have already. What's wrong, Vegeta? Are you ready to give up? Suddenly, Goku's voice came from behind Vegeta, causing the proud prince to lower his head in defeat. Enough of this nonsense, let us fight. Goku blinked, suddenly viewing Vegeta with a newfound respect. He looked towards Gohan and stated, "He is the one who killed Piccolo. I leave his fate in your hands. What will you do with him?" Goku gazed at his son, awaiting a response. Gohan wrestled with his inner turmoil for a moment. He wanted to kill Vegeta, yet seeing him utterly defenseless, he felt disheartened and slumped to the ground. "I'm sorry, father. I can't do it. I cannot harm someone who has lost the will to fight." "Is that so?" Goku murmured, then raised his glowing palm towards the sweating Vegeta. "But for me, and for the Vegeta before me, this is quite a commonplace matter." Boom. In an instant, Vegeta was reduced to dust, a violent explosion creating a long trench, even splitting the clouds above as the dust settled. Goku turned to Gohan and said, "Let us call it a day. You need to ponder your path ahead, whether to become a martial artist, a scholar, or perhaps both. Distinguish what suits you or what you wish to pursue." With that, Goku activated instant transmission and departed from the scene. Planet Namek Frieza's spaceship, no, it should be referred to as Goku's vessel, was stationed here, undergoing a new transformation. The inhabitants of Namek began working as laborers, their compensation being various resources from other planets, as well as assistance in constructing local housing and introducing advanced technology. Primarily, Goku wished to redesign Frieza's ship, finding it too unsightly, aspiring to transform it into a cosmic battleship similar to the one depicted in films, capable of accommodating thousands of individuals. Numerous cutting-edge talents were aboard Frieza's ship, and often Goku would facilitate academic exchanges between them and Bulma back on Earth to further upgrade the fleet of cosmic battleships. Afterward, Goku successfully met with the Grand Elder of Namek. The Grand Elder, the highest ruler of this planet, was a corpulent, elderly Namekian, reclining slowly in a comfortable chair. Upon seeing Goku, he immediately expressed his willingness to submit, pleading for Goku to spare the Namekians. Though Goku's expression remained unchanged, his heart grew cold. He had not anticipated that the Grand Elder would so easily see through his true intentions. This individual could not be allowed to live. Yet, he still needed the Dragon Balls of Namek, so he could not eliminate him just yet. However, he had means to control him. "I'm sorry, Grand Elder." Goku raised his hand and touched the Elder's head, immediately assimilating his essence. Ugh. Thus, while controlling the Grand Elder, Goku also gleaned the method by which he bestowed potential upon his kin. Name, unleashing potential category, skill function, enhancement description. By consuming divine energy, one can elevate their inherent potential. If potential is lacking, it requires continuous training to accumulate it. Of course, it also relates to personal aptitude limits. Indeed, is unleashing potential related to divine energy? Goku observed the newly added skill in his skill bar and first tested it on himself. No sensation. Perhaps I should try again? "Hey, Master, what are you doing?" "Ah, where is it not allowed?" The voice of Chista echoed in his mind. And after consuming nearly 1/3 of his divine energy, Goku felt his power increase by approximately 0.02. Is it because I am too powerful? Goku mused. Perhaps this skill could be utilized by Chi-Chi and the others. Following this, the collaboration between his cosmic fleet and the Namekians blossomed, quickly earning their trust. They successfully acquired the Dragon Balls needed to summon the Namekian dragon Purunga. Babalapa, Bapolaraba. The young Namekian named Dandy raised his hands, reciting the incantation to summon the dragon. Goku and his subordinates watched quietly, witnessing a flash of lightning strike the 7 massive Dragon Balls. Chapter 60. 3 Wishes. 7 Dragon Balls, each the size of a basketball, radiated a brilliant light, and then a colossal figure, even larger than the Earth-S dragon, emerged from within. Like the Earth-S dragon, Purunga possessed a dragon-S head and azure scales. Yet his appearance bore a striking resemblance to the muscular genie from Aladdin's lamp. "State your wishes." Purunga's crimson eyes gazed down upon the onlookers. Though his words were spoken in the Namekian tongue, The assembled Namekians turned their gaze toward Goku, who was silently conversing with his system. Sista, please do not disappoint me this time. Ding. As you wish, master. Upon receiving the response, Goku lifted his eyes to Porunga and declared loudly, please resurrect Piccolo. The crowd fell silent, taken aback. They had not anticipated that these cosmic warlords would use the Dragon Balls to revive loved ones. The leader truly was a benevolent soul. Dandi, moved by Goku's words, nodded appreciatively and translated the message to Porunga. It was a straightforward request. Porunga spoke again, his eyes igniting with a crimson glow. Meanwhile, on King Kai's planet, Piccolo suddenly sensed something amiss as the halo above his head vanished. Have I been resurrected? That old monkey. With a grunt, Piccolo bid farewell to King Kai and flew down Snake Way, intending to return to Earth. This wish has been granted. Please state your second wish. Porunga proclaimed haughtily, his tone laced with impatience. Goku smiled, gazing at Porunga as he slowly articulated, please assist my fleet in upgrading. In no time, his second wish was fulfilled. The massive spaceship was completed in an instant, and both the Namekians and Goku's subordinates erupted in joyous cheers. Mr. Sun, there is still a third wish awaiting your command, Dandi remarked, his curiosity piqued by Goku's forthcoming wish. Well, Goku's smile remained intact as he looked at the dragon and said, please upgrade my system. Huh? Upgrade the system? Dandi was suddenly at a loss for words to translate, leaving Goku somewhat perplexed. Master, once you articulate your request with a modification, Porunga will comprehend it. The words of Sista echoed in his mind. And he realized, it seems there are many areas of my permissions yet to be explored. Contemplating this, Goku activated his permissions and reiterated his desire for a system upgrade. Understood. Let us see what transpires, Porunga nodded, his eyes glowing red once more. The surrounding Namekians gasped in astonishment, for they distinctly heard the leader of the cosmic fleet speaking in their native tongue. The next moment, the sound of wishes being granted echoed throughout the venue. In an instant, Goku felt an immense surge of divine energy flooding into him. This time, he distinctly sensed a difference within himself. He realized his aura had transformed, akin to entering the state of Super Saiyan God. Is this divine state? Goku marveled at the subtle changes within him, feeling as though his life had ascended to a new echelon. ID, Scoundrel Road Evaluation Level, Max Age, 30 Current Combat Power Current Divine Realm, 611, S. Note, if Beerus is rated at 10, then Super Saiyan God is assessed at a base power of 6, while Whis is at 15. Stamina, 100 Energy, 100 Attributes, Strength, a Defense, S. Energy Capacity, SS Agility, A. Additional Attributes, Perception, B. Charm, A. Luck, E. Skills, 1. Divine Scoundrel Combat Technique, Beginner, 2. Instant Transmission, 3. Divine Aura Manipulation, Advanced, 4. King Kai Fist, Max, 5. Dragon God Techniques, 6. Potential Unleashed, New. Talents, 1. Super Saiyan 4, 2. Rational Grade Ape, 3. Super Saiyan God Blue, Permissions, 1. Modification, 2. Scoundrel's Wish, New. Oh, Scoundrel's Wish? A new permission? Well done, Sista. Ding. Hee. Thank you for the praise, Master. Sista has also undergone significant changes. Would you like to see? Perhaps later. The individuals below seemed quite restless. Goku, communicating with the system, felt a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, many locals gasped in surprise, not due to Goku, but because something was amiss with Porunga. The once vibrant azure form began to wither, gradually turning to a grayish hue. Porunga emitted a low groan before collapsing helplessly. Your wish has been granted. These were his final words before succumbing to silence. How could this be? Porunga. Dandi stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene. He watched as the once golden Dragon Balls transformed into a grayish shade, eventually disintegrating into dust. Tears welled in his eyes as he glared furiously at Goku. What have you done? Upon hearing this, the Namekians erupted in agitation, their anger palpable. Damn it. I knew these cosmic beings harbored ill intentions. The Dragon Balls have been destroyed. Does this mean the Grand Elder? Curse it. Brothers, let us seize their leader. Amidst the chaos below, Goku simply uttered 2 words to his subordinates. Take action. He spoke with an indifferent demeanor. Since Porunga was dead, these beings held no further value. Additionally, Goku needed to ascertain whether the Grand Elder had perished, lest the possibility of a new Dragon Ball creation introduce unforeseen complications. After modifying young Namekian Dandi, he stored him in his inventory using a sealing technique. Goku then instantaneously transported himself before the Grand Elder. Has he died? Inside the Grand Elder's tent, Goku gazed at the corpulent Namekian, who lay there with his eyes rolled back and tongue protruding, seemingly having already departed this world. Goku raised his hand and fired a ki blast, intending to obliterate the evidence. However, suddenly, a young Namekian leaped in front of him. "Stop!" he shouted, but his body was pierced by the ki blast, and his upper half evaporated instantly. Goku surveyed the pool of alien blood with an unflinching heart, merely finding it somewhat unsightly. He then ascended into the air and dropped a planet-destroying bomb. Soon, magma erupted from beneath Namek's surface, and the planet's countdown to destruction commenced. Goku's subordinates swiftly returned to the spaceship, while Goku remained aloft, observing the spectacular display of destruction. Is this the reason Frieza enjoys watching star explosions? I think I understand now. Goku gazed at the disintegrating Namek, a fleeting sense of guilt washing over him. Aboard the warship, Chilai lay on the transparent glass, utilizing the battle detector's observational capabilities, fixating on the figure of the man watching the fireworks in the cosmos. So this is the legendary Cosmic Emperor? Frieza is mere fodder in his presence, the young girl thought to herself, her cheeks flushing crimson. To be continued. Chapter 61. Fusion Technique. So, what should be done next? Wukong, lounging in the vastness of the cosmos, pondered deeply. He then reviewed the latest ability he had acquired. Name, Scum's Desire Category, Authority Function. Replace any one of the opponent's abilities with one of your own. Lasting approximately 1 minute. Description: the desires of the scum are greed, lust, arrogance, jealousy, and a relentless pursuit of gain, regardless of the cost or consequence. The loss of conscience and the violation of ethics ultimately serve one's selfish interests, with no turning back. How ironic this skill is, wouldn't you agree? Kizida, Wukong inquired mischievously of the system. What is the master talking about? I don't quite understand. Come forth. Didn't you say you had undergone a significant transformation? All right, Kizida replied, blooming with radiance before Wukong. Oh, have you manifested a physical form now? Wukong stroked his chin, questioning. Indeed, now others can see me as well. The silver-haired maiden smiled. Although she previously appeared as a young girl, she now leaned more towards a mature figure. Wukong occasionally referred to her as Little Dragon for this very reason. After devouring Barunga, Kizida had grown taller, and her form seemed to have matured significantly, evolving from a girl towards a more sophisticated demeanor. Notably, her attire appeared to change at will, and she had now donned the divine garb akin to Vis and the others. How do I look, master? My upper body has become remarkably beautiful. Haven't I captured your heart? Kizida cast flirtatious glances at Wukong, seemingly aware that her master abstained from vices yet remained enthralled by beauty. No. It actually feels more troublesome. Wukong waved his hand and then retracted the system. Following this, Wukong instructed his subordinates to continue developing cosmic trade before returning to Earth. Piccolo had revived, and so had the Supreme Kai. He had arranged for the Dragon Balls to resurrect Xiaowu and the civilians lost during Vegeta's invasion of Earth. Wukong entrusted Dandy to Piccolo, allowing him to study under the Supreme Kai at the Kai's temple. He then visited Dr. Gero to inspect the progress of the android's development. Everything was normal. No, it was too normal. It seemed as if everything unfolded just as he had anticipated, which put Wukong on high alert. He initially intended to find time to visit the Angel Bardos in Universe 6 and recruit the Scion warriors there. However, that plan was now on hold. Wukong worried that individuals from the demonic realm he had encountered might appear on Earth, so he felt the need to maintain some defenses. Earth must first possess its own fighting strength. Thus, he believed it essential to train Gohan until he could master the Super Saiyan form. All right, Gohan, Bra, Lon, and AI. Let us commence training. At Baozi Mountain, Wukong stood with arms crossed, observing the 4 children. Bra, now 10, and the twins, Lon and AI, were 9, while Gohan had just turned 7. Among them, Bra was the strongest. In her normal state, she possessed a battle power of 800,000, and upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, it surged to 50 million. Wukong suspected she had been secretly training. The last time, she had almost defeated Vegeta with a single kick. Truly, it was remarkable luck for the prince. Upon returning from Namek, Wukong had learned the ability of potential release and immediately applied it to his wife and children. Their battle powers skyrocketed to thousands, leaving them somewhat unaccustomed to the increase. Wukong advised them to train appropriately so they could lead happier lives together henceforth. As for the children, after the potential release, Bra's power reached 2 million. Lan's was 370,000, AI's was 350,000, and Gohan stood at 900,000. However, all three sisters could transform into Super Saiyans, while Gohan, despite surpassing the two sisters in his normal state, remained the weakest. This reality left Gohan feeling somewhat discontented. "Father, please train me more rigorously." Gohan clenched his fists, earnestly addressing Wukong. "Ah, that is certain. But before we proceed, Piccolo." He looked towards the distant mountain, signaling the aloof figure. "TCH." Piccolo huffed, then instantly appeared before Wukong. With everyone gathered, Wukong raised a finger on each hand and began explaining to the children, "Today, you will learn a secret technique of the Metamorans that I acquired during my time in the underworld, the fusion technique." "What exactly is fusion?" "Watch closely. It involves such dance steps, allowing two individuals to merge into one, harnessing a power greater than the sum of its parts." He patiently elaborated, demonstrating alongside Piccolo. "Fusion? Huh." Their peculiar movements left the four children perplexed, each reacting differently. Haha. Oh wow, what's wrong?" Wukong scratched his head, while Piccolo shyly retreated to the side. Bra rolled her eyes. "How ridiculous, Dad, striking such poses. I refuse to do such a thing." The girl crossed her arms, displaying a reluctant expression, already hinting at her emerging maturity at the age of 10. Gohan, however, was filled with curiosity, seemingly aspiring to create his own unique moves inspired by his father and Uncle Piccolo's actions. Lan and AI simply giggled, finding fusion quite amusing. Ultimately, only Lan and AI succeeded in the fusion, while Gohan chased Piccolo to practice the movements, and Bra kicked stones by a nearby stream. "How about it, Dad? I feel exceptionally powerful now." "Indeed, just like that. Now you can transform into a Super Saiyan." Wukong observed the black-haired girl with deep blue hair, clad in a specially made Metamoran vest, the fusion of Lan and AI, temporarily named AI Lan. "Boom!" AI Lan exclaimed, her body erupting with golden energy, her hair transforming into sharp golden spikes. She had become a Super Saiyan. What? Such an astounding aura. Watching the flickering golden figure ahead, Piccolo squinted from a distance, and even Gohan's mouth fell agape. "Incredible. She has completely surpassed her older sister." Gohan was astonished in his mind. No one of their age could rival his sister, who was deemed invincible, as even his father had attested. Now, however, the other two sisters had effortlessly caught up to his standard, leaving him somewhat disheartened. "Let us have a match, sister," the fused Ailon declared confidently, while Bra, leaning against a distant tree with her hands in her pockets, glanced over. "Sure, little sister. But if you cry from the defeat, you mustn't tell Mom." In an instant, Bra transformed into a Super Saiyan, and thus the sisters began to spar. Should I intervene?" Wukong internally wrestled, truthfully reluctant to witness his children in combat. Chapter 62. The visit of Whis. With a thunderous crack, the earth split open, the intense shockwave even preventing Big from opening his eyes from a distance. Goku calmly observed as his daughters engaged in a fierce battle, which lasted for dozens of exchanges. Ultimately, the fused Ailin emerged victorious with overwhelming strength, bringing their elder sister, Bra, to tears for the first time. "How despicable! To use fusion. Dad, come help me," Bra cried, her face streaked with tears as she rushed into Goku's embrace. After a moment of comforting, she finally managed to calm her emotions. Meanwhile, Ailin stood at a distance, puffing her cheeks and muttering remarks about her sister's cunning, before shortly reverting to her original form. What Goku did not foresee was Bra's sudden desire to transform into a Super Saiyan, Blue, which left him somewhat perplexed. It wasn't that he couldn't help her, but the current Saiyan population on Earth seemed insufficient. If only he had known to keep Vegeta around for a little longer to toy with him instead. "A Super Saiyan Blue, huh? Leave it to me," Goku said, patting his daughter's head, feeling somewhat relieved. Perhaps it was due to his prolonged maintenance of the Super Saiyan Blue form at home that Bra had developed such an interest. Following this, he took Gohan and Bra to the hyperbolic time chamber, intending to first teach Gohan how to transform into a Super Saiyan before allowing Bra to experience the divine energy, thus familiarizing her with the transformation into a divine Super Saiyan. Meanwhile, Sun Lan and Sun AI expressed their desire to return home for some rest. Thus, Goku spent nearly half a year in the time chamber with these two little ones. On this day, Gohan clenched his fists, roaring with anger as his hair began to stand on end, golden light shimmering around him. "Come on, Gohan," Bra shouted from a distance, cheering him on. Goku watched this scene with pride. In just half a year, Gohan's combat power had surged from 900,000 to approximately 3 million. And now he was on the verge of transforming into a Super Saiyan. In the next moment, the light intensified. Swish! Amidst the golden aura, Gohan's hair cascaded down to his waist, his stature poised and ready as he stabilized himself, successfully transforming into a Super Saiyan. "I did it, father," Gohan exclaimed, jumping with excitement as he hurried to Goku's side to showcase his achievement. "Oh, well done," Goku replied, ruffling his son's hair, though inwardly he mused. "Shouldn't we trim that hair a bit? Now, don't get too cocky, Gohan. You need to fully adapt to the Super Saiyan form. For instance, maintaining this state for about a month." Bra poked her brother's head, having spent the past 6 months absorbing the divine energy under Goku's guidance, thus not participating in the father-son training sessions. In any case, it was merely a different approach to training. To Goku's surprise, he discovered that his eldest daughter possessed remarkable talent. The system assessment indicated her base combat power was over 8 million. Though he was uncertain about her progress in absorbing divine energy, he was confident that she had not slacked off during their training together. In any case, I can rest assured and leave Earth for a while now. Upon exiting the time chamber, only half a day had passed in the outside world. Goku felt somewhat fatigued after returning home with the 2 children and taking a bath. He soon retired to rest. Time flew by. And 2 months passed swiftly. Goku received news that his cosmic fleet had successfully assimilated the resources of the Cooled Kingdom and Frieza's subordinate planets, beginning to manipulate the capital and control the resources of each planet. Meanwhile, Dr. Gero, seemingly with the assistance of Brief, had made significant breakthroughs in the android project. He believed that creating a permanent energy android within 5 years would not pose a problem. Today, Whis unexpectedly visited Earth. Drawn by Goku's earlier mention of exquisite cuisine, "Oh ho ho ho, Mr. Goku. It has been a while. It seems you have grown considerably stronger." Whis stepped gracefully from the Rainbow Bridge, greeting Goku with enthusiasm. "Long time no see, Mr. Whis. Welcome." Goku nodded and opened the door to welcome him. "Huh? What's this, dear? Is a friend of yours here?" Bulma suddenly appeared from the corridor, looking on, and pointed at Whis in surprise. "Shoo, Mr. Whis is an important guest of ours." Goku gently placed a finger on his wife's lips, speaking softly. "Bulma, let us host a culinary party at the manor later. Invite our old friends and family." "Okay, I got it," Bulma shyly replied, thinking to herself how sweet her husband was. Even after all these years, who would have thought that Mr. Goku still played the role of a model husband? Witnessing this, Whis offered genuine praise. Incidentally, he found the Earth cuisine Goku had sent him previously quite delightful, which was why he had sneakily come over from the realm of destruction. "Haha, not at all." Goku chuckled, leading Whis to the living room and introducing his children. "Oh my, it seems you have quite a talented child," Whis remarked instinctively upon seeing Bra. "Oh, you noticed that already? But Gohan has an extraordinary talent. He was the strongest single entity during the Z period and later even attained a beast form, directly elevating to T0 level." Goku thought, astonished at how perceptive angels could be. Soon, Xiaowu brought out cakes and snacks, and Whis was overjoyed, indulging himself. Perhaps due to the presence of guests, Goku noticed Xiaowu seemed a bit nervous and wanted her to join them. "Eh? No, not yet, dear. I still need to help with the preparations." She declined under the pretext of setting up for the party. Really, she wanted to even listen to her husband. "She'll have it rough tonight. My apologies for the sudden visit. I hope I haven't caused you any trouble," Whis said, raising his staff to conjure a device resembling a communicator. "If you ever need anything, feel free to contact me, as long as it's within the capabilities of an angel, such as traveling to other universes." Whis smiled as he handed the device to Goku. "I can't shake the feeling that you're eager to send me over to Beerus," Goku thought to himself. With that, he and Whis engaged in a casual conversation, with Goku humbly seeking insights and experiences regarding combat. Whis's responses were rather casual but did highlight some key points regarding combat techniques and the cultivation of divine energy. Essentially, he emphasized the separation of body and consciousness, allowing each part of oneself to instinctively sense surrounding dangers, rather than relying on the brain to think before acting. However, Goku believed that at this level, he had already mastered it sufficiently. Afterwards, he asked the children to keep Whis company while he went to help set up for the culinary event. Chapter 63. Beerus. The culinary soiree he hosted at the residence was a grand affair, attended by a multitude of guests. Save for a few departed souls, nearly everyone who ought to be there had arrived. The estate was adorned with vibrant decorations, and the air was thick with tantalizing aromas that stirred the appetite. The brief couple and the Ox King mingled amidst the crowd, laughter and joviality echoing throughout. The dining tables were laden with a plethora of meticulously prepared delicacies, dazzling the eyes and whetting the appetite. Goku, reclining by the pool, observed the revelry around him. Yet his heart was imbued with an unusual tranquility. Mr. Whis seemed quite the affable character, seamlessly integrating into the gathering. Piccolo and Tien Shinhan exchanged insights on martial arts, while Krillin appeared to have found a new romantic interest. Master Roshi, ever the same, chose to flirt with the temporary servers, mindful of the formidable power levels of Bulma and her companions. Goku, while resting on a lounge chair, pondered for a moment before deciding to summon his family back home to share his forthcoming plans. Soon, Bulma and several other ladies returned with their children. "I will be training with Mr. Whis for a while and may need to be away from home," Goku stated calmly. "Oh." The collective response was one of surprise, and the ladies, displaying great understanding, readily acquiesced. "Dear, remember to take me on a honeymoon when you return." "Yes, I shall await your return at home." "Humph. Considering your previous assistance with the children, I shall let you off this time." "Well then, shall we prepare some bento boxes? You can eat while you train." The ladies chattered animatedly, but Goku noticed a somber expression among the children. "Daddy, when will you be back? Daddy, please don't go train." Seeing the forlorn expressions of his children, Goku shook his head and reassured them. "Your father has a long journey ahead. If you wish to catch up, you must train diligently." Upon hearing this, Lon and Ai burst into tears, while Gohan appeared quite dejected. Beulah, however, sat silently with a pout. "Anyhow, you'll definitely find a new mommy when you return," she muttered. This remark caused Chi-Chi and the others to become visibly unsettled, prompting Goku to soothe them for a while until calm was restored. "That little cotton-padded jacket." Later, Goku seized the opportunity to give Beulah a playful swat on the backside, but for the remainder of the time, he devoted himself to his family until the party concluded. "What a feast we've had today. Oh dear, if Lord Beerus finds out, he might just annihilate half the galaxy," Whis remarked, carrying an assortment of delicious dishes in his staff before realizing that all eyes were upon him. He cleared his throat. "Ahem, my apologies. And thank you for the hospitality." With that, he raised his gaze toward Goku. "So, Mr. Goku, are you prepared?" Goku nodded in response and replied, "Mr. Whis, please take me to Universe 6. "Very well. Please grasp my shoulder and do not let go. In 10 minutes, we shall arrive at the God of Destruction's realm in Universe 6, where Lord Kampa resides." "Understood." After bidding farewell to his wife and children, Goku placed his hand upon Whis' shoulder. In an instant, a radiant light akin to a rainbow bridge shot upwards, enveloping the two as they vanished without a trace. In the realm of the God of Destruction in Universe 6, Beerus sat at a table, observing the amusing occurrences across the cosmos. She was both servant and mentor to Lord Kampa, the God of Destruction, and also acted as his overseer. Generally, angels and gods of destruction share this relationship. The God of Destruction occasionally struggles to control his powers. For instance, a mere sneeze could obliterate a planet, thus necessitating the angels to intervene to maintain cosmic balance. Before long, her staff emitted a buzzing alert. "Sister, it's been a while. How have you been?" "Whis?" Beerus blinked her beautiful eyes in confusion. "It's been ages. What brings you here all of a sudden?" "I've brought you some delicacies and, by the way, I'd like to introduce someone to you." Whis smiled, turning the focus towards Goku, who greeted her with a wave. "Hello there, beautiful." "A human?" "Ah, yes, but not an ordinary one." "You mean he is quite powerful?" "Indeed, that is. The Patera earrings of the Supreme Kai?" "Heh, to be honest, a few months ago, this gentleman nearly defeated Lord Beerus." "Oh my, that is quite impressive." Beerus's eyes widened, and after a moment of contemplation, she continued, "So, is he your choice for the new God of Destruction?" "Not quite. In any case, we are on our way to Universe 6, bearing gifts for you and Lord Kampa." "How suspicious." Beerus frowned slightly before casually stating, "You may come, but do try not to disturb Lord Kampa's rest." "Of course, we shall not intrude." On the other side, Whis cheerfully deactivated the holographic display of his staff and turned to Goku. "It seems Lord Kampa is indeed resting. We must tread carefully. Rest assured, I will be cautious." "Higi, it appears Mr. Goku is not overly intimidated by the God of Destruction," Whis remarked leisurely, as Goku sensed the pace of their spatial traversal quickening, feeling as if they were leaping through moments in time. Whoosh! Goku found himself enveloped in an unknown space, where the air was rich with oxygen and tasted sweet upon his breath. He gazed upward to behold the residence of the god of destruction, an immense divine tree towering over a vast plain adorned with vibrant blue grass. This place boasted forests, plains, mountains, and lakes, presenting a breathtaking panorama. Over here, a female angel beckoned to Goku and Whis. Beerus was a tall, extraordinarily beautiful woman, sharing the same blue skin characteristic of the angelic race. Goku noticed the angelic lady surveying him, and he nodded politely. They arrived at the palace at the base of the divine tree, where Beerus seated Goku and her brother before leisurely inquiring. So, what brings you here unannounced, Whis? And who is this scion? In response to his sister's question, Whis remained unfazed, simply looking at Goku and saying, Hee, this is Mr. Goku. As for the reason, I ask for your patience for a moment. Mr. Goku, please present that. Ah, certainly. Goku retrieved 3 buckets of instant noodles, and the 2 angels watched as he added seasonings, meat, and vegetables before pouring in boiling water. Initially, Beerus appeared somewhat perplexed, but upon catching the delightful aroma wafting through the air, her expression shifted to one of realization. Ah, so you intend to win me over with food? Let me clarify. This is no ordinary cuisine, Whis chuckled, eagerly cradling the steaming noodles. Mr. Whis, we must wait a moment longer. They need 3 minutes before they can be enjoyed. Goku interjected. Is that so? How rude of me. Whis nodded and gently set the noodles aside. 3 minutes later. Delicious. Truly exquisite. Whis exclaimed, stroking his cheek with a look of utter satisfaction. Meanwhile, Bardos remained silently savoring the flavors, concealing any display of emotion. Sister, how do you find the taste? Exquisite, replied the angelic lady before even swallowing her morsel. It seems that both the sister and the brother are quite the food enthusiasts. Wukong mused to himself. Chapter 64. Following training. What do you call this food? Bardos inquired, holding a bowl towards Goku. A faint smile finally gracing her face. Ah, it's called instant noodles. It's a rather common food in our daily lives, Goku responded, taking the opportunity to enjoy a bowl himself. Instant noodles? So this is what everyday food looks like. How enviable. Bardos remarked with admiration. And even Whis nodded in agreement. However, the angelic lady seemed to have many more questions to ask, so she continued, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. If you don't mind sharing, may I inquire about the planet you hail from? Ah, Goku hesitated, unsure of how to articulate his answer. It is located in the northern galaxy, a blue planet known as Earth, Whis interjected. Is that so? Bardos acknowledged, then began using her staff to search for information. But soon sighed in dismay. What a pity. It appears that due to warfare, this planet was destroyed by humanity many decades ago. Ah, isn't that just fitting? Whis suddenly chuckled, but before he could elaborate, a powerful destructive force seemed to erupt above the palace, enveloping them in its intensity. Ah, it seems we've attracted attention with that aroma, Bardos lamented. Before long, the once opulent palace began to tremble. Goku looked up, sensing something descending from above. That smells delicious. Bardos, what delectable dish have you brought back? Why didn't you call me, you rascal? A large, purple, hairless cat came crashing down from the rooftop, dressed in a garb reminiscent of Greek mythology, much like Beerus. In an instant, the cat noticed the source of the enticing aroma was the soup in Goku's hands and eagerly snatched it away, gulping it down voraciously. Wow, this is amazing. Is there more? Is there more? Bardos, how could you finish the soup? How infuriating. Hey, mortal, quickly tell me what this is. How can this world have such exquisite food? It's even far tastier than the eggs of the dong-dong bird. The hefty cat pointed at Goku. And it was likely that this feline was Kampa, the god of destruction from Universe 6. This is instant noodles, Lord Kampa, was replied with a smile. Instant noodles? I see. I've made up my mind. From now on, you shall be my personal chef. Goku exclaimed in surprise, turning his head towards Whis. As a trade, this gentleman is welcome to propose his own requests, Bardos reminded with a grin. Indeed. Working under a god of destruction, I shall certainly not shortchange you. Speak. What do you desire? Kampa declared, crossing his arms with an air of authority. Please allow me to train under the angelic master here, Goku stated calmly, unfazed about sharing some of the food items in his inventory, as he and the little dragon could easily create plenty of food using divine power. If it's just that, of course, it's no problem. Kampa scrutinized Goku for a moment, then nodded approvingly, but suddenly wore a fearsome expression. But be warned, Should your cooking fail to meet my expectations, I might just dispose of you." With a chuckle, Bardos' attendant could not help but laugh. Hee hee, come on Bardos. Don't undermine me at such a critical moment. So, Lord Kampa, you agree then? Whis interjected with a smile, before gradually rising. He turned to Goku. "Mr. Goku, you may train here from now on. If you need to return, simply activate your communication device." "All right, let's proceed with that." Goku nodded in agreement, only to see Kampa lean in closer. "Hey, do you have any more delicious food? Hand it over so I can taste it." Thus, a few days later, Whis returned to Universe 7, while Goku began his training alongside Bardos. Thump, 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 thump. The gentle breeze carried the sweet scent of grass, as Kampa lazily savored his meal by the lakeside, occasionally glancing at the two practicing in the center of the lake, inwardly nodding in approval. That kid's got some skills. Perhaps I should challenge him to a duel later? Kampa mused, continuing to indulge in a jar of honey that Goku had carelessly brought along. Meanwhile, at the center of the lake. "Very good. Yes. Just like that. Let me see how long you can maintain this offensive." Bardos swung her staff, swatting away energy blasts as if they were mere flies. She gracefully dodged all of Goku's punches, leaving him astonished that he barely touched a single strand of her hair. Is this the formidable nature of Ultra Instinct? Goku was taken aback, realizing it was his first encounter in combat with an angel. Though it was a familiar situation, even with his instant transmission, he could gain no advantage. Indeed, there are always those who surpass you, both in the mortal realm and beyond. Ha ha ha. Goku unleashed his power, transforming into a Super Saiyan, then launched a more ferocious assault on Bardos. Swish, 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 swish. Even though Goku's movements were so swift they left only afterimages, he still could not land a hit on Bardos. Nevertheless, the energy radiating from him caused the very earth to tremble. Kampa, from a distance, appeared momentarily stunned, as if finally grasping the true might of the Saiyans. "Be careful," Bardos suddenly focused, her elegant figure spinning around, and in a flash, she appeared behind Goku, raising her hand for a strike. Bang! The tranquil lake erupted in tremendous waves, yet the angel blinked in surprise. She noticed that her palm was firmly grasped in Goku's hand, astonished that he had managed to withstand her first surprise attack, a feat that even gods of destruction struggle to evade. But soon, Bardos caught sight of Goku's confident smile and realized, so it was a combination of instant transmission and anticipating my movements? Truly remarkable, she smiled slightly. Reflecting on how no wonder he could contend with a god of destruction, it seemed her brother had not misled her. Sensing Goku's large hand seemingly brushing against her fingertips, the angel let out a soft huff and assumed a more authoritative stance. "You possess quite the battle experience. Has Whis been your sole instructor?" In response, Goku shook his head, gazing into Bardos' eyes with sincerity. "The longest period of training I had was under the Grand Kai of Universe 7, where I faced martial arts masters from various universes, honing my skills." To be continued. Chapter 65. You seem quite close, don't you? Oi, young man, what exactly is your race? Why do you exude such a formidable aura? On the shore, Kampa gritted his teeth and stood up, gazing at Goku in astonishment. The universe is vast, and it is not uncommon for being stronger than the gods of destruction to emerge, is it? Goku smirked, his gaze at the god of destruction laced with provocation. Bardos cast a bewitching glance at Goku before silently withdrawing. Young man, it appears you are still unaware of the terror that the gods of destruction possess. In that case, allow me to demonstrate. With that, Kampa's form began to float slowly, enveloped in an overwhelming aura, charging towards Goku. Bang! Goku raised his hand to block, and even facing Kampa's world-shattering punch, he was merely pushed back a few dozen meters. "Oh, it seems you possess some skill," Kampa remarked expressionlessly, only to see Goku unleash a mighty roar, his golden aura erupting like flames, crackling with electric energy. "This is Super Saiyan 2, Goku declared, his expression brimming with confidence. "I see. It seems you have indeed grown stronger," Kampa murmured, observing Goku's transformation, only to suddenly find himself struck hard by Goku's fist. Bang! Goku taunted, his smile radiant. "Ugh, you rascal," Kampa seethed, his aura now a tumult of destructive energy. He covered his face, still feeling the sting of that punch. After all, no one had dared to engage him like that for a long time, aside from Bardos. Today, this insolent fool must pay a painful price. "Come on." Goku assumed a fighting stance, his demeanor turning serious. Swish! Bang bang bang. Multiple afterimages collided in the air, sending colossal waves crashing upon the lake, causing the earth to tremble and crack. Bardos observed silently, then waved her staff to contain the area, shielding the outside world from excessive impact. Boom. Goku was blasted away by an energy orb, and he watched Kampa's gritted teeth, sensing that things were becoming serious. How about this move? Kampa raised a finger and unleashed a dazzling purple energy sphere, resembling the galaxy, descending towards Goku. But Goku caught it with both hands and performed a backflip, kicking it back. Bang, boom. The dense aura of destruction dissipated in a cloud of dust, and Kampa's forehead twitched with tension. He then roared, unleashing a multitude of similar energy spheres towards Goku. Goku was taken aback, watching the torrential barrage and swiftly employing the princess combat technique. Boom, boom, boom. As the explosions erupted, he quickly realized this tactic was ineffective, requiring him to unleash his rage and transform into Super Saiyan 3. Hiya! A tremendous wave of energy radiated from Goku, and merely the residual energy from his transformation dispelled the surrounding destructive energy orbs, causing them to explode. This is Super Saiyan 3. His golden hair cascaded down to his waist, with two bangs fluttering in the wind as Goku confidently assumed his stance. Speaking of which, it was his first time transforming into this form since absorbing Vegeta. Suddenly, he sensed an intriguing shift within his S-cells and fell into contemplation. What is happening? Is this the legendary Super Saiyan transformation? Goku pondered, but at that moment, Kampa was not pleased. Hey kid, bring out any transformations you have. I'll knock you down flat. Well, Kampa, I believe Super Saiyan 3 is sufficient. Goku replied with a challenging gesture. Hands on his hips. Ugh. Hiya. Kampa unleashed his full power, his entire being enveloped in purple light as he charged at Goku. Dragon God Technique. Goku murmured, activating the divine skill belonging to the Dragon God, Samum. In an instant, his aura transformed into a golden dragon phantom. Swish. As the deep purple light approached, Goku shouted, Dragon Tail. In a heartbeat, he struck out with his foot. The golden dragon's tail lashed out fiercely towards the incoming Kampa. Boom. The overwhelming power of destruction erupted, causing Bardos's created domain to shatter. After a long moment, as the dust settled, only Kampa remained standing, while Goku had already been sent flying, crashing hard to the ground. Hiss. So powerful. Truly worthy of being a god of destruction. He groaned, clutching his chest, reverting to his normal state. In the distance, Kampa glared at Goku angrily. But soon his demeanor softened, and he calmly remarked, Remember to prepare a sumptuous feast this afternoon. Otherwise, I shall not forgive you. With that, he left without a backward glance. However, Bardos seemed to have noticed, as Kampa's palm trembled slightly, indicating that the previous blow had caused him some injury. Afterward, in keeping with his promise, Goku suggested to Bardos that they venture out in search of quality ingredients, quickly gaining the approval of the food-loving Kampa. So, where does Mr. Goku wish to go this time? I heard from Mr. Whis that there are Saiyans in the 6th universe. Perhaps there will be delightful delicacies there. Upon hearing this, Miss Bardos nodded slightly, her voice gentle. I see. The taste of one's homeland is indeed irreplaceable. Is that what you mean, Mr. Goku? That is roughly the gist of it. Goku chuckled awkwardly, primarily wanting to explore the local area. Perhaps he could recruit some Saiyans to bolster his fleet strength. The Saiyans of the 6th universe reside on the planet Salad, which is a staggering 420 trillion light-years away from our current location. It will take approximately 3 minutes to get there, Bardos said, reminding Goku to hold onto her shoulder. All right, I appreciate it. In the next moment, the space around them began to warp, and Goku could distinctly sense that they were leaping through dimensions, enveloped in a pure white light. Mr. Goku, may I ask you a question? Moments later, amidst the radiant glow akin to a rainbow bridge, Bardos inquired. Feel free, Miss Bardos. How does life here feel to you? Are you interested in becoming a god of destruction? Well, Goku stroked his chin, pondering carefully before responding candidly. Becoming a god of destruction is no longer my pursuit. As expected. To say such a thing indicates you have not exerted your full power before. If you had, you likely wouldn't be able to continue learning from Miss Bardos. You certainly have a way with words. However, if you truly possess the ability to defeat Lord Kampa, it wouldn't hurt to try. Why would that be? I have no intention of opposing you. Goku questioned suspiciously, wondering why a servant would incite others to slay their master. Haha, are you worried that I would assist Lord Kampa in dealing with you? Rest assured, we angels do not interfere in such trivial matters. Then allow me to pose a hypothetical. If I were to indeed eliminate Lord Kampa, what would happen to Miss Bardos? In that case, I would lose my angelic duties until the next god of destruction appears. During that time, I would likely train Mr. Goku to become the next god of destruction of the 6th universe. Then, may I question the rationale behind Miss Bardos encouraging me to take such actions? Hehe. It seems Mr. Goku is more cautious than I imagined. But you need not worry. As she spoke, the enchanting gaze of Beerus fixed intently upon Goku. Angels cannot partake in the conflicts of good and evil, nor may they wield their celestial powers in battle. Should this principle of neutrality be violated, the angel shall immediately cease to exist. This, indeed, is the sole method to eliminate an angel. Goku felt an unsettling dissonance in the unfolding narrative, reminiscent of a beguiling woman scheming against her husband. His thoughts drifted aimlessly until he heard the angelic maiden calling his name. Goku, sir, Ahem. I have made my decision. Let us not dwell on this matter any longer. On the planet Shatala, pure white light cascaded to the ground, resembling a mythical rainbow bridge as two figures emerged. We have arrived, Beerus announced, guiding Goku through the luminous veil. Is this the Saiyan planet of the 6th universe? Goku inquired, scanning his surroundings before turning to Beerus. Miss Beerus, I wish to explore. What say you? Ah, might this be an invitation for a date? Beerus teased, playfully touching her face and feigning shyness. If you wish, I shall follow closely behind. With that, Goku ceased his banter with the angel and, invigorated, soared into the sky. The heavens above Shatala were a pale green, a hue that Goku found rather peculiar. He traversed the bizarre peaks, making his way toward what appeared to be a settlement. Soon, he discovered a town inhabited by Saiyans. The architecture resembled that of the Namekians, with structures akin to turtle shells, indicative of a rather rudimentary civilization. Most Saiyans donned linen shirts and leather armor, though hints of external influence were evident. Before long, Goku was intercepted by a group of Saiyan guards. Unlike the others, these warriors wore specialized battle attire and wielded advanced weaponry. Compared to the Saiyans of the 7th universe, these individuals were shorter and more slender, lacking in muscularity. Halt! We are warriors under frost of the Cosmic Peacekeeping Force. Please present your identification. Me? Goku pointed to himself, noting their laser guns, which sparked a sense of caution mixed with amusement. I was once the king of this planet, and have come merely to procure some sustenance. The king of Salad Star? Fool. That was eons ago. The elder Saiyan barked. Seize him and return him to the local division for processing. With a scoff, Goku unleashed his formidable energy, sending several guards sprawling. What? How is he so powerful? They gasped, overwhelmed by his immense aura. Can we not converse civilly, you ruffians? Goku glared, exerting a pressure that forced them to the ground in despair. He seized one of them for questioning. But the wiry Saiyan merely pointed towards the tribal town in a panic before being cast aside. In an instant, Goku ascended above the town, keenly sensing the local dynamics. Is there not even 1,000 of them? Most possess mediocre strength. The strongest barely reach 10,000. It is hard to fathom that this planet's gravity has resulted in such a meager number of warriors. Goku sighed inwardly at the sight of the crowd below. But soon Beerus appeared at his side. What troubles you? Nothing. Merely that the Saiyan planet does not align with my expectations, he replied, accelerating towards the heavens. He searched several tribes, but found no sign of the diminutive Saiyan, Gabe, or the fierce Kale. Are you seeking exceptionally strong Saiyans? Beerus inquired suddenly. And Goku did not hesitate to affirm, indeed, I can sense it. There exists a legendary Super Saiyan here. Is that so? Beerus began to probe her crystal staff, and soon a young girl's visage materialized within the orb. Goku, sir, come look. Is this her? Goku leaned closer to inspect the image of a young girl still in a growth chamber, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. Ah, it seems I have arrived too early, he mused. It appears we must wait another decade or so, Beerus chuckled. Strangely, her demeanor shifted from the sternness she exhibited around Kampa. Her interactions with Goku revealed a more playful side. Is this merely my perception? Goku pondered, realizing that Gabe and the others were still children. He deemed it unnecessary to linger. He exchanged local specialties at the market and hunted a few edible beasts before preparing to depart the star system. Are we leaving already? Beerus asked, to which Goku nodded, placing a hand on her shoulder. Yes, Miss Beerus. Then please hold on tightly. Ah, have no worries. Beerus glanced at Goku as she activated her staff's powers. Yet, She was taken aback when he pointed his finger at his brow and executed instant transmission. Beerus gasped, her instincts allowing her to react appropriately, and in a flash, they found themselves back in the God of Destruction's realm. Hey, what is going on here? You two seem quite cozy. Kappa, who had been resting, erupted in fury upon witnessing the scene. There stood Beerus, arms wrapped around Goku's neck, cradled in his embrace in a manner that suggested an intimate closeness. Chapter 66. The God-Slayer in Silence. Wukong set down Bardos and faced the oncoming Kappa with remarkable composure. Where's the food I demanded? Kappa glared at Bardos, but found her gaze steadfastly fixed on Wukong. Hey, hurry up and prepare some delectable dishes for me. I am famished. Do not waste my time, or I shall obliterate you this instant. His face contorted with rage. The aura of destruction surrounding him felt as if it could erupt at any moment. Wukong scratched his forehead and sighed. Indeed, why should I continue to live so constrained, groveling before others? With this thought, he turned to Bardos and confirmed once more, Miss Bardos, you won't intervene, will you? Of course not, she replied with a smile, adding, however, if Lord Kappa were to call for help, I would not abandon him. Is that so? Then I shall not allow you to succeed. Wukong chuckled lightly, and in an instant, he delivered a fierce kick to Kappa's abdomen. Ugh! Kappa gasped, unprepared for such audacity from a mere human. Wukong roared. Channeling his strength as the God of Destruction was sent hurtling like a cannonball. With a resounding crash, the rotund feline crashed into the earth. Simultaneously, Wukong activated his newly acquired ability, Scum's True Desire. This power differed from the others. It allowed him to exchange one of his abilities for a random ability of his opponent, lasting approximately 1 minute. You dare treat me this way. You are doomed. Kappa bellowed as purple energy surged forth, scattering the dust around him, his terrifying presence erupting. Yet, he sensed something crucial was missing. Bardos observed with a puzzled expression, noticing Wukong's own aura beginning to coalesce, followed by a brilliant blue light erupting from him. Kappa, you are fortunate to perish beneath my new form. Wukong's body was enveloped in blue flames, his hair transforming to a deep azure, and even his pupils reflected the same hue. In the next moment, his aura retracted, reaching the pinnacle of Super Saiyan blue. Fool! To speak such words to a God of Destruction, truly a death wish. Kappa sneered, raising his hand towards Wukong, commanding, destruction. A wave of invisible energy rippled through the air. Wukong felt a slight burning sensation in the space around him, but it dissipated quickly, as if he had been struck by cotton. What? Kappa exclaimed in shock, glancing at his hands. Disbelief etched across his face. How could this happen? Bardos, what have you conspired with this boy against me? He shot a suspicious glance at Bardos, who remained expressionless. Oh dear? Lord Kappa, you know that we angels cannot commit such acts. Otherwise, how could I be standing before you now? You wretched being. Kappa seethed, his teeth grinding, only to see Wukong stepping in front of Bardos. Fat cat. Would you like me to teach you how to wield the powers of a God of Destruction? Wukong smirked, sensing the loss of his sense of taste, replaced instead by the destructive prowess of the God of Destruction itself. He raised his hand and shouted at Kappa, Destruction. In an instant, invisible waves enveloped Kappa. Intense purple light scorched his skin, eliciting continuous wails of agony. Ugh, you think this will end me? Kappa roared, his aura growing increasingly terrifying. Even though Wukong had altered his destructive power, Kappa's strength remained largely intact, further fueled by his anger. The destruction energy gnawed at him, but had little effect. After all, he embodied destruction itself. Observing Kappa's transformation, Wukong assumed a battle stance, channeling the Dragon God technique, preparing to resolve the conflict swiftly within that minute. In an instant, they clashed, but in mere moments, the disparity in strength became evident. Boom, boom, boom. With massive craters forming, Kappa was entirely overwhelmed by Wukong's relentless assault. His fists moving like meteors, enhanced by the Dragon God technique, leaving Kappa defenseless. Wukong's strikes intensified, leaving many bruises on Kappa's form, even shattering several of his teeth. A God of Destruction, is this all there is to it? Wukong thought, easily dodging Kappa's furious punches before delivering a powerful head, but that sent him crashing to the ground. In the next moment, Wukong raised his hands high above his head, the azure energy overshadowing the skies of the God of Destruction realm. Kappa, now beneath him, soon noticed numerous beams of light coalescing into rapid laser rain, a skill known as starburst from Vegeta. Kappa's cries echoed. as the ground beneath them was nearly obliterated. As one wave of attack subsided, Wukong swiftly raised his hand, unleashing a golden energy blade that shot forth hundreds of meters. Swish! The blade sliced through the dust, penetrating the rocky layers, embedding itself deep within Kampa's form. Ugh! The light blade pierced through, but an unknown force halted its advance, leaving it suspended within his flesh. Looks like you truly believe you can kill me. Fine, I understand. Do not continue this assault henceforth. I shall heed your commands. Kampa, pinned to the ground, grasped the energy blade, blood trickling from his lips, his tone defiant yet strained. As his aura surged and ebbed, Wukong suddenly chuckled, recalling his previous encounters with Beerus, where he had deemed the gods of destruction to be unimaginable terrors. Yet, now he found them so pitiful. Is this the demeanor of a true strongman? With disdain, he sharpened the light sword in his grasp. Faced with an opponent you cannot defeat, your innate servility is laid bare? A wretch dictated by gluttony. Have you ever considered that today you would be so easily subdued? Curse you. Curse you. What do you know? You're just a young brat barely older than a speck in my existence. How could you ever comprehend the tedium of 1,000,000,000,000 years? Kampa raged, yet the oppressive energy of Wukong's light sword remained unyielding, causing his fury to escalate. Rumbling, the entire realm of destruction began to tremble, vast portions of the ground collapsing. The planets orbiting the divine tree shattered one after another, revealing a scene of apocalyptic devastation. I am a god of destruction, the strongest being in this universe. Kampa roared, and Wukong's gaze sharpened as he swung the energy blade across the earth, lifting it with force. However, he realized there was no trace of Kampa at the end of his strike. Wukong snorted, swiftly pivoting and swinging the blade, instantaneously cleaving the divine tree in two. Chop. Witnessing this, Kampa gritted his teeth, wiping the blood from his cheek, then erupted with purple energy, charging furiously towards Wukong. However, the latter was already prepared. Wukong activated the Dragon God's treasure technique, accompanied by an exhilarating dragon's roar, delivering a fierce tail swipe that struck Zampa with great force. Zampa was momentarily dazed, his mouth agape as he coughed up a mixture of gastric fluid and blood, his form flying backward into the distance. I thought you were concealing some grand move. Hurry and show me your destructive powers. Wukong crossed his arms, adopting a remarkably relaxed posture as he gazed at Zampa. But how infuriating. Zampa immediately turned his gaze toward the distant angelic attendant, and Miss Beerus seemed to understand, nodding and swiftly flying over. As Zampa prepared to flee with Beerus, Wukong was unwilling to let that happen. He instantly teleported beside Zampa, placing a hand on his shoulder. What are you doing? Zampa exclaimed in surprise. You'll find out soon enough. With a swift motion, the two vanished from their location, and Wukong brought Zampa to the world of the time chamber. This will be your grave. Prepare to meet your end, Zampa. With that, Wukong cast him to the ground. Zampa, battered and bruised, gritted his teeth. He couldn't comprehend why this mortal was so formidable. It seemed Wukong had retained a significant portion of his strength. With a sudden surge, Zampa's destructive power increased dramatically. He realized that his strength had returned at that moment. Ha ha ha. You are finished, cursed human. The confidence returned to the visage of the hefty feline, and he lunged at Wukong with a fierce expression. Wukong, however, remained remarkably calm. He had rehearsed this scenario countless times in his mind, and the memory of his devastating defeat against the god of destruction, Beerus, weighed heavily on him. He consumed a senzu bean and shouted, King Kai Fist. Maximum power. The space trembled, a deep crimson aura enveloping him, merging with a brilliant blue light as he stood firm against Zampa's fierce attack, letting the punch collide with his face. Boom. The powerful impact caused the entire time chamber to quake, fissures appearing around them, as if the fabric of reality was about to tear apart. Yet, Zampa was stunned. He staggered back, realizing his punch could not budge Wukong in the slightest. Even a blow capable of obliterating countless planets merely caused Wukong to tilt his head slightly. Wukong slowly turned his head back and pointed a finger at Zampa's chest, unleashing a concentrated force. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed from Zampa's chest, and he clutched his abdomen, trembling as he knelt. But that was not the end. Wukong seized Zampa by the ear and delivered another powerful punch. Bang! Zampa staggered back a step, but regained his footing, launching another punch at Wukong. Whoosh! Wukong evaded and landed an uppercut infused with the essence of the dragon, dislocating Zampa's jaw. Zampa fell silent, seemingly entering a mysterious state. A sinister smile flickered across his face, Despite his numerous injuries, the power of the god of destruction seemed to intensify. Interesting. Sensing Zampa's madness, Wukong narrowed his eyes, his fists crackling with energy as he relentlessly struck Zampa's form. Bang, 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 bang. Zampa's body tore open, the potent essence of destruction igniting into fierce flames. In a swift motion, Wukong gouged out Zampa's eyes, and with a series of powerful kicks, he obliterated Zampa's lower body. Zampa continued to be battered, his form becoming increasingly mangled. Soon, Wukong forcefully severed one of Zampa's arms. Yet the explosive power of destruction ignited, threatening to consume everything in its path, damaging Wukong's body. Moreover, Zampa, fueled solely by his fighting spirit, grew even more terrifying. As if he had seized upon Wukong's vulnerabilities and lunged with ferocity. Wukong grimaced as the destructive energy scorched him. He swiftly executed a sidekick, sending Zampa flying. Then unleashed a devastating attack that annihilated his form. Boom! A mushroom cloud rose in the distance, and the space became increasingly chaotic. Cough! Damn it! This is troublesome. Taking advantage of Zampa being momentarily restrained by the flames, Wukong activated his own abilities, causing the destructive fire on his body to dissipate entirely. Whoosh! Zampa launched a sudden attack, his face twisted with rage, his body charred and grotesquely contorted, yet possessing an incredible strength. Bang! Wukong was pushed back, primarily concerned about the destructive force. However, he quickly devised a strategy. In the next moment, the aura of the King Kai Fist faded, and a shield enveloped him, a technique developed by Vegeta to counter Majin Buu's absorption. Instantly, he vanished and collided with Zampa once more. Boom, 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 boom. Wukong's fists rained down upon Zampa, who acted like a puppet controlled by the destructive force, frantically battling back. Uft! The shield shattered as Zampa's withered hand grasped Wukong's shoulder, attempting to tear him apart. Huh! Wukong roared, and in that instant, he kicked Zampa away. Then, he spread his arms, preparing for a finishing move, and unleashed a Kamehameha that obliterated the time chamber, transporting them to another dimension. Roar! Zampa howled, his skull glowing red from the destructive energy, yet he pressed forward through the Kamehameha, intent on killing Wukong at all costs. Come on! Wukong shouted, flipping backward after the Kamehameha and seamlessly transitioning into the Dragon Fist. Roar! A golden dragon emerged, and in that moment, Wukong unleashed the Dragon God's technique to its utmost limit, delivering the strongest blow to Zampa, shattering the dimensional barrier once more. Zampa's body was annihilated, and the potent essence of destruction instantaneously erased everything. Wukong promptly executed an instant transmission, appearing above the god of destruction's realm, gently landing before Beerus. What an extraordinary battle! I never expected a Godslayer to emerge from Universe 6. Beerus observed Wukong calmly, a complex expression flickering in her eyes. Wukong similarly regarded this angelic figure, noting the absence of the radiant aura around her neck, as well as the loss of her previously wielded staff. Chapter 67. Capturing her heart through her stomach. Godslayer? Wukong inquired, gazing at Beerus with curiosity. Has such a being existed before? At his words, Beerus nodded slightly, indeed. But that was in a much more distant era. However, Mr. Wukong is not a deity, yet possesses strength that surpasses even that of a destroyer. One might say he is the foremost among all throughout history. Is that so? Wukong felt a touch of bashfulness from the praise, yet it was not unfounded. For his transformed base stats had indeed eclipsed that of the destroyers. So what does Mr. Wukong wish to do next? Remain here to continue training to become a supplementary destroyer, or accompany me to the realm of the great gods for angelic training? Well, Wukong pondered, then decisively bowed. Please allow me to become a destroyer. Thus, Wukong's trial as a destroyer commenced in this realm. Days later, within the palace of the destroyer, Beerus guided Wukong around their surroundings, gradually restoring the devastation wrought. For the past few days, Wukong had been alongside Miss Beerus, participating in the restoration efforts of the destroyer realm. Due to the fact that the angel had lost her celestial functions, the reorganization of this realm proved to be quite a cumbersome task. Fortunately, Wukong's divine power provided some assistance, and his culinary skills significantly expedited the restoration progress. The once aesthetically pleasing abodes were revitalized, transformed into a style more to Beerus's liking. Wukong followed closely behind, absorbing the angel's insights regarding the responsibilities of a destroyer. When angels engage in battle, they typically act without hesitation. They often maintain inner tranquility, shedding unnecessary emotions. allowing their instincts to guide them in combat, thus ensuring their invincibility. However, the destroyers are quite the opposite. They predominantly draw motivation from fervor and overwhelming emotions, becoming stronger at their own whim. Is this self-empowerment? Wukong contemplated, finding great inspiration in Beerus's words. He resolved to experiment and see if he could master a new transformation. Self-empowerment? How delightful a term. Yet, such a method of cultivation often leads one to become entranced by destructive tendencies, growing more bloodthirsty and vicious than before. However, individuals like Lord Kampa could be considered the good children among destroyers. I truly regret having harmed him, Wukong mused internally, then noticed Beerus glancing back at him. What is it? The restoration of the divine tree is nearly complete. Next, I must report to the Grand Priest regarding the situation here. My apologies. I must take my leave. Upon hearing this, Wukong nodded as he watched Beerus's figure flicker and vanish. With some free time on his hands, he decided to indulge in activities he enjoyed, such as summoning the little dragon to tease or preparing delicious meals, or familiarizing himself with the destructive power he had recently acquired. The permissions granted by the wretched original allowed him to convert Kampa's destructive energy, of which Wukong had controlled for about a minute, giving him a glimpse of what this power entailed. Name, destruction, beginner, category, permission function, annihilate all with destructive energy. Description, a signature skill of the destroyers. Destruction is one of the divine techniques possessed by the destroyers. As Wukong gradually grasped this permission, he could only transform it into destructive energy through the aura he emitted. His body did not inherently possess such power. Perhaps the method of self-motivation through emotion, as Beerus had mentioned, was the key to perfectly mastering destructive energy. With this thought, Wukong began to meditate, seeking to integrate the destructive power within himself, and to control it through the fluctuations of his emotions. Perhaps due to having absorbed Vegeta, his disposition found a complement in this aspect. Whether in talent or comprehension, this body seemed to possess an almost limitless capacity. Thus, Wukong swiftly entered a state of focus. After all, this was merely meditation. He had mastered this method of cultivation long ago during his Super Saiyan phase. As for self-empowerment, there was no immediate urgency to pursue it. Perhaps he could inquire Beerus about it later. Meanwhile, is that so? I did not expect a mortal to reach this stage. Does this mean the candidate for the Destroyer of Universe 6 has been decided? Yes, Father. It appears his talent is quite remarkable. It won't be long before he masters the powers of a destroyer. Inside Beerus's residence, the angel spoke to the holographic image of a youthful angel, who was none other than the father of all angels, the Grand Priest. That is well and good, but it seems things have taken this turn. Surely, you assisted that individual from behind the scenes? In that case, you shall be fully responsible for the subsequent matters of Universe 6. Including the reorganization of the Supreme Kai and Destroyer. As for your lack of descent into slumber after losing your functions, I shall not hold it against you. Thank you, Father. Beerus bowed respectfully, and the Grand Priest nodded gently before terminating the communication. Though she had lost her celestial functions, which deprived her of many conveniences, Beerus felt an unprecedented sense of relief. This reminded her of her days as a trainee angel. What a delightful aroma. It seems to be stewed meat. The rich scent wafted from afar, and as Beerus inhaled, she realized her newly appointed disciple was once again preparing something delectable. In an instant, she appeared beside Wukong. They were near a lakeside campsite, and Wukong seemed particularly fond of outdoor camping, having set up a tent there. During this time, Beerus had been dining with Wukong, and ever since tasting Earth's cuisine, she found herself utterly disinterested in the dishes of other planets. Although angels do not require sustenance during their extensive lifespans, they must find some amusement to stave off the tedium. Noticing Wukong in meditation, she refrained from interrupting. Instead, she curiously lifted the steaming pot lid and sampled the stew within. The blend of spices and rich meat flavor danced upon her palate, and she relished the taste, unable to suppress a smile akin to that of her brother's enjoyment. How is it? Does it suit your palate? Suddenly, Wukong stirred from his meditation and inquired from a distance. Ah, what unexpectedly delightful cuisine. Beerus beamed, nodding appreciatively before modestly placing the ladle down. What is it? Noticing Wukong's peculiar expression, Beerus asked with curiosity. Nothing, just that Miss Beerus seems to have changed. In what way? She leaned closer to Wukong, eager to know. It's hard to describe, perhaps it's your aura. Wukong speculated, gazing at the angel's delicate visage. To be continued, Chapter 68. Is it empty? Is that so? What changes do you envision? Bardos gazed at Goku, her enchanting eyes shimmering with a myriad of captivating expressions. Being in the company of Mr. Goku always brought her an immense sense of ease and delight. Furthermore, she was able to savor exquisite delicacies, which seemed to be the epitome of happiness that ordinary people often yearn for. Is this a confession? Or is she attempting to seduce me? Goku, on the other hand, would not mind engaging in something with this angelic maiden, but would it truly be acceptable? If that were the case, wouldn't the first individual beneath the known king of all make me my own father-in-law? And then Whis would become my brother-in-law? Kista, can you assess Bardos' feelings towards me? Lost in thought, Goku subconsciously inquired of the system, and soon received a response from the little dragon. Ding. Master. Bardos' affection for you is 20. Evaluation. She has already developed feelings for you. Just a bit. What? Is it truly so? Why didn't you inform me sooner? Ding. Master, you didn't ask before. Humph. Initially it was not possible to investigate others, but for some reason it is now. Moreover, Master, you already have so many wives at home. Are you not satisfied? What a surprise. Goku felt puzzled, unsure why this little creature had taken offense. And when did my affairs become your concern? After conversing with Bardos for a while, Goku temporarily set aside his cultivation. Since dinner was nearly ready, he stood up to prepare for the evening meal. He retrieved utensils from his inventory, followed by an array of delectable dishes. A few days ago, Bardos could assist with magic, but now, having lost her angelic functions, she was left to rely on her manual labor. Yet even so, it appeared to be a remarkably novel experience for the angelic maiden. The flavors were simply unbelievable. The dishes favored by Lord Campo were often hard for him to swallow. But indeed, the culinary methods of Earth were unparalleled. After dining, Bardos left not a trace of sauce upon her plate, indicating that her interest lay not in satiating her hunger, but in the pure enjoyment of taste. Then, Bardos gazed at Goku, who was still devouring his meal, with her cerulean eyes reflecting a hint of allure. Is there anything you require of me in return, Mr. Goku? Upon hearing this, Goku slurped down a mouthful of noodles, somewhat bewildered, as he merely wished to enjoy his meal in peace. What I mean is there something you need assistance with, Mr. Goku? Then, perhaps tomorrow, instead of repair work, you could teach me the freezing technique? Certainly. But is there nothing else? Upon hearing this, Goku snapped his fingers and cast a cleansing spell upon himself. Then, he folded his arms and fell into contemplation. What is it? Anything is permissible? Oh, anything is indeed possible. Even so, as he spoke, Goku pulled her into his embrace, allowing the angelic maiden's shapely figure to rest against his thigh. Do as you wish. Why would Miss Bardos entertain such thoughts? Well, who knows? Perhaps out of curiosity. Or maybe due to the loss of her angelic abilities. Ultimately, Mr. Goku sometimes gazes at me with rather indecent eyes. Bardos playfully lifted Goku's chin, her gaze becoming more tantalizing. Ahem. Goku awkwardly cleared his throat. What? Is that so? I behave like a gentleman during the day. Does this imply that Miss Bardos is quite experienced? I suppose so. Just that I have yet to experience it firsthand. What does that mean? Goku felt utterly perplexed by her cryptic words. However, he chose to let it lie, as further inquiries would be impolite. Yet, he swiftly discerned the depth of her understanding. Though this girl was somewhat older, she remained rather innocent. Of course, Goku had claimed to be a gentleman by day, so their interactions were merely affectionate in nature, restrained by propriety. To speak in ancient terms, it was akin to gentle kisses or caresses. In cruder vernacular, one might liken it to a smooch from his former home. However, Goku soon found himself regretting his previous statements, feeling as if he had succumbed to a spell of amnesia, with memories of the past few days flashing before him in a relentless montage. From the dining table to the lakeside tent, from the god of destruction's throne to the hot springs and bathing pools, the angel's stamina surpassed his wildest expectations. Yet fortunately, he was no ordinary being, able to withstand such intensity day and night, simultaneously laying a solid foundation for future endeavors as a permanent energy-based artificial being. It is impossible to be truly empty. Over time, it appeared that Miss Bardos had begun to savor the experience, her initially aloof demeanor transforming into one of fervor. That cannot be said. She had always been quite passionate towards Goku. Surprisingly, the system's affection values were continuously refreshing, and over the course of these days, the little dragon's voice notifications became increasingly mundane. Ding. Bardos affection 1, current 21, evaluation. The other party has already developed feelings for you. Ding. Bardos Affection 1. Current 30. Evaluation. The other party has fallen uncontrollably in love with you. Ding. Bardos Affection 1. Current 45. Evaluation. You are inseparable lovers. In Universe 11. A structure reminiscent of a circus housed the throne of the god of destruction, dim lighting illuminating a pale, slender figure. Is that so? So Kampa has perished? It seems we must prepare some personnel to fill the void clad in the garb of a god of destruction, the bald clown murmured to himself, snapping his fingers casually. Immediately, an angel dressed in blue, her silver hair styled into twin ponytails, appeared. Lord Mamie, you summon me? Margarita, relay the orders. Have Topo head to Universe 6 to vie for the position of God of Destruction. Upon hearing this, Margarita silently regarded the clownish God of Destruction for a moment before advising. Lord Mamie, you should be well aware of the consequences of forming factions for personal gain. Before undertaking this task, have you considered it carefully? No need for that. With Topo's strength, securing the God of Destruction title will be more than sufficient. If it comes to it, we can have Jiren accompany him as well. Lord Mamie, I know that is not what I meant. Margarita reiterated her warning, which only served to irritate the clownish deity further, as he banged on the table and exclaimed, Oh, I know. Just go handle what I asked. Upon hearing this, Margarita ceased her protests and quietly departed. Note: thank you to the generous gift of bubble milk tea from imported yogurt, as well as the small tokens from Passerby, a 997, Finger Sword, and the Red Young Master of Fengshan. Thank you. Chapter 69. The Trial of the God of Destruction. Months have passed. During this time, Whis brought several letters from his wives on Earth. As Goku read them, he felt a pang of nostalgia mixed with guilt, prompting him to devise a plan to relocate Earth. If that's the case, I shall seize the opportunity to bring Earth here, he mused to himself. After bidding farewell to Whis, he began discussing the Earth relocation plan with Chista. It is worth mentioning that the system had undergone upgrades after absorbing the divine power of Purunga. Firstly, the Dragon Balls produced by the Little Dragon had grown significantly larger. Once 7 were gathered, they could grant 3 wishes at once. If one desired only a single wish, 3 Dragon Balls would suffice. Moreover, the prices of golden and red items in the system's shop had halved. The previously unaffordable Altered Time Ring now only required 7 Dragon Balls. Although Goku had originally amassed 10 Dragon Balls, they had now been reduced to 5 larger ones. Master, if Miss Baratsu resumes her divine duties, we might not even need the Dragon Balls to relocate Earth, the system noted. So, all I need to do is become a god of destruction? Goku pondered, reflecting on the enchanting moments spent with Miss Baratsu, during which he had indeed grown somewhat lax in his training. Fortunately, his innate talent was remarkable, and last month he had mastered the god of destruction skill known as Self-Extreme Intent, elevating his power to a new echelon. What kind of enhancement was it? One could say that Goku now would not be weaker than any god of destruction. Indeed, he felt confident to face even all the gods of destruction combined. I must wait a little longer, Goku murmured, deciding to first assist Baratsu in resuming her divine position before relocating Earth. However, it must be noted that becoming a god of destruction required a symbiotic bond with the Supreme Kai, a significant disadvantage for Goku. Is there a way to circumvent this condition? Goku contemplated, beginning to devise a solution. ID: Scoundrel Rod Age, 31 Current Divine Realm, 814 SS. Note: if Beerus is rated as 10, then the Super Saiyan God is rated at 6. With Whis at 15. Attributes: Strength, a SS Defense, SSS Energy Capacity, SS Agility. Additional attributes: Perception, BA Charm, a Luck, E Skills, 1. Divine Scoundrel Combat Technique, Intermediate, 2. Instant Transmission, 3. Divine Aura Technique, Max, 4. Supreme Kai Fist, Max, 5. Potential Unleashed Divine Techniques, 1. Self-Extreme Intent, New, 2. Dragon God Treasure Technique Talents, 1. Super Saiyan 4-2. Rational Great Ape 3. Super Saiyan God, Blue, Permissions, 1. Alteration 2. Scoundrel's Aspiration 3. Destruction. In the realm of the gods of destruction, Goku stood on an expansive plain, his purple aura surging violently as he transformed into a new form. His hair turned a deep purple and elongated significantly, while his eyebrows vanished. Though his muscles did not bulge excessively, they exuded a fierce brutality. With every movement, he radiated an aura of annihilation. Self-Extreme Intent. Goku clenched his fist, feeling the destructive power emanating from him. At this moment, he was at a higher level than ever before. However, this form consumed energy far more rapidly than Super Saiyan Blue, and he estimated that if he engaged in prolonged combat, he would only be able to maintain it for half a day before needing to recover his energy. Furthermore, adapting to this state was quite challenging for Goku, and it came with a troublesome drawback. He found himself becoming somewhat foolish, as he believed. Self-extreme intent made him rely entirely on instinct, driven by his primal desires for destruction. Humph! Goku snorted, reverting back to his normal state. Let's go eat, dear. Below, Bardos waved to Goku from a balcony of the palace, pushing a food cart laden with various delicacies. Notably, Miss Bardos was clad in a swimsuit and apron. Goku immediately returned to the palace, as in a few days, the coronation ceremony for the god of destruction would take place, where someone would come to escort him and Bardos to the Void Realm, where he would be named the god of destruction for the 6th universe in the gaze of all the gods. Dear, I have something to tell you. During their meal, Bardos suddenly appeared troubled. Perhaps it was rare for her to show such an expression, which piqued Goku's curiosity. What's wrong? Well, due to the restrictions on the existence of angels, although I have discussed it with my father, unfortunately, he does not agree with us having offspring. Why bring this up suddenly? Of course, as lovers, we should discuss such matters. It depends on how you feel. I am not too concerned about these things. But your opinion is more important. But, don't your other wives already have babies? I just worry. Our family doesn't have a throne to inherit. Why do we need so many children? Goku chuckled, pulling Bardos into his embrace. He did not mind having children with his angelic wife. In fact, he found it quite unfair that his father-in-law prioritized universal balance over his daughter and son-in-law's happiness. If I truly desire it, one day when my strength surpasses his, I will negotiate with him then. Bardos nestled against Goku, her cheeks flushed. But soon she recalled another matter. By the way, I heard from my father that the other gods of destruction seem to have dissent regarding the position of the god of destruction for the 6th universe. Since he ascended by defeating the previous god of destruction, it is unprecedented, so there may be a trial for the gods of destruction. A trial for the gods of destruction? Goku blinked, then chuckled. Beneath the angels, I am invincible. Above the angels, it's a 1-for-1. As long as the angels do not intervene, even if all the gods of destruction come at me, I shall not be concerned. You really do not understand humility at all. Moreover, you are still quite far from the level of angels. Not at all. I can take you on 1-for-1 right now. Soon, the two became engrossed in playful banter once more. Ultimately, their battle ended in a draw, and Bardos later admitted that in this aspect, Goku's strength was indeed not inferior to that of the angels. Chapter 70. The Arrival of Makarita on this day. Wukong was engaged in his usual practice of mastering the art of freedom with Bardos in the center of the lake. Suddenly, a radiant rainbow bridge descended from the heavens, revealing 3 humanoid figures. "Oi, sister, long time no see," a cheerful voice echoed from afar as a young girl emerged from the pure white light, flanked by 2 tall, cloaked figures. Isn't that Makarita? What brings you here so suddenly? Bardos turned to look at her sister, her brows furrowing slightly at the sight. Well, I must admit, I feel quite regretful. I intended to inform you beforehand. But it seems I forgot that you lost your angelic duties and can no longer communicate with us, Makarita replied with a mischievous glint in her eye. But soon her gaze became incredulous as she pointed at Bardos' attire. How did you end up like this? What's wrong? Bardos asked, puzzled. Bardos, what on earth are you wearing? This is utterly unacceptable. The young angel's cheeks flushed as she pointed at her sister in shock. Though Bardos appeared confused, she was clearly taken aback by her sister's reaction. Bardos was adorned in a Gothic-style strapless gown, complete with high heels and a skirt with a daring slit that showcased her long, smooth legs, accentuated further by fishnet stockings. This attire was far too bold for an angel who typically dressed modestly. This cannot be allowed. Sister, as an angel, what would father think of such transgressions? For reasons unknown, seeing Makarita's astonished expression caused a flush to rise on Bardos' cheeks. She instinctively wrapped her arms around Wukong, her eyes brimming with affection. This is a gift from my beloved. He said that wearing this outfit would help me focus better during my training in divine techniques. What a statement. Wukong, overhearing this, felt a blush creep upon his face, unable to suppress a sniffle. The trivial events of recent days had been a source of irritation for Zista, who mentally grumbled. Master is evolving from scoundrel rot to perverted rot. A lover? Makarita stood dumbfounded, her gaze fixed on the impossibly handsome man beside Bardos, her heart racing. She could hardly believe her eyes as she pointed at him. You mean to say that sister has already formed a bond with him? But angels are not permitted to engage in such affairs. Bardos. I have already lost my angelic duties, Bardos patiently explained while holding on to Wukong. Eh? The angelic girl scratched her head in frustration, puffing her cheeks in indignation. Regardless, I will inform father about this. Just you wait. Feel free, for father will surely bless our union. Ugh, this is infuriating. For reasons unknown, the young angel began to stomp her feet in anger. Wukong understood this familiar sensation. It was akin to a friend being more affluent, having a handsome husband who dotes on her, causing a sense of imbalance within. Angel, we have other matters to address, do we not? The cloaked figure behind her murmured, prompting Makarita to snap back to reality, her twin ponytails bobbing slightly. Sister, I have brought with me 2 candidates for the role of destroyer. They are among the most formidable warriors in the universe. What do you think? Makarita, if that is the sole reason for your visit, then you are not welcome here. Bardos' expression grew colder as she regarded her sister. Although father has decreed that angels must not interfere with mortal affairs, he has not prohibited angels from engaging with one another. Do you truly believe you can overcome one who has lost her angelic powers? However, Wukong shook his head, stopping Bardos. He pointed at the 2 towering figures behind Makarita, casually declaring, so you wish to become destroyers? You, and you, come at me together. I have no time to waste. Humph, such arrogance. The most imposing of the cloaked figures snorted, while Makarita instinctively took a step back, her expression strained. It seems sister has truly changed. Trope, go and subdue that man. In an instant, the towering figure surged forward, exuding a palpable aura of destruction as he lunged toward Wukong. Humph. Wukong stood firm, positioning himself protectively in front of Bardos. He remained motionless, simply vanishing from his spot to reappear behind Trope. Ugh. The cloaked man gasped, the destructive energy surrounding him becoming chaotic, even his dark cloak tearing apart. He was a corpulent alien with a bushy beard, clad in a battle suit of black and red. While he appeared robust, his waist resembled that of a ball, an abstract entity standing 8 feet tall with an 8-foot waist. How many months have you been pregnant? Wukong grinned playfully, but soon noticed the second cloaked figure casting a sharp glare in their direction, feeling an overwhelming pressure surge toward him, accompanied by a deafening roar. Boom. Wukong sidestepped, his bangs barely swaying, remaining unscathed. Step back, Trope. You are no match for him. The second cloaked figure soared forward, shedding his dark cloak to reveal a bald head. So it's Jiren. What a surprise, Wukong thought, almost convinced he was about to face the bald hero, scaring himself in the process. Jiren, the destroyer of Universe 6. Stand down, Jiren replied coolly, seemingly indifferent to his leader's intentions. Humph. Trope grunted but silently returned to Makarita's side. Wukong's lips curled into a smile. He had been eager to test his recent progress and strength, and here was an opportunity presenting itself. Oh, so it is the Jinyu Force from Universe 11. Upon hearing this, Jiren and Trope felt an inexplicable sense of offense. Bardos and Makarita were somewhat perplexed, unaware that if Whis were present, he would likely burst into laughter. In the next moment, Jiren moved, as if to validate Wukong's strength, opening his eyes once more. In an instant, Wukong was bombarded with countless fists, their speed so immense that even the instant transmission technique would struggle to evade them. Yet, in this moment, Wukong merely smiled, acknowledging him as the strongest warrior who surpassed the destroyers. He just wondered if Jiren could defeat a destroyer as he could. Swish. Wukong's figure vanished, but soon gasps filled the air as everyone realized Wukong was standing on Jiren's smooth forehead, and the latter remained completely oblivious. Hee. Wukong smirked, his gaze laced with playful mockery. To be continued. Chapter 71. Overwhelming with a smile, Wukong observed as Jiren's forehead bulged with veins, his crimson battle attire spontaneously igniting. A terrifying surge of energy erupted within him, causing the temperature of the space around them to rise sharply. In a swift motion, Jiren seized Wukong's ankle, spinning him into a vortex and hurling him away with great force. Wukong furrowed his brow. Indeed, it was quite challenging to contend with this muscular bald giant clad in tight attire, regaining control of his body midair. Wukong soon noticed Jiren swinging a fist the size of a sandbag aimed directly at his face. In that instant, a brilliant golden light erupted. Jiren, momentarily taken aback, realized that Wukong had narrowly dodged the blow, only to deliver a staggering punch to Jiren's abdomen. Jiren let out a muffled grunt, though he remained largely unfazed. He was slightly astonished, for his opponent had kept his eyes tightly shut throughout their duel. What on earth is that? Below, Toppo was dumbfounded, witnessing the formidable warrior he had faced moments ago erupting in golden flames, instantly turning the tide of battle. Wukong stood triumphantly atop Jiren's head, as if it were a mere doormat for his shoes. With a smirk, Wukong reveled in the electric energy swirling around him. Yet, Jiren remained unfazed, feeling a surge of indignation at the unprecedented humiliation he was enduring. With a sigh of resignation, Jiren pondered, "Why must they provoke me so?" The god of destruction's realm began to tremble. Jiren roared as his aura intensified dramatically, his fists glowing like molten iron, raining down with the speed of laser beams. Wukong began to evade, his expression growing grave, for Jiren's energy had now surpassed that of his previous opponent, Zampa. While not at the brink of death, Jiren's current power level was comparable to Wukong's Super Saiyan 4 form during his confrontation with Beerus. Jiren glared upward, unleashing a barrage of shockwaves that rocked the god of destruction's realm, causing massive foundations to collapse and even displacing nearby floating planets with his indiscriminate assault. Desperate to protect the realm he had painstakingly stabilized with Beerus, Wukong cursed under his breath, his anger ignited at the thought of this bald brute's reckless destruction. In the next moment, he activated his ultimate form. The Dragon God technique combined with instant transmission enveloped him in a radiant aura. A new form? Jiren's expression shifted to one of shock, yet he remained oblivious to the imminent threat of death closing in on him. Makarita opened her mouth, poised to issue a warning, but was taken aback when time suddenly froze. Jiren's pupils dilated as he hastily attempted to shield himself, but it was too late. His efforts proved futile. With a swift motion, Wukong struck, causing Jiren to convulse violently, his eyes rolling back. Boom. The second blow landed, leaving a deep indentation in Jiren's head, his eyeballs bulging outward. Puff. The third strike shattered Jiren's skull, sending his massive eyes, brain matter, and shattered bone scattering. So resilient, Wukong murmured, shaking his aching right fist. Jiren's anguished cries echoed as Toppo's fury reached a boiling point, his destructive energy surging forth explosively. Witnessing this spectacle, Wukong treated Jiren's headless corpse as if it were a lifeless object, kicking it away disdainfully, then turning his gaze towards Toppo. No. As Toppo prepared to charge at Wukong, Makarita swiftly intervened, raising her staff to erect a protective barrier around them. But in the next moment, with a swift motion, a colossal light sword pierced through Makarita's protective shield, simultaneously impaling Toppo. Instinctively, Makarita dodged, only to see Toppo beside her coughing up blood. Cough, cough. Oh no. Toppo gasped, gripping the sword that had pierced him, attempting to destroy it with his destructive energy, only to realize the sword's power rivaled his own, along with an insidious force eroding his very essence. How is this possible? Toppo retched again, blood spilling forth as death enveloped him. Above, Wukong regarded Makarita coolly. Take them back, find someone to fuse them with earrings, and then return to me. Also, restore everything here. With a flick of his finger, the light sword cleaved Toppo in two. Understood. Makarita closed her eyes in response. Moments later, the angelic girl waved her staff, and time began to reverse, reforming half of Toppo and restoring Jiren's head, returning them to their state 3 minutes prior. This was a unique ability that every angel could use once a day. Time reversal. Grr, I'm furious. Angel, we have other purposes for being here, right? Hearing this, Makarita snapped back to reality, glancing at the subdued Toppo and Jiren. Well, let us head back for now. Why? Toppo clenched his fists in confusion. Jiren fell silent, as if he had foreseen something, slowly turning away. Because neither of you stands a chance against that individual, Makarita remarked, gesturing towards Wukong, who was affectionately conversing with Beerus in the sky. You see that earring near his ear? It's a pot-era earring, right? Oddly enough, he doesn't exude the aura of a fused being. How can this human be so powerful? Both Jiren and Toppo fell silent, merely tasked with following orders. Makarita contemplated, then turned to Wukong with a smirk. I will remember today's events and report accurately to Lord Vermaud. Hoping you meet the conditions in the God of Destruction's trial and become the God of Destruction for Universe 6. Wukong paused at this, then turned to Beerus. Which universe does Vermaud belong to? He resides in Universe 11. Dear, the angel replied gently. So, This angel serves the god of destruction of Universe 11. Wukong stroked his chin, observing the twin-tailed angelic girl, nodding. One moment, dear angel. It seems inappropriate for you to come and go as you please in my domain, does it not? Makarita blinked in surprise before breaking into a coy smile. May I ask, esteemed sir, what is your name? Well, I am Son Wukong or Kakarot, if you prefer. Wukong coughed lightly in response. Chapter 72, The Scoundrel Lord Kakarot. Scoundrel Kakarot. Ha. Ah ha ha ha. The angelic maiden chuckled heartily upon hearing those words, while Bardos, who stood beside Goku, furrowed her brow. Margarita. Ah ha ha. My apologies, dear sister. It is just too amusing. This is the first time I've heard someone refer to themselves in such a manner. From now on, I shall call you Scoundrel Kakarot. As she spoke, Margarita threw a flirtatious glance at Goku, suddenly intrigued by the man who could cozy up to her sister. Little girl, soon I shall ensure you have no reason to laugh. Goku gently ruffled Bardos' hair, signaling her not to be upset over such trivialities. He then looked down at the angelic maiden with a lofty demeanor. Miss Margarita, let us engage in a wager. If you agree to bet with me, I shall consider today's events as though they never transpired. At this, Margarita blinked her eyes and smiled. What an intriguing proposition, but I must decline. Upon hearing this, both Topo and Jiren trembled slightly, sensing the dark aura emanating from the young man in black attire. He chuckled ominously. Then I shall go and eliminate the delectable one. Do you believe I can accomplish that, Miss Angel? Sighing, Margarita lamented. I had warned him before. Why would he not heed my words? She then suggested, so, what are the conditions of Scoundrel Kakarot's wager? Well, Goku pondered for a moment before continuing. Let us wager on whether I can succeed in the upcoming God of Destruction trial. If I win, you shall come and serve as a maid for me and Bardos. Excuse me? Margarita suddenly blushed, embracing herself. Maid? As in, doing household chores during the day and other activities at night? Precisely. Goku nodded, generously admitting to it. Unexpectedly, Bardos gave him a light punch from behind. That is truly scandalous. Indeed, it is scandalous. Topo blurted out, while Jiren could not help but nod in agreement. Alas, Scoundrel Kakarot, is it not enough to possess my sister? Must I also be included in this arrangement? Truly, you are the epitome of a scoundrel. The twin-tailed angelic maiden giggled before shifting her tone. Very well, I accept. However, should you lose, you must also become my servant, provided you survive the trial of the God of Destruction. Upon hearing this, Bardos lowered her head, deep in thought. Goku, sensing her contemplation, inquired, what is the matter? Nothing. Just dear, our training must accelerate from here on. Bardos gazed at Goku, her expression resolute. Observing this exchange, Margarita remained silent, conjuring a scroll of contract with a wave of her staff. Well, let us formalize our agreement. Eventually, even your soul shall belong to me, Scoundrel Kakarot. The twin-tailed angelic maiden inscribed her name upon the scroll, offering a drop of her own blood. Take it. Goku accepted the scroll, discerning the text upon it. While Bardos leaned in closely, she glanced it over and confirmed that the contract posed no issues. After reading it thoroughly twice, Goku nodded and inscribed his name in his native script. Kakarot. Once completed, he added a drop of his blood, and soon the contract was finalized. With the pact established, they prepared to part ways. After dividing the contract into two halves, the angelic maiden offered a slight bow. Bardos smiled at her sister, saying, Margarita, once you arrive, let us continue to coexist as family. However, the silver-haired maiden merely huffed in response, silently departing with Jiren and others, enveloped in a radiant glow as they left the realm of the God of Destruction. Alas, my dear, for the coming days, we must practice abstinence, Bardos sighed, her gaze lingering softly on Goku, who suddenly felt a shiver down his spine. The reality was that this angelic wife possessed overwhelming strength, and he realized he could not match her. As time flowed like a swift river, it was now the second year since Goku had arrived from Earth. The realm of destruction lay in disarray, a chaotic spectacle. At the heart of this domain, Goku trained blindfolded, evading the rapid onslaught of destructive energy blasts under the immense gravitational pressure of thousands of times Earth's gravity. After half a year of relentless training, Goku's greatest regret was mastering the Ultra Instinct technique. Though this divine skill possessed nearly limitless potential and was incredibly powerful, its philosophy starkly contrasted with his own. This often led to him instinctively transforming into the Ultra Instinct state when facing the wrath of his wife. Resolving this dilemma consumed him 3 months of arduous effort. The crux of the matter was that his master was his own wife, and Bardos hesitated to fully unleash her power upon him, leaving Goku with the false impression that he could contend with her. However, after Margarita's visit, Bardos seemed to adopt a sense of urgency, intensifying their training regimen significantly. The disparity in their true powers became evident, leaving Goku somewhat disheartened. I can't believe I cannot surpass my wife. Goku never anticipated arriving at this juncture. To seek solace, he resorted to other means in the evenings, striving to reinforce his image as a stalwart man. Abstinence is certainly impossible, and I shall never resort to the use of senzu beans. The outcome was, after exhausting all his energy during the day, he still faced defeat at the hands of Bardos by night. Goku resolved never to mock those who were dutifully subservient to their wives again. Now, swish. Goku sidestepped, evading the swiftly approaching attack despite wearing a heavy gravity suit. However, soon a torrent of destructive blasts fell like rain, forcing him to shout and punch or dodge in response, suffering no damage in the process. Calmly, Goku walked to the center of the training ground, his form flickering as he faced the angelic maiden, Bardos. Bang! Goku effortlessly swatted away an incoming energy blast, and although blindfolded, he emanated an indescribable aura, a peculiar light radiating around him, akin to divine brilliance. Bardos smiled, surprised by her beloved's rapid progress. It was time for her to earnestly challenge him. Swish! The two figures flashed and collided instantly. Bardos grasped Goku's fist, seemingly gentle, yet imbued with profound intricacies. Then, this angelic maiden struck towards Goku's chest, but her palm met only empty air. Bardos paused, only to feel warm hands embrace her from behind. How is it? Is your upper body feeling better today? Bardos gently nodded, removing the blindfold from Goku's eyes. She gazed into his eyes, which no longer reflected divinity, but rather were filled with her essence, offering a smile. Yes, there has been a shift in your emotions. Today, you have met my expectations, my dear. To be continued, Chapter 73. Authority upgrade. Upon hearing this, Goku exhaled a long breath. In recent days, he had vaguely touched the threshold of an angel and already understood what kind of powerhouse an angel was. In short, he still had a long way to go. Indeed, mastering Ultra Instinct further reinforced this realization. There are always those stronger than you. Goku pondered. The power of the Destroyer God allowed him to perceive world-shattering abilities, but the power of the angel made him feel his own insignificance. The insights brought about by these two were immense. Perhaps the current me can only contend with an angel by activating dual instinct, but merging two completely different divine techniques. Too greedy, darling. Bardos remarked from the side, as if seeing through Goku's thoughts, reminding him. Haha, just imagining. Besides, it's not impossible, is it? Goku said affectionately, embracing Bardos. He thought of the dual instinct form in the Vegeta fanfiction he had read in his previous life. Frankly, the combination of purple and white hair, coupled with the absence of eyebrows, was too hideous. Technique. Ultra Instinct category. Divine technique function. Combat description. A divine technique of the angel lineage. Difficult for even gods to master. Separates the body and consciousness, allowing every part of oneself to perceive surrounding dangers beyond instinct, eliminating the need for the brain to think before acting. Then take a good rest for the next few days. About 3 months later, Father will bring people to pick us up. You have to work hard for the Destroyer God's trial then. Yeah, don't worry. Goku nodded gently after hearing Lady Bardos's instructions. However, he had some new ideas to try recently. A long time ago, he had considered adding Ultra Instinct or Ego Instinct on top of Super Saiyan 4. But since he learned divine techniques, he realized that these were completely different things. Ultra Instinct and Ego Instinct were already another new form of Goku in essence. Bardos had also advised him that this was the realm of the gods, equivalent to a further step on top of Super Saiyan Blue, and could not be linked to Super Saiyan 4, which relied on bloodline transformation. The angel wanted Goku to dismiss this idea as soon as possible because it was too unrealistic and that it would be better to specialize in a path that suits him until he reaches the pinnacle. However, these things were too unrealistic for ordinary people, but in Goku's eyes, they were not worth mentioning because he had a system and a little dragon. At night, Lady Bardos, panting, slowly fell asleep. Goku tilted his head. It was said that angels don't need to sleep. So why did his lady recently enjoy sleeping so soundly? He walked to the balcony of the bedroom, shirtless. The Destroyer God's tree palace was large, but Goku still preferred the feeling of living at home. A year had passed, and he wondered how Chi-Chi and the others were doing. Fortunately, his Dragon Balls were about to be gathered, and he could finally make 3 wishes at once. Ding. Yes, yes. Tomorrow, you will have 7 Dragon Balls. Hee, what wishes does Master want to make? You must know that Sista's divine power is far above Purunga's now. Under the dark night sky, Sista's voice emerged in his mind. Goku smiled and casually said, "Oh, so, our next step is to absorb Super Shenron?" Yes. When shall we go, Master? Wait until I become a destroyer god first. By then, Bardos' authority will be restored, and it will be easier to collect Dragon Balls. Okay. Listening to the little dragon's laughter, Goku also revealed a smile, but a hint of coldness was revealed deep in his eyes. The next day, after breakfast, Goku consumed 7 Dragon Balls from the inventory. Then, Sista appeared in front of him in the form of a girl. She had horns and a head of silver-white hair. Her ears were pointed like an elf's, and her appearance was not inferior to any woman Goku had ever seen. Even Bardos beside him was outshone by her. I see. So this is a god dwelling within you? Bardos stared at Sista with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. State your wishes, Master, Sista said, raising her right hand as if to hold Goku. Goku thought for a moment and made 3 wishes straightforwardly. The first was to make himself immune to all magic, including curses, symbiotic relationships, divination, and so on. This was to prevent the Supreme Kai, who was bound to him, from suddenly dying and implicating him after he became a destroyer god. Secondly, he wanted Earth to be transferred to the destroyer god's realm in Universe 6. Although only a year had passed, he received letters from his wives every time was came over, and they really missed him. Thirdly, Goku wanted to maximize the upgrade of his evil modification authority because this thing was very useful and could be said to be his greatest cheat. He had a feeling that he could carry it forward. The next moment, a blue planet appeared in the sky above the destroyer god's realm. Immediately afterward, Goku felt some kind of change in himself, indescribable, but he increasingly felt that magic was just a trivial skill. After that, it was the evil modification authority on him. Name, evil modification category, authority function, changes everything, evolving according to the user's desired outcome. The price is only accepting the changes that come after use. Description: this is the first authority master obtained by seducing Bulma, an authority unique to the scum lot. This authority is no longer a question mark. Finally, I can see it. Well, a very simple introduction. After reading the authority description, Goku looked towards Earth in the high sky. Should I go say hello to my family? Goku looked at Bardos. The angel was stunned, and she hesitated for a while before agreeing. Wait a moment, darling. I have to change my clothes first. For some reason, the angel suddenly became nervous, with an expression on her face like a young girlfriend going to meet her parents. It's okay. I'm here, Goku said, holding her hand gently. The latter nodded lightly. After that, Goku used magic to make her a set of clothes suitable for Earth women. This process took a lot of time because the experience of helping his lady change clothes was very good. Goku liked to play like this on Earth. At the same time, the two were also intimate together, and before they knew it, it was already afternoon. Really, Bardos, who had changed her clothes, gently hit Goku. The latter laughed and used instant transmission. Chapter 74. Homecoming. Ultimately, Bardos felt it prudent to keep her relationship with Goku a secret for the time being. She seemed to harbor numerous concerns, settling for the role of his angel, descending upon Earth much like a deity of destruction. Perhaps it was the absence of a year that rendered the home quite desolate. As Goku stepped outside, he was greeted by the sight of Bra, clad in a school sailor uniform, preparing to leave. The young girl, having just changed her shoes at the entrance, paused momentarily before excitedly embracing Goku, burying her head in his chest. Daddy, I missed you so much. Ah, is that you, Bra? You've grown up. Goku mused, momentarily taken aback, noticing how much she resembled her mother. He gently patted Bra's head. His eldest daughter and youngest son had trained in the time chamber for half a year, and they had both sprouted up quickly, looking quite different from their childhood selves. Kiki, Xiaowu, Xiaowu, Xiaolan. Goku is back, Bra exclaimed like a joyous butterfly, summoning her siblings. Kiki and Xiaowu, busy preparing breakfast in the kitchen, stood frozen for a moment upon seeing Goku, tears welling in their eyes. Darling Xiaowu cried on the spot, having feared that Goku had abandoned them. Kiki comforted her, wiping away her tears, yet unable to suppress her own sobs, despite being younger than Xiaowu. Goku, feeling a pang of sorrow, embraced both of them, planting a kiss on their faces. Ah, Gohan, Xiaowu, Xiaolan were initially eager to greet Goku, but they hesitated at that moment. What about Bulma and the others? Goku inquired, stroking the heads of his two wives. Bulma has been staying at the research institute. And Ranchi is still in bed since she has golden hair today, Kiki replied with a smile, before suddenly realizing something. What? Darling, you were coming back today? From the staircase, golden-haired Ranchi unceremoniously leapt into Goku's arms, pushing Xiaowu and Kiki aside. Hey, you can't do that next time. Leaving your family without a word, all right? All right. By the way, Goku, you must be hungry. Come, sit at the dining table. I'll prepare another serving. Goku nodded in agreement, always patient with his family. He then noticed Kiki tugging at him suddenly. Who is that lady at the door who resembles Mr. Whis? Darling, she is, Xiaowu sniffled, curiously eyeing the angel standing at the entrance. Hello, ladies. I am Goku's attendant angel, Bardos, and also a candidate for the god of destruction. Bardos bowed deeply at the door, causing Kiki and Xiaowu to exchange bewildered glances. Ah, she is truly a beautiful lady, Ranchi blurted out, almost instinctively. Hello, Miss Bardos. Hello. Whether golden-haired or blue-haired, Ranchi seemed rather oblivious. After the introductions, Goku offered a wry smile, soon finding himself subjected to the playful teasing of his other two wives. So, from what Mr. Whis mentioned before, angels, gods of destruction, all these incomprehensible matters? Suddenly, Kiki seemed to recall something, tilting her head as she murmured, Is Daddy going to become a god of destruction? Ra suddenly clutched Goku's arm, as if she knew something. Goku felt a wave of confusion wash over him. After all, Bra was just a little girl. As they gathered around the dining table for breakfast, Goku learned from his wife that Mr. Whis seemed to hold Bra's talents in high regard, even asking her if she wished to become a god of destruction in the future. Oh no, I'm going to be late, Bra exclaimed, glancing at her watch before hurriedly grabbing her backpack and flying out the window. That child has remarkable talent, Bardos remarked, admiring Bra's retreating figure. Really? How do I compare? Goku asked with a mischievous grin. Giggle, comparing yourself to a child. Darling, you truly are mischievous, Bardos replied with a charming smile, though she soon realized she had been caught off guard. In the next moment, the other three wives fixated on Bardos as if guarding against a thief, while Gohan and the others quietly tidied up their belongings, preparing to head to school. Sensing the situation was turning precarious, Goku looked for an opportunity to extricate himself. Gohan, let Daddy take you to school. Ah, okay. Gohan nodded enthusiastically, and Xiaowu and Xiaolan quickly picked up their backpacks. Miss Bardos, did you find the food to your liking? Yes, it was quite delicious. By the way, when did you and Goku meet? Here it begins. Though Goku felt a slight inclination to stay and observe, knowing he had experienced such situations before, he decided it was best not to partake since he was the main character in this unfolding drama. Seeking help, Bardos looked toward Goku, but he pretended not to notice, instead lifting the three children as he prepared to teleport. Darling, wait a moment, Kiki suddenly called out, producing a lunchbox. This is for Bulma. She has been busy with research over there, and I worry she is not eating properly. Okay, I understand. Goku accepted the lunchbox, planted a kiss on Kiki, and then teleported away with the three children. In no time, he appeared on the playground of their school, much to the astonishment of onlookers. I'll pick you up this afternoon. Study hard. Okay. Goku waved to the children, only Gohan responding loudly, while Xiaowu and Xiaolan felt a tad embarrassed, merely nodding slightly. Next, he decided to visit Bulma. As he took off, he recalled learning during breakfast that Bulma had been working on a spaceship for the past year and a half, pondering that if she could perfect it, she might venture into outer space to find her husband. This was reminiscent of her endeavors during the Namek saga, though now Bulma was a mother of a 13-year-old. This year, Goku was already 32, while Bulma, 2 years his junior, turned 30 this year. Upon arriving at Capsule Corporation's Research Institute and greeting the Briefs couple, Goku headed straight to the area where Bulma was working. On the vast platform, a spaceship resembling an octopus was under construction. Bulma, with her side profile adorned with a combat scouter, was intently typing code on a monitor, her face devoid of expression. Suddenly, sensing something, she turned around in surprise. Darling. Bulma removed the scouter and rubbed her eyes, only to be met with a wave of emotion that caused her to burst into tears, wailing like a child. Why did you come back only now? It's been far too long. I'm so sorry. Goku quickly enveloped his beloved in his arms, soothing her gently. After a while, the two began to share tender moments, eventually becoming lost in each other's embrace within the spaceship. P.S. One update for today. I apologize, QQ. Having luxuriated with Bulma until the afternoon and elucidated on the matter of Vados, Goku bethought himself to retrieve his progeny from their scholastic endeavors. However, as they were all Saiyans, they possessed the capability to soar home unaided. Goku shrugged, reclining comfortably with Bulma within the recuperation bay of the spacecraft, engaging in amorous pastimes. By nightfall, witnessing his kin harmoniously coexisting with Bardos, Goku experienced a profound sense of relief. In the nascent years, skirmishes of a contentious nature had been commonplace. Goku possessed the authority to manipulate all through evil modification privilege, yet such an approach lacked appeal, lest he perceive the world as a mere game, ultimately leading to his own undoing. For since his youth, he had harbored an aversion towards those devoid of humanity and conscience. Of course, such antipathy was reserved for others. Excluding himself. 3 months hence, the realm of the Destroyer God in Universe 7. Within the God Tree, markedly dissimilar to that of Universe 6, Destroyer God Beerus slumbered in a suspended cradle, encompassed by myriad alveoli-like cavities, each containing a diverse array of alarm clocks. At that juncture, Angel Whis materialized within his bedchamber, silently observing the deity. In the ensuing moment, the surrounding alarm clocks erupted in a cacophony, their strident tones surpassing the threshold of human endurance. Yet, Destroyer God Beerus merely shifted his posture, burying his visage. It appears that greater emphasis is warranted, Whis mused, brandishing his scepter. Instantly, the din of the alarm clocks reverberated throughout every corner, and the hairless feline, ensconced within the cradle, clutched at his ears, bellowing in a frenzy. Ewa! Enough of this infernal racket. Boom! Dense energies of destruction surged forth. From a distant canyon, an observer would have witnessed a violet beam lacerating the heavens, obliterating scores of celestial bodies before gradually subsiding. Ugh! Donning a sleeping robe, Beerus sported a swollen protuberance upon his cranium, the result of Whis's recent percussive ministrations. Lord Beerus, I implore you to temper your irascibility. We are forthwith bound for the realm of the void to partake in the Destroyer God trials. Oh, has a new Destroyer God been appointed? Which miscreant might it be? I shall make haste to chastise him. Ugh. Beerus rubbed his head, then emitted a profound yawn. A Saiyan named Son Goku has ascended, having vanquished Lord Kampa in Universe 6. What? Upon hearing this, Beerus's eyes snapped open. He gazed solemnly at Whis, muttering to himself. Could this be the Super Saiyan God I envisioned in my dream? But we have yet to commence hostilities. Observing Beerus's demeanor, Whis initially contemplated divulging the prior encounter between a future iteration of Beerus and the aforementioned Saiyan, but ultimately refrained, as temporal interference is anathema to the divine. On this occasion, the Grand Minister has designated 3 Destroyer Gods to serve as examiners, with Lord Beerus being one of them. Whis clarified, redirecting the conversation. Oh, have the methods of assessment been altered? Humph. Should he fall into my grasp, the lad shall likely meet an ignominious end. Whis. Who are the other Destroyer Gods participating as examiners? Lord Quitella of Universe 4 and Lord Rumshi of Universe 11. Furthermore, all Destroyer Gods shall be present to witness these Destroyer God trials, presided over personally by the Grand Minister. Meaning all the Destroyer Gods shall attend? Ugh, that rodent is an utter vexation. Past trials merely required us and the angels to exchange a few blows. This alteration must stem from that lad's slaying of Kampa? Intriguing. Please accept my condolences, Lord Beerus. Humph, Kampa may be my sibling, but in all candor, his prowess was rather unremarkable. Having uttered these words, Beerus lapsed into prolonged silence before slowly rising. He elevated himself from the ground before plummeting, proceeding to change his raiment. Meanwhile, Goku had resided on Earth for 3 months, devoting much of his time to his family and attending to domestic matters. Concurrently, he persisted in acclimating to the vicissitudes of Ultra Instinct through established methods. Specifically, Ultra Instinct with emotional nuance. The original Ultra Instinct precluded the manifestation of any emotion. Consciousness focused solely on combat, while the body, as if imbued with an automatic evasion mechanism, rendered the opponent incapable of locating any vulnerability. Bardos had posited that if Ultra Instinct could be integrated into daily life, transitioning into a natural state imbued with emotional variations, Goku's attainment would bring him closer to the angelic realm. However, even Bardos had not anticipated Goku's fulfillment of this condition within a mere matter of days. With the remainder of his time dedicated to familial matters and the exploration of new transformations. Evil modification. On this day, Goku once more endeavored to actualize his conjecture. A faint crimson luminescence flickered about him, and gradually, comprehension dawned in his eyes, only to be supplanted by contemplation. Dual instinct. Is it feasible? Goku murmured, then, as if perceiving something, swiftly relinquished his ultra instinct form. Whoosh. Abruptly, Vados appeared before Goku. Gazing tenderly at her consort as he slumbered upon the ground, and intoned softly, "Dearest, my father has dispatched emissaries to escort us." I am aware. Goku opened his eyes, exchanging greetings with his family before departing Earth with Vados, returning to the realm of the Destroyer God. Earth was now proximate to the realm of the Destroyer God, accessible to Goku via instant transmission, rendering transit remarkably convenient. "Your son Goku?" At the vestibule of the Destroyer God's palace, a grating voice resounded, imbued with arrogance, as if the speaker held the individual before him in utter contempt. A gaunt, azure entity, attired as a guard, scrutinized Goku before closing his eyes and continuing, "You appear rather unimpressive. Make haste and proceed." Goku disregarded the pronouncement, but Vados nodded courteously, leading her husband towards the sentinel. An acolyte of Zeno? Goku maintained his silence, for in the absence of comprehension and clarity regarding the entity's capabilities, discretion dictated reticence. Pure white radiance conveyed the pair through the cosmos. Goku experienced the sensation of undertaking a protracted journey for the first time, reposing upon Vados' lap within the luminous expanse. Lapsing into profound slumber. "Dearest, awaken, we have arrived." "Humph. So this is the Saiyan who ascended by slaying Kampa? This sort of fellow dares to threaten me? Preposterous. Yeah, he has fallen asleep upon arrival. Mr. Scum Broly truly possesses a dearth of vigilance." Gentle voices, disdainful voices, and playful voices reverberated. Goku opened his eyes, observing Vados tenderly arranging his hair, whereupon he slowly sat upright. "Have we arrived?" "Indeed, dearest." Upon hearing this, Goku stretched languidly, then surveyed his surroundings. The area was barren, save for a coliseum resembling a turntable at its center. Precisely like the arena from the Tournament of Power, Goku stared momentarily, then swiftly noticed a gaunt man attired as a jester standing nearby, accompanied by the twin-tailed angel, Makarita, with whom he had previously interacted. Incidentally, the twin-tailed angel was casting amorous glances in his direction, her words tinged with flirtation, as if she regarded Goku as her pet. For some inexplicable reason, Vados pinched Goku's lower back, eliciting a grimace of discomfort. "Oh, are you Mr. Wukong?" Suddenly, a gentle voice resonated behind Wukong. Upon turning around, he found himself face to face with the leader of the angels, the Grand Minister, the steward of the Omni King. Chapter 76. The arrival of the Omni King. Yes. It is I. May I inquire as to your identity? Goku feigned ignorance, cautiously probing. "You may refer to me as the Grand Minister. My status is rather inconspicuous. I am merely a steward beside Lord Omni King. Bardos, it appears you have made your choice regarding Mr. Goku's resolve." The Grand Minister clasped his hands behind his back, gazing at Goku's daughter. "Yes, father." Bardos nodded gently, her eyes closed, adopting a posture of reverence. "Then let us await the unfolding of events with keen anticipation." The Grand Minister smiled enigmatically before departing with measured steps. Swish, swish, swish. Shadows suddenly manifested in the vicinity. They were the gods of destruction and angels from various universes. The angels bore little distinction among themselves, starkly contrasting with humanity. However, the gods of destruction exhibited a diverse array of forms. Some resembled bizarre extraterrestrial beings, while others appeared akin to Amazonian queens with Egyptian complexion, and still others were diminutive, spherical, black-furred creatures. The rest were various species such as mice, elephants, and foxes. Yet, Goku remained unfazed, having previously encountered their animated representations. "Oh, so this is the human who has slain a god of destruction? Truly, one should not underestimate him. TCH, what is that gaze? Does he regard us with disdain? One cannot say that. I find the human's visage quite appealing. It would be a pity if he were to perish just like that." The gods of destruction engaged in casual conversation, expressing a spectrum of attitudes towards Goku, with hostility overwhelmingly predominant. At last, with another swish, another figure appeared in the stands, Whis and Beerus. "Lord Beerus, we have arrived." "Yes, yes." Beerus yawned, stretching his fist, only to soon notice someone gazing up at him. "Heh." Goku's lips curled into a knowing smile as he regarded the other. Beerus, shedding his languid demeanor, coldly returned the gaze, speaking in a detached tone. Did that fellow Kampa meet his end at your hands? Ah, indeed. He lacks skill, and as a god of destruction, to fall to a mere human. Who could blame him? Is that so? It seems you possess quite a bit of audacity. Beerus sneered, and with a mere thought, a formidable pressure surged towards Goku. Lord Beerus. Suddenly, Whis intervened, reminding him, the Grand Minister is present. I implore you to maintain decorum. Humph. Beerus scoffed, then closed his eyes, resuming his silence. It appears everyone is gathered. I shall now elucidate the rules of the God of Destruction's trial. In the central sky of the trial grounds, the Grand Minister stood before the assembly of gods. His once gentle visage now impassive, resembling an emotionless automaton. This trial shall consist of 3 rounds of combat, judged by 3 gods of destruction alongside the trial participants. Each round will last for 30 minutes, concluding either when the participant surpasses the time limit, defeats a god of destruction, or the god concedes. Should a participant be slain by a god of destruction, it will be deemed a failure. Subsequently, the selected gods of destruction will engage in a final confrontation to determine the strongest candidate for the role of god of destruction. Upon concluding his statement, the Grand Minister surveyed the surroundings, then narrowed his eyes with a smile. Without further ado, let the trial commence. At that moment, a youthful voice echoed throughout the area. It seems quite intriguing. Indeed, upon hearing this, a wave of terror washed over the gods of destruction, their faces reflecting sheer panic. Beerus widened his eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, that voice, could it be? The gaze of the gods converged upon the center of the trial grounds, where the bamboo pole figure who had previously escorted Goku and his companion appeared, alongside a small blue child with a head resembling a football. Ah, Lord Omni King. The gods of destruction immediately knelt before the Omni King, while the Grand Minister descended from the sky, bowing respectfully, and sincerely remarked, Lord Omni King, I did not anticipate your interest in this matter. It appears my considerations were lacking. No need for concern, Grand Minister. After all, everyone is gathered here. How lively it is now. Grand Minister, is there an exciting competition taking place? The football-headed child inquired, seemingly oblivious to the kneeling gods of destruction. Indeed, Lord Omni King. The Grand Minister maintained his bowing posture before gradually rising. Today marks the trial for the selection of the new gods of destruction, with the participants being Son Goku from the 7th universe and Jiren from the 11th universe. Oh, Jiren is also participating. Upon hearing this, Goku turned his gaze towards the 11th universe, where a figure stood motionless in the shadows. Jiren remained as steadfast as a mountain, and Goku sensed that he seemed considerably taller, his muscles more pronounced. He soon noticed the Pod-era earrings adorning the ears of this bald extraterrestrial. They actually fused? And with another version of himself from a different timeline. Did the Time Patrol intervene, or is it something else entirely? Goku fell into contemplation, unaware of the football-headed Omni King suddenly leaning in with curiosity. Oh, you are the human who killed Kampa? Quite impressive, but, may I ask, why did you slay him? The tone of the inquiry resembled that of a concerned neighbor asking, why did you kill the stray cat near my home? Well, I was compelled to cook for Lord Kampa, and if the food was unsatisfactory, he would have obliterated me. Thus, with no other choice, I had to eliminate Lord Kampa. Faced with such an entity, Goku could only speak the truth, though he felt a twinge of anxiety within. The Omni King listened intently, nodding thoughtfully, then continued. So, it was an act of self-defense that led to his demise, correct? I see. Huh. Eek. As the silence enveloped the cosmic assembly, the gods of destruction displayed expressions of dread, contemplating the possibility of being implicated should the Omni King lose his temper. Then, all right, I understand. I shall let you off this time. The football-headed child displayed an innocent expression. How terrifying this little one is. Goku felt a cold sweat trickle down his back, and then Bardos grasped his hand, drawing astonished gazes from several angels. Next, Goku observed the Omni King bounding back to his attendants, boldly seating himself upon the throne, and declared, Squeeze, squeeze. Grand Minister, do begin. I can hardly contain my excitement. As per your will, Lord Omni King. The Grand Minister bowed once more, then turned to address the assembly. Now then, everyone, the trial of the gods of destruction begins officially. In the first round, let us invite the candidate god of destruction, Jiren, to the arena. Go, Jiren. The clown god of destruction raised his fist in cheer, as Jiren's towering figure leaped from the audience into the trial grounds, resembling a Pokemon. Ah, I see, my dear. You must be cautious from here on out. Bardos warned beside him, seemingly having noticed the patera earrings on Jiren's ears. P.S. Another chapter will follow. Chapter 77, I Will Fight 12. Jiren descended onto the arena, closing his eyes. Indeed, with his significantly enhanced power, he regarded even the gods of destruction with indifference. The first god of destruction he faced was Sidra, the bearded dwarf from Universe 9. Goku had a favorable impression of him, as he was the first among the gods to openly commend him. Not moving? Sidra observed Jiren, who stood still and felt an unexplainable pressure. In that case, I shall unleash my true abilities. Sidra roared, releasing an overwhelming force of destruction. In an instant, the two clashed, shattering the ground and collapsing the space around them. Their figures intertwined with such speed that only those who had reached a divine realm of level 6 or above could barely perceive their movements. Finally, with a resounding crash, Sidra was sent flying, crashing harshly to the ground, while Jiren remained motionless, still with his eyes closed. TCH. Sidra spat blood, slowly rising from the ground, and declared to the Grand Minister, I concede, this round is his victory. Upon hearing this, the arena fell silent for a moment, followed by an array of expressions from the gods of destruction in the stands. How is this possible? That individual named Jiren actually defeated Sidra? TCH. To lose so easily is truly a disgrace for the gods of destruction. Is that the patera earrings? I see. So the human from Universe 7 also utilized a similar method. Ding ding. Data analysis indicates that Jiren's overall attribute values have surpassed our realm. Danger. Danger. Listening to the discussions among the gods, Goku began to estimate Jiren's strength while simultaneously inquiring of the system. Zista, what is Jiren's combat power? Ding ding. Reporting, Master. Jiren's combat power is above the Z-level unit, within the divine realm, approximately 10 to 13. That aligns with my estimation. It seems he may be quite formidable. Is this his full strength? Ding ding. Yes, Master. This is a conservative estimate. Since the system has assessed him to be so powerful, I shall regard him as an entity on par with the angels. Goku pondered, then glanced at the attribute table generated by the system. ID, Jiren Divine Realm, 10 to 13, S, Attributes, Strength S, Defense S, Speed A. Are his attributes really that low? Goku remarked with skepticism. Wow, Jiren is amazing. He actually knocked down the dwarf with a single punch. The Omni King clapped his tiny hands in delight, prompting the Grand Minister's voice to resonate throughout the arena. All right, the first round of trials is concluded. Contestant Jiren has passed the trial. Now, please welcome the second god of destruction, Son Goku, to the trial arena. As the Grand Minister spoke, he swapped Jiren and Sidra. You can do it. Beerus cheered beside, appearing more like a lovesick maiden than the other angels, evoking much affection. Rest assured, Goku, taking advantage of the crowd's distraction, gave Beerus a quick kiss before teleporting directly to the training ground. Then, under the expressionless gaze of the Grand Minister, he cheerfully waved. Grand Minister, I have a proposal I would like to discuss. Oh, the Grand Minister responded with a soft sound. Yet he did not answer Goku's question, instead turning his gaze to the Omni King on the throne. Omni King, may I inquire your thoughts? Let's hear it. It sounds rather interesting. The little boy nodded, granting Goku permission. That esteemed Omni King, I believe the rounds of competition are far too slow. How about we have all the gods of destruction join forces in this match? Let us see if I can survive under the combined assault of the gods within the designated time. What do you all think? He spread his arms wide, turning his back to the gods, then slowly raised his finger as if selecting cabbage at a market. You, and you. Yes, that's right, you over there. The clown. Don't shy away. In total, you 11, plus Jiren. Let us all face off together. Goku spoke nonchalantly, his orange martial arts uniform billowing, his eyes gleaming with defiance and overwhelming dominance. I will fight all 12 of you. At this declaration, even the angels exhibited expressions of astonishment, exchanging glances amongst themselves. Even the Omni King could not suppress his applause, his mouth forming a na shape. TCH. Kid, I see you're tired of living. So eager to court death. The yellow mouse clad in God of Destruction attire sneered. He was Katra, the God of Destruction from Universe 4, and it was expected that he would serve as the examiner for this round. What a fool. Did I misjudge? That fellow from Universe 11 was actually defeated by such a person. Beerus scoffed, initially harboring some hopes, but now looking at Goku as if he were already a corpse. What a pity. I had hoped that if he triumphed, we could engage in a meaningful exchange. The only female God of Destruction, who was grooming her nails, murmured to herself. She was Hellas, the god of destruction from Universe 2. Meanwhile, the little boy was brimming with excitement upon hearing Goku's proposal, clapping his hands joyfully. How delightful! How delightful! But, Goku, are you sure you won't have any problems? The gods of destruction are quite powerful. You know you could die? In response, Goku confidently nodded. No problem. I've already prepared myself for this. As he spoke, he raised his thumb in a gesture, but reconsidered and lowered it. Better not make the king gesture, lest I end up regretting it later. Goku thought inwardly. How impressive. Truly remarkable. Yes, Grand Minister. Let us proceed with this. Very well. Since it is the will of the Omni King. The Grand Minister nodded, then pointedly looked at Goku. Mr. Goku, this request was initiated by you. Should you fail and perish in the trial arena, we angels shall not be held accountable. Do you understand? Ah, please, Grand Minister. Goku replied casually, hands on his hips. Is it really all right to let him act so recklessly, sister? On the stands, Whis gazed at the slender figure of Beerus, unable to restrain his inquiry. It's fine, Whis. I believe he is aware of the consequences of his actions. If he fails, I will merely follow him, Beerus responded. Is that so? If that is the case, I do somewhat regret bringing him to meet you, Whis expressed, guilt lacing his words. However, upon hearing this, Beerus smiled gently. No matter. Ever since I met him, I have experienced the happiest moments of my life. Thus, I would go to any lengths to be with him. Mr. Goku once told me that his journey has been too smooth, devoid of true trials, so he must have chosen this path. To be continued. Chapter 78, Fierce Battle. The new competition rules have been established, and the next match will feature the God of Destruction candidate, Sun Wukong, facing off against 11 gods of destruction, as well as the God of Destruction candidate, Jiren. The Grand Priest, with his hands clasped behind his back, spoke softly, then turned to the assembly of deities. Now, let us all proceed to the trial grounds. With a swift motion, 12 figures appeared in an instant. The gods of destruction arriving at the trial arena, while Jiren stood silently at the back of the group, his eyes closed. Excellent, excellent. Hey, Wukong, if you win this trial, I shall grant you a reward. The Omni King exclaimed excitedly from his throne, shaking his little feet. What? The Omni King himself will bestow a reward. The gods of destruction were taken aback, their gazes towards Wukong shifting to one of disdain. Let the match begin. With the Grand Priest's command, the gods of destruction assumed their stances, yet some looked down upon the human before them. Are we really going to take this kid seriously? One of you could easily take him out, complained the fox god of destruction, Liger, from Universe 8, now casually cradling his head in his hands. How audacious for a mere human to challenge the gods. Is it overconfidence or sheer foolishness? The god of destruction from Universe 12, a sea creature-like being, sneered. Enough chatter. Are you not ashamed? Beerus huffed, launching the first strike. His entire being erupted with violet energy as he roared, unleash your full power. Super Saiyan God. Boom. The overwhelming destructive force erupted, causing even the trial arena crafted by the Grand Priest to begin to crumble, sending shockwaves that startled the other deities. Could it be that he is using his true power right from the start? However, they were unprepared for what followed. In response to Beerus's fierce attack, Wukong effortlessly caught his fist with one hand. What? Beerus gasped, realizing he was firmly restrained and unable to move. Then, a radiant blue glow enveloped Wukong's body, and his hair transformed into a brilliant blue. He had transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. Huh. Wukong smirked, seemingly unfazed by the destructive energy around him, and delivered a powerful punch to Beerus's abdomen, sending him flying with a single slap. How? How can this be? A human has effortlessly reached the divine realm. The diminutive god of destruction gasped, realizing Wukong's formidable nature. Nay, that human has long surpassed this realm, and I sense he has transcended it. The elephant god of destruction, Lam-Z, was equally astonished, for only angels could handle a god of destruction in such a manner. Are you not coming at me? Then I shall take action. Wukong roared, his azure aura surging dramatically. The blue radiance enveloped the entire trial arena. Oh! The gods were all taken aback by this overwhelming presence. Even Beerus, who had just risen, wore a grave expression. Suddenly, the clown god of destruction shouted from afar. Here it comes. With a whoosh, Wukong vanished from sight, reappearing before the elephant god and delivering a fierce kick. Boom. The ground cracked, dust rising. The elephant god was struck hard, sent hurtling through the air. Do not give him a chance. Attack together. The abominable snowman god of destruction, Iwan, urged, creating a protective barrier to catch the elephant. At this moment, all gods of destruction cast aside their pride and charged at Wukong. Prepare to perish, human. You are far too arrogant. Be destroyed. In an instant, the fox god, the sea monster god, and the clown god unleashed their assaults. Energy blasts, key cannons, and destructive energy converged upon Wukong. Boom! The explosion radiated like a supernova, yet when the smoke cleared, Wukong stood in scathe, tilting his head in disdain. I ask, have you not had your meals? Is this all your strength? Surely, you are not considering retirement? Wukong mocked, casually brushing off the dust from his attire. As energy blasts surged toward him again, he simply flicked his leg, sending the barrage of attacks back at his foes. Boom, 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 boom. The gods of destruction hurriedly raised their hands to defend themselves, but soon, impatience crept into their expressions. TCH, how dare you underestimate us? You are far too arrogant. Young one, I do not appreciate such words. In an instant, the Egyptian goddess of destruction and the elephant god charged forward, while the alien god continuously fired death beams from the sidelines. Wukong swiftly exchanged blows with the two gods, all the while keeping an eye out for potential ambushes. Thanks to the continuous application of Dragon God's techniques and instant transmission, he managed to handle the situation with ease. Bayu, a death ray shot forth. Wukong seized the moment, grabbing the Egyptian goddess and using her as a shield. Boom. The female god nearly had her body penetrated, letting out a painful groan, then angrily berating her comrade for their incompetence. Bang! Wukong, channeling the power of the dragon god, delivered a punch that shattered the elephant god's tusk, causing him to cry out in agony as he knelt. But soon, the fox god followed up, launching several fiery blasts from his fox tails toward Wukong. Athaha! Wukong laughed heartily, once again using the Egyptian goddess as a shield to absorb the flames. Damn it! Can you not be gentler with women? The Egyptian goddess screamed, struggling to activate her protective barrier. Boom! The barrier shattered, and the Egyptian goddess suffered severe injuries, on the brink of collapse. Just as Wukong prepared to finish her off, a large yellow mouse suddenly emerged from the ground. Bang! Wukong's face was struck hard, sending him flying. And then he was seized from behind by the sea monster god, who restrained him firmly. Charge now! The sea monster god bellowed, as 5 or 6 gods of destruction surged forward, each unleashing their unique attacks upon Wukong. Ah! Wukong roared, smashing the sea monster's jaw with the back of his head, then, disregarding the risk of injury, performed a shoulder throw to send him crashing away. Bang! The sea monster slammed heavily into the ground, and the gods of destruction quickly scattered, then charged at Wukong again. Bang! 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 Multiple figures collided with Wukong, igniting another fierce bout of combat. Then Beerus stepped forward first, delivering a powerful punch to Wukong. Damn it! Wukong turned, his eyes filled with murderous intent, grabbing the large yellow mouse and forcing it into Beerus's mouth. Ugh! What are you doing? Quitella screamed, struggling fiercely. Ugh! 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 Beerus gagged, desperately trying to fend Wukong off, nearly choking to death. Soon, the other gods seized the opportunity to restrain Wukong, and 5 or 6 gods of destruction gathered around him, channeling their destructive energy, intent on obliterating him. You are finished, son Wukong. The clown god of destruction sneered, a mocking smile plastered across his face. Chapter 79, The Five-Fingered Palm Sword. Hee, is that so? However, Wukong merely responded to the destroyer clown with a disdainful smile, raising his hand to point a finger at his brow. Whoosh! In an instant, he activated his instantaneous movement, appearing high above. Behold, destroyers! Wukong sneered, then gathered his hands into the ultimate pose, bellowing, Ultimate Kamehameha. Ha! The destroyers were taken aback, quickly unleashing their energy blasts to counter. Soon, the opposing energies clashed violently, threatening to shatter the very trial grounds. Boom! A brilliant white light erupted as the colossal Kamehameha collided with multiple energy blasts, producing a thunderous tremor that resounded throughout the arena. The angels waved their staffs, striving to maintain the order of the space. At that moment, Wukong suddenly noticed Jiren in the distance, his eyes wide open, unleashing an overwhelming barrage of punches that surged towards Wukong like a tidal wave. Almost forgot about that guy. Wukong instantly flashed to Jiren's front and delivered a powerful kick. Bang! Jiren's head tilted slightly, a crimson line appearing on his face. Ah, I see. You can so easily breach my defenses. It seems you have cultivated some specialized offensive techniques, Jiren uttered in a deep, resonant voice. Then swung a fist at Wukong with all his might. Boom. The ground of the trial ground erupted like a sandstorm, the sheer force shaking the hearts of the destroyers. Is Jiren really that terrifying? Quintella gaped in disbelief, while the clown god suddenly erupted in triumphant laughter. Haha. He is my carefully trained warrior. Over the past year, he has devoted himself to training, not to mention utilizing the Patera earrings. Humph, delicious. You have indeed concealed something, haven't you? Beerus grumbled, veins bulging on his forehead, the taste of that mouse lingering in his mouth, now particularly infuriated. Ding ding. Initiate the full-scale attack. Success rate is an impressive 80%. Launch the destructive energy blasts. The mechanical destroyer of Universe 3, Manique, emitted beeping sounds. His fingers unleashing 10 beams that pierced through the arena, aimed at Wukong amidst the smoke. Humph. Jiren glared upwards, unleashing a multitude of fist shadows that obliterated the beams. Ding ding. What are you doing? The mechanical destroyer fumed, perplexed as to why this individual was interfering. This is my battle. You should not meddle, Jiren stated calmly. Then turned to gaze at Wukong's oddly composed face as the smoke dissipated. If you wish to challenge me one-on-one, why did you sneak attack earlier? Is it really necessary? Wukong crossed his arms, contemplating for a moment, then turned his back and declared loudly, You have two choices. Either wait here obediently, or join forces with those destroyers to take me down. The choice is yours. Whoosh. In the next moment, Wukong erupted with energy, charging at the group of destroyers. Damn it. The elephant destroyer roared, charging forward first, swinging several punches that failed to even graze Wukong's attire. With a resounding thud, Wukong elbowed him in the abdomen, then seized his trunk and slammed him into the sea monster destroyer. Ugh. Both were sent flying back with a grunt. Ahem. The dwarf destroyer bellowed, summoning gravitational stones that defied logic to hurl at Wukong, only to have the latter effortlessly catch them. Boom. The stones shattered as Beerus, the fox destroyer, and the clown destroyer unleashed fierce attacks, only to suddenly hear Wukong's thunderous shout. Kaioken. Maximum multiplier In an instant, the trial ground shimmered with a crimson glow. The super blue Kaioken erupted, and Wukong unleashed a whirlwind of punches and kicks, sending Beerus and the other gods hurtling away, their bodies writhing in pain on the ground. This is against the rules, isn't it? Even the mouse destroyer Quintella could not help but voice his thoughts. But soon he noticed someone gripping his head tightly from behind. Big Mouse, your time is up, Wukong said coldly, having been struck by this very individual earlier, which had remained on his mind. Ah! Quintella screamed as Wukong slammed him down, gathering energy for a massive explosion attack. In the smoke, Wukong suddenly noticed something aiming at him. It was the mechanical destroyer gathering a destructive energy beam, ready to unleash. Whoosh. In an instant, Wukong raised his hand, revealing a 100-meter-long lightsaber. The body of the mechanical destroyer from Universe 3 was pierced through, revealing a red demon-like destroyer grinning foolishly, as if to say, sorry for the interruption. Boom. The mech exploded, and the mechanical destroyer Mosca was the first to be eliminated by Wukong. Help me, the yellow-skinned mouse squeaked. Yet none of the destroyers intervened at that moment. You all wait for me. Another explosion ensued, a deep pit forming in the earth. The center now filled with bubbling magma, while the mouse destroyer lay unconscious, his head charred. The mouse destroyer Quintella was the second to be eliminated. Impressive. Truly magnificent. Wukong. The arena fell silent as all the kings leapt in joy on their thrones. Even the grand priest revealed a smile, quietly praising his daughter, Bardos, for her discerning eye. Upon witnessing this, Whis, seated in the stands, inexplicably exhaled a sigh of relief. However, when he glanced towards his sister, he found her as calm as before, simply observing. In contrast, the angel from Universe 11, Makarita, bit her silver teeth in frustration, her mind racing with the thought that if Wukong emerged victorious, she would be treated as a slave. What's wrong, Makarita? Asked the curious little angel from Universe 10. XS. Makarita merely huffed, ignoring her. Feeling neglected, the little angel displayed a look of loneliness and sadness. Humph, do not underestimate me. The sea monster destroyer stood up, unleashing a ki blast powerful enough to obliterate dozens of planets, only to be swatted away by Wukong, who sent it crashing into the dwarf destroyer behind him. What? The dwarf was taken aback, raising his hands to catch the ki blast, which propelled him skyward. With a resounding explosion, the intense flames illuminated the entire arena. Soon, Beerus and the Fox Destroyer re-engaged Wukong in battle, who clenched his fists. His aura resonating with a dragon's roar, each punch accompanied by the might of twin dragons emerging from the sea, firmly suppressing the attacking destroyers. What is the matter? Is this all the strength you possess? Wukong scoffed, kicking Beerus away, while the sea monster and elephant joined forces to relentlessly besiege him. Hey, Hellas, why are you not attacking? The alien destroyer Yarrick continuously fired death beams while berating his companion behind him. All right, can I take a break? Or should I just concede? After all, he is so strong. I'm quite fond of him, the Egyptian female Hellas mused seriously, much to Yarrick's annoyance. TCH. You females are so unreliable, especially when you're in heat, he retorted, but soon he saw Wukong charging out of the encirclement, heading straight for him. Damn it, the alien destroyer exclaimed, gathering several curving death rays with his fingers to shoot at Wukong. With a cold smirk, Wukong unleashed his aura once more, causing the beams to trail behind his tail. In an instant, he transformed into a vibrant arc of red and blue, delivering a powerful punch to the withered abdomen of his opponent. Ag. The liquid within the alien destroyer erupted outward, yet was halted by the fiery aura enveloping Wukong's form. This act, however, incensed Wukong further. He bellowed and swung his leg with ferocity. The alien destroyer was sent soaring backwards, crashing violently against the rocky wall, with dust and debris swirling around once more. In the midst of the haze, the latter quickly noticed Wukong ascending into the skies, and with a detached tone, he proclaimed, "Observe closely, this is how the finger energy blast is executed." With that, Wukong raised his right fist high above his head, while his left hand gathered a concentrated palm imprint, shouting, "Five-finger heart sword. Bayu." With a single stroke, the energy surged forth, swallowing the landscape. The sword light, accompanied by a resonant dragon's roar, pierced through the very essence of the alien destroyer. Beerus and the others felt a chill run down their spines. Even the Grand Priest, serving as the referee, was momentarily taken aback. The Fifth Universe's Yarrick, eliminated. To be continued, Chapter 80. The Dark Destroyer, you are the fourth to be eliminated. Wukong raised his second finger nonchalantly, as the golden sword light transformed into a long rainbow, launching towards the distant Egyptian goddess of destruction. Wait, why am I the one? The Egyptian goddess, Hellas, reacted swiftly, summoning her bowstring and drawing an arrow, aiming at Wukong's golden sword energy. However, the sword energy shattered her arrow and barreled towards her. Wah! The Egyptian goddess was astounded, and then, with a soft, her defenses crumbled once more, her left shoulder pierced by the sword energy, leaving her body limp on the ground. Leave now. I do not slay women, Wukong declared loudly from above. Fine, I get it. I concede. Hellas sighed, casting a resentful glance towards the direction of the humans. Hellas of the Second Universe, eliminated. The voice of the Grand Priest echoed again, causing the hearts of the other gods of destruction to sink. Soon, the third, fourth, and fifth swords came in succession, each one more ferocious than the last. Damn it! They are coming. Stop them. Do not give him a chance, Beerus shouted, beginning to gather his destructive energy. The gods of destruction realized the severity of the situation. The sharpness of that sword energy posed a definite threat to them, prompting them to unleash their powers in defense. Oh, the fox god of destruction roared, sprouting 9 tails behind him and launching energy blasts to intercept the sword energy. The long-haired monster, sea monster, clown, dwarf, and elephant erupted simultaneously, unleashing devastating energy waves towards the hellish arena. Boom, boom, boom. The trial ground erupted in a series of explosions. And as the tidal wave of destructive energy receded, a colossal energy ball, conjured by Beerus, slowly descended towards Wukong. You shall not escape. Observing Wukong's movements, the long-haired monster god of the first universe attempted to ensnare him with a special energy shield. Wukong's limbs were bound, yet he smiled as he gazed at the approaching destructive orb, allowing it to envelop him. In an instant, his diminutive figure was swallowed by the blazing sun. Gods of destruction, Beerus called out, and in the next moment, the other 6 gods of destruction swiftly moved to his side. They exchanged glances, then, in unison, raised their palms towards Wukong below. Destruction, the gods shouted in unison. Swish! A powerful force of destruction enveloped the area, transforming the once radiant energy ball into a deep purple hue, thick with destructive power, threatening to obliterate everything in the trial ground, turning vast portions of the Foundation to dust, intending to completely annihilate Wukong. Great opportunity. As the dense destructive energy pressed down on him, Wukong felt exhilarated, and then proclaimed, "Then, let me show you what true destruction really is." With a whoosh, a magnificent aura erupted forth. Though Wukong was bound, he roared, striving to transform into a new form. Oh! The darkened energy flared, and Wukong's eyes turned crimson as he unleashed his anger. His once azure aura shifting to a dark purple, his blue hair transitioning to a gradient of deep black and purple, his physique growing more robust. As the destructive energy fused with him, his hair cascaded down, significantly longer than his previous Super Saiyan 4 form, with his eyebrows intact. Wukong opened his dark purple eyes, and an unusual gravitational force began to radiate. What? Beerus and the others were stunned, beads of sweat forming on their brows, utterly unprepared for Wukong's retained power. In the distance, Jiren suddenly opened his eyes wide, his expression serious as he observed the center of the engulfing destructive energy, the figure infused with an aura of annihilation. Ah! Wukong roared, his clothing tearing apart, revealing the unique runes of destruction on his chest, absorbing all the surrounding destructive energy. Now standing there, he was unimaginably powerful. Oh! Wukong looks so magnificent. He has become incredibly strong. Seeing this scene, the Omni King leaped with joy, while the Grand Priest muttered to himself, "It seems the competition will take a while longer." Meanwhile, the gods of destruction on the trial ground were left in shock, their mouths agape. The dwarf god of destruction exclaimed, Is that his form as a god of destruction? How is it possible? He is so strong. Not only that, but if I'm not mistaken, his form as a god of destruction has incorporated the primal power of the Saiyans. What a terrifying being. Beerus gritted his teeth. Even so, he shouldn't expect to surpass us. If it weren't for the chaos earlier, our powers would not have been restrained. The fox god of destruction sneered, when suddenly, someone else spoke. Hey, Jiren, stop dawdling. Come help us. The gods began to discuss, and the clown god of destruction urged Jiren to join the fray. Yet this bald giant remained unmoved. Damn it. Jiren's inaction made the clown god clench his fists, his sausage-like lips gritting in frustration, but suddenly, he heard Wukong's laughter below. He, so that's it. So strong. Far beyond my initial expectations, truly fitting. Since this is Super Saiyan 4 combined with my Ultra Instinct, what should I name it? Wukong clenched his fist, gazing at the dark purple aura enveloping him. Lacking the ape-like fur and tail of Super Saiyan 4, a smile crept across his lips. Let us call it the Dark Destroyer. Or perhaps the Super Saiyan Black God. He nodded to himself in affirmation, then looked up, slightly bowing in gratitude. Thank you all for your assistance. TCH, treating us like fools. Swish. The fox god of destruction dove down first, followed by the clown, sea monster, elephant, and dwarf. As 4 gods of destruction surrounded Wukong, a flash of sword light appeared, not from Wukong, but from the fox god using a sword technique infused with destructive energy. Human, taste my sword. The fox god, Ligier, bellowed, raising his palm to strike down at Wukong, only to have it caught between Wukong's 2 fingers. Clang. What? Ligier was stunned, and Wukong chuckled, then unleashed the dragon god technique with a single punch, sending him flying and spitting blood. The fox god staggered back, and Wukong noticed the clown preparing to ambush from afar, so he activated his instant transmission, raising his hand to unleash a massive explosion attack directly at him. Boom. The explosion erupted, and the clown screamed, collapsing to the ground, though Wukong suspected he was merely feigning defeat. What? The gods of destruction were taken aback, realizing the instant explosion had heightened their vigilance. However, before Wukong could deliver the final blow, the dwarf and elephant quickly moved in, striking at Wukong with a flurry of punches. Boom, 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 boom. A deafening cacophony erupted as the dwarf and elephant's power surged, yet Wukong merely used one leg to counter their onslaught. How did you two become gods of destruction with such feeble strength? Wukong scoffed, raising his leg to meet their fists, then brought his hands together. Boom. The heads of the dwarf and elephant collided with a resounding crash, both rolling their eyes in agony as they witnessed Wukong's fist, imbued with a dragon's roar, hurtling towards them. Uffed. The dwarf's chest was pierced by Goku's strike, rendering him unconscious on the spot. Meanwhile, one of the elephant's tusks was shattered, yet he remained defiant. Unleashing a sonic wave attack that seemed almost tangible, Universe 9 Sidera was eliminated. At the command of the Grand Priest, the dwarf was instantaneously transported away, while the Angel of the Destroyer quickly employed a localized time rewind to mend the other's injuries. Hey, Jiren, what are you doing? Do you truly believe you can defeat him? The twin-tailed angel girl gasped in disbelief, chastising Jiren from the sidelines. On the other side, gritting his teeth, Goku resisted the sonic assault, observing as those lesser beings charged at him with reckless abandon. He never anticipated that even the once mighty destroyers could find themselves in such a predicament. In a swift motion, he glared upward, unleashing an unseen technique akin to Jiren's, instantly sending the long-haired and sea monster destroyers flying. Yet, in an instant, a flurry of playing cards exploded around Goku, followed by Beerus, radiating a white light, crashing into Goku's abdomen with tremendous force. TCH. Ultra Instinct, huh? Goku grunted, feeling a twinge of pain. With a resounding crash, Beerus cleaved the arena into several segments, forcing Goku to retreat several meters, where he spotted the fallen clown god fiddling with his cards, seemingly plotting something. Is that magic? Goku smiled, now impervious to such strange techniques, but he wished to conceal any weaknesses from those around him, so he erupted with power. Dragon Fist, he roared, surging toward the clown god. What? The clown god exclaimed, then cried out in terror, hey, you all, cover me. However, Goku had already left Beerus far behind as the others were just rising. Bam! The clown's entire face caved in, blood spraying everywhere. Following that, Goku's fist erupted with purple lightning, summoning a divine dragon that ensnared the clown god. Roaring fiercely, the dragon circled the arena in the awestruck gazes of the destroyers, gradually moving outside the battlefield. Aya! The clown god wailed, and just then, Jiren made his move. His form transformed into a blazing meteor, piercing through the roaring dragon. With a thunderous boom, Jiren and the clown god plummeted from the sky, nearly shattering the arena. Moments later, Jiren realized that the destroyer in his arms had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Swiftly, the grotesque clown god collapsed, eyes rolled back onto the spectator stands. The twin-tailed angel, Meruz, was left dumbfounded, pausing for a moment before sighing and casting a time rewind spell. Lord Vermoud, after I leave, please remember to take care of yourself, Meruz said, regaining her composure, reflecting on the destroyer she had trained herself. Universe 11's Vermoud eliminated. The Grand Priest's voice echoed once more, having previously utilized his abilities to transport Vermoud away. Giggle, to think that a single strike could topple a destroyer. That man is remarkably strong. I would love to savor a battle with him someday. The Egyptian goddess Hellas licked her crimson lips, now siding with Goku, eager to witness what surprises this new destroyer could unveil. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, what a pity, Goku scoffed, realizing he had the opportunity to obliterate Vermoud with a single punch, yet felt an unseen restraint, as if fate forbade him from doing so. Now only Beerus, the long-haired monster, the sea monster, and the elephant remained, along with the candidate destroyer Jiren. Goku surveyed them, casually adjusting his dark hair, and spoke slowly. Having reached this point, allow me to offer you all a piece of advice. If you feel there's no need for a life and death struggle, perhaps it's time to withdraw, as losing too disgracefully later would not reflect well on you. What did you say? The elephant, Ramses, bellowed in anger, only to be restrained by Beerus. Hey, foolish elephant, he speaks the truth. At this stage, haven't you realized? Frankly, I don't even feel confident I can fully defeat him. Beerus, what are you trying to say? Ramses retorted angrily. Beerus glared fiercely at Goku. He is the Super Saiyan god that appeared in my dreams, who managed to kill Kappa and now has us in such a dire state. I cannot swallow this indignation. I couldn't care less. In fact, this battle is rather interesting. I never expected such strength would emerge from humanity. It truly opens my eyes. The sea monster destroyer, Jean, chuckled, then turned to the long-haired monster destroyer, Yuan. Hey, you too. Having come this far, I only wish to continue the fight. The long-haired monster clenched his fists and, following the gazes of the others, turned toward Jiren. After a moment of silence, Jiren fixed his unwavering gaze on Goku. I will defeat you. At this, the other destroyers grew impatient, with Ramses angrily pointing at Jiren. Where have you been? Your universe's destroyers were all defeated by that human. If it weren't for you, would we be in this predicament? Humph. How boring. The collective power is so feeble. Jiren scoffed, closing his eyes dismissively. Truly. If you want to argue, take it outside. If you keep prattling, I might just destroy all of you. Beerus warned, his murderous intent surging. Beerus, you wretch. Hey, stop arguing. Don't give that human over there the pleasure of watching us squabble. Jean interrupted the pointless bickering, pointing at Goku, who was now wielding a long sword, swinging it with effortless grace, leaving trails of afterimages. A splendid sword indeed. I wonder if Trunks' weapon can even harm a destroyer. Goku dragged the blade across his body, but after a lengthy effort, only shallow scratches appeared. Chapter 81. Surrender. That fellow intends to confront us with such a toy. Beerus gritted his teeth, his silver-white aura growing unstable, as if on the verge of transforming into his god of destruction mode. You all wait here. Let me first meet him. Jiren moved, his massive form instantaneously transforming into a crimson light as he charged towards Goku. TCH, such a self-important fool. Jean spat, as he, a sea monster, demonstrated remarkable regenerative abilities, having completely healed from the injuries Goku inflicted earlier, leaving no trace behind. Goku raised his gaze, witnessing Jiren's figure descend upon him like a meteor. Swish. A blade of light shot skyward, cleaving the shattered arena in two, yet the strike veered slightly, merely grazing Jiren's body and drawing a trickle of blood. Is that fellow behind this? Realizing his wrist was under pressure, Goku focused on the long-haired god of destruction from the first universe, observing the hair on the being's body standing on end, as if threatened by death. Boom. A meteor-like impact obliterated Goku's position. Yet Jiren was astonished to find the individual before him completely unmoved, even catching his attack with one hand. Destruction. Goku intoned calmly, and in an instant, dark purple flames erupted around Jiren, the overwhelming destructive force beginning to invade him, forcing him to struggle. Jiren roared, unleashing his inner power once more, desperately resisting the encroaching destruction. I shall return to deal with you later. Goku replied coldly. Then, with a mere flick of his toes, he appeared before the god of destruction of the first universe. Finished? Iwan was dumbstruck, never anticipating that the human before him possessed such speed. Boom. Another fierce roar echoed. Dust swirled down, and Iwan found himself seated on the ground as Goku's punch was astonishingly intercepted. Jean. Iwan stared blankly at the sea monster god of destruction, noting the grotesque shape of one arm and the frightful pallor on his face. Bang. A pair of massive hands emerged from the ground. The elephant-like Lam-Z firmly grasped Goku's ankle. Hey, long-haired one, quickly use your powers to restrain him. Beerus bellowed, instantly appearing behind Goku, tightening his grip around the latter's neck. A chokehold. Goku remained unfazed, suddenly sensing Iwan's spatial manipulation abilities. Layers of circles enveloped him, as several gods of destruction collaborated to firmly restrain him, then collectively wielded their respective powers of destruction. Destruction. X for the gods of destruction gritted their teeth and roared. And in an instant, the space began to collapse and disintegrate. The purple flames enveloping Goku seemed ready to shred him to pieces, causing him to slightly curl his body. You are finished. Son Goku. This time, even the Grand Priest cannot save you. Do not think you can endure this destructive energy. Die. Oh! The gods screamed, unleashing their full destructive powers, vowing to annihilate this monster capable of effortlessly overpowering gods of destruction. Hee. Haraha. Suddenly, a low chuckle emanated from Goku's throat. Beerus, closest to him, felt a chill rising from his core. Why, is he laughing? No, he must not laugh. He was almost there. Ha ha ha. Goku's body trembled incessantly, desperately suppressing his amusement. The several gods of destruction finally realized something. They discovered their destructive energy was rapidly flowing into Goku's body. As Goku began to cackle, the dense destructive energy transformed him into a frenzied beast, the power within him eliciting a look of horror from even Beerus. No, this is impossible. How can you absorb so much destructive energy? Even a god of destruction would have perished long ago. You cannot achieve this. Beerus screamed in madness, gripping Goku's neck with all his might, striving to snap it. Nothing is impossible, Lord Beerus. My secret is something you could never fathom. Haraha. Goku laughed heartily, as the power within him surged forth. With a resounding bang, he instantly broke free from his restraints. Not good. Stop him. Roar. The elephant god of destruction unleashed a sonic attack from his feet, while Beerus clung to Goku's neck. And the long-haired monster began to coalesce a blade of light akin to a keyblade, while the sea monster's arm was severed, forcing him to unleash a mouth blast. Boom. Another explosion erupted. Yet, for some reason, This time the smoke was particularly dense, obscuring the conditions within from the audience. Katra stood up in astonishment. This large yellow rat from the fourth universe was among the first to be eliminated, and like the other recovered gods of destruction, was now intently observing the situation. Thick smoke enveloped the entire arena, but soon, muffled thuds began to resonate. What on earth was happening? Heles, the Egyptian sea deity, mused with confusion, yet her keen sight quickly clarified the circumstances unfolding within. On the battlefield, Goku was seen grasping Beerus's head, vehemently smashing it against Lam-Z's cranium, while uttering phrases like "give me another kiss," causing the latter's visage to contort grotesquely, his eyes to rot, and his head to explode. The little angel from the 10th universe screamed in horror, covering her eyes with both hands, unable to bear witnessing the scene any longer. Lord Zeno, please avert your gaze for a moment. The Grand Priest shielded Zeno's view, and this time, Zeno complied, falling into a profound silence without voicing any opinions. Lam-Z from the 10th universe is eliminated. The Grand Priest raised his hand, directly teleporting the elephant god of destruction away, startling the little angel once more. It appears you are sturdier, Lord Beerus. Goku's violet pupils fixated on Beerus's contorted face, his fingers tightening, as if intent on crushing his head completely. I surrender. What? I said. I surrender. Upon hearing this, Goku's expression gradually cooled, a wave of profound disappointment enveloping his heart, followed by an indescribable emptiness and loneliness. The strongest god of destruction, is this all he amounts to? He glanced into the distance, where during the explosion, he had pinned the long-haired monster of the first universe to the ground, who was still convulsing. Goku released Beerus, then withdrew the sword embedded in Ewan, slowly approaching the sea monster Gene, raising his palm gently. I shall not strike further. I surrender, I surrender. The god of destruction from the 12th universe, Gene, bowed his head, feeling aggrieved. Goku surveyed the surroundings. Apart from him, only one other remained. Jiren. To be continued. Chapter 82. Complete limit state. Jiren stood still, as the destructive energy previously unleashed upon this bald extraterrestrial faded away. The opponent's body was now tattered, infused with a surging aura of divine energy. From Universe 1, Ewan, eliminated. From Universe 12, Gene, eliminated. From Universe 7, Beerus, eliminated. The Grand Priest's calm words swept the remaining gods of destruction off the stage like a broom. In the distance, Jiren, having dispelled his destructive power, lifted his gaze to glare at Goku, slowly speaking, Son Goku, you are formidable. Perhaps I cannot defeat you. But, he paused, adopting a stance with veins bulging on his forehead, declaring, do not think you can easily triumph over me. A blazing light, as intense as a star, erupted from Jiren, causing the ground around them to disintegrate and rise into the air. Goku merely watched, displaying remarkable calm in the face of Jiren's unleashed power. Is this all you have? Goku tilted his head in confusion, inquiring, what about your god of destruction form? At this, Jiren narrowed his eyes in silence for a moment, then closed them, allowing the dense destructive energy to surge forth. Very well, let me show you. In that instant, his muscular physique became even more imposing, resembling a small giant before Goku. Veins expanded, muscles bulged, enveloped in a dark purple aura that rendered him quite intimidating. Now, this is 80% of my power, Jiren spoke slowly. His face no longer subdued but adorned with a provocative smile. Is this the transformation brought about by destructive power? How intriguing. Come, let me see your prowess. Goku beckoned Jiren with a finger, but suddenly realized that he had vanished. Behind me, as he swiftly turned around, Goku discovered Jiren lifting a leg to deliver a kick aimed at him. Bang! Struck with immense force, Goku was sent flying, only to see a blazing meteor rapidly approaching him. Boom! Another thunderous explosion resounded as Goku crashed into the remnants of the arena, rising amidst the clouds of dust. Meanwhile, Jiren pursued him like a comet, relentlessly hammering down with destructive energy aimed at Goku's head. Boom! 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 One punch after another, until finally, Goku was forcefully slammed into the foundation of the arena. Jiren, do not use destructive energy against him. That fellow will grow infinitely stronger with every injury inflicted. End this quickly. In the audience, Vermaud clutched the armrest, shouting loudly, yet was met with the Grand Priest's piercing gaze. Vermaud panicked, quickly settling back down. Then, he suddenly noticed his angel had approached the stands of Universe 6, seemingly conversing with the angel named Bardos. I understand, Jiren said impatiently, retracting his destructive energy. He then raised his hand, gathering a searing flame, and instantly directed it toward Goku's position. Son Goku, I know you are still unscathed, but you may not withstand this attack. Swish. A crimson beam pierced the arena, illuminating the faces of all present with its brilliant light. Large portions of the ground melted away, turning to dust and magma. The gods of destruction stood in astonishment, all rising in surprise. Even the king on his throne wore no expression. So warm, the little football child exclaimed, clapping his hands. Yes, just like that, Jiren. Exactly like that. The clown god Vermouth smiled, believing he could not endure this attack. Yet, he suddenly noticed the ominously silent Beerus in the distance. Indeed, losing to such a being would upset anyone. After all, he is merely a mortal. Vermouth ground his teeth in frustration, and then he froze in shock. He witnessed the flame column Jiren unleashed beginning to dissipate, as if someone was soaring along that beam toward Jiren at incredible speed. Impossible. Jiren's face turned to one of horror, and he roared, raising his fist to strike the rapidly approaching Goku. Bang! Crack! Jiren's neck broke as Goku landed a direct punch, deftly evading Jiren's counterattack. Ugh, that burned, like being immersed in 50-degree hot water. But your attack is rather lackluster, Goku remarked nonchalantly, his body ablaze yet not a single hair singed. TCH. Damn it. With a crack, Jiren twisted his neck back into place, saliva trickling from his mouth, clearly having endured immense pain. Jiren threw another punch, but Goku swiftly executed a backflip to dodge, even landing a kick to Jiren's chin. Bang! Ugh! Jiren cradled his chin, stumbling back, while Goku stood with arms crossed, quietly awaiting his opponent. After a moment, hey, are you done yet? I trust this isn't all you can muster? Goku teased, observing Jiren's labored breaths. What other tricks do you have up your sleeve? Or is it? My expectations were too high? Can you not meet them? Son Goku. Son Goku. Jiren roared, flailing wildly, his frenzied punches collapsing the space around them, kicking up clouds of dust. However, Goku's movements were swift and elusive, each afterimage leaving Jiren unable to even graze his hair. Humph. Goku smirked, delivering a swift elbow strike to Jiren's abdomen. Bang. Jiren struggled to suppress the urge to vomit, lifting his hands for a headbutt, only to find Goku had instantly moved behind him, delivering a powerful kick. Boom. With a dragon's tail flick, Jiren's body shot backward like a cannonball. Vermouth, witnessing this, leaped to his feet in alarm, fearing Jiren might lose consciousness on the spot. Suddenly, the swirling dust cleared. Jiren's roar echoed throughout the arena once more, as he appeared to shed his god of destruction form, transitioning into a stronger evolution. Son Goku, listen well, Jiren bellowed, his muscles bulging yet gradually becoming more refined, seemingly approaching Goku's current physique. The god of destruction mode has suppressed my full power. It truly is not suited for my training. Had I not wasted time cultivating that form earlier, I might not have been so far behind you. He continued to gather energy, his aura swelling, until all power converged upon him, radiating only a faint red light. Complete limit form, achieved. Jiren regained his previously calm demeanor, no longer affected by the destructive energy. Chapter 83. If you do not wish to lose, then perish. Has the god of destruction mode suppressed your power? It appears you are truly unfit to be a god of destruction. Why, then, do you participate in this trial? To defeat me and become the god of destruction for the 6th universe, only to have the taste of defeat linger on your lips? In the distance, Goku wore a perplexed expression, while Jiren, upon hearing those words, felt the muscles on his forehead tighten. In an instant, he appeared beside Goku, unleashing a furious punch. Enough noise, Jiren bellowed, squinting his eyes in anger. Boom. The earth was once again fractured deeply. Goku staggered back a few steps, his form momentarily halted. Effective. Jiren's lips curled into a triumphant smile as brilliant flames surged skyward, and then he delivered a heavy punch aimed at Goku's abdomen. Boom. The explosive shockwave rippled through Goku's body, shattering nearby structures into mere dust. Cough, cough. Not bad. That was quite painful. Goku coughed lightly, but Jiren showed no signs of granting him respite. His fiery fists descended like a torrential rain of lasers, leaving deep impressions on Goku's body. That's right, Jiren. Well done. Finish him. Do not allow him a moment to breathe. Ha ha ha, kill him. Then we shall seek out his homeland and obliterate his family. The gods of destruction in the audience murmured amongst themselves, with Quitella from the 4th universe especially incensed, issuing death threats. However, Goku heard them. He turned his gaze toward the stands, looking at the large yellow rat as if he were already a corpse. What are you staring at? Quintella stammered, suddenly chilled. Despite Goku being in a suppressed state, an inexplicable coldness surged from his head to his toes. I have noted every word you uttered. Once I become the god of destruction, I shall come for each of you. Goku retorted coldly as he began to channel the dragon god technique. In an instant, dark purple flames enveloped Goku, forming several true dragons that coiled around him. With a low roar, he unleashed a dragon fist, and two true dragons spiraled together, effortlessly shattering Jiren's punch and crashing toward him. Damn it! Jiren gritted his teeth, evading with a sudden move. But he was unprepared for the two true dragons to circle back and dive down towards him. Ahe! Hiya! Jiren roared in fury, his flames surging as he raised his hands to withstand the force of the dragon fist. But soon, the muscles in his body bulged, and his hands, straining under the pressure, began to crack, as if they would shatter. What a pitiful sight, Jiren! Goku flashed beside him, casually waving his hand, dispersing the power of the dragon fist. What? Jiren's face contorted in shock. He gasped for breath. Yet his willpower kept him standing as he resumed his assault on Goku. Swish! The ferocious punches rained down again, but they felt insubstantial to Goku. He evaded and retaliated with a kick, causing Jiren to grunt as he curled up in pain, the intensity leaving him breathless, saliva dripping uncontrollably from his mouth. Damn! Damn it! Jiren erupted again, fully unleashing his power, entering a state of extreme fury, raining down punches upon Goku. Boom, boom, boom. The onslaught was relentless, the searing flames engulfing everything. Yet Goku managed to defend against the barrage. Jiren squinted, unwilling to relent, condensing a high concentration of energy into a devastating blast aimed at Goku's chest. Such a dense assault. It would be a shame not to practice my Ultra Instinct, Goku mused internally, closing his eyes as he shifted his energy to envelop his entire being. In an instant, the trial arena illuminated once more. Oh, the angels displayed mild surprise, this transformation catching even them off guard. Is that? In the stands, Beerus could not help but rise, his eyes gleaming with golden light. Ultra Instinct, he murmured, then reassured himself. Son Goku has actually learned such a technique? It seems my defeat is not unjust. Beside him, the angel Whis scrutinized the scene for a moment before admitting. It appears the opponent's mastery of Ultra Instinct is not inferior to yours, Lord Beerus. Beerus scoffed, dismissing Whis's comment without hesitation. Goku's aura surged, his form transformed, now cloaked in a faint silver glow, embodying the state of Ultra Instinct. Sign. Your power has waned. Jiren squinted, confusion evident in his voice. Ah. Indeed, perhaps that previous form was too overwhelming for you. So now, I'll simply toy with you. Goku maintained his arrogance, exhibiting no signs of abnormal calmness in his Ultra Instinct state. Che, I am not playing with you. Son Goku. Jiren roared again, fiery energy erupting around him as he charged toward Goku. With a smirk, Goku spread his arms wide, slipping through the gaps of the fiery orbs, becoming a phantom amidst the flames. Let us see how you deal with me. Jiren unleashed an intense solar-like energy, expanding outward toward Goku. Yet Goku did not evade. Instead, he transformed into a beam of silver light, piercing through the fiery barrier. Swish! In an instant, the crimson flames dissipated. Jiren trembled, multiple areas of his body bursting with terrifying punch marks. Ugh! The bald alien groaned, rolling his eyes back as his consciousness began to fade. Did you see my movements, Jiren? Goku remarked calmly, slightly disappointed that even after lowering his energy, Jiren could still manage such an effort. Ah! Jiren went berserk, launching a frenzied assault as he recklessly unleashed his power. His chaotic punches fell like rain, but Goku smoothly sidestepped and delivered a heavy blow, sending Jiren staggering back. You are finished, Jiren. Goku bellowed, closing in for another round of strikes. Left hook, right hook, uppercut. Goku's movements appeared slow, yet each strike brimmed with explosive power. The force of the impact caused the structures behind Jiren to crumble, distorting his expression as his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Then, Goku single-handedly lifted Jiren, showcasing his dominance before the assembly of gods of destruction, and hurled him towards the audience. Bang! Jiren's face collided with the air barrier at the arena's edge, sliding down into a shattered fragment of the ground. Candidate for God of Destruction, G. Wait, I haven't. Just as the Grand Priest was about to declare the result of the match, Jiren slowly rose. but he was clearly at the end of his rope. I haven't lost. I can still. If you do not wish to lose, then perish. Goku surged forward, a fierce glint in his eyes as he delivered a punch aimed directly at Jiren's head. Chapter 84. The Grand God of Destruction. This sensation is, Jiren's body faltered, and a series of past visions flickered before his eyes. His time with the Pride Troopers, his training alongside the God of Destruction, and, indeed, I seem to recall being struck by a similar blow. Splatter. Jiren's head detonated like a melon dashed upon the ground, scattering gore in every direction. His body collapsed, writhing in its death throes, as crimson fluid continued to gush from his shattered cranium. Meanwhile, Goku seized the opportunity to add the Potera earrings to his inventory, fabricating the illusion of their destruction. Finally, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Jiren, the God of Destruction candidate, was eliminated. The victor of this contest of power was the God of Destruction candidate, Son Goku, the God of Destruction. The Grand Minister's pronouncement resonated throughout the arena, leaving the assembled deities in stunned silence. For a moment, Quintella was beside himself with frustration. His angel had abandoned him, and now his meticulously trained warrior was gone. A thunderbolt from the heavens. The Omni King had departed unnoticed, a detail that aroused Goku's suspicions. My dear. Vados embraced him with a radiant smile, and Goku returned her affection. Even surpassing all the gods of destruction in the 12 universes paled in comparison to the joy of embracing his beloved. Say, isn't that Son Goku fellow being a bit too intimate with the angel? They are paramours, Lord Beerus. Is that so? Beerus stared at Whis in astonishment, as if he had just heard something utterly unbelievable. Subsequently, the Grand Minister descended from the heavens and addressed Goku with gentle words. Mr. Goku, the Omni King has requested your presence. Please make your way to him at your convenience. Does that mean I'm now a god of destruction? Goku inquired with a hint of perplexity. The Grand Minister responded with a subtle nod. In a strict sense, Mr. Goku has already become a god of destruction. All that remains is for you to gain the universe's recognition and select a Supreme Kai to form a symbiotic bond. Once that is accomplished, you will be formally inaugurated as a god of destruction. A symbiotic bond, is it? Fortunately, I've long been immune to that effect. Now, where to find a comely Supreme Kai lass? Goku mused, his thoughts turning to Krinoa, the Supreme Kai of time. He wondered if she had been feeling restless lately, as she hadn't visited him in quite some time. Grand Minister, sir, there's something I'd like to ask of you. Oh, speak freely. The Grand Minister replied amiably, his hands clasped behind his back. I implore you to grant me your daughter's hand in marriage, Goku declared, bowing deeply before his prospective father-in-law. The angel at his side covered her mouth in astonishment. That matter is beyond my authority. Mr. Goku must exert some effort. The Grand Minister chuckled, shaking his head and sidestepping the bow. Then, turning his back to Goku, he proclaimed in a clear voice, the Omni King awaits you at the palace. Please do not forget. With a whoosh, the Grand Minister vanished. Departing from the scene, the Omni King wishes to see me. Alas, I wonder if it is for good or ill, Goku murmured, crossing his arms and conferring with Vados in hushed tones. Soon after, someone delivered the attire of a god of destruction to Goku, escorting Vados to a secluded spot. The two indulged in a moment of affection. Subsequently, Goku retrieved the Potera earrings and fastened the golden metallic clasps to his ears, adorning his wrist with golden bracers. Aside from the distinctive God of Destruction collar, the ensemble bore a striking resemblance to Broly's original attire. Following this, Goku accompanied the Omni King's attendant to a grand hall, where the cosmos seemed to swirl within its confines, as if each corner held the potential for a new universe. The other gods of destruction and angels were also present, though they primarily lingered outside the hall, with Goku being the sole exception permitted to enter. But in any case, what are you doing here? Goku inquired, his gaze suddenly shifting to the twin-tailed angel, Makarita, trailing behind him. Makarita flushed crimson, but remained silent, simply following in Goku's wake. Giggle. I was the one who asked her to join us. The reason being that the wager we made has now come to fruition. Makarita is now one of us. Vados chimed in with a smile, even reaching out to caress her sister's hair. Makarita attempted to swat Vados' hand away, but for some inexplicable reason, a rune mark bearing a heart symbol materialized on her neck, causing her to tremble. What's wrong, Makarita? Vados inquired, extending a hand to her sister, her face adorned with a serene smile. Nothing, sister, Makarita stammered, regaining her footing and exhaling a breath, her face flushed. Goku observed these interactions, but remained silent, merely smiling, and continuing to walk ahead. Within the hall, the Grand Minister stood beneath the Omni King's throne, while the diminutive, football-shaped deity above leaped with excitement upon seeing Goku. Goku, you've finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for so long. My sincerest apologies, Omni King. I am late. Goku replied, kneeling on one knee, his God of Destruction cloak cascading to his side. At that moment, he appeared utterly devout. Evil Modification. Activate. Instantly, Goku invoked his Evil Modification authority, transforming his perception of the Omni King from that of a football-shaped child to a revered, insurmountable, and powerful being, as well as an innocent and pure-hearted child. Furthermore, he eradicated his inner machinations, transforming himself into a genuinely virtuous individual. However, the Omni King paid no heed to these alterations. Perhaps this being simply did not care what kind of person Goku was, only knowing what he desired at that moment. Hey, Goku, let's play together. The palace is so boring. You're so strong. I'm sure you know lots of fun things, right? The Omni King asked, grasping Goku's hand with curiosity. For reasons unknown, he felt a sense of kinship with Goku. Witnessing this, the Omni King's attendants began to tremble, and even the Grand Minister's mouth gaped slightly, as if he was about to speak. Fun things, you say? I know plenty. Goku replied with a smile, even shaking the Omni King's hand gently in the air. What? What are they? Ahem, Omni King. Before that, shouldn't you confirm Mr. Goku's position? The Grand Minister interjected with a smile. The football-shaped child then seemed to realize, stroking his chin and muttering thoughtfully. That's right, I recall Goku participating in the God of Destruction trials, right? But Goku's strength seems to surpass that of all the gods of destruction, so a standard God of Destruction position wouldn't suit Goku. With that, the Omni King began to raise his fingers, as if counting, Kai, Grand Kai, Supreme Kai, Grand Supreme Kai, God of Destruction. Ah, that's it. Since Goku is stronger than all the gods of destruction in all the universes, then he shall be called the Grand God of Destruction. The Grand God of Destruction, who can execute destruction missions in all universes, oversee the gods of destruction, and nurture new gods of destruction. Only the warrior who defeats all the gods of destruction in all the universes can attain this supreme title. Haha, Goku, what do you think? This position is amazing, right? The Omni King exclaimed, raising his hands and gazing at Goku with sparkling eyes. I think it's excellent. The latter replied with a smile. And what about the Grand Minister? Yes, I understand. Then, I shall bestow upon Mr. Goku the title of Grand God of Destruction. Upon hearing this, the High Priest, with his eyes closed, spoke as if he were invoking certain powers at that moment. However, just then, the king suddenly recalled something and began to laugh joyfully. Ah, Wukong, I had promised that if you triumphed in the competition, I would bestow upon you a gift. So tell me, Wukong, what kind of gift do you desire? P.S. My dear friends, it appears that I have a penchant for writing tender, heart-wrenching romantic comedies. Rest assured, this work will certainly be completed. Nevertheless, I am currently preparing a new book and hope for your generous support when the time comes. A humble thanks to all. Chapter 85. The trials concluded. Returning to the sixth universe. A gift? Goku glanced at Beerus and the others, then turned his gaze towards the Grand Minister. The latter nodded gently, and with newfound courage. Goku proposed, Lord Zeno, may I request to form a bond with the angel? Form a bond? Lord Zeno tilted his head, looking at the Grand Minister and then at Beerus, somewhat perplexed by Goku's request. That sounds delightful. But what kind of bond are we talking about? I want to be friends with Goku too. At this declaration, the two attendants behind him widened their eyes in shock, their bodies tensing as they fixed a stern gaze on Goku, silently warning him to reconsider his words. Is it really that easy to agree? Fortunately, Goku understood the extraordinary strength of these two and did not press further. He smiled and said, Then, Lord Zeno, let us be friends. Okay, Zeno replied, placing his small hand in Goku's, his expression innocent and sincere. You, stop your nonsense. How can you be friends with Lord Zeno? This is outrageous. One of the attendants exclaimed angrily, believing Goku was leading the innocent Zeno astray. What are you saying? In an instant, Zeno turned his little head, staring blankly at the attendant, who immediately broke into a cold sweat, unable to utter a word. Goku, your request is granted. Now let us go play, Zeno said, returning his attention to Goku with a bright smile. All right, Goku replied with a grin. Playing with a child was no issue for him, as he had 4 of his own at home, and he knew well what children enjoyed. However, after wandering around the Grand Zeno's palace, Goku noticed the displeased expressions on the destroyers outside and suggested to Zeno that they play a game of riding. Riding? Zeno's eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked at Goku, who pointed at Beerus and the others, allowing Zeno to choose any of them as his mount. Once Goku indicated a name, Zeno would eagerly try it out, eventually settling on Beerus. Why me? Beerus gritted his teeth, internally cursing his fate. However, he dared not protest in front of Zeno and simply lay down like a cat, allowing Zeno to climb on. Goku, it's your turn. With so many destroyers around, choose one to ride. Zeno said cheerfully, gripping Beerus's ears as if they were reins, embodying the essence of childlike whimsy. The other destroyers fell into a panic and shame. Especially Quitella, who had been mocking Beerus just moments ago. Goku, is this really appropriate? Goku said shyly, considering they were all colleagues and esteemed destroyers. You can relax here, Goku. It's quite dull otherwise. Let us have a competition. Hurry and pick a mount. Zeno urged, occasionally bouncing on Beerus's back. Is that so? Then I shall not hold back. Goku chuckled, scanning the gathered destroyers before finally settling on the second universe. Then, Hellas, you shall be my choice. Afterward, he found himself being pinched by Beerus. After a playful time with Lord Zeno, Goku, along with Beerus and the angel Makarita, returned to the sixth universe. During their journey, Hellas, the destroyer of the second universe, blushed fiercely, vowing to repay the embarrassment Goku had caused him manifold. Surprisingly, after explaining the situation to the Grand Minister, Makarita was permitted to stay by Goku's side as a personal attendant. I entrust my daughters to your care, the Grand Minister said before they departed, even bowing slightly to Goku, leaving him somewhat astonished. Meanwhile, the angel by his side had shifted to Zeno's entourage. But Jiren was truly out of luck, as the replacement destroyer did not possess the ability to reverse time for angels. Thus, his defeat at Goku's hands was final. By the way, Bardos had regained her angelic powers and was now swiftly flying alongside her sister Makarita towards the sixth universe. The Great Destroyer? To be above all destroyers feels somewhat surreal, Goku remarked, leaning against Bardos as he reflected on his recent experiences. You'll gradually adjust, my dear. For now, we shall return home to rest. Later, someone will take us to the core world to see if a new god of destruction has emerged, Bardos reassured him. I see. Goku yawned. To be honest, after battling with the destroyers from other universes and playing with Zeno for so long, he felt rather fatigued. Soon, the trio landed in the realm of the destroyers. However, as soon as they arrived, Makarita approached Goku, tugging at his destroyer attire. Let me make this clear. You scoundrel rot. I know exactly what kind of person you are. Just because you can command me doesn't mean I will willingly serve you. Do you understand? The twin-tailed angel glared fiercely at Goku, her eyes as fierce as her sister's. Beside them, Bardos smirked, seemingly eager to see how Goku would respond to her sister. Scoundrel rot, cough. Can't you just call me brother-in-law instead of that? Are you perhaps Sundara? Goku asked unconsciously, causing Makarita to look perplexed. Sundara? It refers to someone who is tough and proud to hide their embarrassment, showing a duality of attitude. I am not Sundara. I am merely stating facts. Are all Science demons to conjure such malicious terms? Miss Makarita, the wager we made was set by you. Who can you blame for that? Goku explained, then sighed. Besides, you need not struggle against yourself. You are Bardos' sister, which makes you my sister-in-law. How could a brother-in-law treat his sister-in-law poorly? If you are not tired, I certainly am. Upon hearing this, Makarita turned her head away, blushing as she stammered. Who told you to say? Say you would do chores during the day and, H at night. And back then I didn't know your limits. I never said that. You said it yourself. Makarita muttered to herself, but Goku pretended not to hear, turning his attention towards Bardos instead. My dear, how about we return to Earth afterward? We could ask Chi-Chi to prepare something delicious. Let us celebrate? He whispered into Bardos' ear, wrapping his arm around her slender waist. Yes, you should go back first. Don't worry them. And you? Goku asked, puzzled. Bardos gazed back at him, her enchanting eyes sparkling. Since returning from the void, Father has given me many materials that will allow us to expand the destroyer realm, including rare materials. Our home needs a renovation. Then, in that case, I will stay here with you. It will be convenient to return together. At his words, Bardos smiled silently and leaned in closer. You. In the distance, Makarita was still talking to herself, and realizing what was happening, she stomped her foot in frustration. Hey, are you two done yet? The twin-tailed angel frowned, feeling a sense of discontent as she watched the two exclude her while engaging in affectionate gestures. To be continued. Chapter 86. An urgent family meeting. After spending a night in the realm of destruction, Wukong and Bardos returned to Earth with his sister-in-law. Upon informing the family that their husbands had become the god of destruction, Bulma and the others displayed little reaction. While they recognized the significance of this achievement, the lady seemed more intrigued by Makarita's identity. Greetings, I am the servant of Mr. Rot, the scoundrel, Makarita. Hey, that title is not permitted in front of my family. Wukong reminded with exasperation. Understood, replied the twin-tailed girl, bowing gracefully, eliciting varied reactions from the ladies. Oh, another beautiful girl, someone remarked. So, she is Miss Bardos' sister, which means Miss Makarita is also our sister. Please, come in and have a seat. Now, dear, let me clarify. If that girl is the sort who is indiscriminate, do not expect our approval. The wives began to celebrate with their husbands, initiating a small gathering at home. The children incessantly inquired about the appearances of extraterrestrials from other universes. At that moment, Bardos showcased some battle clips of Wukong through holographic imagery, introducing him to the family with affection. The god of destruction is truly impressive. Gohan's eyes sparkled with newfound determination. Indeed, Gohan, if you wish to face them, you must train diligently, Wukong encouraged. I think I'll pass. Is that so? Wukong murmured. Training is essential. It not only strengthens the body, but also aids in learning. Chi-Chi poked her son's cheek playfully. Perhaps due to their affluent lifestyle, Chi-Chi did not oppose Wukong teaching the children to cultivate, but rather supported it wholeheartedly. Before their journey to the Void Realm, Chi-Chi often urged Wukong to train their children, balancing it with Gohan's studies, free from the financial worries depicted in the original narrative. What an astonishing flavor, exclaimed Makarita, covering her mouth in shock at the feast laid before them, her twin tails swaying vigorously. She had merely sampled a piece of Chi-Chi's char siu. Really? Hee. Thank you for the compliment. I'm delighted that you like it. Miss Makarita, Ranchi smiled, her demeanor gentle with her azure hair flowing elegantly. Is this what you all eat regularly? The twin-tailed girl looked at the table in disbelief. Ah, Earth is home to many delicious dishes, Miss Makarita. You will gradually get used to it. Bulma explained cheerfully, while Wukong reminisced about the distinct differences between his two angels. This seems even more exaggerated than when Bardos first arrived. Soon after, due to the head of the family bringing back another angelic lady, an urgent family meeting was convened at Bulma's villa in West City. The main participants included Bulma, Chi-Chi, Ranchi, Xiaowu, and Bardos, with witnesses Gohan, Sun Lan, Sun Ai, and Sun Bra. The meeting lasted approximately 2 hours, and Wukong, anticipating such an event, had already made his way to Kame House to visit the old man and Krillin. Meanwhile, the twin-tailed angel Makarita accompanied Wukong. Perhaps weary from frequent teleportation, Wukong opted to fly using his levitation technique, embracing the sensation of freedom amidst the clouds. By the way, wasn't I supposed to send you back to expand the realm of destruction? Why did you suddenly come along? Was the contract we signed a ruse? Wukong casually inquired as they soared through the air. What? Do you dislike my company that much? Upon hearing this, the twin-tailed girl pouted adorably. It's not that. I am merely surprised that even angels can breach rules. I have not violated any contract. My priorities simply differ. I am your and my sister's servant. She sent me to supervise you, so I must fulfill her task first before attending to yours. Oh, but why does your sister wish for you to oversee me? The ladies of your family and my sister conferred to prevent Mr. Rot, the scoundrel, from seeking charming girls elsewhere. Thus I was summoned to supervise you. As she spoke, Makarita suddenly burst into laughter. Haha, I knew I was right about you. Truly, Mr. Rot, there seems to be a severe trust crisis at home. I wonder how you managed to keep them so devoted to you. Is it coercion? Brainwashing? Or perhaps... Oh, is that truly what you wish to know? Wukong interrupted her teasing, coming to a halt in midair, the noon sun casting a radiant glow on his handsome face. He gazed steadily at the twin-tailed girl until she became flustered and speechless. It was not vanity, but rather confidence that radiated from him. Since the system had enhanced his charm attribute to A, even Bardos had praised his face as being capable of moving angels. Thus, Wukong's allure was undeniably devastating to the opposite sex. What? What do you intend to do? Speak. After a brief moment of surprise, Makarita steadied herself and inquired, watching Wukong approach. I merely wish to reveal the truth to you. Wukong embraced her slender waist, tilting her chin upwards with one hand along her smooth neck. In an instant, A flush spread across her cheeks. Makarita swiftly broke free from Wukong's grasp, retreating shyly, distancing herself from him. Scoundrel! Womanizer! The girl chastised, stomping her feet in midair. Suddenly, a look of alarm crossed her face as intricate runes materialized around her neck, rendering her breathless. How can this be? Impossible. Is this even allowed? Moments later, the twin-tailed girl's complexion paled as she clutched her neck. Gasping for air, her body writhing as if pierced by 1,000 swords. Ah, no. Ugh. Observing her torment, Wukong sighed softly. It seems this girl has invoked a curse by breaching the terms of the contract. However, her earlier reference to me as Mr. Rot the scoundrel did not trigger the curse. I never anticipated the consequences of defying a contract. Even an angel cannot withstand it. Chapter 87. You wouldn't want dear sister to know, would you? Afterward, he took the young girl to a deserted island where she could lie down and rest. The island was adorned with numerous coconut trees. Goku casually plucked a couple of coconuts, discovering their delightful taste, and offered one to the girl with twin tails. Here, humph. Don't think this will alter my attitude towards you. Makarita swatted the coconut away. She touched her neck, ignoring Goku, as the effects of their broken contract still lingered, and the girl remained in agony. Indeed, I have been far too benevolent. Goku sighed, crouching down. Makarita, turn your head. No, don't touch me. The girl struggled, realizing her chin was held captive in his palm, fearing he intended to force her. Yet, as a slave, her body could not resist, and she gradually ceased her struggle, her face betraying an expression on the verge of tears. She recalled her circumstances in Universe 11. Although she was not well regarded there, as a destroyer's overseer and master, she had never been treated in such a manner. The mysterious crimson glow flickered and vanished as if it had never existed. However, at that moment, Makarita distinctly sensed that the incantation around her neck seemed to dissipate. Why? As she felt the pain swiftly dissipate, an extraordinary sense of comfort began to emerge from her core, gradually coloring her cheeks with a rosy hue. It appears your angelic contract is indeed quite formidable. It consumed 1% of my divine power. After invoking the authority of modification, Goku stroked his chin thoughtfully and then gazed at the astonished angel sitting on the ground. You've realized it, haven't you? You are now exclusively my slave. There is no second employer. However, to avoid detection by my dear, I shall establish a few rules. As he spoke, Goku beckoned with his finger in front of Makarita. First, you are my slave, so all that you do must align with my will. Second, you must obey Bardos' orders, but my commands take precedence. Third, this matter must remain unknown to a third party. Surely, you wouldn't want dear sister to know, would you? That will be all for now. With that, Goku fixed a gaze upon the girl as if inquiring whether she understood. Yes, master. Makarita dazedly nodded, then covered her mouth in disbelief, the shock within her heart indescribable. No, how could this be? No, it's impossible. That was a contract created by Father, designed to maintain the balance between the universes. How could it be altered so easily? Now, return to the realm of destruction and expand your domain. Await my return to bring you home. Goku waved his hand casually. Although the girl was lovely, how could she compare to the mature elder sisters who would truly care for him? As a responsible man, he felt he had utterly failed in his roles as both a scoundrel and a cad, and resolved to reflect upon this upon his return home. Very well, Lord Scoundrel. Makarita reluctantly rose, nodding her head, just as she was about to wield her staff to return to the realm of destruction when Goku suddenly recalled something and spoke again. By the way, the curse upon you still exists. I merely modified the penalty for breaking it. I alleviated your suffering somewhat. But it is best if you refrain from violating the contract in crowded places, or it could be quite embarrassing. Understood. The girl with twin tails huffed, then vanished into a flash of light. Afterward, Goku arrived at Kame House. The little cottage on the island was rather quiet now, but from the villa built over a decade ago came the discordant sounds of an argument. Marlon, I said, didn't you claim you had severed ties with your former boyfriend? Why are you going out with him again? Why be so petty? Just because we broke up doesn't mean we can't be friends, and besides, they built a new villa, and it looks fantastic. Krillin, while I appreciate your kindness, you cannot restrict my freedom simply because you are my boyfriend. This isn't about restriction, and we have a villa too. The argument was between a blue-haired beauty clad in a revealing dress and none other than Krillin himself. It seems I have stumbled upon something rather significant. Goku perched at the windowsill, taking in the commotion, But soon after, Master Roshi approached from a distance. Well, if it isn't Goku. Long time no see. Ah, Grandpa, it's been a while. Are you well? Goku instinctively greeted. I've been playing too many dating simulation games lately, so I plan to take a break and focus on some rigorous training. By the way, Grandpa, didn't you say Krillin had broken up with his girlfriend? Why are they together again? Well, this year's martial arts tournament, Krillin defeated a fellow named Satan, claimed the championship prize, and then sought out Miss Marlin to propose a reconciliation. One thing led to another, and they found themselves back together. Master Roshi shook his head helplessly. He had heard of Marlin's numerous relationships before Krillin, and he was not keen on her being with his pupil. Krillin, let this suffering be borne by this old monk. A moment later, the old man gazed at the beauty named Marlin, who was now approaching Krillin with an air of triumph, and he chuckled. Hee. What lovely feat. Being enamored with such trivialities will lead to your downfall. Goku mentally scoffed as he watched Marlin stomp out the door with her bag, puffed up with indignation. You are. Upon seeing Goku, the girl instinctively covered her lips, awestruck by his presence. Goku blinked. Although there was a hint of technological flair, upon closer inspection, he realized this beauty bore a striking resemblance to Bulma, though her hair was a vibrant shade of blue, while Bulma's was slightly teal. Suppressing his intrigue, Goku turned to greet Krillin. Hey, Krillin, how have you been lately? Goku, it's good to see you. Marlin, this is my senior brother, Son Goku. This is Marlin my. Just as Krillin began to introduce her, Marlin abruptly interrupted. I'm just friends with Mr. Krillin. Hello, Mr. Goku. It's a pleasure to meet you, likewise. Goku replied with a smile, while Krillin stood there with an awkward expression. Miss Marlin, it seems you are quite fatigued from your earlier argument. Would you like me to help you relax? Master Roshi grinned as he approached, only to be elbowed to the ground by Marlin. Ha, Mr. Goku, please step inside. I'll make you some tea. Sure. Goku. My brother. Krillin watched his girlfriend smilingly lead Goku into the house, then helplessly assisted Master Roshi back to his feet. Master Roshi, didn't you say you were going to focus on training? How did you break your vow so quickly? Young man, one must know when to take up and when to put down. I've told you many times, Marlin is not suitable for you. Master Roshi muttered, blood trickling from his nose, having been quite excited by the young lady's presence. I understand, Master Roshi. I will come to terms with this, Krillin said as he helped the old man up, but upon returning to the house, he found Goku and Marlin cozied up together. Afterward, he stood silently behind the two for a long moment, ultimately resolving, Marlin, let us break up. To be continued, Chapter 88, Dreadful. Is it another android's doing? Marwin, let us part ways. Upon hearing these words, Marwin, who had just retrieved a dessert from the refrigerator to offer to Goku, froze in disbelief as she gazed at Krillin. Do you mean you want to break up with me? Her expression soured, and she glared fiercely at Krillin. Who do you think you are to end things with me? If anyone is to break up, it should be me leaving you. To this, Krillin offered no further response, remaining silent. Meanwhile, Goku rested his chin on his hand, watching the unfolding drama, with Master Roshi seated beside him. Say, Grandpa, do they often argue like this? Indeed, Goku. Comparatively, you seem to avoid quarrels with those at home. We do have our disagreements, but we gradually got used to it after having children. Goku scratched his head and chuckled, while Marwin, still scolding Krillin, suddenly turned her head in surprise. Hey, Mr. Goku, are you already married? Yes, indeed. We have 4 children at home. What? How could this be? Upon hearing this, Marwin was greatly disappointed. She felt that remaining there was utterly meaningless, prompting her to make a phone call, seemingly to summon a wealthy friend to take her away. Hey, Mr. Goku, would you like to attend my friend's birthday party? It will definitely be fun. Why should I go? Isn't it nice to accompany me? I will introduce you to many charming girls. Very well. Please be sure to take me along. Marwin then leaned closer to Goku, slicing the cake and handing a piece to him. Here, Mr. Goku. Krillin, why are you so angry? Come, let us sit down and talk. Just as Goku and Marwin were enjoying their moment, Krillin, filled with rage and tears brimming in his eyes, shouted in despair, You fool, Goku. He stormed out in a fit of frustration. Hey, Krillin. Goku felt he might have taken things too far, yet was halted by Marwin's grasp. Mr. Goku, let us not mind him. Let us just wait here a moment. My friend will be here shortly. Observing the scene, Master Roshi quietly rose, choosing not to disturb the two in the villa. Time passed, and Goku, while eating, watched the news with Marwin. Honestly, Goku bore no psychological burden. After all, this was his home. The villa built with Bulma's money on Kame House. As for Krillin's girlfriend, she was merely a faded flower. There was nothing wrong with having some fun. He believed that taking Krillin to broaden his horizons would help him come to terms with it. However, that name, Marwan, sounds somewhat familiar. Isn't that the name of Krillin and Android 18's child in the future? This beauty before me, could she truly be that exceptional? Sigh, it seems rather complicated. Goku leaned back on the sofa, contemplating. What is this energy I sense? Goku pondered, detecting several formidable presences. Moments later, the television screen abruptly shifted to an emergency broadcast. We interrupt this program to bring you breaking news. A southern island city has fallen victim to a terrorist attack, plunging the area into chaos. According to government investigations, this group is the infamous Red Ribbon Army, which vanished over a decade ago. The bioengineered beings they have unleashed possess tremendous power. If encountered, please evacuate immediately. Remember, evacuate promptly. Oh no, terrorists? How terrifying, Marwan watched, horrified, as the live footage revealed androids wreaking havoc, instinctively clutching Goku's arm. Androids, you say? It's been ages. That old fool, Jero, has contacted me. And now he unleashes androids to attack my Earth. Truly, he must be tired of living. Goku recalled that just 2 months prior, the models 13 to 15 were nearly perfected. The television confirmed it was undoubtedly them, yet he could not fathom Jero's motives. He had not ordered any attacks on Earth or the slaughter of innocents. Resolutely, Goku decided to clean up this mess and pay a visit to Jero's laboratory. Apologies, Marwan, but I must take my leave. Goku gently patted Marwan, signaling her to rise from his side. Hey, can't you stay with me a little longer? Marwan complained. But Goku disregarded her, heading for the door while calling for Krillin to join him. What do you want, Goku? I don't want to talk to you right now. Krillin sat alone on the beach, a stubborn look on his face. What? Is that woman truly worth your lament? Goku, you wouldn't understand if you have so many wives. The feeling of loving just one person, Marwan, I always thought she was special. I believed we could be together. I proposed to her 101 times. Krillin cried, tears streaming down his face. Goku realized that this lad would soon be 30 and age ripe for marriage. Android 18 likely won't emerge for another 2 years, but I doubt you'll have that chance. Goku contemplated the timeline of the original anime, reasoning that Trunks, hailing from the future, should have arrived via time machine, yet this world had seen no sign of him. What could be the reason? Is it the Time Patrol? Or the force from the demon realm? Still, Trunks appearing here would be quite the surprise, especially since Vegeta has long since passed. And Bulma and I are about to have our second child. Do you remember what Master Roshi once said? Goku patted Krillin's shoulder, continuing. We did not come here to train merely to fight and win, nor for the sake of some so-called love. Those are not normal thoughts. I study the Kame style for physical and mental well-being, to lead a meaningful life with a healthy heart. That is the essence of my martial arts. He gazed toward the southern horizon of Kame Island. Once we grow stronger as martial artists, we must possess the spirit to protect the weak. We must punish those who commit evil. Krillin, do you feel that powerful energy from the south? I ask you, Krillin. Do you sense it? Krillin was momentarily stunned by Goku's fervent gaze into the distance, and he clenched his fists in astonishment. I think I do sense an incredibly powerful energy. It's overwhelming. Are you afraid, Krillin? Is your life reduced to mere love? No, not at all. Goku, what should I do? Krillin's urgency shone in his eyes, fixed intently on Goku. Yet Goku remained silent, surrounded by a fierce white aura. What? Krillin gasped, as the nearby foliage was swept away by the force, sending him tumbling. Master Roshi, watching from a distance, dropped his adult magazine, clinging tightly to a coconut tree for dear life. Kamehameha, Goku roared, raising his hand to unleash a brilliant blue beam. Swish! The beam sliced through the air above the ocean, creating cascading waves. Unbeknownst to Goku and the others, across the waters, a burly man, bare-chested, piloted a yacht toward Kame Island. Suddenly, he noticed a flash of light ahead, and in an instant, wait, what is that? Oh no. Boom. The yacht exploded, disintegrating into mere splinters. He seemed to be the ex-boyfriend whom Marin had called over. Look, Krillin, this is the martial arts we aspire to. The power to reach the pinnacle. Do you understand, Krillin? Goku declared confidently, hands on his hips. I understand, but... Krillin replied as he climbed to his feet, only to vanish the next moment. Krillin clenched his fists, disbelief evident in his eyes. while Master Roshi was left unconscious, hanging from the ceiling due to the earlier shockwave. The energy of millions in the southern city dissipated in an instant. Just then, Krillin, drenched in sweat, was about to speak when he heard Marin's piercing scream from the villa. "Ah, what's wrong?" Krillin rushed over, only to see Marin frantically pointing at the large television screen. "This is bad. The southern island city has been instantly destroyed by terrorists. My ex-boyfriend is still there." Goku felt a twinge of guilt, but his expression darkened as he snorted. "Damn it, was it those androids again?" "No, that can't be right," Krillin retorted anxiously, staring at him. "P.S. Important announcement. Family, I have released my previous 500,000 word Genshin Impact fanfiction from the confines of the darkroom. I hope you can take some time to check it out. Also, there are illustrations included. Approximately 10 in total, some commissioned from artists and others created by AI. This is my debut work, titled in Genshin, I Am Ye Miko's Dog. I hope for your generous support. Chapter 89. Gathering of the villainous members. Time moves forward slightly. In a southern island city, a blue beam of light struck the ground, unleashing an explosion and shockwave that instantaneously obliterated buildings, roads, and reduced everything to mere dust. Even the underwater volcano was ignited by the blast. Indeed, several androids, specifically numbers 13 to 16, characters seemingly from the movie, were annihilated in that very instant. Through the Dragon God's magical techniques, Goku had sensed their presence long before. He was merely curious about their intentions. The Earth was his domain, and anything these beings desired could only be granted by him. Theft or robbery without permission was out of the question. Of course, controlling humanity was a trivial matter. By utilizing the malevolent modification privileges on Earth, everything would unfold according to his wishes. However, such an exercise of power was rather tedious. Inside the villa. No, this cannot be right. Perhaps that was the Kamehameha you just unleashed. Krillin's instincts were not wrong. The devastation of the southern island was indeed Goku's doing. Modification. Goku cast a sidelong glance at Krillin, watching his previous thoughts twist into confusion. Krillin stood there, dumbfounded for a moment, then, "Damn those androids." Krillin clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with fury. "Speaking of Goku, that Kamehameha you just launched." Suddenly, Master Roshi appeared at the door. A serious expression etched upon his face as he regarded Goku. It seemed the old master was intent on setting things straight. Goku chuckled lightly. But after sharing a glance with Roshi, the old man turned his attention to the urgent news report on the television, visibly relieved. "Oh, it turns out it was other villains wreaking havoc. Goku, Krillin, what are you still doing here? If we allow those evildoers to continue, the Earth is doomed." "Yes." Krillin snapped to attention, then promptly exited the villa alongside Goku. Well, one must wonder what drove these androids to annihilate a city populated by millions. Goku had sensed the area prior and noted that there were hardly any people left, so he felt no moral burden in his actions. After all, a mighty cultivator would hardly concern himself with the lives of mere ants. Destroying the androids was simply a matter of convenience. "Goku, I am heading to the island to investigate the situation. Would you care to join me?" "Ah, I happen to know the location of the androids' headquarters. Therefore, I must go there." "What?" Krillin was taken aback. Goku waved dismissively, then employed instant transmission, vanishing from sight. Dr. Gero's secret laboratory. This was a desolate mountainous region, where Goku had visited 2 months prior. However, the experimental base was now completely deserted. Goku furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. He utilized the Dragon God's divination magic. Though not entirely familiar with the ability, he gleaned the situation regarding Gero. He's dead. Who could have done this? The Time Patrollers? Or, just as Goku pondered the identity of the murderer, the very fabric of space beside him began to distort. Impressive to have eliminated 3 malevolent androids in a single blow. A loud applause resonated behind Goku. A young man with purple skin and white hair, clad in a black fitted t-shirt, appeared, looking rather unassuming in strength. "Ding. Master, I sense the aura of the demon realm." The voice of Sista echoed in Goku's mind. He chose not to respond, instead calmly addressing the newcomer. "We have met before, have we not?" "Indeed. It has been a decade since we last crossed paths. To see you now as a deity of destruction for an entire universe is quite astonishing," the man replied, a grin slowly forming on his lips as he bowed slightly to Goku. "My name is Fu. I apologize for the intrusion. I have come to propose a collaboration." "Collaboration? On what grounds would I consider working with you? Do you think you are worthy?" Goku scoffed, stepping behind the man and seizing his forehead with one hand. What? Ultra Instinct? Fu exclaimed, trembling in shock. Goku smirked. I seem to recall what you are, garbage created by Toei Animation. Humph. Encountering you today is indeed unfortunate for you. Modification, he bellowed, activating his privileges in an instant. But at that moment, a disturbance in the space beside Goku erupted, as something emerged from the rift. A long-haired, muscular masked man charged forth from the temporal rift, delivering a powerful punch toward Goku. Boom. The ground shattered, and the entire laboratory began to collapse. Goku staggered back, astonished by the sheer power of the newly arrived adversary. What? What have you done to me? Fu trembled, collapsing to the ground, his body writhing as if trying to escape an invasive force. Suddenly, a purple longsword appeared at his waist, and he swung it with fury, unleashing several beams of sword light that distorted the surrounding space, revealing figures emerging from the rifts. Oh, it seems we are within Earth's confines. Son Goku, we meet again. I can hardly believe Fu summoned us to Earth. Oh, is this the Son Goku of this world? I hear he is meant to serve as a companion. Humph, I never anticipated the god of destruction's son Goku would also be here. This is quite amusing. Kakarot. Many figures arrived, including characters from the animated series such as Dorius, the Super Namekian Slug, Black Goku from Super, and Broly from the films. What is this? A cosplay convention? Goku mused, scratching his head in bemusement. It was disconcerting to see two doppelgangers among them. Well, it seems I've encountered a plethora of villains today. Perhaps I can recruit some lackeys. However, facing so many life-size figurines piqued his interest. Yes, to him, this gathering of individuals resembled life-sized collectibles. A smile crept across Goku's face as he surveyed the newcomers with a mocking gaze. To speak plainly, even if the gods of destruction from the 12 universes were to unite against him, he could obliterate them all in one fell swoop, let alone these minor nuisances. The muscular scion who had just attacked Goku roared, launching another assault. Yet Goku did not engage. Instead, he utilized instant transmission to appear beside Fu, gripping his head from behind. In order to deal with these beings possessing strange abilities, Goku decided to eliminate him first. Damn it, Fu cursed, having merely brushed against that peculiar power, causing his consciousness to falter. He struggled desperately, but it was futile. Kamba, save me. Fu yelled in desperation as he fought against the encroaching influence. But in the next instant, crack! With a surge of destructive power accompanied by a dragon-esque roar, Goku swiftly snapped Fu's neck. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, leaving all present in stunned silence. What? Fu has been. Just like that? Kakarot. Damn it. This is impossible. That individual wields Ultra Instinct. We are not his match. The group fell into a hushed discussion, while only Broly charged recklessly forward. Simultaneously, not just Broly came forth, but also the muscular scion known as Kamba. His entire being radiated with an ominous dark aura, and he transformed into his Super Saiyan form on the spot. However, due to the opponent's naturally long hair, he bore a striking resemblance to Super Saiyan 3. Goku silently stored Fu's sword in his inventory, estimating that Kamba, in his normal state, possessed power surpassing that of Super Saiyan 3, and the malevolent aura surrounding him seemed to be intensifying. By the way, Fu, who had just been vanquished by Goku, was stronger than Super Saiyan 4. Haha. A smirk appeared on Goku's lips as he faced the oncoming Kamba, who, in the state of Ultra Instinct Sign, combined with the Dragon God technique, delivered a powerful punch that shattered the opponent's jaw, leaving fragments of the mask scattered across the ground. Ugh! Kamba let out a wail, staggering backward. The excruciating pain forced him to tremble and kneel upon the earth. Witnessing this scene, Goku genuinely praised him, saying, "Surviving my strike is something to take pride in." To be continued, Chapter 90. The aura of evil Goku marveled as Broly was engulfed in a brilliant emerald blaze, launching a punch towards him. Boom. The ground shattered once more, creating a deep crater. However, Goku raised his hand to catch the blow and retaliated with a powerful strike to Broly's abdomen. Ugh! Broly howled, clutching his stomach, a fierce glint evident in his once vacant eyes. Compared to the previous one, you still lack something. Goku observed the blood trickling from Broly's lips as he teleported beside him, placing his palm firmly on the top of Broly's head. Evil transformation. With a low utterance, Goku seized Broly and instantly began the process of transformation. The anguished cries of the old Broly gradually gave way to reason as he seemed to resist. His formerly yellow-green hair shifted to an inky black, and deep crimson fur erupted from his skin, transforming him into the legendary Super Saiyan 4. Oh, not bad. Goku, manipulating Broly, smirked and pointed towards the distant Kamba, instructing, render him incapacitated, but do not kill him. Ha ha ha. Huh. Kamba was taken aback as he watched Broly charge towards him, sensing the fabric of time and space shift around him. In an instant, he found himself enveloped in a vast white expanse. It was Goku's time chamber, a space designed to ensure their battle would not wreak havoc upon Earth. Wah! Super Saiyan 4 Broly roared as he too was drawn into this realm, charging at Kamba like a primal beast. TCH. Kamba sneered, launching a punch at Broly. Boom. The two figures collided, their auras morphing into a dark crimson hue, a manifestation of the demonic realm's unique enhancement, a symbol of the most sinister power, demonization. Meanwhile, what exactly is that ability? How can such power reside within a mortal? No, has he become a god of destruction? A man clad in black, resembling Goku and known as Black, furrowed his brow, his eyes glinting with apprehension. What shall we do now? Fu is dead, and our collaboration is no longer necessary. If we wish to survive, we may have no choice but to. Slug, the Super Namekian, spoke gravely, his tone laced with resignation. At this moment, Goku began to ascend into the skies, a sudden smile brightening his face. Interesting, I say. Do you possess seeds of the cosmic tree, akin to those of parrots? Planting such seeds would allow one to devour the universe's power for one's own use, thereby aspiring to stand equal to the Omni King? What? Black Goku exhibited a look of confusion, mirrored by the Namekian and Dallas beside him. It seems Fu's plan was not thoroughly explained to you. Very well. I shall deal with you directly. Goku shrugged, having gained insight into their memories after utilizing evil transformation on Fu. Prepare to perish, scum. Goku's aura erupted forth. A radiant blue glow enveloping him, suffocating those present even in his state of Ultra Instinct sign. Wait, is there no room for negotiation? Slug urged, his heart sinking. The robust Namekian glanced at Dallas, who pondered for a moment before unleashing a dark aura. Ha 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 ha, Dallas roared, his hair lengthening into a Super Saiyan 3 style, though still dark in hue. Death is merely an inevitability. I have faced countless dead ends. Dallas gritted his teeth, brimming with combat spirit as he addressed Goku. This is my evil Saiyan form. Remember it, Son Goku. On the other side, Black Goku also bellowed, his cherry-red aura exploding forth. He initially transformed into a Super Saiyan Rose, corresponding to Super Saiyan Blue, before advancing further into the Super Saiyan 3 form. Goku regarded the two with mild surprise, particularly at Black Goku, who had unexpectedly ascended to Super Saiyan 3 despite the tremendous energy expenditure. Surprised, are you? Let us see if you can eliminate me before I obliterate Earth. Black Goku's hand coalesced a destruction sphere, a smug grin adorning his face, his crimson hair flowing behind him with arrogance. Ridiculous. Setting aside whether you can achieve that, do you truly believe I care about Earth with the existence of Dragon Balls? Goku retorted disdainfully, his gaze icy as he addressed Black Goku. Zamasu, by all means, give it a try. Then watch as I torment you. You seek death. Black Goku roared, unleashing the destruction sphere towards Goku. Attack! Dallas shouted, surging forward with his dark aura. Damn it! Slug relinquished his struggle, determined to fight desperately for survival. Crash! Black Goku's destruction sphere was deflected. Goku's laughter echoed around, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. Ha ha ha! Dallas and the others struck emptiness, while Black Goku scanned his surroundings, only to discover Goku silently positioned behind him. Ha! Black Goku spun around, unleashing a fierce strike, but Goku skillfully dodged. He remained silent, merely extending a finger to press against Black Goku's forehead. Ugh! The destructive force exploded from Goku's fingertip, sending Black Goku hurtling backward, creating a chasm in the earth. What? Such power from a mere finger? Slug gasped in shock, realizing the terrifying might of a god of destruction. Little did they know, Goku possessed the strength to crush gods of destruction from all 12 universes, capable of obliterating even their forms with a single punch. Too strong. Slug clenched his fists, overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness. Dallas too stood frozen, unable to comprehend Goku's earlier action, which had transpired in an instant. Came. Haim. Huh. An impassioned roar reverberated from below, not Goku but Zamasu, the being occupying Black Goku's form. unleashing his full power in a desperate bid to annihilate Goku in one blow. Swish! A colossal dark Kamehameha surged towards Goku, who stood resolute, unflinching, merely extending a hand to receive the onslaught. Boom! Goku remained steadfast, absorbing the explosive aftermath. A trait of Super Saiyan 4 that allowed him to recharge his energy in such a manner. Goku had reached a level where he no longer needed to transform to exert his powers. His purpose was still to absorb the malevolent energy from these individuals, to unveil the mysteries it possessed. In an instant, Goku's aura shifted to a dark red, the state of Ultra Instinct sign dissipating, his emotions magnified, as countless negative thoughts flickered through his mind. Haha, fool, to willingly accept the aura of evil, prepare to be assimilated by the cosmic tree. Dallas chuckled, believing Goku's actions to be utterly foolish. Yet unbeknownst to them, in a bid to maintain his rationality, Goku swiftly employed the ability Scum's True Desire to replace these unnecessary emotions, then turned his gaze upon the others. Intriguing, the amplification is remarkable. No wonder you serve as the henchman of the master. It seems his revival of you is far from a trivial matter. Wukong nodded, then seized the malevolent energy surrounding him, instantly refining it. To be continued, Chapter 91. The earth shall be guarded by me. In an instant, the malevolent energy within Goku surged, and he fully harnessed this power, unleashing it with a force that overwhelmed everyone present. Ugh! Shrag let out a muffled groan, pinned to the ground alongside Dale's. Yet, Black Goku, trapped in the crevice, remained indomitable, ready to launch another surprise attack. Ha ha ha! Black Goku relentlessly fired energy blasts that erupted across the sky. In the air, Goku did not flinch. He merely observed coldly. Humph! He scoffed, retracting the evil energy, and then launched an instantaneous strike with unparalleled ease. Swish! In a heartbeat, Goku vanished from the enemy's sight. Where is he? Black Goku searched frantically, still reeling from a previous blow that had drawn blood from his forehead. Suddenly, a swift strike landed, reminiscent of an ordinary person being shot by a sniper. Black Goku Zamasu clutched his chest, spewing blood. A gaping wound had pierced through his body. Even his spine had been extracted by Goku. Wah! Unable to withstand the blow, the latter coldly remarked as he crushed his opponent's spine. He then utilized the magic sealing wave to confine Black Goku into his inventory, before turning his gaze towards Dales and Shrag, who were already retreating in the distance. Don't leave. Let us play some more. Goku roared with fury, instantly transforming into a streak of light as he pursued the two. Damn it, damn it, damn it! Shrag screamed in madness, unleashing an energy wave powerful enough to penetrate the Earth's core, intent on a mutually destructive end. Fool! Dales attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Whoosh! The formidable energy wave was unleashed, but at the moment it made contact with the ground, Goku, seated with arms crossed, appeared in that position and effortlessly kicked the energy blast away. Nanny! A thunderous explosion erupted, the fiery blast reminiscent of a nuclear detonation illuminating the faces of the three. This left Shrag utterly stunned, while Dales, though shocked, began to contemplate. Oh? Dales raised an eyebrow, and then exchanged a glance with Shrag. They quickly devised a plan to distract and deceive. Curse it! Hey, Son Goku, look over here! Shrag shouted, lifting his hand to launch another planet-destroying blast aimed directly at Earth. Meanwhile, Dales maneuvered through the air, scattering seeds of the spirit tree, seeking to absorb the Earth's energy to strengthen himself. After all, becoming stronger now might offer a slim chance of survival. Soon, vast and sturdy roots began to emerge from the Earth, darkening the sky above. As Shrag fled while causing destruction, he soon realized something was amiss. It's too easy. Logically, they shouldn't be fighting so desperately to protect this place, so why? I wonder, when will the fruits of this spirit tree bear? How many can it yield without harming the Earth? Shrag was taken aback to find Goku casually appearing beside him, startling him. By the way, Goku was holding Dales, who had been stripped of his hair. What? Shrag staggered back in shock, staring at the figure in the distance, another Saiyan preventing the destruction blast from harming Earth. How can this be? Why are there two of you? In response, Goku frowned slightly, sighing with resignation that S merely a clone. Do you think it's entertaining to toy with you? TCH. Just using some underhanded tricks. Shrag gritted his teeth, bitterly scolding Goku for his unscrupulousness. I say, after reaching this level of training, why not try to develop some practical skills instead of merely launching energy blasts? You all act like newly wealthy brats. Without hesitation, Goku raised his hand, severing Shrag's legs and one arm, then slapped him down to the ground. Boom. Shrag let out a muffled groan, blood spewing from his mouth. Moments later, the hairless Dales crashed heavily onto Shrag. Dales also grunted in pain, left with only one arm like Shrag. Damn. Ugh. Dales. You're surprisingly heavy. Fool. At this point, you still have the energy to complain. No. I can't believe I'm going to die with you. How disgusting. Get away from me. The two exchanged insults before hearing Goku above them, expressing interest. Wait. I still have seeds from the spirit tree. I want to use these as a bargaining chip, please. Spare me? Shrag coughed up blood, his remaining hand trembling as he pleaded with Goku. A joke? You think I would consider your offering? Goku retorted, retrieving a cloth bag, while Shrag remained oblivious to the fact that the seeds had already been stolen. You scoundrel. Son Goku, may you meet a terrible fate. Ha ha ha. Weren't you just intent on destroying the earth? Very well, I shall grant you an opportunity. Goku said, smirking, as he conjured a dazzling destructive ball, shining like a star. This was a technique of Beerus, and for Goku at this level, creating such an orb was trivial. If you do not resist, the earth will be obliterated, and you shall perish as well. However, if you resist, the outcome shall remain unchanged. You, TCH, scoundrel. Both were stunned, Dales unable to refrain from cursing, as they gazed at Goku's stern visage, a chill of impending doom rising within them. Very well, gentlemen. The grave responsibility of protecting the earth now lies with you. Prepare for your journey ahead. With that, Goku waved his hand, the scorching destructive ball expanding, radiating brilliant flames like a meteor in the sky. Dales and Shrag struggled, unleashing energy waves in a desperate defense, reminiscent of the father-son Kamehameha from the Cell Saga. Witnessing this, Goku burst into laughter, then addressed the two struggling below. How about it? If you were to shout the earth shall be guarded by me, at this moment, I might just show mercy and let you go hurry and give me a swift end. I will never concede. Ha ha ha. The earth shall be guarded by me. Damn it. Dying alongside you is truly a disgrace. Dales looked in disbelief at Shrag beside him, finally realizing their group was doomed. Boom. The ground shattered under a barrage of nuclear explosions, magma surging from the earth. The two at the epicenter had already turned to char, unable to die any further. In the sky, Goku gently applauded, feeling a twinge of emotion for the heroic sacrifice made by the two in defense of the earth. Next, it was time to deal with the two remaining foes in the space. Goku pondered as the sky darkened, the spirit tree growing wildly, desperately siphoning the earth's nutrients, now towering hundreds of meters high. Many regions began to face desertification, plants withering, rivers drying up, and the surrounding energy being incessantly consumed by the spirit tree. Goku noticed several translucent fruits had appeared upon it. He swiftly approached to harvest them, adding them to his inventory. Name: Malevolent Spirit Fruit Category, Food Function. While it bestows a sinister aura, it significantly enhances one's combat prowess. However, the effectiveness diminishes with repeated consumption. Evaluation: it bears a striking resemblance to a human heart. Alas, it is quite unpalatable. Chapter 92. Dual Blade Slash of Time. After collecting a certain quantity of spirit tree fruits, Goku directly shattered the roots of the towering ancient tree. In just a brief moment, the Earth's vital energy was partially absorbed by this tree. The surroundings, spanning hundreds of miles, had already transformed into a dark, scorched wasteland. Goku clicked his tongue in astonishment before entering the realm of the Time Spirit House. Boom, boom. The sound of fists clashing echoed as Kamba engaged in combat with Super Saiyan 4 Broly. Goku observed the dynamics of their battle. Kamba was on the defensive in his Super Saiyan 3 form and surprisingly had not been defeated yet. The enhancement of the evil Saiyan is quite resilient, isn't it? Goku mused inwardly. Hey, Broly sneered, gathering a dark green energy orb in one hand and launching it at Kamba. The latter grunted as he was sent flying, crashing hard into the ground. Gasping for breath, Kamba noticed someone watching him from behind and couldn't help but turn to look. Humph, have you finally arrived? I've been waiting for you for a long time, Kamba declared, successfully dodging Broly's aggressive onslaught once more. Then, Kamba unleashed a glowing orb into the air, a sphere imbued with over 1,700 Fritz waves. In an instant, Broly stood frozen in place, a massive shadow engulfing him. Kamba, who had previously been a head shorter than Broly, began to grow in size, transforming into the form of a golden great ape. Roar! In this state, Kamba let out a furious bellow, delivering a punch that sent Broly crashing to the ground. Now it's your turn. The golden great ape seemed to regain some rationality. First stomping down hard on the desperately resisting Broly, and then unleashing an energy breath towards Goku. Swish! Oh, Goku smirked, raising a finger to his forehead. Boom. A blinding white light illuminated everything around, and instead of taking the hit head-on, Goku teleported to the jutting jaw of the golden great ape. The golden great ape was momentarily taken aback, its large eyes wide with surprise. Goku smirked and delivered a kick directly to the beast's eye. Aya! Kamba immediately covered his eyes, trying to grasp his opponent, but Goku executed a backflip to evade him. Aya! Below, Broly, who had been trampled, roared in fury, his body erupting with dark red flames as he gripped the toes of the great ape and began to swing him around. Whoa! The great ape leaned forward, then crashed violently to the ground. Damn it! Kamba's mouth gaped as his massive golden tail lashed out at Broly, who was about to launch a second attack. The latter was instantly sent flying, leaving a deep trench in the ground. Is it evenly matched? Goku murmured as he observed the scene. This battle was quite entertaining. However, Kamba's audacity to attack him did not go unnoticed, and he felt inclined to teach his opponent a painful lesson. As the great ape rose again to unleash another energy breath, Goku deftly sidestepped the destructive beam, his entire body glowing with silver light as he transformed into a long rainbow, instantaneously appearing before the great ape and delivering a powerful punch. Boom! Kamba held, his entire head buried into the ground of the spirit house. Goku then grasped Kamba's tail, yanked him out, spun him around, and slammed him back down. Meanwhile, Broly silently observed this scene from a distance, choosing not to interfere with Goku. Compared to his earlier violent disposition, he was surprisingly calm and merely watched everything unfold. It could be said that the effects of the evil modification had reached a perverse level after being elevated to a higher tier through wishes. Even Goku was uncertain of the upper limits of the evil modification, as there had been no prior explanation. After receiving a notification that it was ineffective during his last encounter with the King of Time, Goku became increasingly cautious with its use. He dared not employ it against others during the ongoing battles with the gods of destruction, aside from on himself. Goku was self-aware. While he had confidence in contending with the angels, he roughly understood the limits of Beerus's abilities. However, when faced with an entity like the Grand Minister, he felt woefully inadequate. He suspected he would be crushed with a mere finger. Not to mention, the Grand Minister had openly stated that no one could defeat the Omni King. Boom, boom. The sounds of intense collisions reverberated, accompanied by Kamba's cries of anguish. After a series of punches and kicks, Goku sent Kamba's massive form flying. Boom. Kamba lay on the ground like a defeated dog, his body riddled with fractures. Blood frothing from his mouth, he was clearly at the end of his endurance. Gradually, the expression of the great ape began to shrink, returning to that of an ordinary human. Goku took a step forward, using the magic sealing wave to encapsulate Kamba in a jar, which he then placed into his inventory. He waved at Broly in the distance, who obediently approached. With a flick of his hand, Broly was seamlessly absorbed into the storage container. I could assemble a full table of mahjong with all these individuals. Goku counted the characters stored in his inventory. The first was Gula, whom Goku had captured while hunting King Cool for Dr. Gero's research, followed by Black Goku, also known as Zamasu. While Goku had yet to determine his utility, he intended to use him for torment for the time being. Also checking for any time rings from the Kaishin. Next were Kamba and Broly, both of whom possessed unique bloodlines. One resembled the bloodline of ancient Saiyans, while the other was the legendary Super Saiyan lineage. Goku sought to see if there were items in the market that could extract the powers of these two bloodlines for experimentation, hoping to rapidly enhance his own strength. In this, he retrieved two short blades composed of a peculiar aura from his inventory, weapons belonging to Fu, seemingly capable of slicing through the fabric of space and allowing for traversal across multiple timelines. Name, Dual Blade Slash of Time category. Weapon description, Fu's weapon. One forged from purple energy, the other from red energy. Capable of opening gateways through time and space. What a remarkable find. Goku couldn't help but smile. With this, he wouldn't need to purchase any evil modification Patera earrings from the system market. After securing these treasures, he released Zamasu to check if he was still alive. "Guh, you scoundrel." Zamasu coughed up blood but wore a cold smile, managing to cling to life even with a gaping hole in his chest, displaying remarkable vitality. Wait, that's my body. With this thought, Goku suddenly had an idea. He currently possessed two powers. One was evil modification, and the other was the scoundrel's true will. The effect of the scoundrel's true will allowed him to exchange one of his abilities for a random ability from another. Earlier, while dealing with Kampa, Goku had combined the two powers to successfully swap his sense of taste for Kampa's destructive power. So what would happen if I exchanged his soul? But I'll consider that after the experiment. I still have plenty of my own abilities to develop. First, I need to track down the whereabouts of the androids. They are all my assets. With that thought, Goku fed Zamasu a Senzu, then severed his hands and feet with an energy blade before knocking him out with a single slap. As a side note, all those he captured bore a seal imbued with destructive power at their heart. Should any unexpected situation arise, Goku could eliminate them with just a thought. It is not that he cannot wield the powers of malevolence. Rather, such an approach lacks intrigue. Without the audacity of Zamasu, how could one possibly find amusement? To be continued. Chapter 93. Android 21. Having emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber, Goku noticed the lateness of the hour. It was time to visit the realm of the gods of destruction and retrieve the twin-tailed angel. With that thought, he instantly teleported to the divine realm. Honestly, why is that scoundrel Lord Beerus only arriving now? Margarita, engrossed in expanding the territory, tapped Goku on the shoulder with her staff before tiptoeing to whisper, "Were you engaged in combat?" The twin-tailed angel inquired with suspicion, seemingly having discerned something. Goku nodded, mentioning he had sparred with someone casually. Upon returning home, he found his family preparing dinner as usual. Bulma enthusiastically shared updates on the development of their spaceship, stating it was fully capable of interstellar family travel. Goku feigned surprise at this delightful news, embracing his wife and twirling her around. Unbeknownst to her, Goku already possessed his own interstellar fleet. Though it was currently stationed in Universe 7, he realized he needed to consolidate it. Incidentally, the Frieza-like figure in Universe 6 was replicating his actions in Universe 7, even surpassing him. This individual had become a cosmic magnate and philanthropist, with holdings on numerous life-bearing planets. Goku planned to transfer all his planets and fleet from Universe 7, then dedicate the remaining time to incorporating and transforming all the planets. He also intended to gather the Saiyan warriors from Planet Salad, transforming them into his elite forces. Indeed, he aimed to cultivate an army of Super Saiyan gods or Super Saiyans, as his next adversaries were the Time Patrol. The Sun family's cuisine was always sumptuous, with an abundance of delicacies served daily. Fortunately, his children possessed unique constitutions, precluding any weight gain. Even with frequent overeating, their bodies remained unaffected. Goku's wives also prioritized dietary balance, maintaining their radiant beauty and captivating allure. Bardos showed Margarita to her room, briefly outlining the house's layout before descending to the living room, where Goku was embracing his wives. "Are you certain about this?" Bardos inquired, still somewhat bashful, yet obediently removing her attire. The ensuing events were rather unconventional. Bulma launch and Mai, being seasoned veterans, had corrupted the relatively conservative Chi-Chi, who found her own enjoyment in these activities. With the children now residing in a separate villa next door, only gathering for meals or family activities, Goku could engage in amorous pursuits with his wives without interference. The children, now teenagers, needed to learn independence. A crucial lesson in parenting. It was not merely an excuse to sequester himself with his wives. That night, the twin-tailed angel in the second-floor bedroom spent the entire night wide awake, clutching a pillow to her head. The next morning, Goku informed Bardos of his intention to seize the fleet and planets in Universe 7. "Leave it to me, darling," Bardos responded, seemingly pleased with her performance the previous night. She cast a tender glance at Goku, promptly volunteering to handle the matter. As the angelic figure transformed into a beam of white light and soared into the distance, Goku waved goodbye from the villa, musing to himself, having an angel for a wife is so convenient. Upon returning inside, he found Bulma packing. Goku recalled his promise to accompany her on a date and inspect the completed spaceship. "Aren't you ready yet? Hurry up and change." "Honestly," Bulma exclaimed, placing her hands on her hips, slightly annoyed by Goku's nonchalant demeanor. It seems she truly values today's date. Goku nodded inwardly, ascending the stairs to change into a clean shirt and groom his hair. He returned with a completely refreshed appearance. Bulma was visibly delighted by her husband's attire and, before anyone could react, whisked Goku out the door. They spent the morning shopping at the mall, where Bulma purchased numerous items, primarily with her family in mind. She was intimately familiar with the preferences of the women in her household. Chi-Chi favored fashionable clothing, Launch adored jewelry and precious metals, while my seemed to prefer cute, cosplay-esque outfits. In any case, Goku thoroughly enjoyed it all. For lunch, Goku and Bulma dined at an upscale restaurant. The food was mediocre and unsatisfying, yet excessively expensive. Goku resolved to contact the Red Ribbon Army in a few days to dismantle the establishment and make the prices more accessible. In the afternoon, they watched a romantic film. Goku dozed off midway through. It appeared to be a story about a shipwreck. Upon exiting the theater, Bulma wept in his arms, playfully declaring, "You jump, I jump." As evening approached, Goku finally drove to Capsule Corporation. He and Bulma first visited her parents, who chided them for not bringing the children. Goku then inquired about Dr. Gero. When the android project was initiated, he had recommended his father-in-law, Dr. Brief, to Dr. Gero. The two had seemed to enjoy their conversations, even becoming friends. However, they had never met in person, communicating solely through video calls. Dr. Gero? We haven't been in contact for several weeks since the project concluded. For specifics, you can consult Miss Vomi, one of the key figures in the android experiments. Miss Vomi? Goku wondered, following Dr. Brief's suggestion and heading to the spaceship construction base. Is that Miss Vomi? Goku noticed a brunette woman in a white coat atop the spaceship, currently adjusting the equipment while reviewing a report. She looked eerily familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. Oh, wasn't she introduced by my dear? I assumed you knew her, Bulma said with a hint of suspicion, waving to the woman in the distance. The brunette woman, wearing sunglasses, gazed over, visibly startled upon seeing Goku. She then smiled and waved back. In a flash, Goku recalled something, his expression turning somber. She's an android, the woman I saw in the incubator. What's going on? Gero is dead. Shouldn't the androids have been taken away by Frieza's henchmen? Damn it, how could this be? That incompetent fool. Goku pondered, suddenly understanding a few things. He had been too hasty in killing Frieza, neglecting to thoroughly search his memories, focusing only on his ultimate goal, to devour the universe and rival the Omni King. The disappearance of the androids seemed unrelated to Frieza. Perhaps he knew something, but with so many individuals to apprehend, Goku had simply overlooked it. Having confirmed Dr. Gero's death through divination magic, Goku assumed the mastermind had been eliminated, so he leisurely spent the day strolling with Bulma. Bulma, take your parents and leave here first. I need to speak with Miss Vomi, Goku said sternly. Bulma paused momentarily, then nodded immediately. After so many years together, a mere glance was enough for her to understand Goku's intentions. Just promise me one thing. She is exceptionally beautiful. If you were to secretly engage with her, I would certainly disapprove. Before parting, Bulma shot Goku a glare, then swiftly pecked him on the cheek before hurrying away. Am I the kind of person to allow that? Goku touched his cheek, then rearranged his hair to restore its original upright style. You are Android 21, are you not? With a swift motion, Goku teleported to a distance of 5 meters, coldly inquiring. P.S. Sigh, I won't write any further. I suppose I should focus on my classes. It's time to confront reality. Wish me luck, dear ones. And Happy April Fool's Day. Chapter 94. The evil energy sphere. Have I been discovered so soon? As far as I know, we have yet to meet, have we not? We have met before, but you were in a cultivation pod at that time. The woman named Wormy removed her rimmed glasses and took out a remote control, directing her gaze toward Goku, who was cautiously approaching, ready to unleash his instant transmission at any moment to subdue her. However, Wormy, witnessing this, admonished in a delicate tone, "Do not come any closer. This city has been rigged with a super bomb. If my heartbeat ceases, or I press the switch, the entire city will be obliterated in an instant." Interesting. What is your objective? Goku halted in his tracks, remaining motionless. It was not out of fear. After all, Makarita was currently in his home. Even if the entire city were to be destroyed, they would remain unharmed. Consequently, Miss Wormy finally exhaled in relief and slowly articulated, "Please, help me find a man named Fu. I need him to take me back to the demon realm of another timeline to reunite with my true self." True self? What an odd concept. I cannot comprehend it. Moreover, why should I trust you? Or do you believe I care about the fate of this city? Goku shrugged, displaying an air of indifference. What? Do you not care about the lives of your family? Miss Wormy exclaimed, her voice laced with astonishment and a hint of disdain. Observing her expression, Goku let out an unusual sigh and raised his hand to cast a spell. In an instant, an image unfolded before Miss Wormy, a scene from yesterday where Goku brandished Fu's severed head triumphantly, leaving Wormy speechless and frozen in shock. That Fu you mentioned is already dead. Dead? You actually killed him? Wormy murmured in disbelief, her heart swelling with an inexplicable joy. Why, no. It cannot be. Fool. Ha. Ha ha. You actually killed him. Ha ha ha. It's over now. Everything is over. Ha ha. She discarded the remote control, bursting into laughter, seemingly attempting to release all her pent-up grievances. Madwoman, Goku remarked nonchalantly, yet he displayed a surprising patience, waiting for her emotional outburst to subside. It is no wonder the evil energy within me has diminished significantly. I never anticipated this. Indeed, those individuals were right to have me observe your family. The most pivotal figure in the Dark Demon realm has perished, and I fear Lord Tawa may go mad. No, it's over. We are finished. All is lost. Wormy knelt on the ground, clutching her hair in a frenzy. Tawa. Upon hearing the familiar name, Goku fell into contemplation, gradually recalling that time when he encountered the non-canonical character from a Dragon Ball game, an enemy faction of the Time Patrollers. However, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Perhaps I can turn the tables and utilize these individuals. Goku's lips curled into a slight smile as he realized what course of action to take next. Seizing the moment of Wormy's distraction, he activated instant transmission, placing his hand on her forehead, and instantly absorbed her essence. Evil modification. In an instant, Miss Android emitted soft moans, her mature and alluring body collapsing to the ground, trembling with every breath. Goku delved into Wormy's memories, discovering that these individuals had begun their schemes in Gro's laboratory 3 years prior. 2 months ago, Fu had taken all the remaining androids from the cultivation pods. Wormy had been transformed within the Dark Demon realm, during which she had devoured Cell, as well as androids 17 and 18. The reason for her ability was due to Fu implanting the cells of Majin Buu within her. By converting others into sweets for her consumption, her power had increased. However, in becoming Majin, she had separated her benevolent persona, which is now the current Miss Wormy. It seemed she had been dispatched to monitor Goku's family due to her lower combat prowess. Yet, Fu had not anticipated that upon his return 2 months later, he would already be the newly appointed god of destruction. Moreover, Earth possessed special protective surveillance, which deterred him from taking rash actions. Instead, he devised a plan to gradually deploy increasingly malevolent androids into this world to draw attention to himself. It appears, at the outset, they genuinely sought to collaborate with me. Goku stroked his chin, suddenly feeling a pang of shame. I failed to maximize my interests. It seems that after becoming the god of destruction, my intellect has gradually dulled, and I only know how to resolve issues through force, don't I? He immediately drew forth his dual-wielded sword technique, cleaving through the void. Then, he embraced Miss Wormy's waist, breaking through the barrier of space, plunging into the depths of the Dark Demon realm. What are you doing? Wormy suddenly blushed in Goku's embrace, unable to comprehend the abrupt shift in dynamics between the two adversaries. Just observing, Goku replied casually, and with a flash of white light, a new world unfurled before his eyes. The ground was a dark purple, steeped in malevolent energy, surrounded by floating islands of violet soil, culminating in a colossal palace reminiscent of a demon king's fortress. You've come? You possess abilities akin to Fu's, Wormy exclaimed in astonishment. But before she could finish her surprise, several figures materialized before Goku. What? Another me? Well done. You actually brought Son Goku from that side. A white-haired female demon, her skin a deep purple and exuding a potent aura of evil, cradled her head in her arms, her face displaying keen interest. This was Wormy, the evil persona of Android 21, Majin Wormy, god of destruction Son Goku. Mira, what do you think? Tawa, clad in a crimson robe, with black stockings and red high heels, glanced at her husband, while Mira, donned in a red battle suit, gritted his teeth, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. He is formidable. Even the fusion beings we previously faced could not match his strength. Is it so? Tawa nodded, then bowed respectfully to Goku. Welcome to the Dark